John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Jenna Camera and Elliot Shore Parks in for John today. It is, of course, 94 WIP. It is, of course, the beautiful Borgata where we are today. Our home base every Friday morning. Wonderful to be with you. Wonderful to be here. Not so wonderful with the Flyers last night. They lose. Frustrating game. Penalties. Lack of putting the puck in the net with opportunities. Obviously, Tocchet wasn't happy about that post game. It's a loss that sets the Flyers back. Flyers play back again tonight. Sixers play tonight. Phillies play today as well. So all three teams in action. A lot of stuff going on with the Jalen Hurts front. We'll get to that. Your phone calls all show. 215-592-9494. Elliot, good morning.
What up? How you doing this morning, man?
Pretty good.
It was nice to see you mosey on down here with about 15 copies of your book. Got them laid out. Always good to see. Yesterday was the cup. Today it's the book. You just got so many trophies.
Are we doing a book sale today?
Yeah,
there is no greater self-promoter than the Hammer.
That's why they call him the Hammer, man.
What about that Barnum guy?
Nah, I think you're better.
And no, Barnum was pretty good. You're right.
Yeah,
That's
Barnum's pretty
Yeah.
good. Rhea, to answer your question, yes. The great caller, John from Manayunk, is coming down today. He's
I'm excited to meet him.
Getting $15.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, shout out to John.
No, it's not really a shout out to John, James. What it is shout out to all other listeners who want to be future buyers. That's what it is. That's
it's a call
good.
to future
I see
buyers.
what you're doing. You're saying if you want to be my favorite listener, buy 15 books.
Yeah, it's a call to action.
Got it.
Does he get a bulk price there, or is it always full price with the Hammer?
I don't discuss that.
You don't discuss that.
I don't discuss that on the air.
Yes, fair enough.
By the way, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, books are available. Contact the Hammer.
I noticed you were on Twitter yesterday.
Oh, Rhea, was that good or what?
Going through, and I said
like
he posted the game-winning
no,
shot.
not the game.
No,
oh yeah.
Oh, no, well, you posted
It was
like
just one of the
point,
baskets.
point
yeah.
7, the turnaround.
I said, what is this guy
Is
doing?
that the name of the play? The turnaround?
No, it's called the Dream Shake.
The Dream Shake.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like the
I
dagger.
believe that's
you know.
taken. I could be wrong.
Well, I don't know, James, because if you play the audio, we might have to today. Fran Dunphy said Chamberlain-like.
Yeah, we heard when you
Which
played
made
the
me
audio
very
8,000 times.
Dumpf is a nice man.
Yes, he is. But I'll tell you, I kind of like my fadeaway. All right, good morning to you. 215-592-9494. It's a bad job on the Flyers front last night and a tremendous setback. We said yesterday they're really going to have to probably win 6 of the final 8. By the way, maybe 7 of the final 8. And yesterday they took an L. Don't even get a point. It's not one of those losses with a point.
2 straight losses in regulation.
Yeah, so it's a real setback. And obviously you can react at 215-592-9494. All 3 teams in play tonight or today. 1 game at 4, the other 2 in the 7 o'clock range. So all 3 of those teams on the table. Elliot, let's start with the Eagles. I have in my left hand a big old story from Tim McManus that came out this week about Jalen Hurts.
That's the size of your book.
Yeah, that's right. I have in my right hand a big old story about Jalen Hurts that came out this week from Jeff McClain, obviously in recent days. I'm curious today at 215-592-9494. Elliot, from you, from Rhea, from James, from everyone listening right now, a series of questions really from the inverse perspective. Yesterday we talked a lot about it from our perspective as fans, observers. We talked about it a little bit from the Eagles' perspective. I want to get into it today from Jalen Hurts' perspective. There was some discussion yesterday about star and quality player. He's a star. He's a star. Some people think he's a great player. Some people think he's not. Nobody should dispute that he's a star. He is a face of the franchise type player, and there's a lot that's being said about him and has been said about him now for a while. And in light of the latest, which in a nutshell, to a large extent, not all, but to a large extent, unflattering, sourced from within the building, some players, some non-players, and anonymous quotes. Elliot, I ask you and everyone at 215-592-9494 how Jalen Hurts should handle this situation. And put it another way, what would you do if you're him? What do you think he should do? What do you think he will do?
Yeah.
Elliot, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, the will do is maybe the most interesting and important one here because this feels like one of the first moments between Jalen and the Eagles. And there's certainly been other times, other stories. But the back-to-back nature of these stories, the fact that it was made crystal clear in the article yesterday from Jeff McClain that they're not going to pay him, this does feel like a pivotal moment between the Eagles in Jalen. So what should he do? If I'm Jalen, I want answers from the Eagles. I'm not saying I've been a perfect quarterback. I'm not saying I've handled everything perfectly. And I think that's laid out in the story. But what really has hit me over the past 24 hours about how he should handle this is Bryce Harper and Dave Dombrowski. That thing that they went through when Dombrowski said what he said publicly, which is obviously different than anonymous sourcing, but publicly about Bryce, what Bryce's main reaction was, why are we letting this out of house, right? I thought we were all going to keep this in-house. And I'm down at the, previously the NovaCare, now the Jefferson Training Complex. I'm down there every day during the season. And when you walk out of the building, right, where the players exit, there's a sign over the door that says or it used to be there. What's said here should stay here. I think it was Doug Peterson that got that put up. So to me, if I'm Jalen, what I'm most upset about with this is, why is this being handled through the media? Jalen has press conferences multiple times a week. He does tons of interviews. He never takes shots at anybody, even when stories like these come out. So if I'm Jalen, what I would do is ask for answers. And then I've made this crystal clear. If I'm Jalen, I'm asking why you're not paying me now, right? I've won you a Super Bowl. You've now made it, because the source says, from an Eagle source, made it clear that I have very little guaranteed money in my contract beyond this year. The Eagle source made it public what's going on with the contract. And I would assume a source connected to the team, I forget how it's phrased in the article, has made it clear they're not going to pay Jalen. So the public nature of this, if I'm Jalen Hurts, is upsetting. And then I want to know why you're not going to commit to me beyond this year, and why I am being forced to go into what's essentially a contract year.
So I'm curious at 215-592-9494 how you, listening to our show, would answer those series of questions. What do you think Jalen should do? What do you think he would do? And what would you do? So let me tell you first what I would do, and then I'm going to frame it one by one on what I think, how I think Jalen will handle it. Here's my sequence, because I actually wrote this down in sequence. The first thing that I would do is I would discuss the situation with my advisors, my advisor type people in my life. Now, let me just tell you from my perspective who that is. I have older siblings. I've always had older siblings. I've leaned on them quite a bit. I would talk to my siblings. I would talk to my uncle, who, in the absence of my father, has been a really huge part of my life for 40 or some years. My dad died when I was 5. There are a number of adults who are between the ages of 50 and 75 that are advisor types for me. I would talk to them. So I would talk to them and say, what do you think? What do you think? Is this someone me? Is this them? What are you noticing? So I would talk to my camp first. It's the first thing I would do. Next thing I would do is, and I don't know if Jalen will do that or not. I certainly hope so, but I don't know. I don't know enough about him to know. Second thing I would do is I would meet with the Eagles brass. The brass is obviously the combination of Lurie, Howie, and Sirianni. From my perspective, let's say the WIP brass, our bosses. I would want to meet with them. I would certainly advocate to them, guys, I could use your help with everyone that's here at WIP chirping about me anonymously. I could use your help trying to quell that. So that's the second thing I would do. Will Jalen do that? Again, I'm going to say, I don't know. Maybe he will. Maybe his agent will. Maybe he chooses not to. Candidly, I'm not sure. Third thing I would do, I would definitely look in the mirror. I would ask myself, is it me? Is it me? Now, let's go again. Will Jalen do it? Elliot, you help me answer this one. Will Jalen do it? Because I don't know.
I do not think he will. Jalen just has never really been someone to cause a public fuss. He's had moments to do it. He won't speak to the media in like a press conference setting for another month, I would assume, when OTAs begin. And even then, he could wait till mandatory OTAs if he really wanted to, right? So it could be a little bit until Jalen.
Because it's a flaw if he's not considering the possibility that it is or could be him. That's a flaw. Listen.
But here's what I would say about that. I agree about the look in the mirror part and Jalen having flaws, but I think not an implication, but when you say that, it's almost like no one else in the building has flaws.
No,
right?
I'm not saying that.
No, I know, but Jalen's flaws are the only one where you're sitting down and going like, why
He's the starting quarterback.
He is
kind of the most important person on the team.
He is absolutely the most important on the team. That's why I think when they win, he deserves the most credit. But what I'm saying is, like, this paints it as if no one else in that building has issues.
No, I'm not trying to imply that. All right.
No.
So, all right. So here's the fourth thing I would do. And again, you can weigh in on all this at 215-592-9494. Fourth thing I would do. I'm going to give you a maybe with this one. I might talk to the players directly. Put another way, I might talk to my WIP co-workers directly. It's hard to say for sure whether I would or wouldn't. Those are uncomfortable conversations. I'd like to tell you that I would, but I can't say for certain that I would. I just know that I would want to, but those are very tricky conversations sometimes. So will Jaylen do that with the AJs and the whomever?
Well, the tough thing there is to, if you want to equate it, you have 10, 11 WIP, like true coworker type people. There's hundreds and hundreds of people that work in that building. And, there's almost 100 players, like 70, 75. So
I know.
That's the tough part for Jaylen, figuring out who said it. But let me ask you this. Would you try to figure out who said it?
Probably. Yes. Yes, definitely.
Because that would be tough,
yes.
I think, for Jaylen. There's ex-players,
of course
there's
I would
ex-coaches,
try.
there's current. Yeah.
If there's anonymous quotes coming from WIP about me, 1,000%, I would be trying to figure out who said it. No question.
If I'm Jaylen, it'd be hard not to.
Fifth thing I would do. Of course, with this unique offseason where he's a very accomplished quarterback with essentially one more year of big money on the deal, of course I would talk to the Eagles through my agent and say, I want a new deal. Now, I will tell you from my perspective, I would be willing, if they tell me not going to pay you now again, I would be willing to play out the deal and suck it up. Because I know this about myself. Let's say ratings decline. Jalen's ratings declined, so to speak, last year. I know this about me. I would accept that I have culpability in that. And I would accept that I'm not going to push WIP in a corner to pay me when things just went backwards. So that's me. Now, I think Jaylen will handle it that way. For instance, when Elliott says he should, say, I want a contract or I'm out of here. Like, I don't think he will do that. Final thing I'll say, I certainly would dig in, and I think most people would dig in to try to do their job really well and try to change the narrative. And this is the one I feel most confident about that Jaylen will do. Now, whether he will successfully do it, meaning play better and act different, I don't know. But I think for sure he will dig in and try to do his job really, really well. Because I believe that is truly, to his great everlasting credit, how he is wired. Look, I want to hear from you today at 215-592-9494. It's really been a wild series of events. What would you do if you're Jalen Hurts? What do you think he should do? What do you think he will do? As we broadcast from Borgata, your thoughts on this and more. Phillies, Sixers, and Flyers all in action tonight. 215-592-9494. Your chance to get involved. Talk to us on 94 WIP.
If you're considering an engagement in the future, you don't want to miss Benari Jewelers' April Bridal event. It's the most spectacular sales event of the year. Even more rings on site, designers, and interest-free financing with approved credit. You can't miss it. 3 straight days of savings, April 10th, 11th, and 12th, and you'll get Benari Jewelers' unbeatable price. But during the sale, it's next level. They're giving you up to 20% off thousands of engagement rings, so you'll find the cut, the size, the style you're looking for, and love the price. Remember, it's April 10th, 11th, and 12th. 3 days of savings on virtually all Benari Jewelers' fabulous rings and bands. Up to 20% savings and double the normal selection with top designers showcasing their entire lines. Best values of the year, plus interest-free financing with approved credit. Details at BenariJewelers.com. It's April 10th, 11th, and 12th. Only at my very good friends, Benari Jewelers in Exton and Newtown Square.
Ike Reese here from our friends at Dietz & Watson. Baseball is back, spring is in the air, and that means grilling season. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. And don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture. We cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Today, cloudy this morning, then some sun this afternoon, high 78.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by TMT Cash for Gold, Cherry Hill. A huge missed opportunity for the Flyers in a 4-2 loss to the Red Wings. Outshot Detroit 34-19. Tyson Foster returned, had the Flyers' first goal. Porter Martone everywhere with 9 shots. Got a new villain ref. His name is Cody Beach. Martone looking for a call. Beach forcefully grabbed the back of Martone's jersey and barked at him while ushering him across the ice. With 7 games to play, Flyers at 86 points, Detroit and Ottawa 88. Joel Embiid listed as doubtful for the Sixers home game against the T-Wolves tonight with an illness, which also caused him to miss Wednesday's game. Gold is soaring and silver is near record high. Got gold or silver? Get top dollar at the Estates Roadshow at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. Visit tmtcashforgold.com today. Clouds early, PM sun, high 78. It's currently 43. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I hope you're having a good start to your Friday morning. We broadcast from Borgata. It was a bad Thursday night for the Flyers, as Rhea certainly highlighted there in the update. Your chance to weigh in on that, your chance to look ahead of the Phillies as they start a new series with the Rockies today. Sixers with an important game tonight. And, of course, the Jalen thing. James, what do you make of my analysis there last segment? The strategy I would utilize in this spot if I'm Jalen Hurts, and what you think he will and should do.
So I think your strategy is fair. I think it's a little soft. I lean more towards Elliott. I'm not saying if I were Jalen, I would absolutely go ask for a contract, but I would definitely be in Jeffrey Lurie's office, like breaking this down, like saying, hey, why do these things keep happening? What can we do as an organization to stop these leaks from happening, to stop this from getting out of the building, and to fix this situation? But to the point, like initially made, like I would ask for a contract if I were Jalen before I would do nothing. Like before I would just talk.
I would definitely
right,
do that.
But like,
by the way, James, I can put it at 10,000% he has.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah,
his agent has.
The
sure.
chances that after
they've
last
definitely
all
at least
season
broached it. They've definitely at least to gauge their interest. But I think he has to do something. Like I don't think that he can just sit back and continue to take it. Like he has to take the reins of this situation in this organization, because I think that not only is it tough to deal with and all, whether fair, unfair, I think it's unfair, but whatever, it also just creates a situation for this team moving forward where if this stuff continues to happen, there's always going to be turmoil and chaos there.
Well, and I think an example to that point, James, of what this could kind of, evolve into is they were doing a mock draft yesterday on the Colin Cowherd show. And they were debating if the Eagles should take Ty Simpson from Alabama in the first round. Like they had like that listed as a potential thing. So the contract, obviously there's financial compensation for Jalen, which clearly is a big part of it. But the other thing the contract truly does is stop this in its tracks, right? Like if they were to announce today, they have extended Jalen beyond the 2026 season with more guaranteed money, even if it's not a huge contract, just something to make it crystal clear that he is their quarterback. Because if not, to your point, James, every game, every week, every practice, it's going to be a story.
All right, well, let's go to the phones. Your thoughts on where things stand and what you would do if you're Jalen and what you think he will do. 215-592-9494. Hassan in Strawberry Mansion. Good morning, Hassan.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. How you doing this morning?
What up, Hassan?
Good.
I called in, Joe. I agree with Elliott, and I agree with you. If I was Jalen, I would look in the mirror. And I would say, man, I've been to 2 Super Bowls in the last 4 years. Kirk Cousins just got $80 million for 2 years. Jeffrey Lurie just proclaimed his love for me. I need a check. I need y'all to make it make sense to me and show me the money.
It's interesting. So you're saying look in the mirror and puff the chest out. I'm saying look in the mirror and deflate the chest. You're saying when he wears the sunglasses, keep wearing the sunglasses.
He needs both though, because he absolutely has to look in the mirror and acknowledge his own flaws. Like he has to get better.
So I agree. He
does.
Be
willing to do. I think the biggest thing, Joe, to your point of looking in the mirror your way, is he has to be willing to go into this Sean Mannion offense and say, I'm willing to do whatever. I'm willing to do whatever this offense demands of me, and I'm not going to complain about it. I'm not going to change plays, unless I think it's the right call. I'm going to commit to this. That's what he has to do.
And I think he should. I think he will. But I also think it's important to note that we're not talking about this because of Jalen, right? Like this isn't a topic of conversation because Jalen demanded a contract and now he's causing a fuss about it, right? Like this is being discussed because articles are out discussing Jalen's weaknesses.
Not just that. The owner was asked about it at the meeting, and he said he's under a new contract. I mean, he said it twice.
Middle of the contract.
Yeah. So he made a point of saying he's in the middle of the contract.
Yeah. Yes. Which is code for don't expect him to get a new deal.
Correct. Yeah. That's about the way I took it.
And which, by the way, really, let's be real.
Yeah.
If they really, really, really believed in him, they would want to extend him.
They do it with everybody.
Not only just to create cap space, right? Like if you restructure Jalen's deal, you could open up a lot of cap space. So a lot of teams do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
By the way, the Kirk Cousins deal is really only 1 year Guaranteed $20 million.
But still, $20 million for Kirk Cousins for a year
100
is insane.
100%.
I mean, is
James.
he that much better than Andy Dalton? I mean, he's better, but is he that much better?
No.
At all. Like, this is crazy.
Let me tell you something,
The amount of
Hassan.
money that they give, like, come on.
Hassan, can I tell you
Like,
something, my man?
Jalen Hurts. Huh?
Hassan, let me tell you something.
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, let me tell you something. So it's 6:24. You know, we're all a little groggy. But you, my man, and I love you, Hassan, you sound like you woke up 4 minutes ago. What's going on?
But that's because I'm on my way to bed.
That makes some sense right there.
Hassan, I hope you had a good night. Hope work's going well if you're on the overnight shift, and keep calling us when you can. Thanks, buddy.
No problem. Have a good one.
All right, pal. You got it.
Hassan's asleep already, believe it or not.
Yeah, that's funny. 215-592-9494. All right, coming up, Rhea's thoughts on my strategy for Hurts. Does she like it or not? Plus, we got a great prize to give away today. We'll do a dive into that Flyers game last night, what Rick Tocchet said after the game, that and more about the refs. Phone calls on all of it. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. Typically, in this case, Elliot today from Borgata, 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about United Tire and Service. Obviously, the anniversary is coming up, the big one, 250. And around here, obviously, you don't last the test of time. What's the saying? You don't stand the test of time unless you earn trust. And United Tire and Service, I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely earns trust of their customers. And I strongly encourage you, if you're not, become one of their customers and let them earn your trust as well. You're going to get straight talk. If your car needs fixing, they will fix it. If it doesn't, they will tell you you're in good shape. They're not going to fix what doesn't need fixing. They're just wonderful people, tremendous mechanics, great business people that know what they're doing. And they know you as a customer want a helping hand to guide you through a process that, frankly, you don't know the intricacies of your car. You turn it over to an expert that does, put it in their hands, and they'll take care of it for you. And right now they've got something special going on, a really cool road to 250 promotion, so to speak. You can head to 94wip.com/contests. That's 94wip.com/contests and enter for your chance to win $250 on a set of 4 new tires every week. It's easy, it's local, and it's all about taking care of your car. United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Spring is here, and that means wind, rain, and roofing problems. When it comes to protecting your home, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Family owned and operated for 53 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry. That's experience. That's integrity. That's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Where you learn matters. At Monmouth University, students study on a vibrant coastal campus with direct access to research, culture, and industry. From classrooms to competition, from creativity to career prep, Monmouth offers a vantage point shaped by location and purpose, blending a personalized learning experience with Division I pride and a rising national profile. Bigger thinking, more inspired. You amplified. Amplify your future at Monmouth University. Learn more at monmouth.edu/amplified.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait. And don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust. Call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit bradfordwhite.com to learn more.
Gonna dig a hole in your backyard? Call 811, don't be caught off guard, cause PA1 Calls got your back to help locate those utilities stacked.
Play it safe and do your part so no one in the neighborhood's house goes dark.
But if you don't, and there's an outage, you might have to deal with some screams and shoutage, cause ain't nothing worse when your toilet won't flush, your lights go out,
when your pipes bust.
Yeah, your neighbors are gonna love you. Know what's below? Call 811 before you dig. Help us at 50 and 5. More at PA1call.org.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by J&S Family Roofing. Flyers had plenty of chances, but couldn't finish off on a 4-2 loss to Detroit. Flyers 34 shots on goal to the Red Wings 19. They sit at 86 with 7 to play. Detroit and Ottawa at 88. Porter Martone, 9 shots. And involved in a very weird situation with ref Cody Beach, who aggressively grabbed Martone's jersey and barked in his face after Martone was looking for a call. Sixers home tonight against Timberwolves. Joel Embiid doubtful with an illness that caused him to miss Wednesday's game. Phillies open a series in Colorado, live here on 94 WIP at 4:10 p.m. When it comes to projects on your home, you want someone to deliver quality work at an honest price. That's J&S Family Roofing, built by family, backed by the best. Cloudy early PM, sun high 78, currently 43. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
Good morning to you. Joe to camera and Elliot in for John. John will be back on Wednesday. Jody Mackey on Monday and Tuesday next week, along with Rhea and James. Your chance to weigh in as well, 215-592-9494. James, I'm thinking about cooking up a Twitter poll question of the day that I haven't yet texted you. So we won't make this an official poll question, but let me ask you this.
We're going to do it live?
We're going to do it live. We'll do it live. James, let me be clear. The use of my word good here doesn't necessarily mean quality start in the baseball sense where you have to go 6 innings, 3 runs or less, because not every pitcher second time through gets to 6 innings.
Certainly not these days. That's
this
for
early
sure.
in April. Yeah. But here's my question to you, James. Gut feeling. Your house is on the line, and you got to put the money down one way or the other. Will Aaron Nola give the Phillies a good start today or not?
So
yeah, I think we got our answer right there.
Thank you, James.
So there's dueling,
Pause and so.
there's dueling things in my head right now. One is that they're facing the worst team in baseball, which helps. The other is that it's in Colorado, which
They never play well there.
And it's Aaron Nola. Like,
I was gonna say, what about
gives
the
up
big number
fly
3
balls.
there?
Like,
Yeah.
it just feels like he's going to give up a couple homers in Colorado, no matter how good the Rockies are. So I would guess like 6 innings, 3 runs, which would be fine.
Well,
I
6
think he'll
innings,
get
3 runs,
yeah,
technically.
I think he gets you 6 innings. So I think it'll be like a quality start type thing tonight. But I don't feel if he gives you 5 innings, 4 runs, I wouldn't be shocked. I'm
So I'll say this,
not
Steve,
confident.
I've never loved that 6 innings and 3 runs.
Yeah, it's a 4.50 ERA. It makes no
that's
sense.
not great.
That was why I said in my mind that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah,
betting your house on Aaron Nola seems terrifying.
I've long
Horrendous.
thought quality start in the modern sense where you're not expecting a pitcher to go 9 or 8 innings should be 7 runs, 3 innings or less, or excuse me,
7 innings.
7 innings, 3 runs or less.
6-2,
or
5-1.
6 innings and 2 runs.
I would even argue 5-1 should be considered a quality start in this day and age.
I would agree with that.
Well, especially this early in the season, to James' point.
All right, 215-592-9494. Let's get to, as Rhea highlighted, some of the twists and turns of the Flyers game last night. Flyers were jumping. I mean, they had a lot of
They had a lot of chances.
They had a lot of chances, a lot of attacks. But the biggest attack of the game, and many consider the referee with Porter Martone. Let's listen to this as Brian Boucher last night on NBC Sports Philadelphia was discussing after it happened, the referee kind of corralling Flyers rook Porter Martone.
Back before the TV timeout, Martone wants an interference or an elbow on this play. He's looking around wondering why no call. Then Cody Beach comes over. I don't like this from Cody Beach. I mean, it's a little forceful to be talking to a kid like that. You see Martone look back like, what's going on here? Then Rick Tocchet had a discussion with Beach to kind of calm things down. We'll see how that plays out the rest of the game.
A lot of lip readers.
We can't say it.
Yeah, think that the ref dropped multiple F-bombs right at him. Rhea, what'd you make of that?
So when I was watching it, here's what happened is they were unhappy with the officiating throughout most of the night. And Tocchet even referenced it.
Matter of fact, real quick, let me get
Yeah.
to that audio, then your analysis.
Yeah.
Let's listen to Tocchet after the game. You can tell he was particularly cheesed about early in the game. He's measured to an extent as Tocchet presents his post game, but you can tell this is clear he's not happy.
Well, I just thought the first half, I don't know if it was a 2-0 penalties for us. I didn't feel that way. I thought there was a couple of things that, I didn't agree with the first 30, 35 minutes at all. But that happens. I might be wrong. I don't know. I haven't seen the game.
So, Rhea, what do you think?
So here's what happened. So Martone had a couple things earlier in the game. Nothing's called. And I get that. He's a rookie. He's 19 years old. He's not going to get those calls. So he's unhappy with not getting a call. And he kind of puts his hands up and looks towards the beach. And this guy comes over like, Martone is his kid who came home at 2:00 in the morning, grabs him by the back of the jersey. Yeah. And I mean, he's in his face yelling, "Shut the bleep up."
Yeah.
And while he's ushering, I get you got to let rookies know, hey, you're going to play a certain way. You're not going to get calls.
Yep.
When I was all across the NHL, former players were saying that he was totally out of line.
Yeah.
I thought he was out of line, but I was like, maybe it's because I'm a Flyers fan. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, it was pretty aggressive. You know what it was? It was sort of, if you remember years ago, Joe West, the umpire in baseball.
Yes.
With, it wasn't as crazy. James, remember when he took down, was it Dennis Cook?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
A Phillies Mets fight.
For sure.
And I believe Joe West took down Dennis Cook. And he's, sort of trying to have him not be in the fight, but he really forcefully took him down. Now, this, last night wasn't that bad, but it wasn't cool.
Yeah, I think the way he grabs the back of the jersey too really makes it like to the
It
point
was
about
overly aggressive.
Yeah, like the lip reading, the cursing. That happens on the ice. It's the way he grabs the jersey and like pulls.
If
him
a player
along.
had grabbed
yes.
the official, they'd be suspended.
It
for 5
feels
games.
like the kind of you'd see in youth hockey. Like, you know what I mean? Like some kid's doing something wrong and the ref grabs him and pulls him back. Like I couldn't. It felt like surreal to see it in an NHL game.
It was very bizarre. So your thoughts on the Flyers last night? I mean, look, that aside, they really missed a big opportunity and now are in a deeper hole.
And Joe, here's what I'll also say about Martone. I was saying this to Elliot before the game. When the 19-year-old is one of the best players on the ice, your other players have to step up.
Yeah.
I mean, they really do.
Or your other players just aren't good enough. Yeah.
As much as it's been good to see the Flyers play meaningful hockey late in the season, I think it might have been Tocchet that said this. Maybe it was Keith Jones on your guys' show. Like, it's good to see the players get these reps and the meaningful stuff. Like, you're right. They've had chances here. They keep being 2 points back, so they're not getting buried, but they've missed a chance to
go
get
ahead.
it. Yeah, exactly.
And
I
they
believe
they're losing on tiebreakers in a
they
big
are.
way.
Yeah.
And I think right now it's 3 points. Am I right? We wake up.
I thought it was
3
still
points?
2, but maybe
We'll look
I could
that
be
up.
wrong. Yeah.
2 points for
I think it's 2.
2 points.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, look, there's only
7, I think.
I think it's
7?
5. I think the Sixers were at 8, and the six. We'll look it up. We'll look it all up. Let's go to the phones. Jerry in Douglasville. Jerry, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Hey,
What's up, Jerry?
I wanted this Hurts stuff is absolutely insane. What's going on right now in that organization where someone's leaking all this stuff? It's been happening since the tail end of McNabb's career all the way through now to Hurts. So whoever it is has been there the entire time.
It's not one person.
No, it's it's not.
It's one person that's
No, it's not.
It's not.
That's not, Jerry.
It's not.
I don't know. It sure seems like it is.
Well, Jerry, let me tell you how I can prove to you you're wrong. There are players speaking anonymously, and none of the players play with Donovan McNabb.
I understand players are speaking anonymously, but where they're getting the initial information from is from someone inside the building that's been there for a long
They're
period.
forming their own opinions.
Well, but Jerry, to your point, whether it was someone during the McNabb era, which it wasn't, but whatever, like that's the thing if I'm Jaylen. Why is this coming out from inside the building? They can't control if a former coach or a former player talks, right? Like they're not employed by the team anymore. They're not in the building. It just seems like a lot of this is coming from in the building. And if I'm Jaylen, that's the most upsetting part to me.
Absolutely. I mean, the guy, as far as a star player goes, the guy has been everything that we ever want in this city.
Agreed.
Everything that we want. So for whoever it is, I mean, if I'm Lurie, if I'm Howie, and I know you guys are not going to like this, but I'm banning the media until they
stop.
Listen,
I'll tell you this, Jerry, it won't stop it. By the way, if that's
until they give up who is giving them an
Jerry, do you not think it's also coming from management?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to find out who it is.
No.
Jerry, you know what's very notable? And Elliot's made this point a number of times. The Eagles don't push, when I say the Eagles, on the record or off the record, they don't push back in defense of Jaylen when these things happen. I'll say this, Jerry, other than Sirianni, who in every interview we do with him and press conferences always has Jaylen's back as a performer and player. But when these things come out, they never say, what the hell's wrong with all of you? It's not true. Jerry, they never.
Let me just get in here before you cut me off.
Sure.
The one thing in the article, I'm not a fan of either one of those guys, and you guys are defending them to the end because it's your colleagues or whatever, and I get that. But the one thing in the article that it just doesn't make any sense to me, and it seems like a personal attack, is the body language, the leadership, everything. You're talking about a guy, and I know it's been covered a million times. His dad's a coach or whatever. He played for the greatest leader in college football ever. Okay, that stuff was never came out, never mentioned. He led one of the greatest programs ever. He's come to Philadelphia and been exemplary. Leadership has never been a question. Now all of a sudden, when he has an off year, and here's another thing too. Everybody keeps saying he's got to meet expectations. What expectations is going to be good enough for everybody to meet? If you win,
I think from a team perspective,
good call, Jerry. Interesting phone
this
call.
This
is
strictly about the style of play because they've won with him. They've won a Super Bowl. He does all the off the field stuff well. What he has to prove is strictly about if he can evolve his game, play under center more, throw it over middle of the field more, like that type of stuff. That is what this is about. Jerry's right. From a winning perspective, it is not much more he can do.
I don't agree with quite how you framed it, Elliot. I think it is primarily about how he plays and how he adapts, but I don't think it's exclusively to that. Because here, I'll give you for instance. I think stubbornness to want to do it his way precedes style of play and effectiveness. Meaning they're saying to him, we want you to open up to more elements of what we can do on offense. So it's not just how effective he is out there, it's how much he embraces doing the other.
Right, but the core root of that is because he doesn't feel comfortable seemingly doing the other stuff, right? So to your point about stubbornness and audibling plays and all that, that's because he wants to do what he feels he is good at.
Yeah, but that's not working within the offense.
No, it's not working.
Well, it's
And
not
by the way,
working to
Elliot,
an extent.
And by the way, Elliot, for 2 years, it hasn't worked in the passing game. I mean, just for what it's worth, the year they won the Super Bowl, and some of this is because the Eagles had a great running game and ran it more than other teams. They finished, which means he finished, 29th in the NFL in passing yards in the 2024 Super Bowl with a remarkable collection of talent and with that offensive line in prime health.
So
that's an outrageously low number.
I agree. Now, I do think there is context to those numbers where, like, it's not all on Jalen. But without question, like, Jalen needs to improve. That's why I'm saying when Jerry points out, like, a prove-it year, what does he have to show? It's just about evolving as a player because the results are there.
And I will say this about what Jerry said. I agree with Jerry on the bad body language quote because I didn't doubt either of those stories that most of it's true. I think the person with the bad body language and leadership is someone who doesn't like Jalen. And I took, of all the quotes in there, that was the one, you know, if you know something about Jalen, he's a private guy. He's a quiet guy. That can sometimes be perceived as bad body language. That was the one quote I did take issue with.
Rhea, what do you think of my strategy? I laid it out earlier, the 5 or 6 things I would do if I was Jalen and my assessment of whether he will or won't do them. Some of which I don't know if he will or won't. What do you think of how I broke it down?
So your look in the mirror thing is very personal to me because I was on a morning show team that was very successful. Yeah. And then you and John took over the morning show, and thank you for keeping me. I've always been very appreciative of that.
Pleasure.
But the first year and a half was really difficult for me because I was used to a playbook, the way it was run. You were running a different playbook, and obviously you've continued the amazing success, and it's been great. But the first was, I mean, I went home every day going, I don't think I can do this because it was really difficult. And I eventually just went one day because if you wake up at 2:15 in the morning, you have to be excited to go to work. And so I had reached a point where I just said to myself, okay, you have to change. Listen, see how Joe runs it. And I just kind of took a month or two to just really pay attention to the way you did things.
I appreciate that.
And I said, I can adapt to
you
this.
You think that was sometime during the 24 year?
Yeah, because you started in 23.
Because we're 3 years in.
Yeah, 3 years in. I would say it was like a little past a year.
Yeah.
And I did a self.
This is getting deeper, James. This is we've got some Dr. Phil territory going here right
Rhea
now.
and I have talked about this many times. Yeah.
James knows. And listen, and James is the one you said talk to people. James is the one I talk to the most.
That's nice.
I mean,
that's great.
James very much helped me.
No, that's really cool.
So not to ruin this beautiful moment, but like I think a slight difference would be imagine during the transition period, there were articles coming out where you believed potentially Joe and James were ripping you through the media, right? Like it would change how you view like a willingness to.
But here's where I will say this because
and John, I guess too, he's just not here. But
these are coming out in the media, in my opinion, because maybe they've tried to talk to him.
I agree with that, Rhea.
And it's not work. When he made that quote, and it's always stuck with all of us. The offense is going to run the way I want it to run.
Right.
And when you see these quotes that he's calling plays that are not even on the play sheet or the play call or that that's a problem. And so if they've tried, your next option. Because there's been I haven't seen pushback from the Eagles on these two stories.
Oh, zero.
Yeah.
Zero.
So,
all right, well, really,
that is notable, man. That's notable. It really is. Like the fact that the Eagles, the Eagles haven't even put out like anything about this.
James, that and the fact he doesn't have a new contract and is not going to this offseason.
Totally. Yeah. It's very notable.
All right, let's get to not one, but two different Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin is more than just quality pre-owned Chevrolets. You can visit ArminChevy.com. That's ArminChevy.com to see Armin's entire pre-owned inventory, ArminChevy.com. First poll question, we touched on this earlier. Will Aaron Nola give the Phillies a good start today? Yes or no? Again, we're not putting it in the baseball quality start, which is 6 innings or more, 3 runs or less. We're just saying a good start, and we're framing it as an early April good start.
Could you add a third to that, yes or no, and then James's response? So, ... Pause.
Correct. All right, second poll question. By the way, yeah, looked it up. I was wrong. It is 7 games left for the Flyers, and you guys were right. They are still 2 points back of a playoff spot. There now are 4 teams tied for that final playoff spot. Flyers not being one of them.
Man.
Brutal.
So 88 points is what you'd refer to as sort of the 8th seed. Now, in hockey terms, it's what they call the second wild card, but essentially the 8th seed. Ottawa 88, they're in as of now. Detroit 88. Columbus 88, Flyers 86. So when we tell you they're going to have to win probably 6 of the remaining 7 at least.
It's wild they haven't been buried more, though. When you think of who they've played, too, like they've played.
They lost to Detroit and Washington.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure.
Right.
But Detroit, they beat like a week ago, and
Yeah.
last night they couldn't get
Yeah.
anything by Gibson. It was
So,
really frustrating.
All right, second poll question. So this is one of those cool days in Philly sports where we have not 1, not 2, but 3 of our teams in play. And so we ask you this poll question. Which game are you most interested in today? We're going to put them in alphabetical order. Choice A is the Flyers game. Choice B is the Phillies game. And choice C is the Sixers game. By the way, for sequencing purpose, know this.
It's beautiful.
Phillies play at 4,
Yep.
and the Flyers and Sixers both play in the 7 o'clock hour. So you can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter and weigh in on the phone line. Different implications, to say the least, with those 3 games tonight. Sixers and Flyers game most closely aligned implication-wise. But let's be real. The game matters the most by far for the Flyers.
Yeah.
Phillies might still win the poll because I think people generally jazz.
Which is funny because it's like by far the least important.
Correct.
Like nothing's not even close.
That is correct. All right. When you call in today, also your chance to win the Jalen Hurts Link experience that we've been giving away all week. It's a pretty damn cool prize. And we give it away one more day today for a Friday event next week, Friday night, next week at 6 o'clock. For tickets to this and more information, you can visit PhiladelphiaEagles.com/tours. You can also directly purchase the chance to be there for $300. And what you'll get if you purchase it or if you win the 2 tickets today is a one-of-a-kind, unique experience with the Eagles and Jalen Hurts. It'll involve a stadium tour of the Link. It'll involve a question and answer session with Jalen in the Hyundai Club. It will involve you'll be in the locker room. It is also a chance to get your photograph taken with the Lombardi trophies and dinner. So really, really, really cool.
Timing of it is perfect, too.
Oh, timing of it is unbelievable.
Yeah.
So 215-592-9494. Speaking of timing, I guess this is an apropos question to ask, given the fact that yesterday the United States of America launched sort of to the moon. So we're sending some folks up there to the moon right now, but not like on the moon. They're going to go around the moon. So obviously
they're doing a drive-by.
Yeah, just
drive
a quick little trip
correct.
there.
And not quite as cool as the late 1960s when we landed on the moon. About 1 millionth as important as that one. But listen, it's still pretty freaking neat, guys. I mean,
the scene in Apollo 13 that always
Yeah.
gets me is when Jim Lovell, Tom Hanks goes, "We just lost the moon."
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's heavy.
Does
Some
it
movie
surprise you
rocks.
they don't go to the moon more often? Like if I would have told you the first time they landed,
Well, yeah.
that it wouldn't end up being like a somewhat.
But,
frequent
they
occurrence.
determined there wasn't much to do.
No,
there.
agreed.
Yeah,
I'm just
and it
surprised,
costs a
yeah.
lot of money, right?
Well, we do a lot of things that cost a lot of money.
Just saying, like,
Yeah.
we don't need to we did it. We went
Right.
to the moon.
But it is cool. And like, there's some dudes like rocking in space right now. So, and by the way, it was a really cool thing yesterday where an airplane, there was a passenger.
Oh, how
on
cool
an
was that
airplane
video?
that saw it go up?
Well,
while they
did
were
you
in the air.
listen to what the pilot was saying? Like, it was really cool. It was
It's
cool
great.
to listen to.
All right, so here's the deal. Speaking of cool, we ask you today in honor of these guys in the moon concept, 215-592-9494. What's cool? What's cool? Best answer, whoever provides it, is going to win the Jalen Hurts experience. Elliott Sure Parks. Other than me beating Fritz in basketball, what's cool?
So I pushed back on this being cool for a while, but I finally relented about a year ago, and it changed my life. And it's definitely cool.
What?
A leather jacket.
Oh,
You put on a leather jacket.
I agree.
You
Your
just
bomber
feel
jacket?
different.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Everywhere I go, I get compliments on
I don't know
it.
about
Like
this.
it is without question cool.
the first time you wore it, you came in, I went, "Whoa,
Everyone
Elliot, very
did.
cool."
Exactly. Very cool.
I agree. Rhea, what's cool?
So I'm always struck by this whenever I go to Citizens Bank Park for a day game. The skyline from Citizens Bank
Yeah,
Park.
it's really nice.
It's so cool. I love it.
Yeah, it is really outstanding.
It might be
James,
the best skyline view in baseball.
as if Elliott knows them all.
Yeah, like he's
What do
been
you
to
mean?
many
What do you mean?
Just saying. I mean, it's an
Oh.
awesome skyline view.
Don't talk out your hiney like
Yeah.
Rich.
Better
No
than
idea.
PNC Park.
All right.
I don't know.
So I got a little.
He's never been to PNC Park. Yeah, it was good, Joe. I like that.
James, what's cool?
So not just any person doing it. When this is done well, I think people who can beatbox well. Beatboxing is so freaking cool.
Yeah.
How about that? You don't hear about that much.
It's impressive.
I know. It's so impressive. I'm blown away when you can really do it. It's so cool.
All right, 215-592-9494. I'll give you one from this week. None of us have experienced this. Elliot would be the closest, but Jay Glazer experienced it. Jay Glazer hung out, not just took a picture of the picture being taken of the coaches. Jay Glazer had a gathering of 28 of the 32 active NFL head coaches, and they were just drinking beers this week. 28 of them. Plus Michael Phelps hanging out there, too.
Well, that's random.
So you want to talk about cool?
Of course. Why wouldn't Michael Phelps be there with all?
I think Jalen Rose was there too. Like it was.
That's amazing.
As a reporter that was at that thing, the power he has to have all 28 head coach or whatever, 28 of 32 show up is very, very cool.
It's remarkable. All right, so give us a great answer for what's cool. Best
and he's
answer.
really good friends with Brett Michaels.
Is he
from Poison? Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Oh yeah. He comes over his house and sings.
How about that? All right, so what's cool? What's your reaction to the Hurts stuff? What would you do? How would you handle it if you're Jalen Hurts? How do you think he will handle it? How do you think he should handle it? 215-592-9494, plus the other three teams in action today, and that Flyers loss last night. Coming up, a tweet related to A.J. Brown. Not A.J.'s tweet, but related to A.J. Brown from a notable former Eagle. That and more. We'll get Elliot's perspective on that as we broadcast from Borgata on 94 WIP.
Air conditioner, oh air conditioner, will you make it through the summer? If you don't, it'll be a bummer. Start your spring off right. We got huge rebates if that budget's tight. This is Jonathan Cans, and I am not a poet. I am, however, the third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We are the mainline's oldest family-owned HVAC company, and we are not private equity-owned. But we are experts in rebates, big ones. And right now, there are up to $2,300 in rebates available. Contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekans.com.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/here-for-good.
Find your dream ride with an auto loan from American Heritage Credit Union. We're proud to offer loans on both new and used vehicles with low monthly payments and flexible terms up to 84 months, as well as auto lease buyouts. Drive with confidence and enjoy discounts on auto insurance and added value services like mechanical breakdown protection. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto to get started. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
Why not make brand new appliances a part of your spring cleaning plans? National Appliance Warehouse has over 100 brands, include the best in kitchen, laundry, and even grilling and outdoor kitchen appliances. You know you'll always get the absolute best price available at National Appliance Warehouse. They leverage their massive buying power to guarantee the lowest prices for their customers and use Price Assure to deliver on that promise. But what keeps their customers coming back isn't just the lowest prices. It's the customer service. Their team operates under a simple what-if policy. What if this customer was my mom or dad, my kid, or my friend? Everyone who walks in gets treated to a 5-star experience. An expert guides you around a huge showroom with over 100 brands and makes sure you end up with the perfect appliances. They even have mattresses too. Now is the perfect time to spring into savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Visit their Wilmington or Middletown showrooms in tax-free Delaware, or click nationalappliancewarehouse.com and make sure you tell them Fritz sent you.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability, restrictions, and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. This is Sports Radio. Download the Odyssey app now and take 94 WIP with you anywhere you go.
James, I got to ask a question. Sure. Not that the Flyers have exactly been a rose lately. And I say lately, I mean the last 15 years. Is this a Patrick Kane reference?
No,
after
so
that, after that Thorn.
No, that's a good one. This
scored a
is
goal last night?
this is Rhea just brought up the band Poison.
Yeah.
So this is the band Poison. Yeah. But I like you looking deep into it. I appreciate that. I
Deep
do.
cut.
I mean,
I hate him. Just want to make that very clear.
Dave,
You know what?
Can't
You know-
stand the guy.
You know, I hate it more. Rich? I
Patrick
don't-
Kane or
Yeah, we
Patrick
scored the
Kane,
goal.
yeah,
We
Fred
scored the
Michael's
goal.
fine.
I'm kidding. End of 2010. Reed, you remember there was that guy, and he was kind of a scrubbish player in the Blackhawks that was taking shots at Pronger back in that cup run.
God.
There was some random dude, and it's like, dude, you're a scrub. Shut up.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone remembers that. Some random, whoever the heck that guy was.
You know what the funny thing about Chicago is with regards to the Flyers? So I'm at a, and this is back right when Jonesy was just done playing.
Yep.
I was out there for the weekend. Phillies were playing. And I started chatting with this guy who's from Chicago. And somehow we got on the Flyers. I go, oh, I work with, former Flyer.
Yep.
Jonesy, Keith Jones. I hate that guy.
Really?
I mean,
Really?
because Jonesy, what we forget is on the ice, he was an agitator to the other teams. Oh, this guy went on a 10-minute diatribe of how much he hated Jones.
Was his game.
Yeah. Oh,
that is funny
yeah.
because I have one of my best friends is a Chicago Blackhawks, lives in Chicago, and I get the other thing where he is obsessed with Jeremy Roenick. He thinks Jeremy Roenick is the greatest person who has ever lived in the history of the world. So I get like the
Interesting.
opposite thing
Oh,
from my
wow.
Blackhawks buddy.
Let me ask you guys this question. Philadelphia sports all 4 teams. Which player do you think most from our standpoint, one of our guys, has been a Matthew Barnaby?
Oh, it's Chase
type?
Utley with the Mets. Full stop.
Oh,
yeah, that's a good one.
That is pretty.
Mets fan.
Yeah.
And he's one of the nicest people I ever meet. He hates Chase Utley with a
Yeah.
passion.
Yeah.
They all
So
do. Yeah.
This is not as big as Chase Utley because I think James is right. That is the answer. But like Joel Embiid probably
Yeah.
has multiple ones. Like the
Oh,
Knicks,
yeah.
a good one, Elliot. Yeah.
You know,
You're right.
the Denver fans because he never plays
Well, because
there.
he
like-
the
whole
foul
league,
baiting.
It just
yeah,
dislikes
but
him
the
kinda.
Knicks would probably be the one where, yeah.
By the way, I'll give you one more, and it's a shame because I think he's a super nice guy and a good coach, but people really don't like Sirianni.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
thinking that
Yeah,
too.
that's true.
Never
I believe Buddy
finishes-
back in the day too. Buddy.
Well,
used to
Buddy
piss
had
people off.
reasons to, but no, Sirianni, does he? How close has he ever finished to Coach of the Year?
Maybe.
It's a really good point.
Peacocking
Joe.
on the
Yeah.
sidelines is not well received by people.
We've
around
had
the
a
nation.
few guys come in for like a little bit, like Romanowski was an Eagle, like he's that type.
Oh,
of,
yeah.
you know what
Yeah.
I mean? But like in terms of like who are our guys, I think Chase is.
Well,
the
it's
top one.
interesting with the Sirianni thing too, being just at the league meetings where all the teams are there. Even other media members will talk to me like, "Man, dealing with Nick has to be the worst." Like, what's that? I'm like, "No, he's actually a very nice guy." So you're right. The public perception is different.
All right, let's get some calls in here as we roll till 10 today. Here from Borgata. Again, curious if you agree with my assessment that things that Jalen Hurts should do, given everything that's going on. People in his life that have been in his corner for years that he trusts. And, hey, is it me? Is it them? Get their perspective. I would, if I'm him, meet with the brass, Eagles brass. That's Lurie, Howie, and Sirianni. I would also, though, take a long look in the mirror and ask myself, is it me? Am I a big part of why this stuff keeps being said about me? I may or may not talk to players directly. That's a tricky one. You got to figure that one out based on circumstances. I would ask for a new contract, but I would accept if I don't get one, knowing the play had reduced last year. But I certainly would dig in, and I think Jalen will definitely do this, dig in and try to do his best to to work through it and be the best version he can. Let's go to the phones, 215-592-9494. Dan in Philadelphia. Hi, Dan.
Morning, crew. How are we today?
What up, Dan?
Listen, I'm just going to start reading some stuff off to you, right? I just want you to tell me if you know any other sports city that has accumulated this much drama, right? Carter Hart, Eric Lindros, Angelo, Ben Simmons, Markel Fultz, Carson Wentz, Tio, Ricky Waters, Harper, Castellanos, Dombrowski saying something about Harper, J.D. Drew,
Probably.
It could keep going, but
New York.
I know,
James,
but
no,
Dan,
there are
it's-
definitely other cities that have stuff like that.
But there's also
for
no
every
question
team-
in Philly because of the media market and the passion. It's just
I
there's
agree with
more
that.
here.
I agree with
I
that.
agree,
The
Chicago,
coverage,
New
the whole
York,
thing.
and all that. Yeah, but he is right about the fact that being in this city, and that's why not every athlete can play here. Honestly, it's tough to play here.
why can't we just have nice things? We
do have nice things. I mean, remember, you're not in those cities. We're not living their realities every day.
I know, Rhea. It just seems like every time
Because we're
we,
here.
Yeah,
we're
exactly.
peaking. It's like something crazy happens.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like Hurts. If the team, I agree with you though, kind of Joe. If he's holding back the offense because he doesn't want to grow, I don't know what other option you have, right? If the team wants to keep growing and he's like, this is what I do and this is all I have. I don't know what you do. The guy did win a Super Bowl MVP. He's been to two Super Bowls. So it's
But Dan, remember this, the MVP thing. Let's just tackle that for a second. It was 1 year after Foles won it that he was out.
Yeah,
the Seattle. No, hold on. Just because there's a lot of people that made, I thought, too much. And I want to be very clear. I'm not trying to dog it. All right. It's a great accomplishment. Seattle Seahawks just had a running back that won the MVP. He's not a Seahawk anymore.
Yeah, but it's a little different from Foles. Foles had the
sure.
Wentz thing.
Of course, it's
very different. And also, Jalen has brought them to 2 Super Bowls.
I agree,
Right.
but my point is, it doesn't mean you're the guy long term, which is what a lot of people 12 months were telling me, and I was trying to tell them, I don't think so, guys.
No, I agree with that, but it also means that he could be the guy long term. You know what I mean? So it's
Of course, that's right.
I guess I don't know. I guess it will come down, like Elliot said yesterday. He should demand a trade or a contract, and then at least we'll know what we're doing. Well, at least we'll know what the Eagles are doing. How
that would be
view him,
my
right?
thing too, from Jalen's perspective. Joe, I think you did a good job, actually, you too, Rhea, internalizing it and saying how you would feel in this. I think if I'm Jalen, what I would feel is, do you guys want me to be the quarterback? That would be the takeaway from me reading those 2 articles, right? Do you want me here? I think that's a question I would ask if I'm Jalen. And Joe, to your point about what you would do, I do think it's important because oftentimes these can be handled through intermediaries, like the agent calls or, the commute, whatever. I think Jalen should talk to like Jeffrey or Howie or Nick
for sure.
and like not have it be, a person in the middle. But yeah, I think
Like the agent.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Well,
All
and
right, Dan,
also, just with the
often
Super
is
Bowl
it that-
MVP thing, real quick, it's not just that. It's that he's 57 and 25 in his career as a starting
Agreed.
quarterback. It's
Right.
the
And how
combo
often
of
does-
those things, you
How
know?
often does a franchise quarterback get to go into his last year without any type of deal?
Yeah,
You know?
it's great.
well,
rare.
especially at this age.
Right. So
It's
it will
definitely
make them-
rare.
It will make them. He can force them to say whether they want him or not. And it might what it comes. Maybe what it comes.
Dan,
down
I think
to.
the conversation's already happened. I'll tell you how it went. Agent said we want a new contract. Eagles said we might do that, but we're not ready to do it yet. We want to see how you play in 26. That was the conversation. I really believe that.
It's private,
I mean,
but
to think that conversation has not occurred,
Oh, it definitely.
I think would be incredibly
yeah,
naive.
the agent's not doing their job then.
If
Yeah.
you're Jalen though, like, wouldn't you be livid at that? Like
Yeah, so you would make them
he
say
won a
it
Super
publicly.
Bowl. So he won the Super Bowl in 2022. Since then, Brock Purdy, Tua, Trevor Lawrence, Dak Prescott, Jared Goff have all gotten contracts bigger than Jalen's. And I think we can, probably debate, and we will for months about like where Jalen ranks, but he's had better careers than those guys.
All right, Dan, I need an answer. What's cool? Like the going to the moon?
The
Sort
other
of.
side of a pillow.
Oh, it's a good one.
look
All
at
right,
you.
Stuart
answer.
Scott.
Look at you. The other side of a pillow. Pretty good. 215-592-9494. Coming up, this A.J. Brown thing I want to get into. Plus, what do I got here? Oh, could the Eagles draft a QB? NFL draft expert yesterday said, yeah, they might. They might pretty high. Beat the Hammer at 7:45. Phone calls and all this from Borgata. Elliot in for John today on 94 WIP.
With the April weather going up and down, you're probably opening and closing your windows more now than any other time of the year. If they're sticky, painted shut, or just plain stubborn, you aren't just losing your mind, you are losing energy efficiency. You need windows that glide open with one finger and seal tight. You know I'm a big Window Nation fan. I've been using them for well over a decade, and here's why I trust these guys. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and over 45,000 five-star reviews, 50-point inspection of every window before it leaves the factory, 96% customer satisfaction rating, which I'm one of. And right now in April, the more you buy, the more you save. Up to 50% off all styles, and you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Don't wait. Do what I did. Get your free estimate at windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
The moment you've been waiting for is here. Benari Jewelers has just released the dates for their highly anticipated spring bridal event, April 10th through 12th. 3 days of unmatched selection, up to 20% off engagement rings and wedding bands, and special pricing on loose diamonds. Tacori, Lashbrook, and more. The newest designs and double the inventory with interest-free financing upon approved credit. 1 weekend, 2 locations, Exton and Newtown Square. Details at benarijewelers.com.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture. We cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
The NFL offseason is here, but the action never stops. The draft is right around the corner, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hanzus and Mark Sessler is your pro football destination. Prospects, team needs, and pick-by-pick coverage of draft weekend.
Heed the Call covers all things NFL, and we have fun. No fake hot takes or boring data dumps here, just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
So come hang out with the Heed the Call heroes for football news, analysis, and mirth. All the mirth. Follow and listen to the Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcast.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, new Verizon mobile and home customers can get Fios and a line of mobile for just $69.99 a month with AutoPay. Get Fios 300 megabit per second for $20 per month and unlimited welcome for $50 a month, plus taxes and fees when you bring in your own phone. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch.
For new Fios Internet and mobile customers, discounts apply over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center with their decades of experience in complex dental treatment. And I've been a patient at PI Dental now for 25 years. My mom a patient there even longer. I strongly encourage you to get yourself there. I was actually talking to Dr. Wolfinger on the phone last night. What a great person. Great person. And obviously a true expert. He and Dr. Robert Slough, true experts with what they do. Board-certified prosthodontists who specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth. Put another way, if you got a major problem, they can help you. If you've got a major problem, they can help you. This is what they specialize in. They also can, handle the simple stuff, year-to-year maintenance. But major problems, they'll dig in there and do what needs to be done. I don't mean dig in there and cause you all the pain. They'll fix you. They're the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that deliver fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day, and they are the best. Get there. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Make sure you visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Flyers blew a golden opportunity in a 4-2 loss to the Red Wings. Sit at 86 points with 7 to play, while Detroit and Ottawa are at 88. Flyers certainly had their chances. Outshot Detroit 34-19 with a 19-year-old Porter Martone all over the ice. And referee Cody Beach thinks he's the show. Had to take Martone down a peg or two. Martone, looking for a call, got grabbed by the back of his jersey by Beach, who aggressively got in Martone's face as he escorted him across the ice. Sixers home tonight against Timberwolves, listed as doubtful. Joel Embiid. Phillies on the road at the Rockies, 4:10 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Cloudy early, PM sun, high of 78. It's currently 43. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, good morning to you. It usually is John Ritchie. Elliot in today. 94 WIP. James Phil's back at it later today. They're going to be out west versus those Colorado Rockies. I think it's fair to say Christopher Sanchez has been the best Phil so far.
Yeah, I agree.
Who's been the second best Phil? Is it Painter? Is it Marsh? Who is it so far?
Oh, I think Painter just off that one start, if we're going to, include pitchers like that.
Yep.
But I think Marsh, has probably been their best offensive player. He made that great play to kind of end the game the other day. So, yeah, I think it's Brandon Marsh.
He's done a nice job out of the game.
Would you say Crawford and Painter are the two most important Phillies this year in the way that you can just see when they play well, like the infusion of life and freshness they give to this team. Like, obviously, Sanchez is more important in the way he's the best overall player on the roster. Schwarber, we know how much he carries the offense, especially with the other two struggling up top. But, like, you just see, like, Crawford getting the game-winning hit, the excitement when Painter pitches well. I think they are way more important than their actual roster status.
I'll say this, like, coming into the season, I had it pegged as the triumvirate of middle-aged guys now in the Bohm, Stott, Marsh group. I thought they were the three most, just for what they represented, the guys who could get better or just be the same.
Yeah.
But maybe it does become the two young bucks.
So I think it's someone who hasn't been mentioned.
Ooh. Hold on, let me think about this. Someone who hasn't been mentioned.
The most important?
Yes. Like, if we're not talking about, Schwarber has to be great and Sanchez has to be great, whatever.
Garcia?
Yeah, that's what I was going to
It's
guess.
Adolis Garcia, because this team needs power desperately.
Yeah,
and we've talked
you're right.
about it. Like, it is the one, like, they're not a great putting the ball in play team, but, like, they are seriously deficient in power. And
Yeah,
Adolis
they
Garcia is that one guy in the lineup who has hit 39 home runs in a season, hit 25 2 years ago. He has real power. I think Garcia is the most important swing piece in that lineup.
Also, like, do you think if he actually returns, 39 home runs is probably unrealistic, but, like, if he returns to being that power hitter, would he move up to 4 behind
Absolutely.
Harper? Like,
I would do it. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, assuming he's not batting 200 with the power, but, if he can be 230, 240, walk a little bit and have that power, I would absolutely move him into 3.
All right, well, your thoughts on the Phils as they get ready. Phils Rocky series. Phils obviously 3-3 out of the gate, 6 games in. Flyers lose last night, 7 games to go. They're 2 back point-wise, but chasing 4 teams. 4. How many times are we going to pass the ball? How many times, Gene Hackman? 4. That was a great scene. Great scene. And the Sixers play tonight, and Embiid's status questionable. Let's go to the phones.
So is my status on him.
Doubtful?
He's doubtful.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Doubtful.
Yeah.
My fault. Doubtful.
He'll play, though.
All right, the Hurts thing. What do you make of it? If you were Jalen, how would you handle it? Derek and Paoli, as we broadcast from Borgata. Hi, Derek.
What's going on? Good morning. Good morning. Hey, real
What up,
quick,
Derek?
I was driving in and I heard Rhea talking about her first couple of days, her little bit of time here. I mean, I think a lot of callers could probably sense how she was feeling, but I was glad to hear her say that. So, but that just goes to show it does take time to adjust and get comfortable when you're doing something
100%.
that you're not used to doing. But Joe, when you say with Jalen Hurts, right? He should talk to his peoples, right?
Yep.
If you're his peoples, whether you're his mom, his dad, his whatever, right?
Yep.
What are you telling them, right?
It's a
Because
great-
you're
it's a
hearing
great
all these
question.
reports and stuff like that. Like, trust is big, man. Trust is
Well,
big.
yeah,
You're
no,
hearing
Derek,
people
very-
say this and that.
Derek, excellent question, and a little hard for me to assess it from my vantage point. But I'll say this: I've heard people say. So let me be very clear here. Hard to answer your question, but I'll say this: I have heard people say that Jalen changed after the 2022 contract. See, let me put it another way: season of success in 22 and contract early in 2023, before the 23 season began, and so. The family members and the friends that are lifelong, they would have to assess from their standpoint, their vantage point, did they sense that he became more entitled and arrogant related to his success? And if so, bring him down 2 or 3 notches. Now, that's up to them, but that could be part of it. And then another part, of course, would be, hey, I do think if you've been reluctant to change stylistically, given the fact that the passing game has struggled 2 years in a row, I think, big guy, you better open up your mind to doing some stuff different. Not running completely away from the things you do well, but embracing the opportunity to do things different because, hey, Jalen, it strikes me with what the organization is and isn't saying, and with the new offensive coordinator, they want different. So I think you better buy in, my man.
I also think an important thing, and Derek, I do think it's a great question, like what would the people around him say? They have to decide what they're prioritizing and what they think Jalen should prioritize. Because Jalen could cause a fuss here, right? He could say, pay me, or I'm going to have my agent look for other teams at will, or something like that, right? But Jalen also has to decide what's more important for him at this stage of his career. Like being on a team that he feels is 100% behind him, that paid him, where he, feels comfortable. But that team might be a bad team, right? Like with the Eagles, while he does have to put up with stuff like this and, he has a lot of talent around him to an extent.
And
So
usually will.
And that
exactly.
helps the endorsements, Elliot.
Yeah, so he has to decide too in terms of, what my next move is here. do I want to try to cause friction between the front office and me to try to get a deal? Or do I just have to kind of accept this because I get to remain the starting quarterback of one of the best jobs for a quarterback in the NFL?
Okay, Elliot, so I'm glad you said that because I hear you say this a lot, right? You always say what Jalen Hurts has done for the Eagles and why he should have this stance or whatever. So after saying all that, right, and you still going through this, right? Like y'all saying like, y'all making it seem like if this was you would just be wanting to change, right? Like putting it out in the media, like in-house business, and we always say the Eagles have all this and the Eagles are that. That's not a good look for the Eagles.
I would push
right?
back on that, Derek. Listen, if I'm Hurts, I'm not
That's
happy about it, and I'm talking to them about it.
I agree.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's not a good look because it's like he doesn't come out to the even with AJ Brown. Like AJ Brown wants the ball. We can see that, right? Jalen Hurts, he's not playing to lose, right? When he's changing the play, he's not changing the play thinking that it's not going to work.
Of course.
He thinks it's going to work. You understand what I'm saying? He's not playing to lose, but
and there are lots of plays that he changes that do work.
Yeah,
right?
That's right.
You know
All right, Derek, excellent call. Give me an answer for the Hurts Link experience. What's cool?
The coolest thing that I've come to like is when you go to the stores now and you don't have your wallet, because carrying your wallet's annoying.
Oh,
like that
yes.
whole tap to pay thing, that is just so cool, man.
Yeah,
'Cause I hate
it is.
carrying a wallet.
It is pretty good.
I
You
hate
can
carrying
just-
a wallet as
You can
well.
just zap things now.
Let me ask you guys this. Do you think the public would be on Jalen's side if he causes a fuss?
No.
Because that
No.
matters. You don't.
Small
okay.
percentage, but not.
So I
well,
thought,
no, I think it'd be split. Like, I mean, it's very split now.
But I think less split, Rhea, than it would have been even during last season. I think when he didn't run in the 49ers playoff game,
That bothered people.
I think it bothered a lot of people.
Did it bother people more than AJ?
I
dropping
do
his
think you
ball?
underrate. I do think there is a portion, a potentially large portion of Eagles fans that are not as like locked in on the day to day. And just look at it and be like, this guy won me a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I
This
agree.
guy wins a lot of games. Like, I'm happy. Why wouldn't Jalen Hurts be my quarterback?
Yeah.
You know what? I do think there
I
is
agree
a
with that.
large portion of Eagles fans that think that way.
I also think with Jalen specifically, there is a very large portion of fan bases that feel protective of him, right? Because
100%.
because nationally they feel he doesn't get the credit he deserves, everything he's accomplished. So I just wonder, because public sentiment really matters in contract disputes, right? Like, would the Eagles feel pressure to pay him if he were to really force it? And I think having the public on his side would matter. I'm just unsure where it would fall. I'd lean towards Jalen, but I'm not as sure as I used to.
Well, look, your chance to weigh in on all this. Again, series of questions related to the two articles that came out in recent days, one by Tim McMahon at CSPN, one by Jeff McClain, Philadelphia Inquirer. Some complimentary parts, clearly, in those articles about Jalen, but to a large extent, a lot of, here's the list of things that people have problems with and a lot of anonymous quotes. And so, we're asking you, if you were Jalen, in light of these articles and other things that's been said and done, how would you handle it? How would you handle it? How do you think Jalen will handle it? How do you think he should handle it? 215-592-9494. Ellie, let's get to a different matter. It ties in, but it really is mostly separate. So the AJ situation. And yes, it does tie in.
Yeah. Well, AJ must be like, let's get this going back a little bit.
Right. So Joe Banner tweeted something the other day, and I want to get your perspective if you think he's 100% on the money here with this tweet about AJ. So here's what he wrote the other day on Twitter. Joe Banner tweeted, despite coverage, and he's talking about coverage of some people out there that think the Eagles aren't trading AJ or might not. Here's what he wrote. Despite coverage, the Eagles tried to trade AJ Brown. Was some interest, not as much as they hoped. He remains available, and the Eagles are hopeful a better offer comes. Most likely outcome is a trade to the Patriots at a solid price, but less than the Eagles originally hoped. 90% of that all is stuff we basically know. I want to talk about the last 10%, Elliot. The last line, when he says that he thinks they will get a solid price, but less than the Eagles originally hoped. Do you agree with that?
100%. And I think the phrasing of all of that is perfectly done by Joe Banner. I think the perception that the only reason AJ might be traded is because AJ wants to be traded is not correct. I think the Eagles see the benefits of trading AJ Brown. I think they have all this cap space because if a team were to call them today and offer what they want, they would trade him today. That's just my opinion of this. So when the draft comes and the Patriots are on the clock at number 31, maybe that's an option. But after June 1st, I would be pretty surprised if they got a pure first-round pick with no conditions.
So I was surprised going into it that there was talk that they were going to get a first-round pick.
Yeah.
Then the world went wild. Well, they're going to get a first-round pick and more. Then a couple of trades happened, including the one where Miami, traded Waddle, and he got more than a first-round pick. And I thought, I guess those people were right. Now I guess I'm kind of back to where I started.
You're vacillating.
Yeah,
the AJ situation, he's a very, very good player, but he is going to be 29.
Is the knee an issue?
He's on a big contract. I think it is an issue, and you've seen reporting that
they've managed it dating back to Tennessee. That's why he doesn't practice on certain days.
And stuff like that matters when you're acquiring a player. Like the thing a team has to decide is, would we rather have AJ Brown, who is an excellent player, or a cost-controlled rookie in the first round that could be a great player for us at a cheap price for 4 years and play for us for 8-9 years.
Right.
Like, I don't know how many more years AJ has left of being great, and that's something teams have to decide.
All right, let's talk to Tim. He's calling from Swedesboro. Good morning, Tim.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy.
Just want to say happy Easter to everybody. And Joe, good luck and beat the hammer.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that, and happy Easter and Passover and all those good things. Good Friday today, all that stuff.
Yes, we got to get that out of the way before you get down to business.
Yes, sir.
So I just wanted to, I know I said about with my thoughts on with Jalen yesterday, but I would, if I was Jalen, I would kind of use it as motivation. Be like, okay, you guys don't want to pay me? All right. Let me go out here and let me show you that I think you should pay me.
I feel confident he will do that, Tim. He may not be great with his performance, but I feel confident that his approach to try to be great will be great.
But let me ask,
he'll dig in.
Let me ask both you guys
in a good way.
Is that a dynamic you want if you're the Eagles, where your franchise quarterback is solely motivated this offseason? Not solely. You're right.
Yeah.
But like motivated this upcoming season by trying to prove his own team wrong. Like,
yes.
Is that a good dynamic?
Well, it's a tough spot, but it's what it is.
But it doesn't
have to prove
be
yourself
that.
every year.
Agreed, but there's one thing about proving yourself, and this is similar to Bryce and Dombrowski. There's one thing about Bryce proving it to himself and proving it to people outside the building. There's something else about proving it to your own people in the building. And I think that is a somewhat unhealthy dynamic, especially for a franchise.
Well, and it may have been a dynamic in part created by the coaching staff because of the insistence on guarding against turnovers.
Yeah.
That has made him, this nonsense that he can't throw over the middle is nonsense. He can throw over the middle. He chooses not to.
Well, I don't know if he can do it consistently.
He can do it.
I think his height hurts him a lot.
No, but what I'm saying is we've seen him do it. He can do it.
Yeah.
But we did it in the Chargers game. Of course, he also
I think it's a little bit like a
twice.
3-point shooter. Like there are players that can make threes if they take two
If
a
they-
game.
yeah.
But when it gets to 8, then it's
But
different.
the notion that he can't, I push back on. All I'm saying is I also think the way they coach him, they are culpable for all of this as well.
Well, I think they leaned into what worked, right?
Sure,
and
clearly.
And I think when we talk about Jalen not evolving, I think they themselves also have not evolved the offense.
Well, and that's
right?
why they're doing what they're doing.
Exactly,
now.
right. Yeah.
All right, Tim, I need James says you don't have an answer for what's cool. That's uncool. How's that possible?
Tim already won.
Yeah.
So he didn't want to take a shot away from someone else.
I do have
give me what's cool.
I'll give it a shot.
Sure.
I'm going to say virtual reality. I think is really
That's
cool.
a good one.
It's okay.
I don't know.
I mean, when
I'm
you
not
consider what it is, it's
I
pretty
know,
cool.
but I don't love the whole thing. You
Let
know?
me ask you this, James. It's Elizabeth's shoe, though.
Oh,
buddy. You go
Just
right
asking.
there, huh?
I do go
Not
right
like
there.
the games you could play
No,
or the
no,
worlds
no.
you could live in. You just go
Elizabeth-
right there.
Elizabeth's show.
Horny Hammer showing up.
Horny Hammer.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of the Hammer, Rhea, with this being Good Friday, should I tone down
No,
Hammer?
there's nothing to do with it.
It's Good Friday.
You're only supposed to be quiet between 12 and 3.
Yeah, but it feels a little icky.
You always love asking if you should tone it down, and then you never do. Has there ever been a time?
Oh,
where
I
you-
did during last summer during
Oh, did you?
during
Okay.
the Humble Hammer phase.
And I
of me
hated it.
versus Jack. I toned it down for a couple months.
All right.
He tried to tone it down after he beat Jack, and then I egged him on, and he lost his mind.
That was one of
that's
my-
gone away.
That was one of my
Yeah.
good ones. Really
That's gone
was.
away.
Hey, Jalen Hurts could go away, but if he plays well enough, he'll stay for a long time. That obviously is up to circumstance moving forward. One thing that could happen before he even gets to play another game, the Eagles could could draft a quarterback in the, first 1, 2, or 3 rounds where it's more along the lines of this could be our guy of the future, not rounds 4 through 6 where it's typically viewed as this could be our backup for the future. That's typically, when Dak Prescott became a starter with the Cowboys, that was unexpected. 4th round pick. When Brady became a starter with the Patriots, 6th round pick. That was unexpected. But if you go 1, 2, or 3, you're thinking this guy's got a legitimate shot to be our starter, whether it's in half a year or a year or 2. So let's dive into this a little bit more because, Elliot, yesterday Lance Zierlein in the NFL Network was talking about the possibility, and the Eagles did this in 2020. They did it, and it was smart. And I said it at the time, and it clearly has worked out. The possibility of getting Bama's quarterback Ty Simpson. Listen to what Zierlein, NFL Network draft analyst, listen to what he said yesterday.
I think with Ty Simpson, you need to have an organization that has a plan in place, someone who's already in place, and then you bring him along more slowly. And, frankly, the Jets could be that team because they do have a little bit of a runway. How about we go back to the Eagles? How about the Eagles being a potential team in the second round? If they're not happy with Jalen's under contract until 2028.
Yeah.
Ty Simpson could sit there for 2 years and learn under Jalen. There's not all that pressure for the first couple of years. You get the Aaron Rodgers treatment. Wouldn't that be an interesting selection there?
All right, let me say this before we go any further. There are obviously different schools of thought on how good Jalen Hurts is. That's fine. But I do not think there should be different schools of thoughts of whether the Eagles would strongly consider drafting a quarterback. And here's why. Because they did it in 2020, and it frickin' worked. Now, if you want to make the case that it damaged Carson, you can make that case. I think that's a foolish case. I think history has proven that Carson was already damaged by his knee, by the psyche. By the way, wasn't really as good at reading defenses as we thought. Relied on athleticism early. When the athleticism diminished, his performance diminished. I know the statue went up. That was before 2020. I was way before 2020. Like, history, to me, is proven. Carson Wentz didn't fail here in the very end because they drafted Jalen Hurts. History has proven Carson Wentz failed here at the very end because he just really wasn't that good anymore. I believe wholeheartedly. By the way, this is an organization that had Sam Bradford and someone else, I forget who, and drafted Carson too.
Chase Daniel.
Went into a training camp saying Carson is 3, made a decision 8 days before the season started.
Well, it helped that
Bridgewater got hurt. But they made a decision 8 days before a season started. Hey, that guy we've been telling you for the last 6 months is going to be our starting quarterback. He's now not. We're going to the 3rd stringer to be the 1st stringer. If history hasn't shown that they are unconventional and that it works, I think people are living under a rock. I am telling you this. If they identify in one of these early rounds a quarterback that they believe in, that's a key distinction. Can't be a guy, hey, people think he should be here, but they don't believe in him. If they believe in that guy, like they believed in Russell Wilson in 2013, but just missed out on him and pivoted to Foles, if they believe in that guy, I believe they would draft a quarterback, and I believe they should. Elliot, talk to me.
I think the only way they draft a quarterback as high as now, it's worth noting the player that's being talked about here, Ty Simpson, is projected to potentially go in the first round.
Yeah, he's rising.
Now, some people think it's a little,
he
fake media.
He played
One
15
year.
games in college.
Right.
15 games.
So I wouldn't shock me if he was there for their 2nd round pick, right? But regardless, I don't think he's there in the 3rd round. If they are going to take a quarterback in the 1st or 2nd round, then you have to trade Jalen, because otherwise you're just letting a valuable asset depreciate while you have his successor waiting. And that is what he would be. If they draft a quarterback in the 2nd round, maybe even in the 3rd round, he is the Jalen Hurts successor. You are not drafting a quarterback that high with the idea of him being backup. I fully disagree with the Lance Zierlein thing that he could sit there for multiple years. There's no way they're drafting a quarterback they believe in and having him sit the majority of his rookie contract. So I agree with you, Joe. After these last 2 days, the stories, all that, could they do it? Maybe. But if they do, then you have to trade Jalen now.
Yeah, I just think people that act like this isn't a real possibility, given the Eagles' history, guys, you're living under a rock.
It's foolish. Of course it's a possibility.
Yeah.
I mean,
They've done
it.
James, ready for this? They had Donovan McNabb and Kevin Cobb and signed
got
Michael
Vick.
and
Exactly.
signed Michael Vick.
So I think look, I'm not saying I would do it. I wouldn't. But I absolutely think it is absolutely on the table.
Quarterback factory.
Would you agree, though, it's the end of the Jalen Hurts era if it happens?
I
it makes
wouldn't
it
do
tougher.
I wouldn't do it.
Well,
that's my point.
The two examples you just used, Joe, when they drafted Kevin Cobb, right? He was going to be the starter. Then they signed Vic. He was the starter.
So Donovan was out. Yeah.
Donovan was out. They drafted Jalen. Carson was gone in a year. And while I agree with you, Carson was on the downswing, there's no question the Jalen thing expedited it.
Well, for sure, but I'll say this, and these are points I was making at the time on both of those situations, and a lot of people didn't want to hear it, but I saw it. The player is declining, and the organization knows it more than fans.
Oh God, yeah, they know. They watch the tape way more than we do.
When Kevin Cobb was drafted, Donovan had already had by that point the ankle in 02. He had the
knee.
He had the knee in 06. He had the core muscle injury in 05. Like when they drafted Cobb, I believe in 07, like he was already a car that had been in 3 accidents, big accidents.
Yeah. Agreed.
And they knew that.
But if they think Jalen is on the downswing, the key to getting value for him is to trade him before you completely wreck his value. So if you draft a quarterback in the first or second round, you're not getting good value for Jalen next year, or, it would be next year. Jalen wouldn't be.
I think they're willing to take that chance, especially after Howie pulled off a great trade, getting the first and third for Carson, when he was, let's be frank, way more damaged goods
100%.
than anything Jalen Hurts is right now.
100%.
All right, 215-592-9494. By the way, Beat the Hammer coming up in 5 minutes. Your chance to compete and Beat the Hammer. We'll take caller number 5 on the contest line, 215-988-1258. That's the contest line. Caller 5, 215-988-1258. James, let's play the audio of Brian Boucher last night on NBC Sports Philadelphia. Clearly not happy, as many Flyers fans were not, with the situation with the ref and you getting in the face of Porter Martone and kind of grabbing. It was a weird exchange. Listen to the way Boucher described it.
Back before the TV timeout, Martone wants an interference or an elbow on this play. He's looking around wondering why no call. Then Cody Beach comes over. I don't like this from Cody Beach. I mean, it's a little forceful to be talking to a kid like that. You see Martone look back like, what's going on here? Then Rick Tocchet had a discussion with Beach, kind of calm things down. We'll see how that plays out the rest of the game.
Well, clearly the way it played out is the Flyers weren't happy with the officiating.
You don't put your hands on any kind of player.
It was
like that.
I think there is a way to, if you're a ref, you're like separating players. You're
that's
escorting
entirely
them,
different.
But it's the grabbing of the jersey that makes it feel like you're like pulling him into the
and
box.
then screaming like they screaming. I said that does happen in games, but it was the combination of the two.
Yeah,
grabbing him and then getting in his face.
Especially when Porter Martone was not being overly, dramatic.
He wanted a call. He
Yeah.
put his hands up. You see that 1,000 times a game.
All right, 215-592-9494. Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What makes Armin different? Let their customers tell you. You can see Armin Chevy's online reviews, and you will understand the Armin difference. So certainly you can weigh in on the Flyers' loss last night. That was
bad.
That was a big to enormous setback.
Yep.
I know guys are still in it, but the clock is really ticking.
It was a big momentum swing. Well, in the wrong direction. If they win last night.
If they win last night, they're tied for the last spot in the playoffs. And right now they're 2 out, which doesn't sound that bad, but with 7 games to go and 4 teams in front of them.
Yeah.
And tiebreakers.
4.
Yeah.
And correct.
Joe, what was so upsetting about it is they get the goal and then had to wait a while because it was, overturned originally in the challenge. That building was as loud as I've heard it in a really long time. 16 seconds later.
Yeah.
That was it.
So, look, tough circumstances, but in the end, they didn't win. And as Tocchet pointed out, they missed. I mean, Tocchet was talking after the game a ton of times, just not even hitting the net when, you want to get shots on goal. So, all right, here, 2 different poll questions. The first is with all 3 teams in action tonight. So the Phillies play at 4, Sixers and Flyers both in the 7 o'clock hour. Poll question is, which game are you most interested in today? Of course, we're interested in all 3. Which are you most interested in? We put them in alphabetical order. Flyers, Phillies, Sixers. Which game are you most interested in? Second poll question, do you think Aaron Nola will give the Phillies a good start today? It's the second start of the year. He did not give them a good start in game 1, his first game. He did not give them a good start at many twists and turns last year, where his ERA actually finished in the low 6s, which is unbelievable. Do you think he gives them a good start today? Let's go to the phones. We'll have the Beat the Hammer, the victory for the Hammer. James, did I just say that? Beat the Hammer, victory for the Hammer?
Sure
I
did, pal.
Yes. So I called my shot, and that's okay. That's coming up in a couple minutes. Mark in Delaware right now. What's going on, Mark?
Yo, so Rhea, I just want to say I'm glad you adapted to the playbook because you are absolutely great.
Oh, well, thank you. That's very sweet. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So, Joe, and you've gone 1.5 days now without ripping your buddy John Ritchie. So that's
We still got time. There's
You know,
still the rest of
you
the
know
show.
why, Mark? Is I spent so much time ripping my buddy Jack Fritz. Mark, you
Yeah,
know what I
well-
did yesterday, and it was a dirty move.
It was.
But I had to do it. I put out on social media the video of my turnaround fadeaway, which Fran Dunphy compared to Will Chamberlain. I thought in the moment more like a Hakeem shake, but Fran called it a
Who are you to argue with the great Fran Dunphy?
who am
right?
I?
Yeah.
And Mark, what I wrote was, it's been a few weeks. I'll just drop this here, ... And my favorite reaction was from some guy, Press R, whoever this guy is, and he added Jack, at Jack, and he wrote bricks at 6, and that made my night. Made me,
That's a tough one.
made me very happy.
That's awesome.
And you know Jack reads his mentions.
Yeah,
so.
I know, poor guy.
You poor guy as I post the clip.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, Mark, this is, by the way, why people, and I say people, 97% of people will be rooting against me at Beat the Hammer in the next couple minutes. It's okay.
Joe, I think you should try to trademark that phrase.
Which one? Bricks at 6?
Yes.
I'll think about that.
Yeah.
Think about that.
I don't know if there's
So-
much competition on it.
Yeah, probably not. But anyway, just quick thought. This Jalen, isn't it kind of similar to Joe Embiid last year when Joel was trying to figure out what teammate questioned him?
Yeah, that was one instance. The thing with Jalen is it's a repeat it. And the other thing with Jalen is he is way more accomplished from a team standpoint and from a playoff performance standpoint than Joel Embiid.
100%.
And yet somehow Joel has way more financial security.
Well,
like Joel's not going
Well, that's an
anywhere.
NBA player.
No, I
That's the
get that.
sport.
Yeah, but that's a difference where Joel didn't really have to matter much you said
Mark-
about him because he wasn't going anywhere.
Mark, if you're Jalen, how you handling this?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I think I go back to what James said earlier, and you got to go back and question who's saying it.
Well, I guarantee he's doing
No,
that.
and also, how's it getting out? Like, why does this keep organizationally? Put it on the organization. Like, the Eagles need to do a better job of policing this.
And James, you know my theory. They are
It's hard.
so
I know.
they're so frustrated with it. Well, two things.
Yeah. No,
One, it's hard,
yeah,
but two,
they're-
they're so frustrated. That's why they.
Well, to Rhea's point, the fact they're not pushing back is notable.
And how do
Very.
you police it? Because listen, but players talk, coaches
Yeah, there's no
talk.
policing it.
There's
It's hard, of
Fred,
course.
remember, you have turnover, not just
Right.
player wise. You have turnover in staffing
Yeah.
and coaches that go all throughout the league.
Sure. But I will say this, Andy, just use him as an
Yeah.
example. Other than the T.O. thing, which was its own
Oh,
category.
yeah, well, that was T.O., yeah.
And John Wellborn after that 1 year when he was unhappy. For the most part, players adhered to the rules.
Oh, yeah.
Now, they might squawk when they were out of here.
And you can't control it, but you should be able to control your building. Like, have
I will-
some sort
I
of
will say-
repercussions. Like, have some sort of, I don't know.
No, I agree. I will say though, and I'm probably guilty of this too. We might be getting a little too focused on like the messaging and how it's coming out, as opposed to what this shows is that there appears to be a lack of belief in Jalen.
100%.
You know what I mean? Like I
Yeah.
get the messaging and all that. I agree, it has to be controlled. But man, these two articles show that the Eagles are not super in on their quarterback.
And
That's the
to
only
Joe,
reason.
your point, like the Eagles might want these articles out. Like
Yeah.
they might not just not be okay with them coming out. They might want pressure on Jalen,
Yeah.
whether it's right or wrong.
Yeah, I agree with that. Mark, give me an answer. What's cool, my man? You can win the Hertz Link experience.
All right, I'm going to say something that people always stop and look at and never understand, but it's a beautiful thing in nature, and that's a rainbow.
Oh, that's a good answer.
Great answer, Mark.
Whenever they happen.
It's crazy they're a real thing that happens. Like when you think about it.
I love it.
Colors in the sky.
in
out
the
of nowhere.
summer, they're just so special.
Yeah.
I love it. Rainbow's very good answer. All right. Hopefully I have some very good answers and beat the hammer. Normally I do. Every once in a while I don't. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's play a little game. As the hammer with 310 wins goes for 311. Let's play a little game we call Beat the Hammer.
Beat the Hammer. It's time for Beat the Hammer on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All righty, and our contestant, his name is Rich, and he's calling from Warminster, and he will be playing for a Phillies Trey Turner t-shirt. So a Trey Turner t-shirt for Rich, or perhaps for other people. If Rich, let me put it this way, if Rich loses today, he doesn't get the t-shirt, right? If Rich loses,
You're setting some stakes, huh?
Yeah, I am. Elliot, how do you feel as clock meister?
I feel honestly the most nervous I maybe ever have.
He's definitely
doing
more
radio.
nervous than you or me. You competing me.
Yeah, I've been
He's clearly more
practicing. I've been
nervous.
practicing hitting start and stop multiple times.
You know how many seconds it is?
55 seconds when the question is done being asked.
All right, let's
and
talk
just
to
make
our.
sure we can hear the.
I know. I
alarm
worked
go
on
off.
that
Yep.
too. So
Okay,
hopefully
good.
that, yeah.
Good.
Changed my alarm and everything.
Our contestant's name is Rich. He hails from Warminster. Good morning, Rich.
Good morning, Joe. How you doing today?
I mean, fantastic. How would you handle the Jalen Hurts situation, Rich? If you were Hurts, how would you handle it?
I'd be walking into the office looking at Jeff and Howie and saying, "What gives, fellas?"
Yep, that's right. That's part of it. Not all the strategy, but that's a big part of it. All right, Rich, you think you know sports?
Yeah, I do.
Good man.
Some areas stronger than others. But,
Hey, same with
I don't
me.
like that.
How about
Same-
it?
same
with
me.
all of us. I feel like.
Same with all of us. All right, Rich, I'm going to step away. I wish you good luck, pal.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, Scram, get out of here. Enough.
Putting his hands in
This is
there
good.
as he walks away.
Some quiet confidence from Rich. I like that. I like
Yeah.
that. That's a
Well,
good thing.
Is Joe like distracting when he's like, "So what do you think of Jalen?" right before the competition? I feel like he's kind of
He's always playing mind
everything's
games.
strategic.
Yes,
exactly.
there's nothing that is by happenstance with that
Yes.
guy when he's competing. He's a psycho.
He's slowly walking over. Slowly.
But he asked a question that's been the nonstop conversation for 2 days. So
That's a good point. Yeah,
True.
you were ready for it.
Yeah.
Everyone has an opinion on this.
he didn't exactly, throw me off there.
Sounds like you
That's what I
can't
wanna
be
hear.
thrown off easy. So,
All right, is he safely ensconced in the
Correct.
soundproof?
Safely
Okay.
ensconced.
All right, Rich, you ready to play a little game we call Beat the Hammer?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Our category for the week, it was 10 years ago that Chris Jenkins hit that shot against North Carolina to win the championship. It's a memorable finish. We're going with memorable finishes in Philly sports, good or bad. All the questions in some way will relate to a game that had a memorable finish. Are you ready to roll, my friend?
Yeah, let's go, man.
Clock
Great.
will start as soon as the first question is finished being asked. 55 seconds. Here we go. Question number 1. Cole Hamels and Brad Lidge were 2 of 4 Phillies pitchers who pitched in the deciding Game 5 of the 2008 World Series. Name the other 2 pitchers.
Madsen.
I need 2.
And Blanton.
Sorry, that's incorrect. Patrick Kane scored the game-winning goal to win the 2010 Stanley Cup. Who did the Flyers draft immediately after the Blackhawks took Kane in the 2007 NHL draft?
James Van Riemsdyk.
Which Eagles player intercepted Brett Favre in overtime of the 4th and 26 game?
Al Harris.
2 Hall of Famers scored on Joe Carter's Game 6 World Series home run. Name one of them.
Could you say it again?
2 Hall of Famers scored on Joe Carter's Game 6 World Series home run. Name one of them.
Pass.
In 2006, Lito Shepherd returned an interception for a touchdown in the final minute to seal the win against the Cowboys. Who was the quarterback who threw that interception?
Time.
All right, we got one. Little late on it. That was correct. Too bad. That was a little late. I know. Put you on hold, and that first one was incorrect. I hit the wrong button, but we got one there. We'll wave the hammer back in.
He finally sat down. Yeah, he finally sat down.
James, you might have to play the Conklin version when I come back.
Maybe I'll mix that in. It's not a bad
That'd
call.
be pretty
Yeah, I like that next week.
Rich in Warminster, how did he do?
Get ready to go.
Sure.
All right, let me fade this music out here. Get the hammer here. We'll beat the hammer action. All right, you ready to roll?
Yeah, I'm tying my show. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Let's rock.
Our category for the week, it was 10 years ago that Chris Jenkins hit that shot to win the championship for Villanova. So we are doing memorable finishes in Philadelphia sports, good or bad.
Oh, boy.
Every question will in some way relate to a game that had a memorable finish. Are you ready to roll?
Boy. Patrick Kane, Rondé, Joe Carter,
You ready to
et
roll?
cetera. Sure.
Clock will start as soon as the first question is finished being asked. Here we go.
I predict a 5 spot for the Hammer.
Question number 1. Cole Hamels and Brad Lidge were 2 of 4 Phillies pitchers who pitched in the deciding Game 5 of the 2008 World Series. Name the other 2 pitchers.
Oh, geez. 2 of them. I'll say Madsen and Romero.
Patrick Kane scored the game-winning goal to win the 2010 Stanley Cup. Who did the Flyers draft immediately after the Blackhawks took Kane in the 2007 NHL draft?
JVR.
Which Eagles player intercepted Brett Favre in overtime of the 4th and 26th game?
Brian Dawkins.
2 Hall of Famers scored on Joe Carter's Game 6 World Series home run. Name 1.
That would be Ricky Henderson.
In 2006, Lito Shepard returned an interception for a touchdown in the final minute to seal a win against the Cowboys. Who was the quarterback who threw that interception?
Bledsoe. Bang! How'd this guy do? He might have gone 5.
5-1.
That's how you do.
Wow.
So this guy should have gotten at least 3 because they were pretty easy. But Hammer
He
didn't
got
hammer.
Bledsoe right after the buzzer, missed it.
No, I did. I got it settled down. I just remembered. Good Friday. I said I was going to be.
You
tepid.
did.
I
Humble
got
Hammer today.
I got to bring it down. It's Good Friday. I can't go in a haughty Hammer mode.
God is watching, Joe.
God is watching, and God listens. I have a pipeline to God, James, and I hear that
I
our
feel
ratings.
like we're getting into dangerous territory.
Dangerous territory, but I hear our ratings in heaven are very good.
Good.
Very,
All
very
right,
good.
I
Very,
like
very
that.
good. All right,
We're
let's.
good people. Come on. All right.
All
We're
right,
trying
so
to be good people here.
That's victory. Look, all I would do, I'd stand in front of St. Peter and I'd say, St. Peter, that was victory 311. Would you please let me in? And then hopefully he would. Hopefully he would. Rich in Warminster. No, Rich, that didn't go so well for you.
Well, I feel like it almost came in at 5-3. I was just late on the Bledsoe question, and I really almost got there on another one. But only thing I could say for myself, Joe, and I think it'll make you feel a little bit better today, is I guess I know what it's like to walk in Jack Fritz's shoes a little bit.
Oh, I like that.
Wow. Hard to not give Rich the
one
prize
thing you
now,
could have said
man. Come on.
yeah.
Rich, you're very close to earning the Trey Turner shirt. Let me see if I can get a little bit more out of you.
You are
something
else.
Couple.
What you got?
All right. First off, would you agree that the Hammer is a better athlete than Fritz?
I think it was proven.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Next question. Do you think Fritz has the guts to do a rematch?
Oh, absolutely not. I think.
Well done. Well done.
As many times as we've heard Jimmy say he wants nothing to do with it, I'm going to have to believe him.
Well done. And final question. What are the names of Jack Fritz's parents? And I'm not talking about Mr. and Mrs. Fritz.
Can we say mommy and daddy? Or
We
just
can.
Rich,
you have earned.
What a wonderful job there, Rich. You really just crushed it.
You have earned the Trey Turner T-shirt, which I did not think was going to go if you lost. You're a winner in my book, Rich. Let me put you on hold, buddy, so we can get your information and get you that T-shirt. Thanks for being a loser.
Oh,
You beat the
oh,
Hammer.
you
The
had
things
to.
people will do
my
for a
goodness.
T-shirt.
Rich,
Yeah.
you're great, buddy.
And with that, victory 311. Tepid Hammer on Good Friday. With that, we quietly shut it down.
Beat the Hammer on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Elliot, you sit here and all.
Honestly, I was so nervous the whole time I would mess it up. I'm just happy it's over.
But
Yeah.
Joe, you were right.
I put
thought-
my phone on airplane mode.
There was
like I
a close,
yeah.
like it was you would hit the ringer and then he said Drew Bledsoe. We actually had like a
Yeah, it was a
timer
close
moment.
call.
Yeah.
Now you were 5 for 5, so it didn't matter. Thank
But
God. But
they were. I had 3 of them, and I was writing them down.
Yeah.
For the first one, I had Molitor was the other one, right?
Yeah.
Correct, Rhea.
I'd be interested in Rhea versus
out
Joe
was
one
Alomar.
time.
What's that?
Rhea versus
So
Joe.
it went Ricky Henderson.
Yeah.
He walked. Then they got it. Mitch got Roberto Alomar out. Then Paul Molitor got a single.
Yep.
And then Joe Carter.
The 3 high-level Hall of Famers they had to face to start the inning.
Yeah.
It's great.
My goodness. But no, those were fun. But they were pretty good.
All right, 215-592.
The Brian Dawkins one is so easy.
Yeah, I'm
How do you
shocked
not
that one.
get that one?
I thought that was the biggest give me of all.
It
creations.
was a gimme.
100%. Yeah.
You know what was also key? He had a very nice return.
He did, yeah.
It was
He
like
didn't
30-something yards or something like that. Yeah.
He basically put it right in field goal range.
Well, it was like a punt.
It was like a punt.
Yeah.
It really was. All right, 215-592-9494. Strategy. If you're Jalen Hurts, in light of everything going on, how would you handle the situation? I'll give you my thoughts in just a moment. Let's go back to the phones, 94 WIP, HD1 Philadelphia, as we broadcast today away from the Tasty Cake studio. We are at the beautiful Borgata. Flyers lost last night, right back at it tonight. I mean, pretty much have to win. Sixers tonight, Phillies this afternoon. So a lot of stuff going on in Philly sports. But the Hurts stuff, in light of the Tim McManus article, in light of the Inquirer article with Jeff McClain, but really in light of so many people internally down there talking anonymously to reporters, if you're Jalen, how would you handle it? What do you think he should do? What do you think he will do? I'll give you my answers to those questions just in a moment. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Nick in Bucks County. Hi, Nick.
Joe, that's how you do.
That's wait, hold on. That's Lord. That's how you do. Thank you.
What do you think your ratings are in hell, though? I was just curious about that.
I think that's where mommy and daddy specialize.
Joe,
Go
in all
ahead,
seriousness.
Yes, sir.
Joe, in all seriousness, I've been trying to get a box of books since September. Let's make it happen, bro.
I know. So here's the problem. I just don't come out your way that often. I swear to you, Nick, I swear to you that I have you on my list every couple weeks. And if I'm out your way, I intend to link up with you. It just has been tricky. If you can drive a little bit more to me, I promise you we can make that conversion quickly.
Let's do it, Joe. I'll do it. Let's
I appreciate that. I'll connect with you off the air, and we'll find a good meeting spot. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. And Elliot, great job on the Go Birds podcast breaking down that article. I have a good question for you here, though.
Yeah.
So the quintessential issue here is that Jalen is unwilling to run anymore. So he can't stay in shotgun and not run because it's not effective. We've seen that. So I know, like, you're questioning, why do the Eagles keep putting him into this situation where he's not uncomfortable? Because he's not effective anymore doing what he was good at before. So how do they fix that?
Yeah, so I think that the running thing is absolutely key. And as much as I think it is Jalen not wanting to run, I do think last season started with both sides somewhat on the same page saying, let's keep Jalen healthy, right? And I think there was sound logic in that. But as the season went on and he still was not running, it became a big problem, right? The offensive linemen, the running backs, like, I think they know that it was hurting the team. And, I don't know this, but again, this comes back to money too. Like, if you're Jalen and you run and you put yourself at risk, like, you're risking your financial future there as well. And so that's another benefit. I think if Jalen's sitting here this offseason going, you want me to run all the time? Well, I got 1 year guaranteed money left, or at least substantial guaranteed money. Why would I put myself at risk?
That's a tough bet, though, because if the Eagles pay him money and then he still doesn't run, then they're out.
Well, Nick, I'll say this to Elliot's point there. If I'm the Eagles, I'm like, listen, big guy, I'm paying you $50 million a year. I'm not paying you to set up the next contract. I'm paying you to play your best right now. And yes, could it lead to your career being over 2 to 5 years earlier than if you were just a pocket quarterback? Or maybe even
what Jalen just puts go, okay, no big deal.
But it's what it is.
Those 2 to 5 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure,
yeah,
that's great.
$180 million I'll get on the other side. I should just ignore that.
But James, I've used this analogy before, and I think it's a perfect Philly sports analogy. If Allen Iverson said, 3-4 years into his career, 5 years in, I'm gonna start playing basketball like Ray Allen. I'm gonna be 3-point shooter guy. He would have been so much less effective, and he wasn't a bad shooter. But AI's greatest attribute was his speed going to the hole. He could break you down. And that would then set up the outside shot because guys had to sag off him. If Allen Iverson, and to Allen's credit, he didn't run from it. He did get banged around in there. It probably led to his career ending a little earlier.
Oh, yeah.
But it made
definitely led to his career. Yeah.
But it made him as great as he was. Jalen, you can't. He's not good enough at the other stuff, and I don't think the Eagles will permit him to just be like, you know what, that's okay. I don't buy it.
Well, I think the true argument would be if I'm in Jalen's camp and the goal is to get a next contract, is he's just a better player when he's a dual threat.
Well,
he just is. Like, I think he's
Without
a better.
It's inarguable. Yeah,
he's a better pocket passer than he gets credit for. But when he runs, I mean, he's truly a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. So, like, that is the path to him getting paid.
All right, Nick, give me a big time answer. What's cool? We're going back to the moon, sort of, because we're not landing there this time, but there's a couple astronauts hurling through space right now. James, try to find out how fast they go.
Okay.
How many miles per hour? By the way, Jules Verne in the 1800s predicted 1800s before airplanes.
Okay.
Okay. Predicted that humans would get to the moon, and he said it would take 3 to 4 days.
Wow.
And it took 3 to 4 days.
That's wild.
And he predicted it in the 1800s.
Feels just like a wild prediction to make, though.
Oh yeah, he was. Jules Verne is one of those like they don't give him enough credit for like Nostradamus type stuff. So it's pretty nuts. So
by the way, it was more science. Just to be clear, it wasn't.
It was science fiction. Yeah.
It was no. It was like he put science into it, not.
He wasn't just guessing.
Yeah, it was
he
science
wasn't
fiction. Yeah.
Right.
No. But what I'm saying,
science
when you say
fiction.
Nostradamus, that's like I can see the future.
Oh yeah. No. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
He's more Galileo type.
Correct.
Than, yes. Okay. All right. So the Artemis rocket reaches speeds of approximately 17,000 miles per hour to reach low Earth orbit. To escape Earth's orbit, it accelerates to 24,500 miles per hour.
My God.
And I think it left orbit yesterday.
Yesterday.
It was
And
a
then
month, yeah.
re-entry it goes back to 25,000 miles per hour.
All right,
During
Nick,
the mission, it can reach over 22,670 or so
Amazing.
on the way to the moon.
Nick, give me an answer, my man. In honor of all that, what's cool?
Well, that blast is hard to beat, but I got one of the coolest moments in Philly sports history, Reese Hoskins' bat spike in 2022.
So bat spike is cool.
Yeah, it was. It was
Yeah.
very cool. I'll tell you what's also cool. I just got a text from a buddy. He congratulates me on now tying Tom Seaver for 300.
Forgot about this bit.
311 wins.
Forgot the bit.
So Tom Seaver, I'm going to bump you out of the way.
What
with
about all the guys you've passed in between that didn't get a shout out? The Pud Galvins or whoever the hell they are.
They'll have to deal with it.
Do you have like a goal in mind in terms of where you could realistically go? Like, are we talking
1,000.
500? You think 1,000?
Well,
Yeah.
if I stay
I mean,
around
just
long
time,
enough,
yeah.
that's when I would retire. But my buddy says next up is Gaylord Perry with 314.
Yeah.
So
Poor Gaylord.
yeah,
Imagine
okay.
if you retired on the day of your 1,000th victory.
I've thought about
Yeah,
that.
I mean, that would
For
be
goodness sake.
epic.
I have
Yeah.
thought about that.
I'm
All
going to
right, so-
retire way before then.
Right. All right. Couple things here. What do I got? I've got the Tim McManus ESPN piece in my right hand, and I've got the Jeff McClain article in my left hand. There's a lot in all these articles. I'm guessing that many people listening right now have read some or part of it. We don't need to detail it all, but just know there certainly are complimentary elements in these articles about Jaylen, but there are also very critical elements about Jaylen and a lot of anonymous sources, which include people inside the NovaCare complex. So we're asking the questions today. What should Jaylen do about it? How should he handle the situation, if you will? How would you handle it if you were in this spot? And how do you think he will handle it? So let me break it down with sort of a six-pronged approach. If it were me, I'm going to apply a little bit of this to me from a WIP standpoint, so to speak, if I'm Jalen Hurts. So here's my strategy. And Elliot, Rhea, and James, give me your feedback as we go here. Here's my strategy on what I would do, and then we'll relay it to how I think Hurts will or won't handle it. First thing I would do is I would talk to my advisor people, my people, family. I've got older siblings that have played a huge part of my life. I would talk to them. They know me the longest. My mom, obviously. My uncle, who for me, with my father having passed away when I was young, has been a very key advisor and, someone who loves me for many, many years. And many aunts and uncles, by the way. I've got a cadre of 50 to 75-year-olds that have taken me under their wing, mentor types, former bosses. So I would talk to that. So whoever those people are in Jalen's life, I would talk to that group of people that love you and care about you and know you the best. Elliot, gut feeling. Does Jaylen do this one?
Do that your path, you're saying?
Yeah. Would Jaylen,
Yeah.
do you think Jalen's talking, obviously the agent, the family, the friends, the lifelong friends, do you think he does it or do you think he thinks he's above needing to do it?
So I think Jaylen is very, very good at blocking all of this out. I think if anything happens, it would be the advisors talking to the key figures. I would be surprised if Jaylen talks to him. But another part of this too, and I think your plan is a good one. Like, does Sirianni reach out to Jaylen? Right? Does Sirianni call Jaylen and say, "Hey, I know you're dealing with all this. I just want to let you know, like, I still really believe
Are they
in you."
allowed to talk to them right now?
I
Or
think
they're not allowed to talk about
there
football?
are rules
funky.
about it, but
It's funky.
you can't do like
All right, but
playbook
Elliot,
stuff. Yeah.
simple answer. Do you think Jaylen thinks he's above needing to ask others to be reflective about him or not?
I do not. No.
So
I
you
do not
think-
think he is above reflecting.
So you
on-
think he would do it with others?
I do.
Okay.
yeah.
Second thing I would do if I'm in this spot. And again, I'm sort of equating this to, let's say people at WIP are taking anonymous shots at me through the press, and you can kind of tell it's a lot of people. How would I handle it? Second thing I'd do, I would go to WIP management. Put another way, I think Jalen should go to the Eagles brass. Brass defined obviously as Lurie, Howie, and Sirianni. And I'd say, hey guys, we've got a lot to discuss, but one of the things is I could really use your help trying to simmer down all of the folks in the building, players or staffers, who are talking about me. Whether it's right or wrong, whether they're right or wrong, it's not right that they're doing it. I need your help. Help me. Elliot, do you think he'll do that?
No, I don't think he'll go on a witch hunt or anything.
Do you
like
think
that.
the agent will?
No, but I think the Eagles should.
Okay. All right, but you don't think he will. All right,
No.
here's my third thing
The
strategically.
Eagles are part of the
Yeah,
I think
be
they-
quick
yeah,
to figure
I
out.
think
Yeah,
they
yeah,
are.
yeah, yeah.
All right.
There's no witch hunt needed.
Right. Eagles are going to have an investigation of themselves. Oh, we got
Talk about looking in the mirror.
All right, third thing I would do if I'm Jalen, I would look in the mirror. I would ask myself, while others have some culpability here clearly, Jalen, I'm looking you in the mirror, bud. I'm looking myself in the mirror. Is it me? Is it me? Like, maybe I got to take stock that when these issues keep piling up, maybe it's me more than I've thought. Elliot, do you think Jalen will look in the mirror and say to himself, is it me?
Yeah, I think that's Jalen's personality. I also would be surprised if Jalen was surprised by anything in these articles. You know, like he probably is aware of these issues already. But yeah, I think Jalen is definitely someone that looks to improve.
All right, fourth thing I would do. Maybe this is a maybe would do. Maybe talk to the people directly that I think are, leaking some of this stuff out. Now, I want to be very clear. This is tough and tricky. These are uncomfortable conversations. No one enjoys them. And in this instance, you might not even necessarily know who the people are.
I have an idea, just a wild guess.
Yep.
Because the offensive line took a tremendous amount of criticism. Obviously, injuries played a factor. But I'm imagining if you're the offensive line and you think a certain play is going to be run and it's not, and you look really bad. Like there were plays where Cam Jurgens played about as awful as you could imagine. And I just wonder, they're like, you're not doing what the play structure call is.
Yeah, no,
and we're taking the heat.
I feel pretty confident on that one.
Yeah.
Rhea, do you think he will seek out discussions with players to hash it out?
No.
Okay.
It just doesn't strike
you agree
me.
with that, Elliot?
I
as that
don't
kind of
think
guy.
he will. You know what's interesting? Like remember when the Carson article came out, whatever year it was, 2018, 2019. Think of how many teammates tweeted out stuff at that point. Now, was it planned? Whatever, who knows? It's been, unless I haven't seen it. Has there been anything from, whoever,
Cricket.
Saquon?
Can I tell you something?
Lane?
Can I tell you something about that situation that I know for a fact? For a fact.
Talking about Carson.
Yep.
Yeah.
For a fact. For a fact.
Do you know it for a fact?
Yeah.
Okay.
One
I
of the
can't
most
tell.
vocal public supporters of Carson Wentz was one of the people privately leaking information.
100%.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm not even
James,
saying
and one of the most prominent Eagles.
Wow.
and I'm not saying that them doing
So
it.
let's
would be,
guess who
like,
it is. No, I'm just
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right.
It's just
so-
interesting. There hasn't been anything.
So there's the talk to your teammates thing, which maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't. I don't know. Fifth thing I would do if I'm Jalen Hurts in this kind of situation, and again, using WIP in our co-working situation as an analogy, I would certainly ask for a new contract. I'd say, listen, I have, and I'm not, this isn't me trying to brag in any way about our show or station. It's just, if I was a Super Bowl winning quarterback who had been to 2, been to Pro Bowls, that kind of stuff, with one more year left on the deal, of course I would say, hey, big boss guy, I think it's new contract time. Now, I will say this. I know enough about myself to believe that I would accept if they didn't give it to me. Now, don't kid yourself. I would be preparing to leave if they didn't give it to me after the deal is up. I'd be preparing to leave. But I would be willing to say, I haven't played as well, let's say, in rating standpoint. Our ratings have declined. I accept that because, Jalen Hurts declined. The Eagles played it. No, they weren't terrible. Still won 11 games.
Yeah.
But I would not, for instance, cause a fuss where I'd be like, oh, well, I'm sitting out if you don't give me a contract. Elliot, how do you think he will handle the reality that they obviously are not giving him a new contract this offseason?
I mean, I think he'll come to OTAs. I think that when he's asked in the media about it, I would be surprised if he said anything, that furthers this story. But that's the underrated part of this story is, we spend so much time saying, like, how will the team be next year? Will they be good? Can they compete for a Super Bowl? How many teams would we say outside of the Eagles, when there's obvious friction between the team and the quarterback, we would consider a legit Super Bowl contender? Like, it's just a tough situation to be in from a team perspective.
Here's the final thing I would do strategically if I'm Jalen Hurts in this spot. I would definitely dig in and try to do my job the very best I can. And this is the one thing I feel most confident Jalen will absolutely do. Now, he may not do it so effectively from the standpoint that he may not work well within the new offense, but I do think he will try his very – like there's some athletes that with criticism, take Ben Simmons, they shrink.
Yeah.
Right? They shrink. Jalen's not going to shrink. He's going to bust his ass this offseason, working out, being in shape. The key, of course, is hopefully he chooses to adapt to the new offense, and I do think he will try.
I agree. In both articles, it does say, or at least definitely in the ESPN one, he is more open to change than he's ever been.
James, what do you think of my strategy? This is sort of a combo. If it's one of us here, any of us out there in the world with whatever your work setting is, but in this case, of course, what makes it very different, it's a big-time star athlete. There is ego. There is accomplishment. There is money. There's more money potentially on the line. It's it's not a show that's got 5 or 7 or 8 people. When you talk about Ruben and Ben and all these parts of our show, I mean, there's 53 players on the team. There's a lot of staffers in there in the NovaCare. James, what do you think of my strategy with Jalen?
Yeah, I think it's mostly fair. Like I definitely would ask for a contract, whether I get it or not. I think he with 1 year left of guarantee money, I think that's a no-brainer if I'm Jalen Hurts and say the resume. And I totally agree with that. He has to look in the mirror thing. Like he has to be willing to say, I have flaws and I need to fix them. Haven't been willing to do this. I need to be willing, whatever it is. But again, the other part of it, I think, is that he needs to get the organization on his side more. Because if we're saying that the organization is okay with this or potentially behind it or whatever it is, like he has to go to the organization and to Elliott's point and be like, if you want me to be the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles, like this has to be a partnership. You have to be on my side. You have to have my back. You have to not let these things leak out. You have to do what you can to fight this. And maybe our read on it is wrong and it really is, lower level sources or whatever. But I don't think that. And I think the fact that they have not pushed back at all says that. So I think if I'm Jalen, I'm annoyed with the team. And I'm saying fix this.
Yeah. Let's get your assessment. How would you handle it? How do you think Jalen should handle it? How do you think he will handle it? 215-592-9494 as we broadcast from Borgata. Again, all 3 other teams in play tonight or today, afternoon game for the Phillies, Sixers and Flyers tonight. Let's go to the phones. D in Glassboro. D, good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
What up, D?
This is a wild last couple of days with all these articles.
Yeah,
yes,
it is. I mean, D, I feel like in many ways you haven't seen it since the end of Carson. If you remember November and December of 2020, all hell was breaking loose.
It was.
And by the way, you know what? Another time all hell broke loose, and then, D, I want to get right back to you, but a wild one in Eagles history. You guys remember in 2012, 4 straight weeks, someone was fired by the Eagles?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, we had that was Juan Castillo. We had the
Oh,
whole
right.
thing going. Yeah.
It was Juan. It was
Sean McDermott, Todd Bowles.
It was Tim McDermott, Sean's brother. Tim McDermott worked behind the scenes.
Oh, yeah, you're right. My bad.
It was the defensive line coach, Washburn.
Oh, he was firing.
And it was the player, Jason Babin, who they cut.
Yeah, they cut him.
4 straight weeks.
I forgot about that one.
It was an amazing,
Babin was a piece of work.
He's Joe's least favorite Eagle of all time.
He is my least favorite Eagle of all time.
All he did was hunt sacks.
He was not a popular guy.
If it was a run play, you could have gotten him a beach chair.
It's amazing. I think a guy who had 19 sacks in a season for the Eagles is right. And
James,
should be.
James,
should be.
I was at the end of that. I was rooting against him.
Yeah, to break the record.
Getting sacks. I did not want him to break Reggie's team record.
Didn't Rob Ellis have an all-time rant against Jason Babin?
I don't know.
Probably. Yeah, I feel like there is.
I don't remember. Anyway, D, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
No, that was great. No, I think that Jalen's going to continue on as he has, not making a public ruckus, really. He's going to shut his mouth and do his job. Do I think he's going to maybe go to the higher ups in the Eagles and have a conversation? Probably.
He should. I'll tell you this, Dee. The
yeah.
agent absolutely should.
Oh yeah, that's the agent's job.
I mean,
Sure.
she's and maybe she's on it, maybe she's not, but she should be on this because
Yeah, she should be like all systems go, red alert, like this
Big
is
time.
go time. Totally agree, Jeff.
big time. And by the way, she should leverage. And I don't know how many clients she has around the league.
A
but
lot.
She's a big time.
I,
Yeah,
well,
she's
I
like
feel,
a top 5
I feel
agent.
confident a Boris or a Rosenhaus would be saying to the
Totally
Phillies or the
agree.
Eagles, "You mess with my client, you keep messing. I'm not getting you others."
Totally, Joe. That's a great point. We talk about
She's
that
got-
in baseball all the time.
Yeah.
It's a great point.
She's got to leverage this.
That is. She will. I believe it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, because here's the thing, Dean.
No?
Nothing has changed. I mean, the shots have been taken at Jalen for a couple of years. No one's done it more than AJ publicly, but privately, it's been going on. That gets out. It's always anonymous. If you notice, other than AJ, there's never a quote that is directly attributed to someone in that building. Yet there's 50 quotes. So it's been going on, and the combination of Jalen and the agent have not stopped it.
Well, but also remember, your agent works for you.
And that's right.
And sometimes, because she's got like Myles Garrett, she's got Bijan, she's got a lot of big time names.
She's got Jahad Campbell.
Yeah,
I think Devontae's under that umbrella.
So
Interesting.
if your clients,
You're right.
wishes are there's no public,
Don't do it.
don't do it.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
fair.
the agent works for the client.
That's fair. All right, Dee, I need a big answer from you. Like humans going back to the moon, but in this case, just to circle around. What else? I want good photographs, by the way. I want good photos.
Oh yeah, no, they
Dude,
brought a
they got
Polaroid up
good
there.
cameras
Joe.
now. No, now they got like 8K resolution and stuff. It's amazing.
And we should spy on Russia from up there, but that's a whole nother matter.
You know
Dee,
there
what's
are already satellites up
I'm
there.
well aware. I'm well aware. Dee, what's cool?
I'm not just saying this because my husband used to do it, but I think jousting is cool. Two guys in armored riding on horseback. Trying to
Interesting.
knock each other off.
Jousting.
It's actually nuts, is what it is.
Yeah, it's pretty
Visually,
wild.
it's great. It
I
is
don't think
wild.
it's cool. Like if you walked up to someone and be like, "I'm jousting later," like, is that cool?
I mean, in some ways, yeah. I think
Well,
it's
hold on,
also
let's-
crazy, but I think it's
let-
cool.
Let's
Yeah.
ask Dee. Did it get you him the first date with you?
All right, Dee, good call. Let's get to Anthony right now in New Jersey. Anthony, good morning.
ESP, the hammer. Hey, hammer,
What up?
man. What a classic hammer.
How are you, pal?
Classic hammer, 5 for 5, man. He called in his shot.
Thank you, sir.
Dang, the hammer.
No one has your back more than this guy.
Oh,
What- one of the
He is number one hype man.
One of the cooler moments of the basketball game was when you two hugged after. Like you
Totally.
could just
It was
feel
like
like
actual
it was
emotion.
beautiful.
I
Yeah,
totally
it was
agree. Elliot and I
legit
turned to
beautiful.
each other and we're like, "That's beautiful." Yeah.
Yeah. What
My
a
guy,
job we
man,
have.
The hammer, man.
And Anthony, my girlfriend Amy from Villanova forgot to hand me the flag. That was her job because she was so, happy that I won and taking video of it. And I'm screaming to her, "Flag, flag!" Because she was supposed to bring me the flag. So then I eventually went over there.
Did
and
you
got the
fire
flag.
her from
Yeah,
that job?
you know what?
It's like-
She's in probation.
Oh,
right now.
gotcha. That's what I thought.
Penalty box, which is where some of those players in the other team should have been last night in the Flyers game.
100%.
Yeah.
Hey, hammer, as I was holding you, man, I kept hearing you scream, "Amy, Amy, Amy."
No, it wasn't
I didn't
Amy.
know
Well, maybe
you were-
Amy, but eventually it was flag, flag, flag.
Flag. Yeah. I didn't know.
I don't think
just
she
know,
could. I don't
man.
think she could hear me though. There was a lot of commotion
over all the applause.
Oh, dude,
Nah.
a lot
Yeah,
going
the
on.
crowd went wild, hammer.
Plus, Anthony with the Fritz. Fritz was sobbing so loud.
Oh my god!
Stop it.
I cracked
You're
myself.
having
up.
fun with this.
I
huh?
forgot about the Good Friday part. I just kind of
You keep forgetting that.
Yeah.
All right, Anthony, what's cool?
Hey, hammer, I'm sorry, hammer.
Yeah.
The Good Friday, hammer. I'm sorry. It was my fault,
It's
hammer.
okay.
I'm sorry, man.
It's okay.
Hey, but what's cool, man? James gave an unbelievable stat about the rocket on his way and how many miles per hour it was going up there to the moon.
Crazy, man.
What's pretty impressive is Usain Bolt. He can run a tenth of that with 27 miles per hour, which he ran in the 2008 Olympics. The
That's so
fastest man on
unbelievable.
the planet.
Well, Anthony, it's a great answer. Usain Bolt. Could you imagine? And Elliot, you're a runner.
I am. Yeah.
Could you imagine getting on a treadmill and cranking it up to 27?
No, I mean I can't like I get to 11 if I'm like, for like 35, 40 seconds.
27.
Yeah, that's insane.
It's beyond
And
insane.
for context, isn't Saquon, wasn't he charted at like 21 miles an hour on one of his runs?
I do remember that from 2024.
You just think about the size of his legs that he,
Last year was the first year of AJ's career. He didn't hit 20 miles an hour on a single play.
Wow.
Which is telling.
And the league would know that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, if I know it, yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Coming up, something Mike Florio said about A.J. Brown and the Patriots. We'll hit that. Also, we'll revisit the Flyers situation from last night with the referee. There was a lot going on. That and more. Phone calls and all of it from Borgata. Phil's, Sixers, and Flyers all in action tonight as well. We'll talk to you about it on 94 WIP.
When it comes to your roof, not all contractors are created equal. Only 2% of GAF installers earn Master Elite status, and just 1% of that Master Elite group is recognized as President's Club installers. My friends at J&S Family Roofing are among them. So what does this mean for you? That's important. It means superior craftsmanship, proven trust, and this is really important, access to the best roofing warranty that GAF offers. It's protection you can't just get from anyone. Choose the experts trusted at the highest level. Give my friends Stu, Dustin, Nick, and Kevin a call. I was texting with Stu last night. He's a huge Philly sports fan, just an awesome guy, awesome family. You can't go wrong. J&S Family Roofing, built by family, backed by the best. And tell them I sent you.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, new Verizon mobile and home customers can get Fios and a line of mobile for just $69.99 a month with AutoPay. Get Fios 300 megabit per second for $20 per month and unlimited welcome for $50 a month, plus taxes and fees when you bring in your own phone. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch.
For new Fios Internet and mobile customers, discounts apply over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. My friends at Lexus of Cherry Hill are an elite Lexus dealer for 2025. Amazing people, exceptional service. They're also an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer sales experience. Veteran owned and operated with award-winning service. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles, they'll help you find the Lexus of your dreams. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through May 31st, save up to $2,100 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualified systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. That's nopaycarrier.com for a contractor near you.
Imagine a world where you can leave the house and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice, streaming the other game in 4K, just like that. In the airport, download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. To get started, call, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today. Also, visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Join the Big Five coaches and the who's who in the Philly Hoops community as they honor former Eagles player, broadcaster, and cancer survivor Kevin Riley, along with Jeff and Sandy Brown from Brown ShopRights at the 22nd Annual American Cancer Society Coaches vs. Cancer Basketball Gala, hosted by Coach Fran Dunphy and Ree Dunphy, Saturday, April 11th at the Bellevue. It's the Coaches vs. Cancer Basketball Gala, presented by Independence Blue Cross, Saturday, April 11th. Go to phillycvc.org. That's phillycvc.org.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
We are approaching our first full week of baseball for the 2026 pro season, and it's packed with a full slate of matchup series. Monday will kick off with Minnesota versus Kansas City and Texas and Baltimore to start off the week. Across the league, we'll see the impact of off-season additions to give fans an early glimpse of what's to come.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds, like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
It's an Odyssey Sports Minute.
So Kirk Cousins lands another deal, this time tied to the Las Vegas Raiders, and somehow the man just keeps cashing in. On the field, Cousins, the resume's fine, but at the bank, elite. Nobody in NFL history has maximized earnings like Kirko Chains. Championships? Maybe not, but financially, first ballot Hall of Famer. I'm John Lund.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Just a brutal loss for the Flyers. 4-2 to the Red Wings with 7 games to play. Flyers at 86 points. They are chasing 4 other teams for that final playoff spot. Certainly had their chances. They outshot Detroit 34-19. Speaking of brutal, well, that'd be ref Cody Beach. Outrageously aggressive grabbing of Porter Martone's jersey when the 19-year-old complained about a non-call. Beach grabbing the back of Martone's jersey, barked in his face, and then escorted him across the ice. Joel Embiid listed as doubtful for the Sixers game tonight at home against the T-Wolves with an illness. That also caused him to miss Wednesday's game. Phillies open a series in Colorado, 4:10 p.m., live here on 94 WIP. When plumbing problems hit, wrap them up quick and call Roto-Rooter. Their team tackles clogs and leaks so you can stay in the game. Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Weather brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Clouds early, PM sun, high 78. It's currently 44. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older. Must be a New Jersey gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Broadcasting from Borgata on this fine Friday morning. Big day in Philly sports when you consider the Flyers and Sixers with major playoff implications. And, of course, the Phils with Game 7 today. That'll be an Aaron Nola start, his second of the year. Let's go to the phones, get your reaction to everything we've been discussing. What do you think Jalen's strategy should be? What do you think it will be? And if you were in Jalen's shoes, how would you handle the situation of everything going on? 215-592-9494. Let's talk to Ken right now. He's calling from Cinnaminson. Ken, good morning, pal.
Good morning, friends. Happy Easter, happy Passover.
Of course. To you as
Joe,
well.
I hope you haven't. I believe when we spoke last Good Friday, you had already eaten meat by this time of day. I hope you,
Dude.
I hope you remembered not to do that today.
I have been a very forgetful. It's been bad. It's been really bad. So this year with Lent, shame on me.
You're going to hell for a number of other reasons, Joe. I wouldn't worry about it.
I would agree with that.
Confession is there. It would probably be a long session.
Yeah. Boy, you're not kidding.
So very quickly on a couple things on Porter Martone. I have been watching hockey longer than anybody. I actually played hockey for much of my life. I have never seen that in my life ever.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that. Look, I understand rookies don't get a long leash, and it's his second game in the NHL, but it was completely and wholly out of line. And I certainly hope the league is having a conversation with him this morning.
Yeah, it was really, really strange, and not cool. We're asking today what's cool. That was not cool.
Just a really quick aside, a point of context on Tiger Woods. I lived in Jupiter for a while, and I can tell you that Tiger Woods is not the most popular resident of Jupiter. And I don't know if you saw the body cam footage
Yeah, I
from
saw
when
a
he
lot
was
of it.
arrested last night.
Yeah.
But anybody who has had interactions with Tiger in the Jupiter community would tell you that it is completely typical of him when he says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I was on the phone with the president." So he's not a good guy. And,
It's so bad, that footage.
Yeah.
Like some of the worst I've ever seen.
He's not a good guy. Maybe someday.
Well, I thought he was polite, though. I mean, I will say, I didn't think he was impolite.
So sometime when we have a chance to just talk about it.
Listen, I've read a lot on Tiger. I read a book on him that's certainly not flattering, but I'm just saying specific to that situation, and I'm certainly not defending his actions of what occurred, but I actually thought he was pretty polite from what I saw. And I saw a lot of it. I thought
he seemed under control in the footage. It wasn't like he was,
But maybe part of the reason he was under control, he's too sedated.
That's what I saw. He was
for sure. Ray, there's
heavily
no,
medicated.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Had no business being in a car.
No
Should have his license taken away.
I totally agree.
Absolutely.
I totally agree.
Well, I want to get to Jalen's. Just when I see you, we'll talk about some of the stuff that I can tell you.
No problem. No problem.
So on this whole Jalen thing, first of all, the notion that WIP is somehow partially responsible in any way for whipping up this whole thing is just utterly preposterous.
Yeah, I don't even worry about it. Yeah.
Can we just drop that? Okay. WIP is a mirror. Okay, it's not a megaphone, so it reflects what we think and what we see. In terms of paying Jalen, the Eagles absolutely should not pay Jalen. And what I would do if I was in Jalen's shoes, it depends on a lot of different things. Now, what I would do when I was in leadership positions, and this was a while back, but one of the most effective things that we used to do that nobody's ever going to do anymore, and Jalen certainly isn't going to do it, is called a 360, where you get your peers and you get your team and you get all your guys around you, and you sit basically in the middle of the circle, and you let them tell you what they perceive of you. Because
so a real hash out, basically.
Well, because here's the thing. If everybody is basically saying the same thing, you've got two choices. You can say, they're all wrong. They're all making this stuff up. None of it is correct. Or maybe I am the common denominator here. And very few people have the fortitude and the moral
Yeah, it's tough.
courage
That's a tough spot.
to do that.
Yeah.
But it's a really effective process. In terms of paying Jalen Hurts, and I really believe this, 2026, the number one thing that the Eagles are trying to decide in 2026, and it is the point of the season almost, is if Jalen Hurts is the quarterback for the next 5 years.
Totally agree.
If
Other than a win, it's the next most important thing.
Right.
Yeah.
They're not looking to tank,
Yeah.
but if he's in the bottom third of the league in passing for a third straight year, then at some point as an organization, the Eagles have to identify this as.
Listen, Ken, I think it's a good call and a measured call. Give me an answer, my man, for what's cool.
The coolest car ever made the Shelby Cobra.
Interesting. A car hadn't been said yet.
So if Ken's correct, and it sounds like you agree to a point, Joe, that the biggest point of this season is to figure out what they think of Jalen and what essentially they have at quarterback, right?
Yep.
Then do we need to change our expectations? I mean, how many other teams would we say are going into a season with uncertainty at quarterback that we would also say could be contenders to win a Super Bowl? There's just not many.
Not many.
Right. So
maybe the Dallas Cowboys, maybe.
But they
I mean, I think
uncertainty at quarterback.
Well, I
They
think
got
they
Dak.
know what Dak is.
Well,
Yeah, he puts up great
He is what-
numbers
he
in
is
the
what he
regular
is,
season.
yeah.
and
like
then
maybe
doesn't do anything.
maybe he goes on a playoff run out of nowhere, but Dak is what he is.
Do you think Purdy? I mean, I can't imagine he's on the most solid ground after his last couple of years. He's been okay.
Yeah,
but
I mean, he's played well when he's been healthy.
Yeah, that's his problem is health.
Right.
Yeah.
Just at least last year. I agree there was a year in between there where he didn't play great. I just think if the takeaway from this story is the Eagles are unsure about the quarterback, then they're not Super Bowl contenders. Like, I don't think
disagree, and I'll tell you why, Elliot. I'll tell you why I disagree wholeheartedly. I don't think they were sure about him in 2024, and they won the Super Bowl.
Now, they did have the best running game of all time.
Well, yes.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you can't draft a quarterback super high and tell me you're a Super Bowl contender when you need help along the O-line, edge, all that.
We also did just see a team last year in Sam Darnold, pick up Darnold, who we had no idea if he could get it done, and they won the Super Bowl.
Agreed. But going into the season, though, I don't think
they might not have been sure because they signed him, but no one was sure about Sam Darnold.
Things could
No
change
doubt.
in season. Jalen could have, and this is the other part about the paying Jalen thing, right? We have seen the Eagles continually pay players that they believe in early, right? They do it to get a discount, right?
Yep.
If they actually think Jalen could have a big year in this new offense, wouldn't it be smarter to pay him now? Because the price is only going to go up after season, especially if there's friction.
Elliot, they don't believe in him.
I'm not. I agree, but I'm saying the lack of payment tells you that if they thought like he is set to have a monster year, then you can get him at a discount.
This is a clear case where actions speak louder.
100%.
And by the way, let me just say this. This stuff always comes down to belief. You know what the main reason why the Phillies didn't give Bryce Harper the extra 2 or 3 years on his contract 2 and 3 years ago when he wanted it? Because they didn't think he'd be good enough at the age of 40, 41, and 42 to do it.
But I think there's a major difference there because they're saying they don't think Jalen will be good enough next year.
No, I know there's a huge difference.
Yeah,
But I'm just saying it fundamentally comes down to, do you think it's good bang for the buck?
Agreed.
That's the bottom freaking line in any walk of life.
Do you think there's any shot if the noise gets loud enough about them not paying Jalen, if Jalen's upset, that they relent and do something?
No. Like when Donovan got that extra money from Washington because they had benched him for Rex Grossman that one game and then brought him back or whatever that whole thing was, and then they bumped him up $3 million that 1 week. Remember, it was before the Eagles played Washington with him down there. No, I do not think the Eagles will cave because of private or public pressure. I don't.
I tend to agree.
Yeah. Let's get to 2 different Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has more than just quality pre-owned Chevrolets. You can visit ArminChevy.com to see Armin's entire pre-owned inventory. That's ArminChevy.com. All right, Rhea, your house is on the line.
No.
It's on the line.
All right, the Shore House or
both houses.
I will never bet.
What a flex. Exactly. Name the house.
Name the house. All right.
No, my Shore House is just a little cottage, but I would never bet that.
The
City house.
whole bank account. Every part of life savings for retirement is on the line, and you have to answer this question accurately. But we don't know the answer yet. We'll find out in a couple hours. Phillies play at 4 o'clock today. Twitter poll question: will Aaron Nola give the Phillies a good start today?
I would not bet my house on it. No, absolutely not.
Buddy. So
I wouldn't bet your apartment on it. Okay, no.
Exactly. So that was a discouraging first start by Nola last week.
Especially because he played so well in the
I
World
don't
Baseball
know. It
Classic.
wasn't horrible. It was
Wasn't
5 innings,
good,
3
though.
runs. I think if they got no hit when he was pitching. You know what I
I
mean?
know.
Like that was the much bigger. Like I agree with you, but I think the expectations for Nola, like if he's giving you 5 innings, 2 runs, 6 innings, 3 runs, it wasn't quite there. That's fine. Like I think I was okay. It wasn't good.
Didn't the other team
but I
score
was
right away,
okay.
James? That's
Yeah.
part of what. Didn't they hit a homer in the first inning? Am I remembering that?
I
right?
don't remember.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think so.
I just remember being annoyed quick.
Oh,
yeah,
very quick.
yeah, but
Yeah.
overall,
Yeah.
5 innings, 3 runs. It's not good, but it's not like a disaster.
Not horrendous. All right, second poll question. We got 3 games here coming up in the next couple hours. The poll question is: which game are you most interested in today? So the Phillies play first. They play at 4, and then the Flyers and Sixers both play in the 7 o'clock hour. Elliot, the implications are so different.
Yeah.
Flyers and Sixers implications are similar, but the game is still 20 times more important in the Flyers and the Sixers because Sixers are going to make the playoffs one way or the other. I define playoffs as top 10 teams, but whatever.
Yeah, they will play beyond the 82 games.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, Elliot, which game are you most interested in today? Flyers, Islanders, Phillies, Rockies, Sixers, T-Wolves.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but for me, it's the Flyers. Like,
I don't even think it's close, to be honest.
Yeah, but just for me, like, I'm such a bigger Sixers guy. I'm a bigger Phillies guy. I've just never really had like long stretches of my life where the Flyers have been worth paying attention to.
Yeah, you're too young.
That's just
to
the
remember,
truth. Like I
know.
remember like in college when they were in the, they made all the way to the Stanley Cup. But outside of that, like I've enjoyed getting up in the morning and checking the standings and seeing what the score is at night. So I agree. I think that's unlikely they'll make the playoffs, but it's fun to finally have late season hockey to follow. So for me, it's the Flyers.
So it sounds like James and Rhea, you both agree with Elliot?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Just it's the stakes for me.
I actually have it as the Sixers, and I know this is going to finish last in the poll. Let me give you why. All right, so Phillies, I got to discount. Love them, all that stuff.
Phillies have to be third. They're my favorite team of all of them. They have to be third.
They're on my favorite time for an out west game on a Friday.
Give me a 4-10 game every day of the week.
I'll be sitting out back with a beverage, enjoying that tonight.
So
this evening.
There's 155 games to go after this one tonight. I think they can withstand a loss if it happens. All right. Here's why I say the Sixers over the Flyers. And this is sad, but I'm going to be honest. I am largely resigned to the fact that the Flyers are going to miss the playoffs.
Well, with that attitude, definitely.
Last night really
that hurt.
It really hurt.
Yep.
I know they're still only 2 points behind a playoff spot, but there are 4 teams tied in front of them. The Flyers have 7 games to go. They don't have good tiebreaker situations for some of these squads. Like, of course, tonight's Flyers game matters the most, but I just don't think they're going to get there. And I got to give you another reason. I got to give another reason to the Sixers.
You're in on the Sixers. I can tell.
Let me tell you something. Pistol P, this dude is playing ball, man.
Yeah, well, then he'll turn into playoff
We're not calling him
P.
Pistol P.
Yeah.
We're not
Pistol
doing
P, Seltzer.
Pete Maravich is rolling over in his grave
Too
right now.
bad. Pistol P.
Disgraceful.
It's not podcast P. It's not Pistol Pete. It's Pistol P.
No.
By the way,
one's calling
Rhea,
him.
how annoyed are people like 65 years and older with me right now?
Right now, they want to drive to the Borgata and open hand slap you.
People that saw Pistol P in the 70s, probably Fran Dunphy, Herb McGee, Phil Martelli. They're all like John.
Angelo.
And they're all like, all right.
I do think
obviously a little tongue in cheek, but I will say he is playing ball.
Joe,
I think they're the team
Washington.
I think they can be the team no one wants to play in that top 3.
I totally agree.
Just with the pure talent they
Dude,
have.
we are all forgetting that defense matters in the playoffs.
And rebounding.
Yes, it
100%.
becomes a half-court game. If you can't play defense, you won't win. And the Sixers are not built to play defense in the playoffs.
I
It is
agree
not.
with you, but the firepower they have on offense, like if I'm the Knicks or the Pistons with Cade Cunningham dealing with that, like I do not want to see a healthy Joel, Paul George, Tyrese Maxey, and VJ Edgecombe. Like
I don't think you have to worry about that.
well, the Pistons for sure, but I'm saying the Celtics and Knicks, that's a very real matchup for them.
I am
that they're not all going to be healthy.
Oh yeah, true.
I am excited for the Sixers. I know most are not. In our poll yesterday, close to 80% are still not in on this
I
thing.
question the doubtfulness of Joel Embiid tonight.
Meaning
honestly.
what? Meaning what?
Well, because there was, the whole weirdness of Wednesday.
Yep.
That, was he sick? Did he miss a team film session? And then they forced him to go to the doctor, and now he's still sick.
So you think he plays tonight?
I'm thinking he's saying, "Oh, you didn't let me play Wednesday because I'm sick. I'm still sick."
Yeah.
Oh, it better not be that, Ray.
Well, it's so annoying. Like, if he missed a film session, tell us.
Well, he did.
Well,
tell us that's the reason he's not playing is the
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, that would be a whole different. I can't basically imagine with 6 or 7 games to go that
I don't know. It's
that
just
he's
weird.
taking his
And
ball
by
and
the way,
going home with
they
frustration.
control their own destiny for the 6th seed. If they win out, so like these are
Yeah.
critical games.
Yeah, that's why I want to see him playing.
215-592-9490. We will get here coming up in a moment to the reference situation last night in the Flyers game. Not good. We'll hit that shortly. And by the way, James, quickly, I need an answer from you. Of the 3 nicknames I've given you for Philadelphia athletes this week, which one? Matter of fact, I'll even say 4 because one guy's got 2 nicknames. It's just a matter of how you pronounce them. Here are the 4 names I presented this week. Tell me which one you like the most.
Okay.
Darth Vladar.
Yep.
Darth Vader. Adonis Garcia when he plays well. And Pistol Pete. Oh, excuse me, Pistol Pete.
So Pistol Pete, get that out of here.
Out.
So it's funny. I went to Lewis early in the season when Vladar started doing stuff. I'm like, can we call him Vlader? Because like Darth Vader is so great.
Darth Vader is great.
And he's like, it's not his name. And I was like, okay, I guess it's Vladar, and I won't
That's
go down
fine.
that road.
I think you still go with Vader.
Darth Vader is the greatest nickname that has happened. in
Lewis
history.
is so wrong
And
on
Adonis
this.
Garcia
Yeah.
is great. Like I told you I'm in on that. That's cool. Darth Vader is maybe the best nickname in the history of the city if we can get it going.
And Rita, you're totally out on Pistol Pete. You think that's an outrage?
The entire world is out on that. I will tell you this. So Hugh Douglas says to me the other day, sends me a text. He goes, Adonis Garcia with a question mark. And I go, yeah, when he hits home runs, he goes, oh, that totally makes sense. So Hugh's on board with it too.
All right,
Can I
let's
ask
go.
just a quick question?
Yeah.
So you're talking about if you would bet your house on Nola playing well, right?
Yeah.
Is Chris Sanchez the athlete in the city right now that if you had to bet anything on him going out and performing at a high level of
Yes.
any four teams, is he the most dependable athlete in Philly right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he is.
He is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even in the last game where he didn't have his best stuff,
What
he's
with
still
Quinyon Mitchell.
Oh, that's a
Quinyon,
good
yeah.
one, Rita.
Quinyon's a good
Yeah,
one.
good
You're
one.
right.
Quinion's a good. You
You're
think
right.
over Sanchez?
He's there. Same.
He's there.
Like just will.
Sanchez's job is probably
harder.
harder, but
Agreed.
And I gotta give a hat tip to Wheeler, who, if he reestablished,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
right there also.
Well,
Because
yeah,
he's
look,
only
this
not.
year. If he didn't get hurt, Maxey was next. He wasn't there, but like Maxey was playing really
I'd
well.
put him just a hair below.
I would too. No,
Just a
I'm
hair.
saying he's right
Yeah.
below those
Yeah.
guys. No doubt.
Quinyon's a good one. He does week in and week out play at a high level.
And
That's a
Cooper
good one.
Jean
And
basically
Cooper,
does
yeah.
also.
I mean, yeah.
I thought they were the two best Eagles last year.
I agree with you.
Let's
on
get
that,
to Joe in Mayfair. Joseph, good morning.
Well, before I get into Jalen, tonight's the season for the Flyers, and I don't
Yep.
know why everyone keeps looking at the wild card. They're only 3 behind the Islanders with a game in hand, and they play the Islanders tonight.
It's kind
You
of a
win
big game.
tonight.
Oh, yeah.
You win-
I
you
like
win
that
tonight,
angle,
you're-
Joe.
You win tonight, you're a point behind the Islanders, and you still got a game in hand. So
I like it.
the season's nowhere even close to being over because the Islanders have been just treading water. Flyers go 4-2-1 or 5-2, they're making the playoffs.
Wait, say that again.
4-2-1.
No, I
If they
don't think
win-
so.
Yes.
I
if
think
they
you're
win
underestimating
tonight-
their chances. They're only 2 out. Like,
Yeah, but 4 teams,
they're only-
guys.
but those teams aren't putting them away.
But
You're only
some
one
some
behind
of
the
them are going to
Islanders when you
go.
win tonight.
Some of those teams are going to win 4 or 5 games themselves.
No, because they play each other. No, Joe.
Hammer might be wrong.
Well, Joe,
here,
here's the other problem, and this goes to my point earlier why I downgraded the Flyers in the poll. I just don't believe that
I
they're
didn't
going to
say
win 5 of 7.
I didn't say that, but they win tonight. That's got to give them a lot of push going forward. Winning on the road to the Islanders are only a point behind the playoff spot with 6 to go.
Look, they're in it. I'm not saying they're not in it. I just don't think they get there.
I don't either, but
Joe, that was great, dude.
Classic.
Awesome work by you.
but you still got to root for them, right? You know what I
Of
mean? Like get in
course.
front of the television with a beverage and root for the
course.
Flyers, and hopefully the goalie can make a big stop late in the game. But let's get to Jalen. I love Jalen Hurts until he won the Super Bowl because his whole demeanor and ego and arrogance has gotten worse.
Has
If
it
you take a
though?
pi-
Has
Yes.
it though? Like, well,
Yeah, because
so
the stories
people
keep
in the
it-
building
Ellie,
might
the-
people in the building might think that, but what from our perspective has shown that? Like, I think he's actually remarkably always the same publicly.
Okay. The loss hurt the Super Bowl in 2022, correct? And the screenshot on his phone was he hasn't reached the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
And he put all the work in and did everything it took to get back to the mountain. He's already gotten there. I don't hear him after a press conference saying this loss hurts. I didn't do enough to get us over the
I
top
fully
of this game.
disagree with
Yeah,
you.
I
on
disagree.
That.
I don't.
And for what it's worth, like he did not have a good year. Right? But he did have a career high in touchdown passes, if I'm not mistaken. Like his year was not,
And
I
we
guess,
also
like
had the most
elite.
3 and outs in the NFL.
Agreed. He did not have a
Okay,
great
so
year, but
you're-
we
you're a
talk about him.
franchise
But
star
when we're
quarterback,
talking
you
about
need
him,
to
like he
find a
was
way
a
to get
bottom
rid of
5
that.
quarterback. But I just fully disagree with this idea that he's changed in terms of losses don't hurt as much and all that. Like that's just not the Jalen
The
I
proof
see.
was
That's not the
San
Jalen I
Fran
see.
game, Elliot. The San Fran game. He did not run the ball in a game that they had.
That was crazy.
Agreed,
but the San Fran game, the San
You
Fran
let-
game,
you
he
let a
also
hammer-headed
hit.
playoff team with decimated of injuries come into your building. If you're the star quarterback, you can't allow that to happen.
Yeah, and if in
Well,
the San Fran
stay
game,
on
he
the-
also hit AJ in the hands multiple times with passes that were dropped.
Elliot, one drive does not
Yeah,
show me a whole game.
But he led a game-winning drive if people catch passes. So if you want to say the offense wasn't good enough, but that San Francisco game, in my opinion, was not solely on Jalen.
But Elliot, on that last drive, he also multiple times did not throw to the open receiver.
That's not true.
That is true.
They got right down the field. They went right down the
down
field.
to that. If you're a star quarterback
I'm
in
talking
this
about the
league
Final
and you
Four
have a
plays.
ham and egger team coming into your building and dominating for 3 quarters against you, if you're that damn good, you got to put the team on your shoulders.
So they
before
didn't
that
dominate.
happens.
They didn't dominate the Eagles for 3 quarters. If I'm not mistaken, the Eagles were
Defensively,
winning
what
going
the
in.
Eagles scored?
The Eagles were winning going into the fourth
It
quarter.
was a close
How many
game.
points
Yeah.
did they score,
Let's
Elliot?
just be real. It was a nip and tuck.
And if
game.
The
Jake
Eagles,
Elliott,
Elliot,
if Jake Elliott makes an extra point,
Elliot, in that game with as
they played the
decimated
big
as
Joe,
that
Joe,
49ers,
Joe, hang on.
as
Go ahead.
decimated as that 49ers defense was, the Eagles should have mopped them up with
I
the
agree
talent
they should
had
have
on
won
their
the game.
team.
I agree. And Joe, I'm not even trying to defend Jalen by saying he played some amazing game, but I just think when you talk about like he's changed since 2024, losses don't hurt him anymore. He didn't show up against the Niners. Like I just think that's an extreme.
Well, okay, Joe, let me cut in here. So there's one, I mostly disagree with you, Joe, but one aspect I do agree with. It looks to me like him not running is lacking some of the eye of the tiger. The eye of the tiger is I got to do everything I can to win today, right now. Not I'll see you in a year or two by keeping my body healthy and having a new contract. And it was a big mark against him that he was not running.
And there was a moment in that game where he slid, right? If you remember. So like I agree with that, but also we can't have it both ways. Like look at what's happening in New York right now with Jackson Dart, or what we lived through with Michael Vick and Carson to an extent. Like
Jalen was never that reckless as
Agreed.
Jackson Dart.
Yeah,
I
he was
agree.
really good at taking care of himself.
But that's part of it.
He
too,
still
right?
got hurt though, right? The Chicago
he did.
game, like he still got hurt, even as good at taking care
Well,
of
you
himself.
know what?
He still got
What
hurt.
James, in that game, what I've always taken issue with, that was third or fourth quarter. That ground that was freezing cold. They should have never been running him in that game.
Yep.
That to me was play
Chicago,
calling.
you're talking
Yeah,
about.
Chicago.
Yeah, whatever. The point is he still got hurt running. You know.
Yep. All right, Joe, I need an answer from you. What's
real
cool?
quick, I'm going to give it to you, but real quick. What Justin Herbert did in the playoff game, getting his ass kicked, I want to see Jalen Hurts keep getting up and saying, I'm not losing. The reason I left Donovan McNabb is because he lost the eye to tiger, became a pocket quarterback. You have to have a killer instinct. If you don't have the arm strength or the ability to throw the ball in the middle of the field, you can't take one of your best attributes and bench it.
Who do you think has more of a killer instinct? Who do you think has more of a killer instinct? Jalen Hurts or Justin Herbert?
In a playoff game this year, Herbert.
I mean,
Yeah, but
Hurts,
it's
dude.
but that's a small sample
Herbert
size.
has the biggest collapse.
That's one
he had
game,
to Frank
Joe.
Reich.
But he
Are you
showed-
kidding me? Like he lost a
showed
30-point lead.
Listen, Joe, I know Herbert played better in the game against the Eagles this
They
year
scored
than
3
Hurts, but
points in the playoff game against the Patriots.
Herbert's got a lot of
Herbert
shame.
Stunk in the playoffs against
Herbert
the Patriots.
has been brutal.
Who
All right,
cares?
Joe.
He stunk.
Joe, I need an answer from you. What's cool?
Well, the coolest thing for me is even though I'm 53, I can sit down with an elderly person and have them smile at me, telling me stories for hours and hours about back in the day. It just makes
like
me feel
that.
so good that I'm so cool being able to sit there and this guy's telling me his whole life story and doesn't know me from Adam.
That's a really interesting answer. Look, maybe it's not cool as much.
Yeah,
as
I think it's a good one.
No,
Yeah.
it's not cool as much as like it's
Interesting?
a neat thing. Yeah,
Neat.
it's
It's a cool
interesting,
experience.
It's neat. But I don't know if cool is the word.
James, I talked to a gentleman one time. I worked with him at Twining Valley Golf Course. He served in D-Day, and I forget which beach, but one of the main beaches. Gets off the boat, and I said, "What was it like?"
Yeah, no,
And
totally.
he said, and I remember he said, "You just shot everywhere. You just kept shooting."
Wow.
He said, "You didn't even know." And now, listen, I'm sure other people there had perspective on what they were shooting and had better sight lines and maybe slightly less chaos than he had. From his perspective, he said it was utter chaos, and you just kept shooting and moving.
Yeah, no. So
That's what
I've
Saving Private Ryan showed.
Yeah,
you.
I've spoken to similar people. I've spoken to Holocaust survivors, and the sad thing is age and time. Like there are not many left. We're getting to the point where
Correct.
the people who were at D-Day, the people who were Holocaust survivors, like they're
Yep.
dying off.
And I remember a
you
few
know?
years back when the World War I veterans no longer existed. Because when
I remember that too. I remember
when we
the
grew
last
up,
one.
yeah, there were, and then there weren't. There's no one from World War I, and yeah, in the next 10 years or so, although 20 years if you're listening to us right now, You got 20 years.
Just quickly back to what Joe from Mayfair was saying, and I love the passion from him there. But like, this is why if I'm Jalen, I'm most upset about the articles because, he's calling in saying Jalen doesn't care about winning anymore. Like, Jalen has accomplished a ton for this team, and it's borderline unfair that he has to then deal with this.
I think Joe took it a little far.
Yeah.
And he was a big Jalen supporter.
I know. It is bizarre.
215-592-9494. The officiating situation from the Flyers game last night, plus drop of the week and more. From Borgata, Elliot in for John today. Wonderful to be with you. You can join us on 94 WIP.
After years of wear and tear, you've made a decision. It is time for a knee, hip, or shoulder replacement. You talk to your doctor. You got a date set. Well, the team at NovaCare Rehabilitation, they are here for you because there's something you might not know, and that is attending physical therapy before your surgery can significantly help your recovery and movement post-surgery. Then once you've got your replacement, you already trust NovaCare's physical therapists to help you fully heal because they are experts in balance, gait training, and pain management. You have extremely unique needs with joint replacement. NovaCare's team, they're going to develop an individualized treatment plan to get you feeling strong and back to the things you love to do. Not a decision anyone comes to lightly. So rely on the physical therapy provider you know and trust. Choose NovaCare to get back to work, sports, and life. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy before and after your joint replacement surgery, or to schedule an appointment at one of their 150 convenient locations, go to NovaCare.com. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
If you're considering an engagement in the future, you don't want to miss Benari Jewelers' April Bridal event. It's the most spectacular sales event of the year. Even more rings on sale site, designers, and interest-free financing with approved credit. You can't miss it. 3 straight days of savings, April 10th, 11th, and 12th, and you'll get Benari Jewelers' unbeatable price. But during the sale, it's next level. They're giving you up to 20% off thousands of engagement rings, so you'll find the cut, the size, the style you're looking for, and love the price. Remember, it's April 10th, 11th, and 12th. 3 days of savings on virtually all Benari Jewelers' fabulous rings and bands. Up to 20% savings and double the normal selection with top designers showcasing their entire lines. Best values of the year, plus interest-free financing with approved credit. Details at BenariJewelers.com. It's April 10th, 11th, and 12th, only at my very good friends Benari Jewelers in Exton and Newtown Square.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Are the LA Lakers contenders or pretenders? I think we found out on Thursday night because the Oklahoma City Thunder just made a statement, an easy, emphatic win. And in the West right now, it's simple. It's the Thunder, maybe the Spurs, and then everybody else. Nice try, Lakers. Maybe circle back post LeBron James. I'm John Lund.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Pretty busy day on tap for the locals. Most importantly, you got the Flyers at the Islanders. Only 7 games to play in the regular season. They're at 86 points after a 4-2 loss to the Detroit Red Wings last night. They are chasing 4 teams in front of them. Porter Martone, 9 shots, involved in a very strange situation with the referee, Cody Beach. He aggressively grabbed Martone's sweater and barked in his face after Martone was looking for a call. Sixers hosting the Minnesota Timberwolves. Joel Embiid listed as doubtful, and the Phillies on the road out west. They are opening a series in Colorado, and you can catch it live here on 94 WIP at 4:10 p.m. Right now, you could save up to 50% off new windows from Window Nation. Plus, you could get them with 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com. Cloudy early, PM sun high 78. It's currently 45. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
What a song. What a unique name also. Warren Zevon.
Yeah, it is a unique name. You don't hear it very often.
No. So good. One of the greats. Sort of like Pistol Pete.
Stop saying that.
Keep going with that one.
So I'm getting some serious pushback on Pistol Pete from some friends, one of whom is Coach Cockenberg, my
Well
trap
done, Coach Cockenberg.
Coach Cockenberg not
Are
happy
you
with
saying
me.
Rhea and I aren't your friends? Because we're pushing back
You're
also.
my friends,
Okay,
but I mean
all
the
right.
text message.
Yeah, I knew you
barrage.
meant. I knew you meant.
But, you know, all jokes aside, and obviously I'm playing around a little bit with the Pistol Pete thing, but his 4 games out of the gate since reemerging, 28 points, 26, 19, and 39. And he's averaging 5 3-pointers a game. It's really been.
And he's helping them on defense too. Like, I know that's still not a great defensive team. I agree. But like, he is doing both sides of the court.
No, very impressive. All right. So Sixers, Phillies, and Flyers in action tonight.
It's a low bar, Elliot.
Yeah. Flyers in a tough spot given the loss last night. So Rhea featured it in the update. Let's play the audio first of what happened in the game, and then Taka talking about the refs after the game. So the Flyers lose 4-2 to Detroit. Really two stories of the game. One, many more opportunities for the Flyers on offense than I guess you typically have and the other team had, but they just didn't convert enough. And Taka was talking after the game, they got to get more shots on goal. The second thing, certainly headliner, was the interaction between the ref and Martone. Well, by the way, I should say, Rhea, I guess the third headline is Martone really looks like a real player.
He literally looks special and was one of the best players on the ice last night, which I mentioned earlier. That's a problem. There's other veterans there, maybe able to step up, but he's everywhere.
Yeah, he immediate impact.
Yeah.
So Martone at one point looking for a call, doesn't get it. Probably should have been called. Flyers were frustrated with the ref for a good portion of the game. Let's listen as Brian Boucher, after the moment happened, replays being shown as he breaks down what happened.
Back before the TV timeout, Martone wants an interference or an elbow on this play. He's looking around wondering why no call. Then Cody Beach comes over. I don't like this from Cody Beach. I mean, it's a little forceful to be talking to a kid like that. You see Martone look back like, what's going on here? Then Rick Tocchet had a discussion with Beach, kind of calm things down. We'll see how that plays out the rest of the game.
So if you don't know, Cody Beach is not a player on the other team. That's the ref.
Grabbed him by the back of his jersey very aggressively. I mean, you want to say, hey, shut up, Rook. I'm fine with that kind of stuff. The kid's 19 years old. But grabbing him, escorting him across the ice, and cursing like literally nose to nose, he's had no business doing that.
Very odd. And it's, to my eye, very rare. Let's listen to Rick Tocchet after the game. Not so much on that one incident, but the reffing in general. Here's what Tocchet said.
Well, I just thought the first half, I don't know if it was a 2-0 penalties for us. I didn't feel that way. I thought there was a couple of things I didn't agree with the first 30, 35 minutes at all. But that happens. I might be wrong. I don't know. I haven't seen the game.
I wonder if the very end will prevent him from getting fined. I hope it does, but I think he was trying to be critical without being too critical. You never want to get fined.
I thought he was going to get thrown out at one point. I mean, he was pretty angry during the game. Well, he should have been. And, frankly, if I'm the Flyers, I complained to the league about that official.
I agree with
you
on that.
Disgraceful.
I agree. I'll tell you what I'm not complaining about, Rhea.
What do you got in your
Here
hands?
we go.
The great John from Antioch just handed me a bottle of champagne.
Oh,
What's that for?
And he said, well, so I just,
We're beating Fritz, I'm assuming.
we transact. Is that transact?
Transact.
Yeah.
Transacted.
A deal went down.
So I,
You exchanged.
I gave him the books and he gave me the money. Because I can do that. I can just get people my books. Especially I like bulk buying, by the way. Bulk buying, big fan. But
Boy, Amy, you're going to have a weekend this weekend.
But he gave me a champagne and he said, this is either for beating Fritz or victory 310.
It could be for so many things.
To which I had to immediately correct him and say,
311.
we're actually at 311
yes,
now.
yeah, you didn't let that one slide as he
No.
gave you a gift.
But thank you, John and Manioc, one of our great callers, for the champagne. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Let's get to Patrick in Tabernacle right now. Hey, Patrick, good morning, bud.
Morning, everybody. How we doing?
What up, Patrick?
Listen, Joe, great job with, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but beat the hammer. Dude, I can't believe it. But
I thought they were easy.
I mean, you got all 5 within like 25 seconds.
Yeah, with ease.
Yeah. It was crazy. But there's just so much going on right now. The thing with the Flyers, that ref, I'm more ticked off about what he did there than anything else. That's something you hardly see, and I mean, you see in youth hockey some stuff, but man, like I'm outraged. And
I would think the Flyers would mention it to the league.
Is this ref known for that type of stuff? Just curious.
I don't
Is this
know.
out of character for him? Does anyone know? Or
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. And listen,
Patrick,
refs in hockey don't make the news much. Like, think
exactly.
About it. Like,
yeah,
refing in hockey, you don't hear a lot. I mean,
unless Patrick, unless it's Koharski. Hey, Koharski, go have another donut, you pig.
Yeah, listen, it's really crazy, but Joe from Mayfair with the playoff stat support, that's still big, and I was at a function last night watching this game and without any sound, and it was just like they were just buzzing all night.
Yeah.
And as far as his legs, this new kid and stuff, like, yeah, he's good and all, but don't forget, like, this time of year, man, you got a lot of tired legs on both sides of the ice.
Well, you could see it with him.
Legs.
Yeah, he's only 19. You could see it with Tyson, though, in the third period.
For sure.
He was gassed.
Yeah. But it was, I don't know, man. It's just like we're still in it. We ain't dead, so we're not dead, But, like, man, it was a rough night's sleep for me last night. Tonight's the night. And Islanders, it's, we're actually a schedule set up to help us.
Here's the problem, though, Patrick, with the dying analogy. You know what happens shortly before people die?
I'm excited to hear this one.
It's normally obvious that they're close to dying.
Well, not always. I mean,
not always, but often.
I would almost say
but often.
less often.
I'm just saying the Flyers are in a.
I don't know that that's true. I think that.
Yeah, I would think less than 50%.
Yeah, I mean,
less than 50%. They're close to dying.
No, I don't know what the numbers are, but I don't think it's as high as you think it is.
I guess it depends how you define it.
There's a lot of people who are not
over
old who die.
90% of the world, people that die, it's happening soon.
Really? You think? Okay.
Listen, car crashes aren't 80% of people that die.
No, but I'm including
I know heart attacks.
I mean, this is obviously a morbid conversation, right? Like heart attacks.
Happy Friday.
It's a smaller percentage. Right. All right, Patrick, I need an answer. What's cool?
Definitely not Elliot and wearing his leather jacket. And Devin, man, I'm gonna miss her. Like that ain't cool, but that's radio business. What's cool? Geez, I just went blank, Joe. With my answer. Wait. Oh, man.
3,
I went blank.
2, 1.
Oh, man. I'm out.
We'll talk to you next week, Patrick. Thanks for the call. All right, let's listen to Mike Florio in the A.J. Brown situation. Florio talking recently about A.J. and the Patriots. Let's listen to something he said.
Look, there's a sense around the league that the Eagles are definitely going to move on from A.J. Brown. He doesn't want to be there. That's the belief. And the team is ready to move him. And I know of one person with a different team who says he has intimate knowledge, and I have no reason to doubt it, of the Eagles' cap situation now and into the future. And there's a belief that if they don't move him now, they are going to have a potential cap catastrophe next year if they move him then. So I think after June 1, that's when the cap charge will be much lower this year, and the bulk of the dead cap money would hit the cap in 2027. That's when I think we're going to see A.J. Brown get traded to the Patriots.
So, Elliot, we'll get to drop of the week in just a moment, but I'm just want to get a little bit more on this cap catastrophe concept, because I had not heard anyone else say that. Is that your understanding, that they almost have to trade him to avoid a cap issue in 12 months?
So I think I do a pretty good job following the cap. I can't figure out what he's talking about. Like, catastrophe seems very strong.
Yeah.
So he said he spoke to someone that says they have, intimate knowledge of it. Maybe that person is correct, but I don't think they have to trade him for cap purposes. It would be they're saving cash, but for cap purposes, I don't think.
All right, well, we'll look into it. Maybe it's as simple as you're saying, and it's he's wrong, but I just hadn't heard anyone else say that. I don't think he's typically wrong about these things. Maybe he is. I thought that was noteworthy. All right, James, drop of the week. We have some fun with this every Friday at this time.
Hallelujah. It's the drop.
Shashesky
of the week.
Whoa. Did it fall? Whoa. James, my sense as we embark on this, decent week. Not the worst, not the best. Decent.
I think that's the way to put it. I would agree. We are going back to last week, though, to start. During drop of the week, I didn't even notice you said this. Shout out to our own Moshe Kravitz, who listened to like a hawk for drop of the week. And you said this.
Likes hot.
Okay.
That's likes hot.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
I didn't, just putting
Fair
that
enough.
out there. So,
Fair enough. Okay.
You also did say this about Ike, which maybe even a little more aggressive.
I do know this. Ike was talking out of the Heine on Friday. The Heine was wide open with talking.
Okay.
So let's listen to.
Well, I'm
I
pretty
don't
sure
even
you
know.
can't say that.
I mean, I think you can.
You
I
want me
just
to say
don't
the
think you
Heine was
should.
closed with talking? I mean, when the Heine talks, it's
The Heine is independent of talking.
not when you say certain things.
You're really
I
going to
love
poke Ike
Maria's
until he
Maria's
does
just like,
this.
okay.
I like that one.
Solid,
jab,
right
jab.
down the middle. All right, let's keep rolling. Joe, you made a weird noise.
But I'll boil the season down this way from my vantage point so far. Play that again, James.
That was the noise. Here, I'll play that cut one more time, right?
But I'll boil the season down this way from my vantage point so far.
Yeah, what is that?
That was the noise. And Richie pointed it out on the air, and you're like, yeah, something weird just happened.
Oh, I
that was
remember
the weird thing that happened.
Yeah. Boy, that is a strange.
It's a weird one. All right, let's keep it rolling. This speech hit a little bit harder prior to last night's loss, but Rick Tocchet, we played this audio a couple of days ago. Rick Tocchet really just caught by the cameras. Great stuff.
We're back. We're in the ball game here, boys. We just took that team out, and we were the better team, like all night. So hang your hat on that. And you know what? Everybody.
I mean, that's awesome.
You know what? I think it might have won if they had been winning more than
I
last.
told Joe if they won
Yeah.
last night, I think that's our winner. And now
Don't think I can vote for it
I
now.
agree. It
Yep.
doesn't. It's hard. All right, let's keep it rolling. Funny line here. We were talking about best supporting performance. Oppenheimer gets brought up. This happened.
Best supporting character of all time.
Yeah, this is more than likely, ironically, Andy from West Effort said my first. Robert Downey Jr. and Oppenheimer.
Oh, sure.
I mean, pretty good, but it's not historic. Fair enough. All right.
Well, it's literally historic, but not historic in the way they're talking about it.
Well done, James.
Very well.
Nicely done.
Very good.
Little
That's
wordplay.
pretty good. All right, let's find out if Elliot knows history real quick.
Oh, great.
Let's not.
Elliot,
Yeah, let's
Elliot.
not.
All right, here we go. A couple
Yeah.
questions for Elliot. Elliot, what president dropped the bomb on Japan? The
Good
bombs.
question. Good
Two of them.
question.
I don't know.
Oh, come on. Elliot.
You
I'm
really
not
don't know?
good at history.
Yeah,
What do you
Truman.
want me to
Next question, Elliot. When we fought the war with the British, not the War of 1812, but that revolutionary thing. How many colonies were there as we embarked on starting our country?
Was it 13?
Thank
Yes.
God.
There we go.
Thank God.
I know. Tell me about it. I was very nervous. And honestly, every time I get asked questions on air, I have more respect for how you do in trivia. Like it is crazy the pressure.
All right, last question
Oh,
for
come
Elliot.
on.
Now we're going Civil War. Last question, Elliot. Who was the general that basically saved the day, kicking the South's ass at the end of the
I
Civil
know
War?
this one.
That
You better know
became
it.
not Sherman. That became the 18th president of the United States, two after Lincoln.
I know it, but I can't think of his name.
You really don't know.
I know
Really?
it,
You
but I
can't
can't. I
pull
Oh,
can
it out?
picture him. I can picture
What
him.
about just the last name? Can you put? He's on a bill.
I know. No, I can't think of it. What is it?
That's horrible.
I
He
know
was,
it is.
he was a ginger.
I know. I can picture him. I'm bad at this, and I'm bad.
It's
Yeah.
U.S. Grant. Ulysses S. Grant.
Yep, that's what it was.
That is really just
There it
one out
was.
of three
There
is
it was.
so bad. All right, James, let's keep going.
Yeah, those are pretty
That's
easy.
horrible.
Yeah. All right. It's
I
not
mean, he knows
great.
13
I
colonies.
was thinking of somebody else, Elliot, so I got it wrong too.
There we go.
No. Oh,
Good
no.
for Elliot knowing 13 colonies.
I
Oh, great.
guess so.
Great. He passed first grade.
All right, let's keep it rolling. Joe, I thought this was a funny little move you pulled on April Fool's Day here.
Also, a happy April Fool's Day to everyone.
Wow, you executed that.
Let me try that
perfectly.
again. A happy April Fool's Day.
That's
to
really
everybody.
good, buddy.
Thank you.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
Creative. I like it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's good work. All right, this I'm gonna have to say was less good from your perspective. We did dueling Doc River impressions. It didn't go well for you.
As Doc Rivers goes into the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame, who treasures him better with the invitation? Seltzer and May. James, go ahead.
Treasure him.
All right, and I'm gonna put this one.
Wow. Wow.
I'm gonna put this out there to Mick Abel. Mick Abel.
Treasure him.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
No, that voice cracked.
Oh, my
That's
God.
too bad.
Thank God Mick Abel's not a Philly anymore.
I know.
Those were both pretty bad.
No, James was good.
That's not how he said it.
Sure,
He was like, treasure him.
No,
but it's-
know.
But he had a gravelly voice.
Yeah.
Treasure him.
Yeah.
And but certainly better than this.
Well, yeah, definitely better than Joe's. Agreed there. Yeah.
All right, let's keep it rolling. This is a bit of an extended clip, but classic Joe and animals never seems to get it right. Joe not understanding the giraffe and the neck.
Hey,
Did you know that a giraffe's neck is not long enough to reach the ground?
From where?
From
It's height.
just standing. Like
Well,
a
of course
giraffe.
not. It goes to the.
What do you mean, of course not?
It has to kneel. It has to kneel on his front feet in order for the neck to reach the ground, I believe.
Well, no, of course not, because it goes into the body and then to the legs. Like, of course, it's not long enough. It's a neck.
Yeah, but it's got
No one's neck is long enough to go to the ground.
You've seen a giraffe before, right? They have super long necks, dude.
Yeah, but none of us have a long enough neck to reach the ground.
We're not.
Unless we're-
There are animals that can reach the ground without kneeling down. What are you talking about?
Badly
What are you
he
talking
missed
about?
the point.
I don't get it.
He doesn't get it at all.
The neck
That's
goes to
amazing.
the body goes to the leg goes to
Giraffes'
the foot.
necks are super long.
Right.
If you look at a giraffe, you would think a giraffe could just bend over
Yeah.
and touch the ground with its nose easily.
by the way,
without
wouldn't
a
it-
problem.
Wait, you're saying it can't. Well, then
Wouldn't
say
it be
the nose
con-
can't touch the ground.
That's what he's talking
No, he said
about.
the neck can't touch the ground. What's the point?
You can't be this dumb.
Rhea summed it up perfectly.
I really did miss the point.
I'm actually-
All right, so listening back, you hear
I'm
it,
actually
right?
with Joe on this one.
Oh, really?
Of course you are,
Yeah,
Elliot. Of
like
course you are.
again, I just proved how dumb I am with the history questions. But like, it obviously could do it lengthwise. It just can't because of the way it's constructed.
When you said from where, and I replied, the neck.
like you're comparing it to humans. I'm
Yeah,
like,
then
there's
you
a
went
big
on for
difference
like
in the
20
necks here.
minutes.
But I think it was poorly presented initially. It should have been, hey, when
You
a
should
neck,
have said. You
when a
should have said your
giraffe
mouth
bends
can touch it.
over.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, well, just you got to have bend over in there.
Yeah.
That's a place time where you're not have to be
But
literal,
Jordan,
Joe. We all
Jordan
got it.
from Princeton did say it has to get down on its knees. I thought that was kind of implied with what he
At
was
some
saying.
point, I probably should have.
Yeah.
I'm still
Jordan
with you on
kind of
this
gave
one.
you the cheat code on that.
All right, we got three more. Two of them are very quick. One's me, one's you, Joe, and they're both unfortunate. Here's yours.
I like having balls.
Okay. Good to know.
Sure.
Yeah.
There we go.
Here's
Nice and
mine.
simple.
Probably even more unfortunate. My thing is messed up. Yeah, it's not great.
Oh yeah.
Not great. We'll just move on from both of those. One more. Let's go around the horn. Our guy Elliot yesterday. Joe, you made a good point, I think, or an interesting point about the amount of women that Tom Cruise has gotten to make out with or whatever on screen. It's astounding. All these famous people. Elliot decided to pick the one.
Like
times.
Tom Cruise, think about who he has gotten to.
Oh yeah. So I
Whether it's lock lips or a little fake, tumble in the sheets. I mean, that guy in that movie alone, Elizabeth Shue, Gina Gershon. Who cares about the girl in New York? I mean, whatever. Unbelievable.
I saw.
It's just, I mean, you take his whole career. He's been with like 50 famous women, just throwing clothes off.
Nicole Kidman.
Well, he's
Well, he's married
to her.
to her.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
But I mean, it's,
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Of all the people that he could choose, that was
Yeah.
so great, Elliot.
I mean, he did get to.
So you're
but
right.
yes.
No, you're dead.
Yeah.
You're dead right.
You
You are not
definitely did.
factually wrong
Yeah.
at all.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
So I kind of like the neck.
Yeah, I'm with the-
confusion
my-
giraffe.
I think, yeah, it's too long to play again, but I think the neck's the winner. I agree.
Yeah, yeah. All right, my neck, my back. Giraffe neck.
There we go.
Giraffe back. All right, there it is. Nice, James. Nice job, James, compiling the drops of the week. All right, coming up, calls. We're coming right back to the calls. Plus, eventually, time's yours and more. Front board got it today on 94 WIP.
Injured at work or in an accident, nobody will fight harder for your rights than Pond Lehocky Giordano. They've recovered billions for injured workers just like you and fight for the maximum settlement you deserve. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lehocky, this powerhouse firm is built on grit. Jerry worked 16-hour shifts in a steel mill before becoming a statewide leader for injured workers' rights. Call Pond Lehocky today for your free consultation. You won't pay a dime until they win.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with the best win on sports. In the second Final Four game, points shall be plentiful. Arizona and Michigan both prefer up-tempo paces. Most importantly, both rank inside the top 50 this month at effective field goal percentage offense. In a game with OT potential that should be played in the low 80s, the over 157.5 at -115 is a sound wager. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wawa's $6 meal deal is back, and it's all you. Make it yours with a built-to-order sandwich, fountain drink, and Hers chips, all for $6. Get the hoagie, chicken sandwich, or wrap you crave. Pour your favorite fountain drink and grab a Hers chips to complete the meal. Big taste, real value, no compromise. The $6 meal deal is back for a limited time only. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and home customers can get Fios and a line of mobile for just $69.99 a month with AutoPay. Get Fios 300 megabit per second for $20 per month and unlimited welcome for $50 a month, plus taxes and fees when you bring in your own phone. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch.
For new Fios Internet and mobile customers, discounts apply over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
A happy place comes in many colors. Whatever your color, bring happiness home with CertaPro painters and make your happy place your home. CertaPro painters, that's painting happy. During our spring sales event, get 10% off any home painting project, $2,500 or more. When you schedule before May 15th at participating locations, get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
Breaking news! Ready to upgrade your ride? Right now, get 0% APR financing for up to 60 months. Plus, no payments for 90 days on select Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Don't wait. These March offers won't last. Shop our massive inventory of over 300 Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Listen to MLB Insider Calls on WIP all season long. Presented by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. So when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
What if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all of your devices will be working in perfect harmony. Plus, you get Xfinity's best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what 6-7 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, call, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Flyers, Sixers, Phillies, all in action today. Very busy Friday for the locals. Must win for the Flyers, which you could kind of say for all 7 of their remaining games in the regular season. Flyers, 86 points. They are chasing 4 other teams for a playoff spot. Flyers taking on the Islanders. Sixers home tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Joel Embiid is listed as doubtful. Aaron Nola on the mound for the Phillies as they kick off a road trip in Colorado. And you can catch it all live here on 94 WIP at 4:10 p.m. Right now, you could save up to 50% off new windows from Window Nation. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com. Cloudy early PM sun, high 78. It's currently 46. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
From Borgata. Wonder if Eddie Murphy's ever been here. What a
Eddie's birthday.
Oh, yeah. Well, how about this, James? This song, certifiably cool.
Oh, without a doubt. This could have won if someone said it.
Song. And 1980s Eddie Murphy. The height of cool.
Yeah, maybe the coolest person who's lived in my lifetime.
I mean, he was really, he had it going on there. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's get some calls in this segment. We'll get you ready for the weekend. The 3 games happening later today in Philly sports and more. Phone calls on all of it. From Borgata, Gary and Vineland. Hi, Gary.
Good morning. I think in all the years I've watched hockey, that was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. It should have been a penalty. I don't think it's because
I can assure you I've seen more ridiculous. But
Ty Domi jumped in the box, out of the box to fight a fan here in Philly.
Wait, James, say that again.
Remember, Ty Domi fought a Philly Flyers
Yes,
fan.
the guy went in the box. God bless him. I loved it.
Yes, and Ty Domi, yes, exactly.
No, Falcone went in the
box.
yeah.
To say the guy went in the box, and I got twisted.
Yeah,
Is that Chris Falcone?
Chris Falcone.
Chris Falcone.
We all remember the name.
Chris Falcone, correct.
Shelter, that wasn't ridiculous. That was awesome.
Oh, that was tremendous.
It was tremendous, yes, but it was ridiculous.
I saw ridiculous. I saw once Paul Gay. This guy was like really hammering the last name. And he came over to the glass and slammed the glass and said, "Me, you," in the parking lot. And the guy, let's just say he soiled himself a bit.
Oh, God.
Wow, jeez.
Yeah.
It's a tough thing to answer. What's the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen in hockey? Holy mackerel.
Yeah,
I mean, the guy fighting the dude in the you just talked about is pretty crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, I got 15 different things going through my head right now. I mean,
how about
the Flyers brawl in the Flyers brawl in
the Penguins you talking about?
No. 02 or something.
Coming out of the locker
France
room
saying Ottawa.
Oh,
out of the locker room was 87 versus the Canadiens.
Yeah, that was a long time.
That was game 6, 87. I mean, there's a million unbelievable things that have happened.
I mean, the 7 overtime game.
There was a situation. 5.
Sorry.
The Flyers won. There was a situation. Didn't Milbury go as a player in the 70s and in the stands?
Went into the stands. And throw
with
a
the
shoe.
stick. He had all sorts of stuff.
Well, didn't they? Was it Terry? There was a player who got like his throat slit by a
that's
skate named
Clint Malarchuk.
Clint Malarchuk, not Sawchuk. Yes,
Yeah.
I knew there was a Chuck in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
It's why Slapshot was such a great movie, because hockey is crazy. At
Totally,
times.
totally.
Anyway, all right, Gary, what do you got, pal?
The Russians being told you're not going to get.
That's
paid
another
to go
one.
Back out there.
Yeah.
And not playing scared. Not coming within like 4 feet of the puck. That was
Gary,
pretty
we're
awesome.
geeking out here. I love it.
I
All right,
love
what'd you call to talk about?
Well, what you were talking about World War II people too, and my dad fought in World War II, and he absolutely would not talk about it. Like he adamantly would like yell at you if you tried to bring it up. So it was a crazy, crazy thing. But let's talk about Jalen Hurts, man. Like I just think like this notion of like, well, if you don't give me a new contract, then I'm not going to play. Like he should just go out there.
Say from like the outside, but from Jalen's perspective, if he has leverage where he does not have to go into a year as a contract year, like he should do that. Players, when they have a chance to get money, should take that chance. Now they could say no, maybe he doesn't have that chance, but this is his chance to at least try.
To be clear, they would say no. They would say, all right, well, Tanner McKee or whoever we draft is the starter. And by the way, Jalen, we hope you change your mind because we want you to be the starter in September, so you better change your mind, big guy.
The only caveat I'd say to that is you don't know where Jeffrey would fall on it. Like if Jeffrey decides, now I think it's true that Jeffrey knows he has to play better this year, but Jeffrey's a big Jalen guy.
I know. I do know that.
And his voice matters more than ultimately than how
anybody else, without a doubt.
Yeah. All right, Gary, I need an answer from you, my man. What's cool, bud?
So can I long talk a little bit? So I had this happen twice to me this year. And once was when my daughter made her D1 dance team. And just this week, my son, you'll like this track and field, his javelin throw out through the measuring.
No way.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
What am I writing down here? Proud Papa?
No, when you watch your kids work so hard and
you are right.
they accomplish something, it is so awesome.
Okay, that's very nice, Gary.
Proud Pop, I feel like summarizes.
Yeah, I thought so.
It is. I just want to mention real quick. I don't know if anybody saw on ESPN yesterday, Dan Orlovsky's son.
Oh, it was awesome.
Yeah.
That was so cool.
Did you see that, Joe?
I did not.
Yesterday was, I believe, National Autism Day, and his son Madden has autism, and they brought him on the set. And this kid, I was making dinner, bawling, but because it was so touching, he was doing the Eagles fight song. He was talking about how much he loves his family. And
the Eagles sent like a care package.
Yeah,
to
the Eagles
Autism.
Autism
It's really
Foundation.
cool.
And Dan was, at one point, Madden looks at Dan and goes, "Are you crying?" And he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Why?" He goes, "Because I love you." It was just, it was genuinely one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
That is very nice.
So,
Elliot, what do you got
By the way,
there?
that is a question that Zoe asks me every time I'm crying. Like whenever we go see a movie, and I'll sit there, she'll turn and be like, "Dad, are you crying?" It's adorable.
What are you looking at, Elliot?
Yeah, change of topic here, actually. But like, so this is according to Greg Bedard, who has been covering the Patriots for a really long time, definitely one of the more authoritative voices, says the Patriots are only willing to offer a second-round pick for A.J. Brown. Wow. So that would explain why the deal is not done, obviously, but it would also raise some concern about if the Eagles have decided they're trading A.J., they're waiting till after June 1st, and there's not many teams out there. This would back up what Joe Banner we talked about earlier in the show. Maybe they're not going to get a first-round pick for AJ.
And this was my initial instinct. Now, by the way, that's a bad second-round pick if it's this year.
Yeah, because you're talking, even next year, I mean, they're not going to be, you never know. But
And think about how publicly silly how he looks. If he does end up trading him for just a second-round pick after saying we have to be blown away by an offer, we're not just going to trade him. Like it does put Howie in a bad spot.
I agree that because he was so vocal about it, but like I think also if Howie only gets a second-round pick for
that's
AJ,
what there was out there.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree,
it's not like a GM that we think is being
I agree. I'm not saying he didn't do a good job. I'm saying he shouldn't have popped off the way he did about it if he's not going to be able to get a first back,
Yeah. No, I agree.
It does bring up are they just going to keep him thought?
They're going to have to decide. I don't think they'll bring him back, but
that would be wild, and I'd be rooting for that.
Yeah,
just for the
it's
hilarity.
a tough spot. I mean,
all right, Elliot, I'm going to ask this question to you. You are our Eagles beat reporter.
Yeah.
Above or below a 5% chance that AJ is on the team and Jalen Hurts is not
for this upcoming season?
Correct.
I think there is a 0% chance that Jalen is not on the team this upcoming season. Yeah.
Okay, just wondering.
Yeah.
All right, Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What makes Armin different? Well, you can let their customers tell you. You can see Armin Chevy's online reviews, and you will understand the Armin difference. First poll question, will Aaron Nola give the Phillies a good start today? Yes or no? Elliot, you get to play the role of John. How do you think people voted?
I'm going to go no, 54%.
No is 52%. So that's
Great
really
job,
good.
dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's really good. All right, Rhea, you get to tackle this one.
Okay.
Which game do you think people are most interested in today? The three choices: Flyers, Islanders, Phillies, Rockies, Sixers, Timberwolves.
It's a tough one.
That is tough because I just know, the Flyers have been down for a long time, so not a lot of people, watch them as they used to. I will go Sixers by a slight one.
Oh,
maybe.
they're in last place.
Oh, they're
By
in
a
last?
lot,
Okay.
yeah.
Wow.
So only 15%
It's
say the
not a
Sixers.
great poll for the Sixers.
No,
that's what I'm
Every
saying.
poll we do is bad
Yeah.
for the Sixers.
So did
James.
the Flyers win it?
Flyers win it barely. 43% Flyers, 42% Phillies, 15%.
Well, good for the Flyers.
Your team, your town.
Good for the Phillies,
honestly.
too. Yeah, exactly.
I agree with that because when a game that's that unimportant is
it's not the toughest competition.
And
right now,
but that's the point. It's not like it's Phillies Yankees. They're playing
Right,
the freaking
right. I agree,
Rockies
yeah.
at 4:00 on a Friday.
right.
That's why it's fun, I think.
All right, let's get to M right now. M, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Fantastic.
So, I've been calling every day, all week. I say every day, all week. I don't even know what that makes sense. I've been calling trying to win this prize, right? I feel like I almost always hold on. I always have the answer. Twice I done had to win the answer.
He had. I can back him up. He had Sesame Street on hold when Joe from A first said it. Yesterday. Yeah.
That's tough beat.
And I was gonna sing it and everything, like, and that hurt my feelings. But yeah, I almost cried. But
well, give us your answer now before you even give us a sports point. Give me your answer. I'm very curious. What's
answer
cool?
now? Okay,
Yep.
so
What's cool?
What's cool? I feel like what's cool is like winning a dream prize. You know, like to go see your favorite go see the quarterback from your favorite team.
This is pretty clever, man.
It is
Go
clever.
see the quarterback from your favorite team. I feel like that's like one of the coolest things in the world.
Wow.
This is a really clever answer.
You know what?
I
One
dig
of the
it,
most,
man.
Yeah, one of the most clever answers
Yeah.
we've ever gotten. Winning the cool prize. Okay.
Because it is super cool.
Let me say, I am struck, and it is very cool.
Okay.
Okay.
So all right, my football point, right? See, I'm a franchise guy, right? I'm a fan of the Birds. All my friends, you know, I live in Virginia, but I'm from Philly. I'm born and raised in Philly. But I'm an Eagle guy, right? But all my friends are, you know, fans of players because they not from here. So I feel like, hold on. Hey, y'all always answer the phone when I'm working, right? So I feel like
do better, Jeff.
Okay, so yeah, and not wait 3 hours unless somebody else gives my answer. But so me myself, right? Football is a business, right? I feel like Jalen should look out for himself and go get the money. But I would rather the Eagles, you know, not pay him and make him, you know, earn it. And with that being said, last time we had a rift between a quarterback and someone else like Doug Peterson, and now we got AJ. They got rid of both of them. Hello?
Yeah, no, we're listening to you. They did. I mean, it was notable that Doug and Carson were out the same off season.
Yeah, and now they're talking about a possible quarterback being drafted. What if they get rid of both of them like they did before?
So, yeah, Joe had just asked that the chances that Jalen's not on the team this year. I mean, that would be.
I mean, I heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm looking it up quickly.
And I think it's very slim. Just to be clear.
How we drafting the quarterback when we just signed Wentz were what?
Yeah.
Very slim?
Just to be clear, I mean, I put it at, you know, over under is at 5. I mean, I'm not saying it's a likelihood at all. I was just wondering, is it theoretically on the table for Howie and Lori this offseason?
So here's what I would say, and I'm actually surprised.
And good call, buddy. Stay well.
Surprised by this. So this is according to Over the Cap, who does an awesome job with the cap implications and the contracts and everything. If they were to trade Jalen, now at this point I would assume it'd be post June 1st, because if they do it pre June 1st, it's $140 million in dead money. That's not going to happen. Yeah. But post June 1st, it's $20 million in dead money this year, and I would guess it would be $20 million next year as well. And then you would lose $11 million in cap space. This is
like
according
AJ, more or less.
This is according to Over the Cap, just to be clear, right?
That's not that bad.
That is not bad.
No.
Now, I do not think they will trade Jalen.
It's not catastrophic?
No.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think the only way it would honestly happen is if Jalen like really, really, really dug his heels in and really wanted out. And I don't see him pushing that hard at the end of the day.
I tend to agree with that. And certainly publicly, he's never presented anything that he would take that kind of stance to this point with anything that he's publicly presented.
Yeah,
and even the contract he signed was a team friendly for a first deal for a guy. It was talked about.
Yeah, it was not like
it was not like he didn't gouge the Eagles, you know?
Yeah. And Rhea brought this up, and it's true. Like the agent works for the client, right?
Yep.
But it's also the agent's job to put their client in the best position.
Oh, 100%.
And if there is
to protect
team,
their client,
right? If there is a team out there willing to pay Jalen now, I mean, it's a tough decision. You know, like you could try to guess a team like Arizona, probably not the Raiders, obviously, but like
probably the Jets. There's any number of teams.
Well, the Jets have Geno.
No, but I mean, that they're not going to not seek a long-term potential real quarterback.
There's
just
a
because
lot. I mean, like the Vikings, they're out on JJ McCarthy. They got Kyler for a year. Like,
Right.
there's a lot of teams out there.
There's always
six.
there's always
one,
6 to 10.
The
There's
one
always.
is the Steelers too. Like the
The
Steelers
Dolphins
don't have a quarterback.
Don't have a quarterback. Like, there's a lot of teams.
Yeah. So if the agent thinks she could land Jalen in a place that is like super excited to have him, gonna give him big money now, you could argue it's in Jalen's best interest and the agents to get there. And that would be the 1%, I guess.
Like if you're the Browns, like think about the Browns and what they've had with their quarterback, and you go get Jalen Hurts, like Browns fans would kiss the ground to get a guy like Jalen Hurts with that resume.
If you're Jalen and you can go to one of those teams, just pick whatever one, Cleveland, Miami, Arizona, like a bad team, you're getting a new contract, all types of financial security, big time money. Or you could stay on the Eagles, try to prove it for a year, and hope at the end of this year you get big money. Which path would you choose?
Man,
it's a great either or.
It is.
I mean, just while you guys think, like the Texans, he's from Houston. You know,
they have
like,
Stroud.
Right, but I mean, to your point,
although
like,
Stroud's gone back.
Stroud's had a bad year.
Like, it's not like a lock to keep it up.
I don't know. That's a very hard question for me to answer, Elliot. I mean, part of the equation is I'd already have $100 million tucked away.
Well, and part of it too is reading the writing on the wall or in these articles. Like, you know, maybe Jalen thinks, yeah, I'm going to be in a worse situation somewhere else. But
we really don't know what he thinks.
Exactly.
We don't know what he thinks of the criticism
because he never tells us. He never leaks stuff. Yeah, exactly.
We just don't know.
Right.
I don't know. That's a fascinating question, Elliot. All right, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours. Can't wait. Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours. So I have said to a couple of people this week around the station, not on the air, but off the air, we have not been lacking for topics lately.
Thank you notes are going out this afternoon.
And by the way, by lately, I honestly mean like this whole decade. I mean, this last week or two in particular, last couple months, but it just feels like, you know, I remember when the Sixers and Flyers made the playoffs and both won a round in 2012. They both won a round in the first week of May of 2012. No team in Philly sports even won a round in the playoffs. Even won a round in the playoffs until the Eagles beat the Falcons in January of 2018. It was close to 6 years without a playoff victory.
It's good
times. The whole
times.
first year of our show, no one made the playoffs.
Yeah, and I remember in 2015, the Flyers stunk when they were more boring than stunk. The Phillies had the worst, one of the 2 or 3 worst records in baseball.
Yeah, the worst that year. The worst.
Sixers had the worst record in basketball, and the Eagles won 7-9 with Chip.
People wonder why some of us are so negative.
Right. There is a lot going on now in a good way. All right, Time's Yours is brought to us, but there is consternation also. Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity, proud sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Watch all of your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Let's hit it with time.
You know, the Flyers need every single win, every single point they can, and they start the backup goalie Urson. You ride your starting goalie for the rest of the year. There's not much time left. Vladar is such a good goalie. He's having a great, underrated year, and you're not playing him tonight. I don't care. You got to play him. You don't play your backup at crunch time. I don't get it.
And I can only address that if I know Elliot's opinion. For the record, Darth Vladar or Darth Vader?
Darth Vader.
It could be that they have a back-to-back.
Yeah.
They played
I think
Detroit
Darth
pretty
Vader
well.
is so good.
Go ahead.
I'm grateful for how hard of a worker Jalen is and that he brought a Super Bowl to this city. But if he's unwilling to do certain things on offense, then he's holding the team back. And the best coaches, McVay, Shanahan, Andy Reid, constantly change things in the offense. I'm sure the quarterbacks don't like it, but that's part of your job.
I agree. Totally.
12 sources within the Eagles organization and clubhouse have ill feelings towards Jalen. I think that if where I work, I pissed off 12 people, I'd want to know why, and I'd want to find a way to make it better. You know, not run to the front office. Fix it, dude. I think the money changed them. Time's yours.
Well, 12 is a big number, and here's the other thing about 12 that's wild. Okay? Wild. Those are people willing to anonymously talk.
Yeah.
Think how many felt afraid to even anonymously talk. You think the 53rd guy on the roster, you think the 52nd guy, you think the 40th guy on the roster feels like they have the standing to even take the chance to trust reporters?
Oh, absolutely not.
Now, the good news is no one would guess them, but you are right that it would be a risk.
Right.
It'd be a riot if it was.
Yeah, I know. This is Chance Campbell giving his opinion on Jalen.
All right, with that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, got a door and window to the weekend. Receive 20% off all windows and doors with no money down and up to 3 years to pay off interest-free. Call Got a Door and Window. Call them today at 1-877-GO-GOTTA or visit GoGuida.com. What do we got? Well, we got all three teams that are active right now in Philly sports playing tonight. Phillies, Sixers, and Flyers. Phillies actually this afternoon at 4. Game you can hear right here on WIP. Obviously, they, all play this weekend, a few times. We got the NCAA tournament. We got the Final Four.
Yeah.
So, James, can you name the 4 teams in the Final Four?
Yeah, I can. UConn, Arizona, Michigan, and Illinois.
All right.
Ooh, got it.
Are we rooting for the nut?
Yes.
Dan Hurley.
100%.
To represent, Northeast section of basketball, the Big East, and that sort of stuff.
I root for myself when it comes to these things. If I don't have a rooting interest, and yes, he's a nut.
At the NFL annual meetings, that game was on, and there was a bunch of GMs and head coaches and stuff all at a bar outside, and everyone stopped and watched that shot and went crazy. It was pretty cool.
It was unbelievable. And look, UConn, if you remember a couple years ago, I won that big pool that I'm in. UConn won it for me, so I'm a UConn fan now.
There you go.
Yeah.
And I'm a Big East fan, and also Fairfield is one of my homes, and that's, in Connecticut. So, yeah, I'll be rooting for UConn as well. All right, let's turn to quickly here. Let's get at it. What's cool? Best answer, whoever provides it wins the Jalen Hurts Link experience, which is happening Friday night next week. Violet, I need an answer. What's cool?
I'm going to go with a sunrise.
A sunrise. I'm going to say that's more, it's cool, but
it's
more
beautiful
than cool. Gary, what's cool?
Hand Luke.
Yeah.
What did he say?
Hand Luke. Luke. That's pretty good.
That's clever.
And I'll tell you what else is cool. Not going to Andy from Deptford with the last call of the week.
Andy is sitting there on hold.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hey, Andy, penalty box for your comment to Ruben Amaro
I
this
warned
week.
him too. I was like, you might be in the box, buddy.
Penalty box. All right,
I think
we
it's
got to
fair.
come up.
I
gotta
think
come
it's
up with an
M.
answer.
That was such a creative answer.
It's tough, and you guys face this all the time, trying to separate the person from the answer, and
Yeah.
just his story about calling in all week.
Oh, I don't even care about that.
I know, but
talking
I'm just saying
it
for
was
me.
I would vote for it also, James. But Elliot, give me what you would vote for if it's not M getting the chance to meet Jalen Hurts if he wins it.
I mean, off the memory of him, Other Side of the Pillow is good.
Yeah.
Well, you want to read some more?
Kenna texted me, and I thought she had a perfect way of describing why M should win. She said that's a Joe DeCamera level side topic answer.
It is. That's a good
super
point.
strategic, loophole adjacent, great answer, super clever.
And put another way, something Jack Fritz wouldn't have the brains or the heart to do.
Seriously.
Well done by Kenneth back there. All right, congratulations, M, my man. You're going to be hanging out with your man, Jalen Hurts, and we hope you have a great time Friday night of next week at the Link. M, congratulations, pal. Everybody have a spectacular rest of the day. Of course, as always, just about always, every once in a while there's vacation, but just about as always, it's going to be Joe and Hugh up next. We thank everyone at Borgata for the great hospitality. Enjoy the weekend. Go Phils, go Flyers, go Sixers. We'll talk to you on Monday.
It's springtime, so stop looking for that lawn care service and simply call Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets and has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. They use organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED right now. Time is running out. Natural Lawn of America. 800-FREE-SEED.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
Listen, when it comes to snacks, Tasty Cake does not miss. This spring, you've got to try the lemon cheesecake baked pie. That graham cracker inspired crust and lemon cheesecake filling, game changer. And the pound cake juniors are perfectly portioned, moist, and ready whenever you are. Family packs, single serve, you're covered. Whether it's after dinner, during the game, or grabbing something quick, whatever treat you're craving, Tasty Cake just works. Broadcasting from the Tasty Cake studio where Philly's favorite treats are always on the menu.
Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. We have the most extensive selection of fresh and premium foods, including raw, gently cooked, dehydrated, air-dried, freeze-dried, and of course, premium kibble and cans. The Dogs and Cats Rules stores are chock full of interactive toys, chews, and treats. Dogs and Cats Rules 7 neighborhood locations: Princeton and Pennington, New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope in PA. Online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Almost every major NFL mock draft has Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love going in the top 10. We see him mocked to the Giants at 5, the Commanders at 7, and others. I think teams would be insane to take a running back in the top 10 of the NFL draft. We've seen it over the years. Running back is not necessarily a position that you need to take early in the draft, and the Giants and the Commanders specifically have other needs they need to fill. I'm Nick Costos.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. That is how you get aboard. Kyle Quinn behind the glass. A lot to get to on a Friday. Scott Fransky joins us at noon for a Fransky Friday. Daily Mock, you people, and the Final Four in the bracket of Hugh Douglas's. So much to discuss. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. And I want to say happy birthday to BG. BG birthday today.
Happy birthday, BG.
Happy birthday, BG. He out there hawking energy drinks or something.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, that's what the announcement was about yesterday. He's doing his thing.
What is he, 38 now? 37 or 38? All right, so happy birthday to Brandon Graham. Hugh, a lot to discuss here today as, you know, there's a lot of emotion. We felt it yesterday. A lot of emotion out there about the quarterback of the team.
Do we have to talk about this?
Of course we do. Did you forget where we are?
Kyle looked at me like, what are you talking about?
Did you forget where we are?
Where were you at in the meeting? No, it's a lot. A lot of people got a lot to say about this. Like, you know, and it's very, very interesting.
Well, I have a lot to say, and I think a lot of people do.
Very, very interesting.
Yeah, I find it fascinating. Here's what I have to say to start us off today. It's pretty clear to me that the Eagles are setting this up as a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts, right? I mean, I'm not breaking any news there. The Eagles are setting this up for Jalen Hurts to prove something once again. And we're going to find out if he proves it, how he does, how he plays, and then we'll see where his future goes here in Philadelphia from that. But, you know, it's one thing for teams to ask players to continue to prove it. It's another thing for us as fans to ask players to continue to prove it. And to be quite clear, Jalen Hurts has done a lot as the Eagles quarterback. He's accomplished a lot.
Bona fide.
He accomplished way more already than I think most people thought on draft night. The minute they drafted him, if I told you all the things that would happen over the next 6 years, you would have done jumping jacks and signed up for it without question. But in sports, it's not about what you have done. It's about what you have to do now. It's about what have you done for me lately, right? So he's done a lot, and that is always what he will have accomplished here in Philadelphia. But he still has something to prove to me as a fan. That the days of proving it never end. He has to prove it this year. And there's three specific things when I think of Jalen Hurts that he's got to prove here in Philadelphia starting this season. Number one, can he evolve? Can Jalen Hurts evolve past the player he has been for the past couple years and go to the player he needs to be for the rest of his career? Can he evolve? Can he change his game? I think the Eagles are questioning that. I think we're all questioning that. I have a huge question on whether or not he can evolve. The second thing he needs to prove to me is that he could win consistently with his arm as his legs disappear. It's going to happen. I think it's already started to happen. He didn't run as much last year. He didn't look as fast to me as when he's run the last couple years. So it's a natural thing. It happened to Russell Wilson, happened to Cam Newton, happened to Steve McNair, happened to Steve Young. I mean, any quarterback that makes a big part of their game their legs, those legs will not be the same as they get into their late 20s or 30s. Some of those guys kept winning with their arm. Some guys struggled. Some guys fell off completely. Where he falls in that spectrum, I don't know. We're going to find out. Can he win consistently? And that's why I use the word consistently. It's not about one game. You can say, Joe, the Super Bowl, look what he did with his arm in the Super Bowl. I know. That's one game. Can he win consistently with his arm? That he needs to prove to me. And the third thing, and this is the big one because it's the one that always matters the most, he needs to prove to me that he's worth the money he's getting paid now. Not what he was paid 2 years ago, not what he was paid on the contract he earned a couple years ago, what he's paid now on the salary cap, what he'll be paid next year, and what he's going to ask for in his next deal. He needs to prove a lot to me. All those three things top of mind. Hugh Douglas, for you, does Jalen Hurts still have something to prove?
Joe, I'm a long talk a little bit because this is not as easy to answer as you would like it. Because I think Jalen has proven a lot in his 5 years in the NFL. 6 years, whatever you want to say. I mean, he's been in 2 Super Bowls. He's been an MVP and all the other good stuff. And I think the thing that people don't understand or fathom when you talk about it is because I think a lot of times fans listen to it like you're talking about it like he hasn't accomplished anything. He's accomplished a lot in a short period of time. When you talk about all the other quarterbacks, his contemporaries, that a lot of people feel that are better than him. You know, when you talk about the Josh Allens, you talk about the Lamar Jacksons, you talk about the Dak Prescotts and all those other guys. This is the situation. And I'm going to try to say it in a way that people understand. Jalen's chasing greatness. Jalen has already had a hell of a resume his first 6 seasons in the NFL. I think they want Jalen because they see it in him to be legendary, if that makes sense to people. And the thing that I know about the NFL is that when you reach a certain spot in your career, you have to evolve. So this is more so about evolution because they believe in Jalen. I think a lot of people, when they look at this and they hear this, they feel like it's a negative. And the way it's presented, it somewhat is. But look at it like this, people. All of these things came out now because I think that all the other avenues have been exhausted. You know what I mean? I think that they're trying to reach Jalen because he, in some way, he's probably become unreachable. As far as, for the word, the trigger word for the day is coachability.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they feel like he's become unreachable, and that's the thing that I really don't understand, because when you're the head coach and you're the lead culture setter, I don't understand how you can allow somebody to get so far outside the culture that you have to run to the media to rein them back in. You just can't do it on your own. But I feel like a part of this is what it is. They want Jalen to be greater than what he already is. I think when you frame it like that, it's easier for people to digest, because everything that I've read, everything that I've seen from people that are Jalen fans, they feel like they're trying to tear Jalen down. No, I don't think that's what it is. I think that they're trying to get Jalen because they know how. Think about it like this, folks. It's hard to find a good quarterback. Hell, it's hard to find a quarterback, period. We got one. And the biggest issue with Jalen right now is it feels like he's gotten a little stagnant. So now you're trying to figure out a way to get him to take it to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
And, the conversations haven't worked. So now, you go to the court of public opinion, and now you got exhibit A's and all these other receipts and stuff that you want to present to show people that maybe it's like this or that. And it's been divisive for everybody. But at the end of the day, I feel like this is what the Eagles want to try to do to make them a better football team all around, and Jalen's a part of that.
Yeah, and he's got to prove it again. I mean, I'm sure there's some people out there like, come on, he's proved a lot. Sure, he did. He proved something that I think a lot of people didn't believe, that he was a worthy franchise quarterback. He proved that already. That happened. That one, he checked that box. But to me, in the NFL, and really in any sport, you have to keep proving things. That separates the good from the great. Separates the short term from the long term. It separates guys that we talk about versus guys we immortalize. That's how sports work, right? So, I mean, I feel this about a lot of athletes in this city in different ways. A couple years ago, Trey Turner had to prove he could even play shortstop anymore. I doubted it. He showed he could play it a little bit still, right? And now he can still play shortstop for another year or so, or 2 or 3, whatever it turns out to be. I feel that about that. I felt that way. You go to a guy like Joel Embiid. He still has to prove his body could last all the way until May and June of a season. He's not proven it yet. And, you go to Jalen Hurts. Has he proven some things? Can he play big in big games? Yes, he has shown that. He's proven he can play big on the highest levels. That's awesome. Has he proven he could be durable? Yeah, he has. Has he proven he could throw deep and well enough to win some games? Yes. But what he needs to prove now is that he's worth the money they're going to have to pay him, which is a lot of money over the next couple of years. He has to prove now he can evolve his game to a different kind of offense. And he has to prove over the next year or so that he can win with his arm now consistently and less his legs. So I think that part of his game has disappeared. 215-592-9494. One guy I don't think Jalen has to prove himself much to is the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, effusive in his praise for Hurts just a couple days ago.
So Jalen Hurts, the same concept. You're not going to talk about contracts, but how do you?
He's under contract. I love Jalen. I mean, there's no bigger fan of Jalen than me. Clutch gene, absolutely. The guy MVP of the Super Bowl 13 months ago, should have been MVP of the Super Bowl right before that against Kansas City the first time. Exceptional and so dedicated. I mean, I think you probably know, spend a lot of time with Jalen, and he's, as I do with most quarterbacks, and incredibly dedicated to the game, to winning and being a huge winner. And I love everything about him. So anyway, those things take over time. We never would discuss it. He's in the middle of a new contract now.
All right, so obviously Jeff Lurie is maybe the biggest fan in the entire city, and that counts a lot because he's the owner of the team. But these stories are out there for a reason, right? These stories are being put out there. People are talking for a reason. The Eagles are allowing this to happen for a reason. Jeremy Fowler, the co-author of the story a couple days ago on ESPN about Jalen Hurts, he was talking about Jalen Hurts and a comparison that some, even within the Eagles, have about this guy.
That comparison is not lost on some people, including some in the Eagles building that do see some similarities. Really, if you go just to straight football, there are some similarities where, they throw a great deep ball. They're athletic. They're known as good leaders as far as trying to set a great example. Really getting after it, setting a good work ethic. Like being championship oriented, like all those things. But they have some struggles with certain coverages, not really true pocket passers. Russell Wilson struggled with that, where you had to win with a good running game and a good system around them. Some quarterbacks you can win really because of, and that's a short list. And then some you need to win with by supporting them. And last year when the Eagles didn't have enough support around Jalen Hurts, that's where you saw the offense struggling because it was all on him. Some quarterbacks can handle that, but it's a very short list, as the Josh Allens of the world, Mahomes, Joe Burrow, some of those guys.
So, obviously the Fowler's making the comparison there to Russell Wilson and saying some within the Eagles even feel there's some sort of comparison between Jalen Hurts and Russell Wilson. Look, that's another thing. To prove that he's better than that he's not so dependent on all the people around him. Because that really what Russell Wilson is, people now think, right? And now that he's removed from Seattle and they won without him and his career's fallen apart, it's like you look back, like, all right, well, Russell was obviously a good quarterback for years, borderline Hall of Fame guy. But how much of that success was, well, they had all these talented players around him, and he just was there. And I think that feeling in part is here. And as time goes on, if Jalen stays here, the roster's going to change. We're already about to see this. They're about to have less talented players on offense, younger players. It's just the nature of the kind of cycle.
It's the game, man.
Right. So we're probably going to lose Lane, probably AJ in the next year or so, and we're going to replace them with young guys, and that's going to be less talent in theory around Jalen. Can he still score a lot of points?
Look at it like this, people, because I think that this is where people are having trouble understanding why all this is happening. I think that part of it is because the Eagles believe in Jalen. Like Jalen's probably a little arrogant, probably a little full of himself. That's the natural progression. You've had a lot of success early in your career. And he's probably a little bit stubborn. When you hear some of these reports, there's probably some of that to it. They believe in him. I think they believe in him because they did pay him rather quickly when you talk about his getting the team to the Super Bowl. So now it's more about, hey, the talent around you is about to change. You need to become more of, for lack of a better way of saying it, a Tom Brady. And I know some people in the crowd like, oh, why are you comparing to Tom Brady? No, the comparison is this. Like early in Tom Brady's career, one would make the comparison that, he was carried by the defenses. He was carried by the coach and everything like that. But
not an unfair thing to say.
No, it's not. Early in his career. Yeah. But and he was winning Super Bowls because even I at one point thought Tom Brady was a system quarterback. At one time he was. But then when he evolved, Tom Brady became that cat that you didn't give a damn who was on the field with him because it was Tom Brady.
Some of those receivers towards the middle and end of his career were like, who are these guys? Chris Hogan's of the world.
Yeah. And when you're a quarterback, you have to evolve every year because I tell you, as a defender, we go into the meetings. We get ready for a game. Hey, this guy can't throw this play. Like, for example, Michael Vick. I think he had trouble running to his right, and he never corrected that. So that was a tail that he had. So if you flushed him, if you came from the right side and flushed him to his right, then he had trouble throwing the football. Like certain things like that, you pick up on and tendencies that you have that you try to limit what a quarterback can do. Same thing with Jalen Hurts. If everything is true and the offense is stagnant because Jalen doesn't want to do certain things, well, that makes Jalen easy to defend.
Of course it does. Yep, and it makes the Eagles easy to defend.
Yeah, it makes them easy to defend regardless of who you have out there on the field. And especially if, say, one of the knocks on Jalen is he can't throw over the middle. So now if Jalen doesn't like throwing over the middle, then what you're going to do? You're not going to defend the middle because the ball's not coming there. So now you're pushing everything to the boundaries because he's not comfortable in that space. you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable in the NFL. That's what it is, because the game is constantly evolving. And I feel like in this situation, the Eagles are trying to get Jalen to evolve, and this is their last play to try to attempt to do that.
It certainly feels that way. 215-592-9494. Does Jalen Hurts have anything left to prove to you? He does to me quite a bit as we go into the 2026 season. Kyle, what are you feeling?
So I feel like people hear this and say, like, well, he hasn't proved anything to you already. Like, of course he has. He's proven that he's capable of being the quarterback on a team that wins the Super Bowl. That's awesome. But, like, we had this conversation yesterday with the whole ink being dry thing. Like, the ink's not dry on this guy's career. He's been a quarterback for 5 years. And even if you win something earlier in your career, that doesn't just buy you the whole rest of your career. Like, I mean, think about with Doug Peterson. He won the Super Bowl here, and the Eagles gave him a contract extension in 2018. He clearly still had things left to prove.
And he didn't, unfortunately.
And he
for
did
him.
not.
Nope.
And Doug Peterson was no longer the coach. Then he had to go to Jacksonville. Like, just because you win doesn't mean you have nothing left to prove ever. There are so very few examples, so very few athletes who have nothing left to prove. And that's like your LeBrons of the world. When Tom Brady was playing, nothing left to prove. You know, like those are very, very select few guys. Jalen obviously still have stuff left to prove, and the Eagles are saying that with what they're doing right now. They're not that. Doesn't look like he's going to get a contract extension. That's them saying, go show us that you're worth the contract extension. Go show us that you can evolve with this new offense. Go show us that you can be the engine that drives this team, drives this offense when, you know, who knows what's the talent going to look like around you on the offense? Is AJ going to be gone? Can you be the driving force behind this? This is kind of like the inflection point, and the comp to Russell Wilson is like almost perfect. He's a guy that was the quarterback on a team that won a Super Bowl, not because of him, but with him, right? And that's not necessarily like a knock or me trying to hate on the guy, but it's the truth. Russell Wilson won with a great defense and a great running game in Seattle, and they won the Super Bowl. And then you know what happened with Russ? He actually got better as a passer. So at that inflection point, Russ got better, and then, you know, we know where his career is now, but like the ink was not dry on Russell Wilson's career after he won the Super Bowl with Seattle. That's very clear. The guy's still in the league. He's backing up Jackson Dart, or was backing up Jackson Dart with the Giants. So like Jalen still has so much time left in his career. The ink is not anywhere close to dry. So he has so much more left to prove, just like so many other players do.
They do, and he does. And then this year's the prove it year. 215-592-9494. Does Jalen Hurts have something left to prove to you? Let's go to the phone lines. A lot to discuss on what feels like a football Friday here in the month of April. Demond in Delco. What's up, Demond?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, listen, man. Y'all crazy, man.
Why?
I'm going to let y'all know firsthand y'all crazy, because here is the real truth of the matter. And it ain't no denying this. He is, Jalen, of course I'm talking about, is the best quarterback the Eagles have ever had in the history of the Philadelphia Eagles. And all he get all the time is disrespect. Now, I get what y'all saying about last year. Y'all wanted him to change some things that he wasn't willing to change. You know why? Because of Patullo. He knew the dude wasn't no good. Oh. So his dude coming in trying to tell him what to do. He like, man, dude ain't nobody. I done been to 2 Super Bowls. I done won one, and he ain't been there. And guess what else? Y'all talk about Patrick Mahomes, what's the dude, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson. Guess what all of them got in common? All of them has had their OC for more than 1 year. Jalen has never done that, and he's outdueled all of them. So y'all can leave me alone with the trash y'all talking about, man. I'm tired of it.
What does that have to do with it? What does that have to do with anything, Demond? What does it have to do with anything?
What you mean?
Because he played better than those guys in a game or two? That is not that's not how things are decided over a career. Like those are single games.
Listen, single game, right?
Yeah.
To the playoffs, my man is balling. These dudes are choking when it comes down to it.
Why is he not getting an extension this offseason?
These dudes so much all the time.
Jalen's playoff numbers. We're a little myth there to the playoffs.
At the Super Bowl, Jalen killed it. McNabb, Jalen went there and balled out.
Damn, he should have a contract extension this offseason then.
And the real dudes, y'all don't love him. That's crazy, man.
I just, but Demond, here's what doesn't work for me. He's the best quarterback in Eagles history, so we're just done talking about him. Like, at some point, the best player in every franchise history, a team moves off of. Like, this is how it works. I mean, this is like the idea that because he is better than Donovan, if you want to say he is, and Demond, we appreciate the call, means he's above reproach. What does that even mean?
What are we doing?
Like, who's the best first baseman in Phillies history? Ryan Howard. Guess what happened to Ryan Howard? He fell off at some point, right? Like, and then the Phillies, it was over. Like the idea, this whole, he's the best this in franchise history. Who cares? I mean, like, Andy Reid's the best coach in Eagles history. They fired Andy Reid. There's a best always that the team moves off of or is done with or they decline. And I'm not saying that's where we're at with Jalen, but like the idea that we can't talk about a player because you think he's the best in franchise history is preposterous. It's just preposterous.
Ooh, when did any Philly athlete or coach become beyond reproach?
It's a joke.
What happened to the standards by these fans?
It's like everyone is content because Jalen is good. Because Jalen is good and became good, we're just content. Well, the Eagles obviously aren't content, because if they were content, they would have given him a contract extension. They would say, you're a quarterback for the next 10 years. They didn't do that. And according to Jeff McClain, they don't plan to do that. Why are you laughing?
I'm laughing because I sat here and I tried to frame it in a way that most working people would understand.
No, like not everyone, though.
Like most working people would understand. I even talked about Jalen's greatness and how much he's accomplished. I'm going to try this one. I'm going to try, okay, like we all have children. And a lot of people out there have children. Okay, say if your son or daughter is consistently bringing home B's, B pluses, right? They're consistently bringing home B's. And they're not putting forth the effort.
They're not really applying themselves.
But they're bringing home B's, right? And you see that in them, and you see the effort that they're putting forth, and you know because it's your child and you believe in them that they could do better. They could be way more than what they're showing if they just put forth a little effort. That's what I feel this is right now. That's why they gave Jalen the money the first time. Jalen's been to 2 Super. Jalen's accomplished as a quarterback in a short period of time. Nobody's arguing that. But to sit here, because Demond, I mean, shout out to you, brother. Love you to death, but you frame that like it was good, just good enough.
That's what I heard too.
You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, it's good enough. Jalen has the chance, and you're right. Jalen is the best quarterback in the history of the Eagles right now. Jalen can go beyond that if he just buys into what's being sold. And as far as, you know, you want to talk about Campatulo, didn't know what he was doing. Okay, what about the Kellen Moore? Kellen Moore was an accomplished offensive coordinator.
And they had tension, reportedly.
And what about Brian Johnson? Brian Johnson grew up with the kid. And he didn't respect him because that's what we're talking about. Like, there's going to be times in our day-to-day lives that we might have to work for somebody or do something for somebody that we don't feel like they know what they're doing. But, hell, that's just the nature of the beast.
Sure.
So I don't understand why.
And that wasn't a shot at Blue Jeans. That was just
It's just a general, you know, assumption. I mean, it's just a general, you know, idea. So it's one of those things where I don't understand why there's so much vitriol when it comes to having this conversation. And I thought I framed it in a way where it could be understood by all.
A couple of things stand out.
I don't get that. I don't understand that. How does it come to the point where we want to beat up the 12 anonymous people?
Anonymous.
We want to beat up the 12 anonymous folks. I was trying to be serious for a minute. We want to beat up the anonymous folks, Joe. And we get mad about the reports instead of, the bottom line is this, people. We weren't good enough to go to the Super Bowl last year. The bottom line for me, and always will be, can we get good enough to go back? That's it.
And then Jeff Lurie talked about that the other day, that's the standard around here. All right, 215-592-9494. All your phone calls coming up. Does Jalen Hurts, though, something left to prove to you? Obviously, to a lot of people within the Eagles, he does have a lot to prove this year. He has a lot of things to prove to me. Where do you come down? Does Jalen Hurts have something left to prove to you? Plus, what kind of message are the Eagles sending to Jalen Hurts this offseason? We'll get some speculation on that next. Reckless potentially, from insiders next. And the Final Four, the Bracket of Hughes Final Four weekend has arrived. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. So when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture. We cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
Looking to grow your savings this spring? A First Harvest Credit Union certificate can be the perfect fit. Right now, you can earn 3.5% annual percentage yield on an 8-month share or IRA certificate, or choose our 18-month option and earn 3.4% annual percentage yield. Explore all your options at firstharvestcu.com/certificates, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Wawa's $6 meal deal is back. Get a sandwich, small fountain drink, and Hershey chips, all for $6. Limited time, gotta have a Wawa.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Baseball season's underway, and the real questions are starting to take shape. Early games show patterns, but there's still a long way to go.
We break down starts, adjustments, and decisions that start shaping the Phillies' path.
Lineups, rotations, bullpen usage, we'll break it down and tell you what it all really means.
No hype, no overreaction, just honest Philly baseball talk that helps you see the story behind the games.
Follow and listen to the 94 WIP Morning Show, Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It does feel like now or never. Not so much today, but 2026. Today is a little strong for now or never. But 2026 for Jalen, prove it. Prove it again. Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. We will get to the Final Four. In the bracket, Hugh Douglas is coming up. Also, interesting night for Porter Martone last night we'll talk about.
Got roughed up a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit by the referee. That was kind of interesting. And then, of course, Scott Francis will join us live from Colorado, where the Phillies will start a series this afternoon against the Rockies. First road trip of the year. So a lot to do on the show today. 215-592-9494. Before we go back to the phone lines, though, there's probably a reason, probably multiple reasons why these stories hit the last couple of days, right?
Yeah.
The Eagles stories. And I think the main theme is people think the Eagles are saying to Jalen, hey, now's the time. It's prove it. We got to do it now. Otherwise, hey, I don't know what the future is here for you in Philadelphia. So that speculation, reckless or not, is getting around the NFL. First, let's hear Mike Florio talking about how the Eagles are putting Jalen Hurts on notice.
I think this was a warning shot calculated by the Eagles. They worked with ESPN to get this thing to land when it did. And the message to Jalen Hurts is your contract in the past has made you essentially untouchable. The way they structure the deals, they go cash over cap. They do annual option bonuses that spread out the cap charge. If you trade or cut the guy in the mid-years of that contract, it creates a massive dead money charge. They had their hands tied by this contract. I think by next year, they're in a position where if they have to do something, they will. So the message to Jalen Hurts embedded in this report, the timing of it, everything. I think the Eagles are sending a message in the hopes that Jalen Hurts will embrace the new offense.
So it's a couple interesting things. One, the timing, the way he thinks it was a coordinated thing right after the owners' meetings ended.
Oh, exactly.
Yes.
No doubt.
And we know what it led to. It led to them not having to answer any questions, right? Howie didn't have to answer a single question.
No,
about
because
the
they ain't got to
story.
talk to nobody no time soon.
Jeff, I mean, nobody, right? They won't speak again. I mean, Howie will speak the night after the first-round pick, the night of the first-round pick. And maybe they'll do one little media thing before the draft. They sometimes do that, but those questions will be about the draft. They won't really be about this.
No, because it's going to be, a little bit older, and the message will be sent. And now let's move on to, the news cycle, the basic news cycle.
Yes. So we had the four horsemen of news in the NFL. Now we have the Avengers of reckless speculation. First Florio, then here's John Middlecoff of The Volume, former Eagle scout, which I always think is interesting when he talks about things. Here's Middlecoff on his read on the Jalen Hurts situation.
I don't think the timing of this story was random. And I think the Eagles are doing this as like, it's on, man. You either shape up or you shape out. Here's the thing about Jalen Hurts. He's not like a bad guy. He's always in shape. He works hard. He's extremely serious. But as you could see in there, quarterback is a very nuanced situation. Most guys are pretty scheme specific and have specific traits that you need them to excel at. And that is Jalen Hurts. Throws a really good deep ball, is a great athlete, is a great scrambler. Well, what will he no longer do? He won't run. So Jalen Hurts, when he became a really good player, was a dual threat quarterback. Well, he's not a dual threat quarterback anymore. He's just a passer. And we've seen him as a pocket passer. It's not great. And that's the thing about Jalen, is it kind of became a little NBA-ish. Like, yeah, I don't really need to listen to anybody. I'll do what I want to do. I think I know what my strengths and weaknesses are, which he clearly doesn't, because part of his strength is to move. I do think that's pretty clear, and this is what I've heard, that the money has changed the relationship. How could it not? I think they're putting this out there because they want it to be known, like, this is not going to be tolerated anymore. I know you're making a lot of money, but you've seen before, we got rid of a guy to put you in there. If you don't think we will do this again, you're dealing with the wrong people, because we will not hesitate. The Eagles offense will be one of the biggest stories next year in the NFL.
Well, that's for sure. And the part of him saying that we moved off of someone to put you in place, we'll do it again. Well, it reminds me of D Gunn. I mean, D Gunn was the Wensom, right? I mean, that's what he's saying there. That's how Jalen got in, because they got brand new. Yeah, before D Gunn got brand new. Any response from D Gunn after we called him brand new on the show?
Yeah, I heard him last time I talked to him. He's revving the Lambo.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he.
It's really, unbelievable. So you think you know some people?
Yeah,
and then,
D Gunn, when he got that Lambo, dog, and he started trading that crypto, he got brand.
It's a shame. All right, one more here. Another one of the reckless speculation band. Kevin Clark on with Jim Rome talking about really what all this says, and then what the Eagles are saying by not doing something.
We've been hearing about this for a while, and they keep going through different offensive coordinators for different reasons. Obviously, the Kellen Moore, there was friction there, but obviously that ended up working. Kellen Moore gets head coaching job. Kevin Patullo, obviously it doesn't work. I think, and I've heard this from the Philly writers in the last 24 hours, I think the Eagles not extending Jalen Hurts, when their philosophy in Philadelphia is to extend as early as possible when you know you have the guy, that says more than any article, blog, podcast could possibly say. Okay. They extend their guys when they know they have the guy.
So his point is interesting. You got to think about it. I mean, obviously they don't have to extend him right now, Hugh. It's not like his contract is up. But
no, but they did. But to his point, they did it.
Yeah, and
they extended him after the Super Bowl.
They did. But now this felt, if he had I'll put it this way. If he had a great year, I think they would have extended him this offseason.
Yeah.
I think if he had a great year in 2025, they would have redone his contract this offseason to give them more cap space, and he would have had more security. I think there is a clear reason why they're not doing his contract right now. they don't want to, and they are not sure if they should, and they want to play this year out. 215-592-9490. Let's go to the phone lines here. Derek in Paoli is up. Hey, Derek.
What's happening? Listen, this is like the two things that I said, Jalen Hurts, he didn't have a good year last year. According to his numbers, stat-wise for a quarterback, has been at the bottom of the league for the last couple years, right?
Yep.
So I'm just trying to figure out, why we have all these expectations for someone that if he's been here 6 years, right? And I've heard you say on more than one occasion he's only had 1.5 good years, right?
Yeah.
So if he's been here 6 years, right, and he showed us that he's at the bottom of the league for 3 or 4 of those, right? Why do we have such great expectations for a player of that caliber? That's the part that confuses me, right? And then it's always we never win because of him, but when we lose, it's on him, right? Every other quarterback in the history of quarterbacks, right? When they win the Super Bowl, like Sam Darnold wasn't even the MVP
Best quarterback
of the
in the
Super Bowl,
NFL
right?
this year. Best quarterback
Right?
in the NFL.
Sam Darnold was not even the MVP of the Super Bowl, right?
Mm-hmm.
And every commercial you've seen with the MVP, Kenneth Walker, it was Kenneth Walker and Sam Darnold. If Kenneth Walker was the MVP, why is Sam Darnold getting all this praise?
Talk to him. Talk to him.
You understand what I'm saying? So with Jalen Hurts, it's the Eagles won the Super Bowl, right? Even with Nick Foles. Nick Foles won a Super Bowl. I don't hear nobody else say nothing about the other players that was on the team with Nick Foles. But with Hurts, it's we build up all the stuff that he can't do. And like I said, I think he's a good quarterback. I'll never say he's great. He ain't Mahomes. I think Burrow's better. Those guys' skill set they were number 1 overall picks and this and that for a reason. Hurts has a lot of deficiencies, right? And his success, right? Success does cause you to have some arrogancy, right? And when they say, oh, the money changed them, well, you can save that. Money changes everybody. You understand what I'm saying? You ain't going to get a bunch of money and stay the same. I don't care who you are.
I stayed the same, Derek. I stayed the same.
You got brand new. I heard stories.
Right?
They
You
told
know
me.
what I'm saying?
Derek, I stayed the same.
Ike told me stories about you. I know.
I just get tired of the notion of like Jalen. Like I said, Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback. I don't think he's great, right? But we won with him, and when he changed his plays at the line of scrimmage, right?
Mm-hmm.
That one in Green Bay, right? That little go to AJ.
Yep.
How many times have they changed to that play and it worked? Right?
Yeah, it has a lot. Yeah.
Right. So when he's changing the play at the line of scrimmage, he's not going out there playing to lose. When they're saying he won't run, I just don't think he plays to lose. I just think that he has a whole lot more confidence in himself, as he should, than most of us do. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he's playing to lose. He just has a lot of confidence in his ability, and that's what he believes in. Now, if the Eagles don't want him here, that's not such a bad thing for him because somebody's going to take a chance on a Super Bowl winning quarterback. It happens all the time. Aaron Rodgers ain't done nothing in years. And he got the Steelers by the you-know-what right now.
Well,
There's
same thing, yeah.
I
agree. Yeah, Derek,
That's
same
all.
thing with Russ, right? When Seattle didn't want him, Denver gave him a huge contract. Derek, good phone call. A lot of interesting things Derek brought up there. Two things stood out to me as Derek was making his point.
What was that?
Well, he said, and I think it's a fair question, why do we expect him to start playing great when really he's only played great for 1 year? Right? I think Derek's asking, why do we get so frustrated when he plays only okay when the reality is that has been most of his career has been pretty good or good, not great. There was just the one great year in 2022. My theory on that is, and I can only speak for myself, maybe the Eagles feel the same. When you're
wait a minute, what'd you say? They feel the same?
Well, maybe they feel the same. I'm going to give you what I think about this.
Okay, got you.
When your salary keeps going up, the expectations go up, fair or not, right?
Totally agree.
When Jalen took the Eagles to the Super Bowl in 2022, and he was second in MVP voting, he was on a rookie contract. He might have been the biggest steal in the league, the biggest surplus value in the league. His contract, the one he's on right now, it's going up by year, right? Because they backload it and they move money around, right?
Yeah.
So the percentage of the cap he takes up goes up every year. So just by that, you need to do more because we are losing other players we'd like to keep because we are now allocating more of the cap to you. So you use more responsibility, fair or not. When you get paid $255 million, the expectations rise a little bit.
You know what's funny, and this is one of those things that I don't understand how people don't realize or see, because it's just say if you work at a Fortune 500 company, any company, when guys get laid off, they task certain individuals that they feel that can do more to do the job of 2 people. And people complain about it all the time. They complain, oh, well, but the only difference in this is they're not getting a pay raise. They're getting more work, but they're not getting a pay raise.
Now, Jalen got both.
Yeah, he got a pay raise. So I understand the vitriol that people have for this, but you have to look at it like this. The NFL is evolving. And like I said, if you have a quarterback, you have something. What they said to have a quarterback is to have something good or something like that. I think I just made that up.
Yeah.
Can we do that again?
It's something,
to
I think
have
it's something
a
in the
quarterback
Bible.
is to do something.
It's something in the Bible said to have a wife is to have a good thing or something like that. But I just changed it.
Did they talk about quarterbacks in the Bible?
No, they didn't. But I just
pretty
use
wild.
it. I just use it for this.
Does Jesus think it's a prove it year for Jalen?
You know what? It is.
This is the weekend. Ask him if we're in any of the weekends.
It is. Yeah, because he coming to resurrect.
Well, you might have to wait till Sunday.
Yeah,
But
today. Sunday.
It is, because you have to look at it like this. And I think that people have to take their feelings out of it, because if you give Jalen, like I've been saying, Jalen's well within his rights to ask for some more money. I've said that. And I know we have some trepidation about that. Yeah, but he is. But when you when your quarterback asks for more money, then you have to ask him to do more. Now, as an Eagles fan, you have to ask yourself this. Was this passing game up to snuff last year?
No.
It wasn't. And I will go back and ask you, if you feel that it was, to go watch the first game of the season, right? And then watch those games that came after that and tell me what you think. Because everybody else was throwing the ball all over the schoolyard and we weren't. So there's that. I feel like they believe in Jalen, because a lot of this has been said. If you're being honest, we've heard these stories about him for the last couple of years, but it's never come out until now, because I feel like they feel like this is their last recourse.
I think you're right on that. The second part of what Derek said there is questioning why the recognition for Jalen. Like, why do we talk about him as only when the bad things, right? Not the credit for the good things and all that kind of stuff. I mean, he made the comparison to Nick Foles. I think there's a clear difference. To me, there's 2 clear differences why Nick Foles gets elevated to like a special level, and meanwhile we fight about Jalen. Nick didn't stay here much longer, right? Like, Nick was almost like a showman. He went out on top.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how many more games did he play in an Eagles uniform after the Super Bowl? 4? 5, right? He played the first 2 in 18. He played the last 3 in 18, and then 2. He played 7 more games in an Eagles uniform the rest of his career, right? So we have all these games and all these moments to talk about with Jalen every week. Nick left. So it's like you just remember the good times. The other thing, in terms of the Super Bowl games, I mean, Nick Foles had to win a shootout against Tom Brady. So like,
that was pretty impressive,
right? So his Super Bowl gets, and it was also the first Eagles Super Bowl, right? So it's the first one. Jalen, who played excellent in both Super Bowls, the one he won, the game wasn't close. It's not his fault. He did nothing. It's nothing to do with him. He played great. The defense played great too, and it was a blowout. I just think there's something about that first Super Bowl that will always capture people's imagination more than any Super Bowl after. I don't think it has anything to do with Jalen versus Nick. It's just the reality of it. 215. Yeah, it is. 215-592-9494. All right, before we go any further, Hewitt, is a big day. It's a big weekend, really. The Final Four tomorrow night in men's college basketball, but the Final Four on the WIP Midday Show right now, Hugh Douglas. It starts now. You write that in your notebook. It starts right now with the Final Four. All right, the 2026 bracket of Hughes has really been a wild ride. We have 2 number 1 seeds on one side of the bracket, 2 number 9 seeds on the other side. I mean, this is a first for the bracket of Hughes. It also is a first for any sort of bracket I've seen. This is different. All right, so Hugh, the matchups today. On the left side, the football guy region, won by Excuse Maker Douglas, and it will take on the winner of the actor region, Loose Lips Douglas. Both 9 seeds. Hugh, your quick thoughts on the matchup.
Oh, man, you know what? This has been one of the wildest tournaments that I've ever been a part of, because the ones that I thought that were going to go deep in the tournament, they were knocked off. So, yeah, this is going to be exciting. Whoever wins this is going to be nobody that I picked to win.
I'm most surprised about Loose Lips.
Yeah.
Me too. Especially because, if we're being real, most people listening don't know exactly what
the whole
you did.
story. Yeah, they don't know the whole
they just
story,
know that
right.
the boss told him not to say something in the air, and he ran to the air and said it. And it captures people's attention.
I do get it, because like you can see it. You can see Hugh being a guy who just
has loose lips.
Yeah, who just spills the beans all the time.
Yeah,
not all the time. But
everyone
in this
knows
situation,
that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's funny now, because every time I talk to anybody, they're like, "Hey, man, Don't tell nobody. Yeah. And I'm like, I can't get mad. Can't get mad about it.
Oh, so now you've developed a reputation.
Well, no, because it's like every time there's something that can't be repeated. Hey, man, don't repeat this. And I'm like,
well, you're like a sieve over there, dude.
Yeah, basically.
The funny part is I know some people like this, but usually it's you give them a little liquid courage and they spill the beans. Hugh, it's just he's fine. It's just 10 o'clock and he's just talking.
Yeah, 10 o'clock. That
he's
mic
at work.
crack that mic and be like, I did too much.
So the other matchup on the other side of the bracket, the number 1 seed from the Radio Guy region, pot him down, Douglas, and the number 1 seed from the Pop region, tongue-tied Hugh.
Didn't think pot him down would be as go deep like that.
Oh, dude, I had this as my 1 seed, the winner from the beginning.
Yeah, I think you
I misread the room.
You misread how great pot him down is. I think maybe because you're not so proud of pot him down.
He's not proud of pot him down.
It's because it's
so funny.
People move you off your square. I don't like to get moved off.
Well, they did. They got it.
And it's good for radio, which is the whole purpose. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, when you call in, we'll talk to Jalen Hurts. Does he still have something to prove to you as we go towards the 2026 season? I think the Eagles are saying he does. He does to me. Where do you come down on Jalen? And we'll give you a matchup in the bracket of Hughes. We'll tally the votes, and we will have a championship game prepared for Monday. Mark in Delaware is up on WIP. Hey, Mark.
Mark.
Yo, guys. How you doing?
Hey, Mark. What are you feeling?
Hey, so I think Jalen is definitely on a prove-it year. He has too much talent on the offense to, produce so little.
Well, I agree. And Mark, that really – so our last caller brought up, why do we expect more out of Jalen, right? Well, a couple things. One, he's getting paid more, so they need more. And the other part is what you said. They have a lot around him. It's just it's hard to fathom an offense that has A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert not putting up more than, 18, 19 points in games. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. So my other thing is 2 things for Hugh. Hugh, you got to hold the line on A.J. Brown.
Hold the line. I'm holding the line, Mark. I got it. I got the line.
Hold the line. And then congratulations on 2 things. The recount of the Insider of the Year.
Well, you know what, Mark? We changed it. I'm the reckless speculator of the year.
Yeah,
I got an award for that.
You did get an award.
That's because they're not really.
Yeah, because they didn't really. I don't acknowledge Spike and I don't acknowledge their award.
You don't even acknowledge.
I don't even acknowledge it anymore.
You begged for it for 3 months.
Well, things have changed. I'm going to get my own award.
This
Matter
is
of fact,
it's a little bit pathetic.
No, I'm the reckless speculator of the year. I got an award for it yesterday. I just haven't printed it yet.
Who was your competition?
Me.
This is like when T.O. took his Hall of Fame speech.
Congrats to you, and you suck.
Remember when T.O. did his Hall of Fame speech not in Canton, Ohio?
Yes.
That's what this is like. I'm taking my own award and my own speech in Chattanooga.
That was good.
Go ahead, Mark.
No, I was just going to say, Hugh, you're the future yearly reckless speculator of the year.
I am. I'm going to win it every year. I'm going to get me an award. I'm going to get me some shirts made, too.
It's your award. How could you not win it?
I'm just saying. I'm going to win it. I'm a winner.
All right, Mark, you ready for your matchup in the Final Four, Hugh Douglas's?
Yeah, give it to me.
All right, here we go. Let's go with a pair of teams we didn't expect to be here, but here they are with a chance to get to the championship round. Excuse maker Douglas against loose lips Douglas. Mark, who belongs in the title game?
Oh, it's got to go to loose lips.
Loose lips. Mark, appreciate it. Good call. That's 1 vote for loose lips.
It could be one of those things where it just lets your imagination run wild.
Yeah, right. Because anything he's saying, why is he saying it? Well, he's got loose lips. That's it.
He's a snitch.
He's a snitch. Snitch Douglas?
I got a bad rap on this one, though, but it's going deep.
Well earned.
I got to tell you, been pulling a lot of audio today for One Shining Hue. It's going to be outrageous.
So
you are a wild guy, buddy.
So,
thank you very much. Thank you.
Usually don't tease things for 3 or 4 days in advance, but I'm just mark your calendar. So,
everybody get ready.
So, all right. So Monday, we're going to have the championship game. We'll see where the matchup is on Monday, and we'll have our title game, and we will crown a champion of the bracket of Hughes on Monday. But at the end of the show, final segment of our show on Monday, just like they do at the end of the NCAA tournament, we're going to have one shining hue, like one shining moment you'll hear on Monday night. We're going to have one shining hue. So it's really the best moments of Hugh Douglas audio over a calendar year. You're not going to want to miss it.
I mean, see, the problem is a lot harder than last year. I just have this audio file where I'm just loading in audio. It's about 28 minutes deep right now.
Oh, no.
So we have work to do.
Yeah. I do wonder how long it will be when we cut it down, but I'm excited for that. Fred in Scranton is up. What's up, Fred?
Fred.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Hey,
What's
Fred.
Up, Fred. Been a while.
How you
Been a while, yeah. Been a while, I know. But Jalen Hurts, man, my son and I, we both have his jersey. I mean, what are you going to do? This guy, I have a feeling, is going to end up like Randall Cunningham going to Minnesota and like a field goal away from going to another Super Bowl with another team. I don't want to see that, but it might happen. So
why would that happen?
Well, I guess if the Eagles get rid of him, I guess that's the implication.
I like that because of all the criticisms. But he is a good quarterback. I mean, we can't deny that.
But who's criticizing him though?
Well,
the Eagles.
Well, the Eagles are criticizing him. Yeah.
Listen, I'm not talking about you guys, but the callers, they criticize for on the other side. You know, you have the diehard fan, that female that called yesterday. If I'm going to pick a side of you, I have to pick that debating side of you. You guys shut her right up. Who's that lady that called all the time?
Yeah, she's one of our favorites. Kristen is one of our favorites.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I was impressed with you guys yesterday, really. But my take is, let's see what happens when A.J. Brown does get traded, because it seems like they're loading up on the receiving side of it. Receivers, they signed 2 guys already.
Mm-hmm.
If nobody's talking about Jalen Hurts, he's got to get the ball out of his hands quicker. They have to design plays where, you know, like that West Coast offense is predicated on the short passing game.
Mm-hmm.
Get it out. If nothing's open deep downfield, you know, get it out fast. Always have an outlet. And that comes from play design. So
I think, Fred, I think we'll see more of that with Mannion here, just based on the kind of design the Packers used and LaFleur with the Rams before that and the Shanahan influence. Fred, I think we're going to see more of that now. We'll find out if Jalen can execute it as well as they need him to. That's going to make this year fascinating. Fred, I'm with you. He's got lots to prove. You ready for your matchup in the bracket of Hughes?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. We have a huge one for you. The number 1 seed out of the Radio Guy region. Let's hear what it sounds like when we get pot him down, Douglas.
Then I'm not getting the help that I need. Okay, you can pot it back up.
That's you. First
Okay,
of all,
pot it back down, Kyle.
I'm
Pot it back down. See, this is what I'm talking about, Kristen. Kristen, see, you in my house now, right? And I like the fact that you're
I know more than you do in this situation. And this is what
we
bothers
did a
me. Listen,
blend,
let me
huh?
finish. Pot him down. Because I like today.
All right, so we have pot him down, Douglas. Fred, against, of course, one of our favorites, the other number 1 seed in the Final Four, tongue-tied Hugh.
The inaugural, kidding.
No, you got that from yesterday.
Where did they live in the global? I can't even say it now. You got me tongue-tied. First up, we got cracked pepper, thick cut bacon. The real laugh is a lot. That's real.
Fred, who should move on? Tongue-tied Hugh or pot him down?
Bottom down, absolutely bottom down. That was brilliant. The bottom down was brilliant. It really was.
Love it, Fred. Fred, good phone call. Glad we got to talk to you today. 215-592-9490. Does Jalen Hurts have anything left to prove to you? Or is he already proven? Has he done enough to be proven to you? Your calls on that, and of course your help on the Final Four of Hugh Douglas. Plus, we got to get to last night. Tough game for the Flyers, but they got another big one tonight. We'll update on the Flyers next and the night for the young Porter Martone. All coming up. Midday show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
It's springtime, so stop looking for that lawn care service and simply call Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets, and has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years, using organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED right now. Time is running out. Natural Lawn of America, 800-FREE-SEED.
It's tournament time, and this March, Fanatics Sportsbook has 10 times the rewards. Starting round 1, we're giving you 10 profit boost every single tournament game day. That means first round, second round, round of 16, all the way down to the last 4 in the national championship. 10 chances every game day to level up your winnings. But that's not all. You'll earn up to 10% fan cash back on all your bets, which you can use on anything at Fanatics. We're talking team gear, tickets, collectibles, and a whole lot more. Plus, if you're new to Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get $200 instantly in fan cash when you bet $5. It's time to shoot your shot. The tournament hits different at Fanatics Sportsbook. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. CT call 888-789-7777. MA call 800-327-5050. NY call 877-8-HOPE-NY. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. That's right. Prize Picks is now giving you $50 bonus credit in lineups when you sign up and play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. Now on Prize Picks, you simply pick 2 to 6 players, pick more or less on their stat projections, and submit your lineup. Prize Picks also has early payouts. If your lineup gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. And with player stacks, you can also pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code ROAM and get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
UConn head coach Danny Hurley with a great quote ahead of the Final Four, saying that UConn plays for rings, not watches. Every team that plays in the Final Four gets a ceremonial watch. He wants to get a ring, which would be his 3rd in 4 years. The problem, though, for Danny Hurley and UConn is that Illinois is a better team. I think Illinois is absolutely loaded, and I think Illinois sends UConn home tomorrow in Indy. I'm Nick Costos.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Now that the Eagles aren't hijacking your sanity every Sunday, tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Yeah. Your favorite song?
Make this song, man.
Come on now.
Her voice is great.
The staple of Fridays around here.
No, I mean, the battle song is better. Her voice is great, man.
I think the more you complain about, the more Kyle's going to play.
I know, that's why he's doing it. I know. Friday, let it free. He hasn't said a word. He just looking at me, enjoying every minute of this. Yeah.
It's a good favorite part. Come on, you. If Jalen played at MVP level, but we had to play this every segment, would you go for it?
You say what? Is Jalen what? Come on, play at MVP level. You had to play this.
No, Jalen played at MVP level, but the trade-off was Kyle plays this every segment of the show every day.
I'll take it.
I would do.
I'd take it.
Now with the audience, or would they check out? They might check out. Might be too much for them. But I would do the trade-off. Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas.
I'm liking that as our Friday song.
Me too. Yeah, no, it's a good way to go into the weekend. Someone doesn't agree. That's all right, though. It is all right. Does Jalen Hurts still have something to prove to you? It certainly feels like the Eagles are saying he has something to prove here for a new contract, for him to remain the starting quarterback, and for all the noise to go away. There's a lot of noise out there about the quarterback, and it's unfortunate that this many people around the Eagles feel like they have to talk and want to talk and are very willing to talk, but that's the truth. And for everyone out there, it's like, oh, why do these guys keep harping on the Jalen thing? Some people, let's say a dozen, right? Because
that's the number.
That was the number in the story. A dozen sources. That's a lot of people within one building that are just very free.
Fake news.
Freely saying that the quarterback's got to change. It's significant when it's that many. 215-592-9494. We'll get to the night the Flyers had last night, what it means for the playoff race, and interesting night for Porter Martone last night, the young Flyer. Let's go to the phone lines first, and we'll, of course, give you a matchup in the bracket of Hughes Final for OG Wade up on WIP.
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
Hey, OG. What are you thinking?
It's bothering me to hear all the media pundits and the talk show hosts say how credible the reporters are. And my comeback to that is this. If they're so credible, why would you wait to put an article, a negative article or a positive article out after the owner has spoke, the GM has spoke, and the head coach? These are people that could actually give you answers to what the questions or the issues are in your article. See, this shows you that you're not credible because you did this because you don't want the truth. You don't want the answers. Okay? So that makes you an uncredible reporter. And that's just one thing issue that I got with all this negative stuff. But my question to you, Joe, you, Hugh, and even Kyle, you know what I'm saying, is that Jalen Hurts, you say Jalen Hurts in his 6 years of being here, he's made the playoffs every year. He doesn't even know what it's like not to make the playoffs. He's been to 2 Super Bowls. He won one. He won an MVP Super Bowl. He's got multiple Super Bowl NFL records, not Eagles records, multiple NFL records Jalen Hurts has. So when you say, does he have to prove something? No, he's already proven it, because what a player done in 6 years, you got organizations across the NFL hasn't done it in 75 years. So when you say, do you expect him, or does he have to prove anything? It would be great if Jalen Hurts could keep up what he's done thus far. But if he doesn't do anything else, he's already exceeded anyone's expectations of Jalen Hurts drafting him.
Well, I agree with that. I completely agree with the last thing. But if he doesn't continue to play well, then they got to move on.
Right.
Yeah.
And now to that point there about the playing well, Jalen Hurts will tell you himself, he needs all of them guys in that locker room
to help him play well. And everybody thought when he said that, it takes all of us, that he's just doing that talk again. That's that talk. No, that's real talk. Because if the O-line is not healthy and they're not as effective as they once was, you know what I'm saying, or can be, then that messes with that affects your run game, that affects your passing game, and ultimately it will affect your win-loss record. The point that I'm trying to make to you, Joe, right now is this, is that when things are right, and I heard what you said, that because they give him more money, you got to be more, that sounds nice, and it may be true in a lot of people's minds, but in reality, he's still only one guy. The money that you're giving him is the money that the market tells you got to give him. I don't think no player in the entire NFL is worth $100 million. But it's what the TV ratings are. It's what the market is for a quarterback. So people need to stop counting the man's money.
So OG, you're right. You're right. The quarterback market is what it is, right? Like even if you land a cheap-ish veteran, it's going to cost you $40 million a year or so, right? And then the high end is 55, 60. But I think we'd also agree there is a huge advantage based on the salary cap of having a quarterback on a rookie deal, right? So.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So that to me, that's what Jalen's fighting against now, to stay here, because if he plays well, they keep him. Everyone's happy. If he doesn't, or he's only okay, well, then at some point they might find a cheap young quarterback in the draft, and then they have all this extra cap space to play with. So that's the reality that every player's got to deal with.
Let me jump in this, because OJ, you said something about counting somebody's money. That's not what I was doing. Like,
no, I said you.
But what I'm saying is, but this is the NFL and how it works. Say, for instance, Patrick Mahomes. How much has Patrick Mahomes' offense evolved since he's won his first Super Bowl?
Yeah, they
evolved quite a bit, right?
They change all the time
because it's the only mainstay has been Travis Kelce. The offensive line, they get a new offensive lineman every year that somebody's having trouble up front.
They won 2 after losing Tyreek Hill.
Yes.
Yeah.
The point that I'm making is this: when you give the quarterback, the reason why Jalen's entitled to get the money that he's asked for, right? If that nobody's arguing that. But just like I tried to frame it, if you're giving Jalen more money, even though he's one man, you're asking him to do more because you know that he could do it, right? That the same way with Patrick Mahomes, the same way with Peyton Manning, and all those other things. It's not being unfair. That's, to me, if it's anything, it's they believe in Jalen. The reason why all these stories coming out is that they believe they got their guy. They just want him to buy into what they're doing because they're trying to change and evolve. That's how I see it. I mean, you can look at it the way you want to look at it, but that's how I see it. This is not, I don't think this is so much, I mean, it's written as a slight on Jalen. I get that part. But I think it's because they've exhausted all avenues when it comes to trying to get Jalen to buy into what they're doing. That's how I see it.
I would say this here, Hugh, is that, and I said this many times before, Jalen said something that was profound, and no one wants to listen to it. He said, for a very long time, I've been told how I'm supposed to play and how it's supposed to look. When I did it the way that everyone wanted me to do it, we did not win. That's telling you right there is that the man already knows what he has to do in order to win. So if we know Jalen Hurts, when protected in the pocket, is 75% completion percentage, why the hell wouldn't you max protect with him? Why wouldn't you protect him and to get him to that level? I'm watching the playoff game against the 49ers. They said, I seen Jalen Hurts tell them to run them 4 verts. But you know what the one play that was messed up was? The assignment was Saquon Barkley. When he was in there for protection, there was nobody for him to protect. So he helped and doubled Dickerson's man, leaving the middle linebacker free. So all he had to do was just run underneath the pass that was to Dallas Goedert that was on target. If Saquon Barkley would have flared out into the flat, that linebacker would have had to follow him.
Probably would. I mean, there were a lot of issues with the last 4 plays, OG. I mean, that the calls, the execution, each play, there were a lot of issues. I mean, Devontae couldn't get the ball that was a little high on the one before. I mean, unfortunately, that's how the season ended. We know it, and now they got to fix this. All right, RG, you ready for your matchup in the bracket of Hughes?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it. A pair of 9 seeds, excuse maker Douglas against loose lips Douglas. OG, who should move on to our title game?
Is it loose lips?
Loose lips.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, loose
lips.
lips.
That's him. That's
All
the
right.
one I got. Yeah.
All right, OG. Good stuff. Good phone call. Appreciate it. Have a good Friday. All right. Lot to unpack from OG's call there.
Well,
Yeah. You got anything?
I don't. I'm confused. Right?
Okay, I got something that
I'm confused.
Well, because he brought a lot. He always has a lot of things he wants to talk about. The one thing, and this has happened from a lot of people. Not OG is not the only one. We've had it for days. A little bit of trying to discredit the story, right? And the OG used the question of why release it when they released it. I don't know the ultimate answer. I don't think any of us do, unless you work at ESPN, unless you're Tim McManus and you're Jeremy Feller. Why ESPN decided to put the article out the day they did, I don't know. Right? There's probably 10...
Well, I mean, we know.
Well, no, okay.
Well, we can recklessly speculate.
We can.
Which I am the number one at that.
There's also 10 different reasons potentially why the article came out exactly when it came out. I mean, there are. To be fair to those guys, they did ask Jeff Fleury about Jalen Hurts. Like, if you go back to the press conference on Wednesday, the person that asked Jeff Fleury about Jalen Hurts was Tim McManus, right? So it was for the story, right? They had all these quotes from all these people, and then they wanted to get the owner's perspective on the quarterback to add to the story. So, yeah, could they have released it 2 days before and then asked Jeff Fleury about him? Sure. They could have done it that way. They did it the way they did it. I don't know why. I'm not in that newsroom.
Strategy.
But here's what I will say. When a story is released, does not change the authenticity of the story. It doesn't change the quote. Like, those quotes from the people around the Eagles, I don't think they got those quotes 2 days ago. Right now, maybe some of them they did. Maybe some of them they got at the owners' meetings, but who knows? I mean,
this story,
they've probably been working on this thing for months.
That's what I was about to say, Joe, because it's obvious that a lot of people don't know how these stories of this magnitude work. This is not like a lot of people are trying to discredit this story because they feel like it just happened a couple months ago. No, they've been probably working on this story all year. Think about this like this for y'all that don't like to think a whole lot. D. Gunn was the one that fired the first salvo.
Yes.
He fired the first salvo, and we discredited him, right?
Well, not us.
Well, when we say we, I'm talking about the
I know. We're D. Gunn fans until he got brand new on us.
Yeah, until he got brand new and he got a
Yeah.
Lambo.
Yeah.
So there was rumblings all season long. Now, the common denominator with all this is the fact that the offense wasn't good last year. For whatever reason, we're still trying to unpack that. Kevin Patullo was a part of that. Probably more so than, or probably not more than we all know, because he was the one that got all the vitriol. He was the one that got all the heat and all the other good stuff. But my thing is this. Even if this story is not true, the offense wasn't good last year. And Jalen was a part of that. We're just trying to fix this. It feels to me like we're too busy trying to defend Jalen and not really trying to figure out what's really going on with this squad.
Yeah, and to be fair to the point that OG and others are making, I'm not saying that there's nothing to the timing of the story. I do think there's something to it. I mean,
it's strategic.
Right, but my thing is, it doesn't discredit what the story is about. It doesn't discredit the quotes in the story. Here's reckless speculation. Maybe, perhaps one of those sources in the story is someone higher up with the Eagles. I'm not saying Jeff Fleury or Howie Roseman, but just someone in the front office. And then they go to them and say, what happened with the offense? What's going on with the quarterback, right? And the person says, hey, I'll tell you what I think, but can we not put this out right now? Like, we're all here. It would be an embarrassing look for us right now. I'll give you my honest opinion off the record, or on the record, but no name, anonymously. Please don't put it out this day. Please wait till we all leave here. It could have went like that. And then those reporters in ESPN may have said, okay, fine, we'll run it after you guys leave. It doesn't change the opinion of the person that gave them the thought. It's when they were comfortable giving their opinion.
And it's another thing, because I've been a part of this. I remember I remember feeling I had them Joel Embiid feelings. When people say, hey,
Oh, you wanted to find the snitch?
Yeah, but I talked to some folks and they said, hey, well, you're worried about the wrong thing.
Yeah.
You're worried about
who?
You need to worry about the behavior that prompted the people to say what they
Not
said.
the who,
about
the
you.
what,
Yes.
the why, the
Yes.
why.
And I think that's where we're blindsided because I feel like a lot of times, and I get it, because when people talk about Jaylen, a lot of times it's in a negative light for a person that has accomplished so much.
But why? I keep coming back to why. Why do they feel like they have to talk about him like that?
I'm talking about before this story hit.
Okay.
I'm talking about before the story hit because he's accomplished so much. And I think that's when people hear stories like this, that's where they come to Jaylen's defense. Because there's a little bit, I think there's a lot, like, say, for instance, what's Chris Sims' son? Chris Sims. Well, Phil Sims' son. Yeah. Chris Sims. He's probably dancing, like, because he feels vilified.
Well, he feels
for all of this, because he took a lot of heat.
But he's been saying some of these same things about the offense, like specifically changing plays, not running it the way it's supposed to be run.
He feels vilified. Now, Jaylen has had a lot of success under the circumstances, and you cannot take that away from him. But like I said, I feel like this is an effort to get Jaylen to the next level, to that Hall of Fame level, by buying into what they're doing, because that's the gist of the story. The gist of the story is, and even the callers that are defending Jaylen are basically confirming what's being said. Well, if he's changed the plays, he did it for the better. Like, there's some plays that Jaylen changed that worked out tremendously for him.
Sure.
I mean, so it's like he's done that and it's worked out for him. But the ones that aren't working out for him, those are the ones that probably rub people wrong way.
I mean, I'll just go back to this. We'll do it your way, but when your way stops working, then
we got to do it my way.
Exactly, and that's what it feels like last year was. It did whoever's way it was. Petulo, Hurts, whoever got slapped across the lips in week 3, according to Hugh Douglas, whatever. It didn't work. That's the bottom line.
I see people coming for Petulo neck talk about he a snitch. He told all the stories. It's crazy.
I've never seen a fan base more hung up on one year coordinator than Petulo. I mean, yesterday you would have thought I said something just like awful on the air by saying we should apologize to Kevin Petulo.
Oh, that Twitter poll was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen from this fan base in my life.
That was funny, though.
I mean, oh my
God. Got a lot of people going.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people just can't admit that maybe that wasn't the biggest issue.
Holy crap.
Yeah. You know, there could have been a 12-sourced article about how Kevin Petulo was the worst coordinator in NFL history.
They'd be like, yeah, dude.
But no one, that's not out there. That's not out there. What's out there is that Jalen Hurts is not listening. All right. Last night, not a great night for the Flyers as they go down to the Red Wings. So our chances to make the playoffs here, Kyle, slipping a little bit. Now, it's not over, though.
It took a hit last night, but it is not over.
So
it starts with the Islanders tonight.
Starts with the Islanders. It started with the Red Wings, but now it starts with the Islanders.
It really started with the Blue Jackets last week.
Yeah.
That didn't go well.
Okay.
And then it started with Dallas. Did go well.
Okay.
It started last night with the Red Wings. Did not go well.
Okay. So lost last night for the Flyers against the Red Wings. Yes. Also an interesting night for Porter Martone. We're going to be able to watch this on YouTube. If you're watching along with us, if you're listening, you'll hear the audio. I found this interesting. So Porter Martone plays with some fire. And last night he was obviously fired up at the ref. And then the referee got fired up right back at Porter Martone. Here's what it sounded and looked like last night in the Flyers-Red Wings game.
Back before the TV timeout, Martone wants an interference or an elbow on this play. He's looking around wondering why no call. Then Cody Beach comes over. I don't like this from Cody Beach. I mean, it's a little forceful to be talking to a kid like that. You see Martone look back like, what's going on here? Then Rick Tocchet had a discussion with Beach to kind of calm things down. We'll see how that plays out the rest of the game.
Hugh, I'm curious your perspective on this as someone who had these kind of moments. So the kid is fired up. He's jawing at the ref for a little bit, right? He wanted a call. And the referee comes over, and the best way I could describe it if you weren't watching on YouTube, if you're just listening.
Calm your ass down or something
well,
like
he
that.
kind of put his arm on his back, skated with him, and clearly yelled at him. And the implication is telling him, like, chill out, right?
Mm-hmm.
A ref putting his arm on the player, yelling in his face.
I would say in the heat of the moment, I probably wouldn't think that much of it.
Okay.
You know, because it didn't look that egregious. And like I said, you know, you're skating, you're being passionate. I wouldn't have thought that much of it. I'd probably watch film and then probably would have had a flash and be like, what the hell was he talking about?
It felt a little much to me. It felt like I get he's new in the league. He's a kid. Maybe he's trying to show like, hey, let's relax a little bit here.
Don't put your hands on me.
Well, it's the combination. Like a referee yelling back at a player, that stuff kind of happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
They jaw a little bit. So I don't mind the words.
Don't put your hands on.
It's the hands and the words in my face. Like that felt a little much. Now, it calmed down, and he showed some restraint there, Porter Martone, but certainly not a great night for the Flyers. Kyle, what did you make of Martone's night? And he clearly plays with some fire.
Man, He had 9 shots on goal,
Yeah.
which, I mean, led every single player that touched the ice yesterday by a significant margin. The next most shots on goal was connecting with 5.
That's a big difference.
I mean,
that's a lot, almost double.
He seems like one of those players that's just always like in a position, and we haven't had one of these guys in a while, where he gets the puck and you're like, oh, he has a lane to score. And it's almost like all the time, like some guys just have a knack for that. Like he hangs out by the net. I mean, this kid could be a big time goal scorer. I think in a few years down the line, he looks like he's NHL ready already, which is a good thing. I know people were worried about burning the a year of the entry level contract with just getting him a couple weeks at the end of the season. But I think it's great. It's good that he's getting out there. He looks like an NHL player already, which is huge. But last night just sucked. Like that was one of those games that takes years off your life, where the Flyers dominated the game itself in terms of shots. Like the shot advantage, I think might have been like 30 something to 19. And we just couldn't get one by. And then the Red Wings would go right down, put one right past Ursan, a few defensive hiccups and stuff. So it was just one of those really frustrating games. We finally came back, and then the Red Wings scored 15 seconds later. So just tough. It seems like the last few games that they really needed, the Capitals won, this one, the Blue Jackets won, were just not enough, and sort of bad luck from the hockey gods. But tonight's a big one. They're 3 back from the Islanders, who were in that last Metro spot, but they're 2 points back still from Ottawa. But again, need to get more points because you don't have the tiebreaker.
Yeah, they need. I mean, now they're at a point now where they really need to start winning almost every game, if not close to that, down the stretch of the season. So tough night last night, but the kid looks like he could play, and I like that he plays with fire. He has some spunk to him, which is fun to watch.
Taka was a little bit upset
Well,
last
let's
night. You can see all the cuss words.
We can hear from Taka. Taka last night after the game, not thrilled with the officiating.
Well, I just thought the first half, I don't know if it was a 2-0 penalties for us. I didn't feel that way. I thought there was a couple of things that, I didn't agree with the first 30, 35 minutes at all. But that happens. I might be wrong. I don't know. I haven't seen the game.
It's funny, when he said I didn't agree with the first 30 or 35 minutes. That's a big chunk of the game.
Yes, it is, man.
It's a lot of the game you didn't agree with.
I can tell you could tell, like, they had the camera on him. You could read his lips. Like, he was very, very articulate in the certain choice words that he decided to use when it came to the referees. It was real choice.
I know these guys don't want to lose money, and these leagues are very they're very on the coaches and players not publicly ripping the officiating. I kind of miss the old days.
When you could rip the officiating?
Well, just like the coaches didn't mind. I guess they didn't get fined as much, or it wasn't as big of a deal. I miss the old days where a coach after the game would say they were brutal. They were brutal tonight. And I think that's what they kind of felt last night, but they didn't want to say it after the game into a microphone. But I think he's implying it there, that they were kind of brutal last night. And then the whole thing with Martone. All right, 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard the bracket of Hugh Douglas's. We are in the Final Four.
I thought Konechny had a pretty funny cut after the game.
Let's hear it.
Yeah.
Just keep playing. I mean, we're getting a little frustrated with some of the calls. It's just like, you can tell at this point it's a little emotional. The refs are kind of angry. We're angry, so we just got to avoid it. We're probably not getting any calls and worry about our 5-on-5 play and let that take over.
I love that they're all angry.
I
And he
do
throws
too.
in that the refs are angry.
Yeah, but
too.
you know what? The referees should not be angry. They're supposed to be
They're
the
supposed to call the
arbiter.
game, yeah.
They're the arbiters of keeping things calm, right? That's why they're there. I don't need angry referees.
No, and I don't know how this compares to other sports, especially not football. I mean, sometimes you hear them mic'd up with umpires and
Yeah,
stuff,
ump show.
and you know that umps get a little petty.
Yeah.
I think NHL refs can be that way too. They're all kind of like, it's a weird relationship with NHL players, the refs, where they're almost like they're on like first name basis with each other. It's like a very like hockey culture thing where if a ref is annoyed with you, he'll be like, okay, like F both of you guys, you're going to the box. And like, he'll say that straight up, like if you ever look up mic'd up NHL refs, it's hilarious stuff. Like the refs and the players are like jawing back and forth.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I can't have them angry. If you're angry, you're not making sound decisions. You're supposed to be the arbiter of keeping things calm. 215-592-9494. All right, your phone call's coming up on Jalen Hurts. Does he have something to prove to you? He does to me. I know he's accomplished a lot, done a lot, but now we're moving forward. He has a lot to prove this coming season. Your thought on that? Bracket of Hughes matchups. It is the Final Four. Plus, This is really interesting. We got to get to what Jeff McClain said in his podcast about why this stuff is now out there about Jalen Hurts. Not what was said, but why it was said publicly and why the stories are out. That's next. Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Easter's a time for family, tradition, and a table built around the unmistakable flavor of Hatfield ham. It's tender, juicy, and packed with flavor. The kind of ham that has everybody coming back for first, seconds, thirds, fourths, and fifths. So when you're putting together your Easter shopping list, make sure Hatfield ham is right at the top, because tradition tastes even better when it's done right. This Easter, serve up the flavor everyone loves with Hatfield ham. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes in a store near you. Hatfield, better care, better port.
The Phillies head to Colorado for a 3-game series against the Rockies. Today, leading off starts at 3:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 4:10. Then stick around for the final out. Sponsored by the Philadelphia Parking Authority. On your exclusive home for the Phillies 2026 season.
The Phillies win it in 10.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
For 50 years, drivers have trusted Meineke to take care of their cars and their budgets. Because real value isn't just about price, it's about honest recommendations, quality work, and service done right the first time. From routine maintenance to major repairs, Meineke delivers dependable car care from experienced technicians you can count on. That's why generation after generation continues to choose Meineke. 50 years of trust, 50 years of value. Meineke, doing car care right.
The dates are set. Benari Jewelers Spring Bridal event is coming April 10th through 12th. 1 weekend, 3 days, incredible savings. Up to 20% off engagement rings and wedding bands. Special pricing on loose diamonds and twice the normal selection. The most sought-after designers will be there. Tacori, Benchmark, Unique, and more. With interest-free financing on approved credit. Don't miss it. Benari Spring Bridal event, April 10th to 12th. Exton and Newtown Square. Details at BenariJewelers.com.
There's nothing like a neighborhood pub, the familiar faces it's filled with, and the community ties it has. That's McGurk's. Walls plastered with local athletes, school flags hanging around the building, and longtime friends beside you. Looking for a spot? Make it McGurk's.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, new Verizon mobile and home customers can get Fios and a line of mobile for just $69.99 a month with AutoPay. Get Fios 300 megabit per second for $20 per month and unlimited welcome for $50 a month, plus taxes and fees when you bring in your own phone. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch.
For new Fios Internet and mobile customers, discounts apply over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. So when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. So when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com.
Own the dream.
Some sunshine and warmer through the afternoon, high 78.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch, come on, meet me at the ranch.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What a great weekend. Our Final Four today.
I'll be glad this weather quit being bipolar, though. That ain't cool.
The other Final Four tomorrow. Yeah, it's a little weird. Hot, cold.
It'll be nice today.
Yeah, 70s. Yeah. Yesterday was chilly. Warm before that.
You might get sick.
You okay?
Yeah, man, you get sick messing around with that weather changing like that. That's a real thing.
You'll be all right.
Because, listen, I know I ain't the only one, especially after that Phillies game, who thought about turning that AC on.
Oh, I did.
That night, boy, I had to ride it out, right? And then I woke up the morning, I opened up the windows and everything. And that morning, it was frigid.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
It's that time of the year. Do you go to the AC? Do you wait? I mean, sometimes you got to make that call, though. I mean, you can't.
I didn't make the call. I
can't sleep when it's hot in the house, though. That's just too much.
That's a lot.
Yeah, well, this is also a lot. Well, so we got something we got to play for you here that. So, in the last couple of days, these stories have come out. First, it was ESPN, Tim McManus, and Jeremy Fowler about Jalen Hurts. 12 sources, all these quotes about Jalen and not coachable and body language and all this kind of stuff. It does not speak highly of Jalen Hurts. Well, I mean, uncoachable is a bad word for a football player.
Yeah, it is.
So that story came out. And then, of course, Jeff McClain had his own story yesterday saying that the Eagles have no plans to pay Jalen Hurts this offseason, a new contract. And today on Jeff McClain's podcast, this was fascinating because I think a lot of people have wondered why, right? Like, why not just talk to him personally, privately? Why is this stuff getting out there? Why do people feel so, I guess, open to talk about the Eagles franchise quarterback to ESPN, to the Inquirer, to whatever? Why are they doing this? Well, Jeff McClain's thoughts on why these stories are getting out and why so many people within the Eagles are willing to say these things about Jalen Hurts.
A lot of the people in that building feel like he's not listening. And from what I understand, like this past season, and this goes with Kevin, because Kevin's a really nice guy. Maybe, he just kind of defers to Jalen, and Jalen just won a Super Bowl, was MVP of the Super Bowl. He's got this huge contract. Really, a lot of the people in that building feel like he's not listening. And from what I understand, like this past season, and this goes with Kevin, because Kevin's a really nice guy. Maybe, he just kind of defers to Jalen, and Jalen just won a Super Bowl, was MVP of the Super Bowl. He's got this huge contract. Really, it was only at this point was like only Nick that Jalen kind of really, really listened to. And they feel that the only way to get through to Jalen, and from what I understand, this is why A.J. Brown tweeted what he tweeted in October. The only way to get to him is through the media, or social media, or through those of us who report on the team. And that's what's happening now. And that's why, we're hearing this probably now more than ever. And he's going into this contract year that is only full guaranteed. It's like if he's not going to listen, this is the way to get him to listen. He will listen if there's an ESPN story, 5,000 word story. He will listen if the Inquirer has this, that, or the other thing about him, or reports about, his fascination with Michael Jordan and how he views himself in that realm, and how now how guys are now teasing him and calling him Little Jordan in the locker room because he thinks that he's primarily responsible for the Super Bowl.
All right. If this is true, if Jalen Hurts is not listening to people and they have resorted to the only way to get through to him is through the media, through stories, through ESPN, through the Inquirer, through whatever outlet, then the whole facade and the whole idea of what Jalen Hurts has told us he stands for is a totally fraudulent thing. And it's completely fraudulent. He has told us he's all about winning, all about football. At one point, I remember watching a video where he talked about he has a limit on his phone. Like he sets a timer, right? If only he can be on social media and only can spend so much time on nonsense because he's focused. Well, that whole thing makes no sense if the only thing that matters to him is what people are saying about him and they're saying it publicly. It's just, it makes everything he says he stands for not feel true. If it's about being the best leader and teammate and your teammates and coaches are talking to you and asking you to change and you don't listen, but you'll listen if ESPN has a story because it makes your image look bad, it makes me wonder about the whole image he has created and how much of it is real and how much of it is just an image. That's a joke. Like, just before you give your take on it, Hugh, if we were struggling with something here and you said something to me off the mic, like, hey, can we not do that? Or can you do this differently? And I said, I listened to you and then I kept doing it. And then the only way I would stop doing it is if you went to the Inquirer or it was out there that Joe Giglio keeps doing this and it's annoying Hugh Douglas, instead of me responding when you asked me personally. Like, to me, then I wouldn't be a good teammate to you because it would take that for me to get the attention.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to unpack with this, but you know what the thing that jumped out to me and made me think this is why all this is coming out is when he said he didn't listen to Kevin Patullo. And there's a lot that has happened over the last couple months with that Kevin Patullo thing. I think this is why there were so many anonymous people coming out talking, because Coach Patullo got a lot of heat. He got a lot of heat that I feel like the reason why that people are talking now because they feel like it was unwarranted.
I'm sure.
You know, and the feeling, I feel like the feeling in that Eagles organization was that because Jalen, now listen to me, this is me recklessly speculating. I feel like because Jalen probably took the position, I wasn't listening to Kevin because he don't know what he's doing, and the offense looked bad anyway, that a lot of people feel bad because Kevin Patullo caught so much heat. So that in turn, this is the backlash for Jalen doing what he's doing. If you follow what I'm picking up, what I'm putting down.
Even in the score almost.
Yes. This what it kind of feels like to me, because that little nugget right there, that little snippet, when he said, you know, Kevin Patullo kind of deferred to Jalen and allowed him to do, that to me resonates a lot in this situation.
The other thing that caught my attention there was Jeff talking about A.J. Brown. Remember all those posts during the season?
Mm-hmm.
Using me but not using me? I mean, have we really gotten to the point where those two's communication is so minimal that AJ's trying to communicate to Jalen Hurts through Instagram posts after games? I mean, so what the hell are we doing? These guys get paid like $85 million combined. They're on the field together. They're at practice every day together. Are we really to the point where AJ thinks the only way Jalen will listen is if he puts up an Instagram post that I've got to yell about? What are we doing over there?
I mean, quarterbacks vibrate on a different frequency, Joe. I'm trying to
on.
tell you, man.
These guys are captains.
I'm trying to tell you,
captains of the Eagles.
I'm trying to tell you, they're different. Quarterbacks are different. I'm not trying to say that's good or bad. It is what it is. That's why they get to date the head cheerleader. That's why they get to do certain different things, you know. And Jalen's no different. Jalen has had a lot of success in his career. And to have that kind of success and then to have somebody come in and tell you, hey, we're doing it this way, that you probably don't respect, that's probably a hard pill to swallow.
But why? He's an employee of the Eagles. They hired the coordinator.
I mean, usually, I have my thoughts on it. You know, when you give me $250 million, I'm going to get brand new. I mean, if somebody gave me if I made $250 million here, I'm wearing a fur coat to work every day.
That's why they're not giving you $250 million. No one's. We all know you'd get brand new.
I'm gonna wear a mink in the
Everyone
summertime.
here knows that. That's why Lakin's not giving you to that. First of all, we don't have it. But the second, they know you'd get brand new.
But it's probably a little bit of that. There's a lot. There's probably a lot when it comes to Jalen. I mean, quarterbacks are treated different. And I'm not trying to say that's bad or good or anything. That's just I have never been around one that once they got their money, something didn't change.
Yeah, I know, but this is it's a bad look on the leadership aspect of Jalen Hurts if they feel like they have to publicly shame him to get him to because that's what it feels like. I mean, the quotes in that article are public shaming. I mean, that's exactly what they are. They're trying to basically shame him into being a better teammate and quarterback.
And he does have a well-cultivated image.
I know.
I don't.
Is it real or is it a facade?
I think his image is his image, and he's worked at years on cultivating that. Now, here's the thing. The only way right now, it ain't working. It ain't working. So you're trying to appeal to the masses through the media. That dog ain't hunting. The only one that's gonna hunt is when the season starts. That's it. Don't nobody believe this about Jalen. You can't.
What do you mean no one believes it?
Nobody believes this.
Oh, I think a lot of people believe it.
No, they don't.
Oh, of course they do.
Joe, they don't believe this.
Hold on.
I try.
You think a lot of people don't believe this story?
No.
Of course they do.
They don't.
Because it lines up with all the other stuff we've seen for a year.
Joe, don't believe
I
the
think
story.
I think
taking what?
I'm trying to tell you, nobody believes this story.
I mean, how many people have we talked to already?
Most people believe the story.
I don't think.
Have you just
I don't
erased
think
every memory you've had of
no,
working
listen, Kyle,
this week? Or
Kyle, I don't think a lot of most people that we've talked to shot the messenger off on
Well,
site.
I wouldn't say most. I'd say very loud responders will shoot the messenger.
Most people shot the messenger on site. Didn't even care. Most of them shot him. And the other ones probably are like, I ain't trying to hear
Well,
this.
if you don't believe it, you're in complete denial. I mean, this is
I'm not arguing
denial.
That. I'm not arguing that, but I'm saying a lot of people don't believe this story.
Maybe a lot, but I can't say most.
Most. I will go out.
I would say too many people don't believe the story.
I would say most people don't believe.
For my faith in humanity.
But
it's not most. No.
Yeah, it's definitely.
It's not most.
No.
Put a poll up.
Do you believe the
Put
latest?
a poll up.
Do you believe the Jalen Hurts
Let's
story?
put a poll on it. Put it on the poll.
It's gonna hurt my soul.
No.
If it's not under 50%.
Hold on.
Hurt my soul.
Most of the people on Twitter, maybe he was right.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think he's onto something there. But most people on Twitter are not most people. No, well, that's. It seems like it's everybody when you get 250 comments all saying you're the biggest dope in the world. I hate you and I hope you die. Yeah, right.
No,
that
man,
makes it seem like it's everybody. So I understand that perception, but it's not.
But what's there not to believe? Like doesn't it line up with the way it looks?
Okay.
What's there not to believe?
Here's how
they don't want to believe.
Okay, this is how
that's it. They don't want to.
It hurts their feelings.
Okay, this is how I hear it. Right. Okay, Jalen. They're trying to get Jalen to buy in.
Right? Yeah, obviously.
Most people hear it as Jalen's a bad teammate, and they don't believe that. Like, that's because nobody can understand, because everybody that I've talked to, everybody that I come in contact with, they were like, man, why y'all hating on him? Hating on him. First of all, I didn't write the story, right? Now, I've been privy to hear different things. I've been recklessly, speculating and ear hustling for like a couple years.
Well, that's why you thought you'd win Insider of the Year.
Yeah, I be ear hustling. I hear things that I don't share all the time. I don't know why Loose Lips is going so far in this bracket, because there's a lot that I know that I don't tell. That's just me, pleading my case with this. If Loose Lips wins, that I don't think that properly represents who I am as an individual.
I think you're in the clear.
Yeah.
But the point that I'm making is this: when people hear this story, the first thing that they think about is Jalen's accomplishments. That's not what we're talking about.
I know. Also, we've too much mixed the team accomplishments and his.
Yeah, but see, Joe,
it's too much.
To Derek's point, I've never been a subscriber of that, like separating the success because of how well the quarterback plays.
Well, we know you. I mean,
the quarterback.
You think
Sam
Darnold's the best player in the league?
He is. He won the Super Bowl.
That's not true.
Won the Super Bowl.
Well, that's true, but he's not the best quarterback.
Best quarterback in the year of our Lord.
Stop it.
2025.
We did this already. Please don't again.
The best quarterback in the year of our Lord and Savior, 2025.
Not a soul besides you believes that.
But anybody, they do.
You know what? Not even Sam Darnold believes he's the best quarterback in the league.
The year of our Lord and Savior, 2025, best quarterback.
All right, let's go.
But anyway, I digress.
Let's stop.
But nobody believes this story. That's the point that I'm making. Nobody believes this.
Anyone with some sort of
hate. This is some hating by 12 individuals that don't like Jalen.
There it is.
And once we find out who y'all are, we're going to fight y'all. We're going to bite. We're going to do a puka nakua. They're going to bite
Nobody's not
somebody.
going to do anything. Nobody's going to do
They're going to bite them.
Yeah. Now they're going to cry and be babies and tell us how much they hate us, but they're
And
not
they're
going
to call them names and what did Mark call Derek Gunner? Hack. Called him a hack.
Even though he's been on this for a while.
He called him a
Yeah,
hack.
it's wonderful. All right, 215-592-9494. If the Eagles really feel they need to publicly shame Jalen to get him to listen, it's embarrassing for Jalen. It's embarrassing for Jalen. I mean, and the whole facade about I'm the leader and all about football and winning is the only thing. Well,
that bothers you.
Well, it does
I'm a
because
leader.
he's created this idea that all he cares about is football and winning. And then if the coaches and team is telling him we need to do this to win, and he's ignoring them, and the only way they will get his attention is because ESPN's talking about him, then he's more about his public image than he is about winning. What is Jalen Hurts about? He told us it was about winning.
I think he's about winning.
Well, then
I think he.
But what do you make of them thinking we can only get his attention this way?
I think there's another thing that Jeff said in there that I think you're missing too, the Jordan factor. I think he feels like he's Michael Jordan.
Well, he's not even close.
Okay, well, he feels that way.
But that's wonderful.
Who came to the game last year?
Michael Jordan.
Who came to the game to see who?
He came to see him because he's part of his brand.
Michael Jordan ain't, he's
Well,
he
but
don't see too many people.
I got news for you. If you're going to act that way, you better be a great player. You can't act that way and play like he plays. Michael Jordan could punch a teammate and be a jerk to everyone and then go drop 32 in a big game.
Yeah.
You can't go out there and throw for 120 yards and act like Michael Jordan. It doesn't work.
Yeah, but he still wins.
Well, the team wins.
I'm saying, and I'm just going back. Listen, I know what I'm going to say is going to not make you feel good, but didn't he win when he said something about that? He's like, he didn't care what it looked like. It's going to look like what I look like. Wasn't that a win when he said all that?
Well,
bravado. He got that bravado, man. I'm telling you. That's what people like about him. Because you know what when Jalen says that, and you talk about image, and that's why his image is so craftily cultivated.
BS is what it is.
No, it's who he is, because we are in a league where everything is driven by stats, right? It's a stat-driven league, because when we talk about Jalen, we talk about what he's not compared to the elite quarterbacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at Jalen's resume compared to the guys that are better than him, his resume, regardless of what you want to say, Joe, is better than most of those guys that you prop up.
Well, because he plays for the Eagles.
Well, Joe, he's been blessed and highly favored.
Yeah.
He's blessed and highly favored.
Sure.
And he's taken full advantage of his blessings.
Wonderful.
And that's
but you don't get to act like Michael Jordan because you endorse his
do.
shoot. No, he does not.
Yeah, you do.
Oh,
you do.
Well, guess what? His teammates obviously don't think so.
I'm trying to tell you. Don't be mad at me. I'm trying to give you the insight of how.
No, you're not.
You're
telling us nonsense.
This is not my opinion. This is an opinion.
Oh,
like you like to say.
Well, so you know what? That's even more annoying.
No, but
give us your opinion.
No, I'm done. I'm done to say that. Done.
I'm just trying to tell you.
Let's go to the phone lines. I'm done.
Think about this, man.
You are the worst.
You are. This guy. Al in Downingtown is up while I catch my breath. Al, what's up?
How you guys doing?
Al, I'm losing it now. What are you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. Just listening to you guys talk. I think you might be a little delusional on Jalen.
Yeah. What am I delusional about?
Everything.
Al, tell me exactly what did I say that I'm delusional about? Because everybody that calls into this station defends Jalen. So what am I delusional about?
It's not about defending him, right? So listen, obviously, man, before he got paid, man, this guy was all about when you looked at his eyes, man, he was driven, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was solid. He wanted to go. Now, when you look at him, that drive, that stare, it almost looks like a blank stare, like a disconnect. Like he's just all right, Hugh, you play football, right? You can't go. Timing is everything in football. If you're calling plays that aren't practice during the week, and
so they say.
Yeah, 12 people say.
So they say.
Mm-hmm.
So 12 people. I mean, obviously I'm not there, but I think enough has gotten out to where we have to think that obviously maybe something is there.
No, I mean, I totally I totally agree with that, but like I was saying, people have called in for the last couple of days, and all I've heard was people attack the story and not the problem with the story. Now, for me, the bottom line is this: the Eagles didn't play well last year, right?
No, obviously not.
And Jalen is a part of that. Before a lot of people that read this story and talk about this story, they feel like a lot of folks are trying to put it all on Jalen, and they don't see it that way. And I'm not. I don't see it that way either. But that's how people feel.
All right, so take the story out. What do your eyes tell you? that something's off.
Yeah,
well,
of course.
My eyes tell me that the Eagles' offense wasn't performing up to par, and he's a part of the problem on the field. I don't know, but it's not all Jalen. That's what it tells me.
No,
it's not all Jalen.
I agree, but sometimes I think that maybe as fans, the Phillies getting soft maybe a little bit because listen, it took forever to win a championship. Now we finally won one, and they're afraid to maybe move on to the next thing. But like Tom Brady said, the next championship is always the best. But right now, it doesn't seem like that with Jalen.
Al, I think you're onto something with the getting. It's almost like we're in our fat and happy days here. Like we're cool. We won. Jalen won, so we're just going to cool me and hang out. And I don't think the Eagles think like that, Al. They're thinking about how do we win the next championship, and if he doesn't play better, then he's not going to be part of it.
And that's what it's. I mean, to be honest, that's what it should be about. Like there was a disconnect last year because when you talk about this team, and it's as simple as this for me. They were talking about dynasty, so much so that they were adamant about putting last year to the side and focusing on this year and trying to get back to the chip. That didn't happen. For whatever reason, it didn't happen, and Jalen was a part of that. I just want to fix that. And if this is a way to fix that or get Jalen to buy into what's going on, then so be it. It's not about, hurting Jalen's feelings, anything. This is about you have your quarterback, and you're trying to get the absolute best out of him. That's it. Bottom line.
Oh, I agree 100%. It's sports are one of the only few jobs where you get these insane raises, you get these insane pay, and your pay doesn't, really reflect of what you're doing. Obviously, like somebody said before in the call, the media is dictating the pay.
Mm-hmm.
Where if I get up and go to work, I gotta prove myself for 2 years before they want to give me a damn raise.
Of course. I mean, and the funny part, Al, is when Jalen first started, he had that line about the rent is due every day. And it feels like we've gone away from that for some weird reason with Jalen Hurts. All right, Al, you ready for your matchup in the bracket of Hughes?
Oh, definitely.
Let's do it. All right. You get a huge one. The number 1 seed out of the radio guy region. Let's hear how our guy Potham Down Douglas sounds.
Listen, I know more than you do in this situation. And this is what bothers me. Listen, let me finish. Pot him down.
Then I'm not getting the help that I need. Okay, you can pot it back up.
That's you. First of all,
pot it back down, Kyle. Pot it back down. See, this is what I'm talking about, Chris.
So pot him down, Douglas, against the other number 1 seed in our Final Four, our guy, tongue-tied Hugh.
Eric B. Oh, he went way back with that one. Hoobalooba, or whatever you want to call it. Emenominy. A legit threat. A legit threat.
Al, who moves on? Pot him down or tongue-tied?
Obviously, it's pot him down.
Pot him down, one of the best. It might be just a runaway. Al, great phone call. We appreciate it. We haven't heard the Eric Bieniemy one in a while, and the legit threatament is
Eric Bieniemy. It be a legit.
Yeah, he's back in Kansas City.
Legit threat, Kansas City.
He is back at Kansas City. Yeah. Yes, he is. Yeah, I'd kind of forgotten about a legit threatament because I don't know who that was, but I'm sure that player was a legit threatament.
He was a legit threat.
No question. 215-592-9494. Are your phone calls on all this? Jalen Hurts, does he still have something left to prove to you? He does to me a lot as we go into the 2026 season. And your reaction to Jeff McClain saying the Eagles think they need to go this route and talk about Jalen in the media. ESPN stories, Inquirer stories to get Jalen Hurts' attention. I think it's a terrible look on Jalen's leadership. I think it's a bad look on the image that we have of him as a great leader and all about football. Because if that's what it's about, we shouldn't need to go through the media to get your attention. And maybe A.J. Brown's been trying to do that. 215-592-9494. We'll also talk to Scott Fransky coming up here. He's in Colorado, Phillies and Rockies later this afternoon before the first road trip of the year. That's next. Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, new Verizon mobile and home customers can get Fios and a line of mobile for just $69.99 a month with AutoPay. Get Fios 300 megabit per second for $20 per month and unlimited welcome for $50 a month, plus taxes and fees when you bring in your own phone. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch.
For new Fios Internet and mobile customers, discounts apply over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Things are really heating up in the tournament, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, has given all customers a profit boost every single game day leading up to the big championship game. Build a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout, or try live betting and jump in at the tip-off. Best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local to claim your first profit boost and keep the action going from now until the big championship. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
WIP hosts prepare for their shows in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Listen to MLB Insider Calls on WIP all season long. Presented by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Hi, welcome to Bucks County Estate Traders.
Hi, we need to fill a big space on our wall.
Something that says, wow.
Oh, of course. Our showroom is full of all styles of artwork and decor pieces. And some of our items have even been featured on the big screen and in TV shows.
Oh, that's awesome.
Pretty cool, right? So when you're looking for a stunning piece of art, Bucks County Estate Traders has the selection and variety.
And I see your inventory is online.
Oh, it sure is, along with the size and price, so you can measure the space and browse at your leisure. It's all at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all Americans' smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Lakers star Luka Doncic strained his hamstring in last night's blowout loss on the road in Oklahoma City, and if Luka's out for any extended period of time, the Lakers have no chance in the playoffs. But here's the truth. Even with Luka Doncic, the Lakers have no chance in the playoffs. Now, could they win a round if they play Houston? Absolutely. But there is no chance the Lakers can beat either the Spurs or the Thunder in the Western Conference. I'm Nick Costos.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Every Friday.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
It's Fransky Friday.
Simply amazing! Yes, it is that time of the week. A Fransky Friday on The WIP Midday Show. Of course, Scott Fransky, sponsored by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, as the Phillies get set for their first road trip of the season, starting today, this weekend in Colorado, and then a trip out to San Francisco early next week. Scott Fransky with us now as the Phils get ready for an afternoon game for the Rockies home opener. Scott, how are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Pretty good, Scott. My first question right out of the gate is, do you think Andrew Painter could have went a little bit longer in that game? Just curious.
I think he was probably out of gas. I think that was good.
No, it was really good. I was just kind of curious, because
you have the alternate number on his strikeouts.
Well, no,
Did you have 10 plus?
I didn't have 10 plus, okay. But no, the reason why I was asking, because I was thinking like 4 2/3 innings, did a little bit longer than that. And I was just wondering, was there a thought that, maybe he could have went a little bit longer? That's all.
Well, he went 5 1/3.
Yeah.
Got into the 6th. 5th starter, rookie, first time out. Gave up 1 run.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. Definitely not complaining.
One of the things I think they look at is, velo, and I think it was coming down in that inning. He had started the inning before. It was a little bit longer inning. So, I think, I think it was not a bad time to get him out of there. I actually wasn't so sure he was going back out even to start the inning. Topper, I think he can be somewhat conservative sometimes in that regard and say, hey, look, we got 5 out of the kid. I'm going to let him end on a high note, not going to put him in a spot where, maybe he's out of gas. And so I think they just kind of went with the idea that if they get a base runner on, we'll take him out.
I tell you what, though, Scott, when he hit 99 on that gun, I was like, good googly. It looked effortless, like for real. He looked like he's special. He looks real special.
The 99 is great. I think we'll see better fastball command, night in, night out for him. I think he'll need to have that, but his command of his secondaries is what's, to me, really impressive at his age. To have a kid to come to the major leagues for the first time and to be able to, fall behind 2-0 and not be forced to throw another fastball, right? He's got confidence he can flip a curveball up there for a strike or backdoor slider, the left-hand batter, something like that. And those are the kinds of things that separate the good from the great. And for him to be able to have that kind of command at his age, I think is there is a ton to work with here in terms of ability. He's going to have his nights where he struggles. Every starter does. Certainly every rookie starter does. But there's a ton to work with.
You know what? Another thing, Scott, he threw a lot of different pitches. Do you see that a lot when you have young pitchers come out like that their first time out? Because I don't think he shook JT off like none. I didn't see him shake him off at all.
Yeah, and I didn't. I don't know specifically how many times, if at all, that happened. But yes, he's got a bigger arsenal than the average Bear that gets to the big leagues for the first time. I mean, nowadays, some of these kids are barely getting there with 3 pitches, 3 big league caliber pitches. And he's got 5 or 6 almost when you really add them up. So, I mean, this guy, like I said, there's a ton to work with there. He'll get better. His command will improve. His stamina will improve as he gets later into the season and they build him up and his strength is there. So I see nothing to really shake your head at. I think it's the Phillies have something that they feel like can be really, really good for a really long time.
Scott Fransky with us here on a Fransky Friday. Scott, I feel like the story and the good story of the Phillies' first 6 games are the 2 rookies and their contributions. We just talked about Painter, and then there's Justin Crawford, the walk-off hit a couple days ago. And just in general, he just looks very comfortable. He looks to me like he's ready to be here. And the profile we saw a little bit in spring training and heard about Justin Crawford, I'm seeing it. He puts the bat on the ball. He doesn't swing and miss much. He will swing early in counts. The ball is more on the ground than the air. But Scott, it's only 6 games, but the success he's had, it feels like this is the way he's played basically his whole minor league career. It's worked then. So far, it's working here, and he looks comfortable at the plate to me.
He does look comfortable, the way he carries himself, the way he approaches an at-bat. Again, I've been impressed. It's a really small sample size, but he's not doing anything different than he didn't do last year at AAA. I mean, it's the formula for success for him. He's hitting the ball on the ground. He's beating out hits. He's definitely beat out a few that are big high choppers that, a guy with less speed is not going to be safe on. But that's his profile. That's who he is. And that's how he got here. And there's no reason to ask him to be anything different. We'll see that the time will come 2 weeks, 3 weeks as the book starts to build on him. They'll find different ways to get him out. They'll find different ways to attack him. And, it will be a constant process of adjustment for him because he'll start to see different pitches and different counts and different, attack styles and things like that. And he'll have to make the adjustments. But so far, so good.
Scott, with the caveat that it's early, and I don't think it's anything drastic changes with the lineup now, early in April. But at some point, Scott, watching Adolis Garcia here this past series, extra base hits, a home run. Obviously, his defense is good in the right field, so that's going to be good the whole year. But his spot in the lineup, if Adolis continues to play well, maybe showing he's going to bounce back to closer to what he was a few years ago, and if Alec Boehm doesn't have a big April here, do you think at some point there would be a consideration to Adolis Garcia as the righty moving up in the lineup to protect those top three rather than where he is now?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Rob Thompson his mind is open. He started with something. He wants to give it a full go and a full try to see what it looks like. And obviously those top four guys in the order didn't have the greatest opening homestand. They're not necessarily guys you worry a whole lot about. But I do think his mind is open to making adjustments along the way. He just isn't going to do it after 5 games or 6 games. He's going to take, 3 weeks. See what it looks like and make changes incrementally that way. But this is still very much a situation where if one guy proves his value over another, that guy's going to get different opportunities going forward. And those changes will get made. He's just not in a position where he's going to do it, right away after 6 games.
Scott, it's an interesting first road trip. The Phillies bats primarily didn't have a huge homestand. Now, they got going at the end and had the big comeback a couple days ago, but they didn't score a ton of runs over the course of the 6 games. And now, Scott, typically, I always look at the part of the schedule, like when do they go to Coors Field? And I wonder, okay, that could be a spot for the lineup to wake up. It also is a challenging spot always for starting pitchers and all the pitchers, the relief pitchers too. But it is an interesting first road trip because this could be a weekend for the Phillies bats, Scott, to wake up here, in the thin air at Coors Field.
Well, it could be. Coors Field, you never know. It's, obviously a lot of home runs can happen in this ballpark, but a lot of base hits can happen in this ballpark too, because the outfield is so enormous. I took a walk for coffee this morning. It's cold here today. It was 72 yesterday. It's not going to be anywhere near that today. It's really windy. Today could be a real adventure. Hopefully the sun stays shining and it's a little warmer for the players on the field, but I know it's a cold start to the day, so that could also play into the offense once they get out there and, first pitch is, I don't know what the temp's going to be, but I don't think it's supposed to get over 54 or 55, somewhere in there today. And with a pretty good breeze, that could be a chilly afternoon.
Scott, let's talk about Bryce Harper. So home run to help that comeback a couple days ago, which was great to see. Beyond that, it's been a slow start for him. What are you noticing? The one thing that stood out to me is it doesn't feel to me that he's hitting the ball extremely hard. He's not striking out a whole bunch. I think it's maybe 5 strikeouts in his first 25 or 27 plate appearances. It's not crazy. But it's just when some of those hits to left field feel like there's not much umph to them. What are you noticing so far with Bryce?
I think that comes from being in between a little bit. He just looks like he's a little late on fastballs. He's a bit early on everything else. When he hits it hard on a breaking ball and he's early, we saw him hit a few balls really hard, but foul down the right field line. You see him get out front. It's off the end of the bat. It's soft to left, that kind of thing. I think that's timing in a lot of respects. And it can be a fickle thing for a hitter. And we've seen Bryce do this. Bryce will go through these stretches. But when his timing is on, again, I think, like you pointed out, it's not a ton of strikeouts. He's generally swinging at strikes, I think. I haven't really dug deep into the numbers because, again, it's such a small sample. I'm not sure how much value there is in that. But I think for the most part, he's swinging at strikes. And that's something he's vowed to do more of this year. And I think over the long haul, that will benefit him more over the course of the year because, again, it's about getting a good pitch to hit. So I think if he keeps that mindset and, there's no panic from him. There's, of course, he's frustrated. He wants to be hitting better, but it's not a situation where he's panicking or he feels like he's, way out of whack. I just think his timing is a little off right now.
Scott, let's end with Aaron Nola, who will take the ball today. Not a great first outing, but it's one outing, and we saw him, throw pretty well in spring training. What did you notice, Nola, this past Saturday, and your expectation tonight and moving forward here?
Yeah, again, I think it's, stuff was okay. His velo wasn't really back to where we saw in the World Baseball Classic. Again, he can pitch at 92, 93 pretty successfully. If his command is there, with every notch you go down on the velo ladder, the command has to go up a notch. And I just don't think he was there the other day. I'm not sure really the reason why, but he will definitely. I think he's one of the more intriguing storylines of the rotation because I think we tend to think that maybe Luzardo, that was a bit of a blip or an aberration. Sanchez is obviously, was really good the first time. He struggled a little bit or whatever that was 2 days ago, with the walks and his command, and I do think Nola is a big storyline because, again, if the velo isn't, it's much like last year. If the velo isn't at 92 plus 93, maybe touch 94 here and there, then his command has got to be a lot better. And it just wasn't there that first start. So, and trust me, Coors Field is not a great place to rely on curveballs. You can get hurt with that because it's hard sometimes to throw breaking balls in this environment. So, today could be a challenge for him. We'll see.
No question. Scott, we appreciate you hopping on. We'll be listening. Enjoy Colorado, San Francisco, and we'll catch up when you guys get home next week for a homestand. Thank you, Scott.
All right. See you guys.
There he goes. Scott Fransky there. Nola on the mound today. I believe it is Nola and Michael Lorenzen. So a pair of Team Italy pitchers, and obviously Phil and a former Phil.
The
Paisans today against each other. I'm expecting some runs. Now, listen, love talking to Scott. One thing, though, I just wish he didn't give Hugh the built-in excuse that it's cold in Colorado today, because I can feel it already.
When I heard it, you heard me gasp.
I know.
Because that's,
it's in the 50s. What are they going to do?
And then he started talking about command and all that.
Come on.
Come
on now. They're playing the Rockies.
Yeah. You got to get together parlay.
Yeah. Can you already feel what's going to happen on Monday if the Phillies don't have a great weekend?
I won't say it.
You will absolutely. It was cold.
No, I'm not going to say
cold.
it. I'm not going to say it.
Just try your best.
I'm trying my best. What I'm gonna do, Kai. Yeah, do your best. Just go out there, do your best.
Stay warm is gonna be the next thing.
Just do what you do.
Yeah, just don't get sick.
Yeah, don't get sick.
Come back home healthy.
Yep. 215. Be careful. Like a parent, their kid going out to ride their bike down the street. Put your helmet on. Be careful.
Make sure you put on a coat.
Hey, be home before the street lights come on.
These are grown men making millions of dollars to play baseball. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phone lines here. And of course, the bracket of Hugh Douglas's. I haven't checked our Twitter polls. Let's do that now. I haven't checked our Twitter poll, which we have a few Twitter polls up today. One about the Jalen Hurts conversation. The other, I haven't seen where the voting is going in the Final Four here. So our Twitter poll question, of course, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. Does Jalen Hurts have anything left to prove to you? This is some sad results.
78%.
I hate you, WIB.
57% no. You guys are so soft. I mean, anyone voting no is soft. It's soft. It's soft. Come on. Nothing left to prove. Is his career over? No, he's got years to go.
I tried to tell you.
Is this an I told you so, Douglas?
I'm just saying. I felt this in my spirit.
Yeah, well, I'm annoyed at your spirit, too. Okay. Who wins this semifinal bracket of Hughes matchup? Excuse maker and loose lips. We got a close one. Excuse maker at 54%, loose lips at 46%.
Oh, wow, that is a close one.
And on the Twitter poll, tongue tied is actually in the lead over pot him down early on.
Is
So
that right?
we'll see where that goes. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Jordan in Princeton is up on WIP. Hey, Jordan.
My first time calling into the midday show. It's an honor to talk to you, gentlemen.
Well,
But
Jordan, excited to hear you, Jordan. What are you thinking today?
Thank you. Well, what I'm thinking today is that Hugh Douglas lives the life that we all wish we could live, where we say anything we want and don't care about the consequences or the repercussions. I have been spending 40 years on this earth trying to live more like you, Hugh. I respect it.
That don't always work out for me. I mean, I just got lucky and found the place where that allows me to, speak on certain things, and I don't, the consequences are not that great.
What Hugh's saying is it took him 50 years to find this spot, so you got 10 to go, Jordan. You'll find it. You'll find it.
Time. Every day we try and make a little bit of progress. We know that Odyssey doesn't have $250 million for Hugh. They couldn't even afford poor little Devin Caney anymore. That was a real sad loss to the station.
Yeah, we love working with Devin, and we wish her the
land
best.
on her feet.
Yeah, she's going to do a great job.
Yeah.
Yep. Jordan, what are you feeling here on Jalen Hurts?
So I'm going to offer an opinion here that might be an overly simplistic one, but I think it really gets to the core of the issue of why Jalen is constantly in negative crosshairs. And here's the opinion. This guy has a seriously unlikable personality. He is a good face of the franchise. I'm not commenting on his abilities as a player one way or another, but he is an unlikable guy personally in his media appearances, in his press conferences. Even when I hear this guy do ad copy, buying windows or whatever Jalen Hurts is selling, he just doesn't have it. He doesn't have the kind of magnetic personality that you want a quarterback to have so that the locker room gels around him. And I think that attitude is pervasive. I think it hurts relationships. I think it hurts his interactions with the press. And I think a lot of just how he carries himself as a human has led to the point that we are at today.
Yeah, Jordan, I think there's something to what you're saying. I don't, there's certain players people gravitate towards for their personality. I don't think his is one or has not kind of morphed into one. And Jordan,
he's a quiet individual.
Yeah, the other thing I'll say off this is, because the comparison in one of those articles is Jordan, right? Kobe, Jordan. If you're going to act that way, you better be great.
Your game has to be head and shoulders above.
Like basically, for lack of a better way of saying it, if you're going to be a jerk or a lot, you better be the best player, because then everyone's like, all right, well, we got to follow this guy. Jordan, I think something similar to what happened with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is a lot. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is the most lovable guy, right? But when he was winning 4 MVPs, everyone was cool with it in Green Bay because, hell, he's winning the MVP, so we just got to go along with it. As soon as his play fell off, they were like, let's get this guy the hell out of here because he's annoying. It doesn't help a player if they're not playing great if they act a certain way.
You don't just need to be likable to the fans. You need to be likable to your own teammates. And what you were saying about him needing to communicate over Instagram with A.J. Brown, A.J.'s a whole other story, and I don't want to get into that. But if these two guys who have known each other for a decade are unable to communicate, there's fault on both sides, but there's a lot of fault on Jalen's side there. And I think that if he would open up his persona a little bit, communicate a little bit better, try to show some friendly nature about him. I mean, I was even seeing video of this guy selling a children's book. It looks like somebody took a leak in his coffee as he's talking to children about a children's book. Like, for the love of God, dude, smile, not just when you're on a yacht with Michael Jordan. Because even though MJ was the best player, we all know it was Pippen that held those teams together in the locker room. So be a little bit more like Pippen and a little bit less like MJ, and maybe you'll find some different results.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. Jordan, you ready for your matchup in the bracket of Hughes?
Let's go.
All right. Well, you get a big one. This one could go right down to the final vote. The number 1 seed in the radio guy region. You know him, you love him. He's pot him down, Douglas.
I'm not getting the help that I need. Okay, you can pot it back up.
That's you. First
Okay,
of all,
pot it back down, Kyle. Pot it back down.
Then
See, this is
I'm
I'm not getting the help that I need. I'm not getting the help that I
Listen,
need.
I know more than you do in this situation, and this is what bothers me. Listen, let me finish. Pot him down.
Of course.
Like today.
Against the number 1 seed in the Pop region, tongue-tied Hugh.
Where do they live in the global? I can't even say it now. You got me tongue-tied. those. I can't even
the ambiguity.
Jordan, who should move on?
We got to go with tongue-tied Hugh. We've all been there. That's some incredible mouth gymnastics that the man exhibited during that tongue-tied session. Tongue-tied Hugh it is.
There it is, Jordan. Good phone call. Call again. Mouth gymnastics is a new way to describe the whole thing.
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
I've played with guys. That sounds a little crazy.
That one gets me every time because I'm just not ready for it.
Yeah, that's a little.
Actually, of all of the drops we have of Hugh, it might be the one we did you the most dirty on. You were trying to make just a point about comparing someone you played with to whoever we're talking about now, and Kyle, that one he did you dirty on.
I've played with guys. I would have rolled him until he told me no. That was a bad one too.
No, that's on Hugh.
Yeah.
That's a weird way to say it.
Jalen's more attractive to me than those other two guys.
What?
Yes. Now, when you hear it out of context, it just sounds so bad.
Especially as you put all of them together.
Yeah, that sounds so bad.
Yeah. Do we think Jalen Hurts needs to stop acting like a jerk all the time?
Yeah.
Or
I don't.
Let me change. Not jerk. Enough of the Jordan stuff, the Kobe stuff. I do think it's interesting. It's been brought up multiple times that the guys tease him about the baby Jordan thing. Like, dude, you're not Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan came to the game, though.
That's wonderful. You could be friends with Michael Jordan. I may have a famous friend. I'm not that famous person.
Yeah, and there's only one Michael Jordan. We know that. There's only one Kobe Bryant. There's only one Kobe Bryant. Everybody tries to emulate, but nobody's them. There's only one LeBron James. I don't mind because part of this is me. I don't warm up to everybody initially. You know, I don't really have a problem with that. Yeah, but there's a lot of quarterbacks out there that Jalen probably is. I would venture to say, as far as his persona, he ain't bad as most are. I would say
I don't
he's
know.
a little.
Well, hold on.
Well, he's a little dry, but he's definitely dry.
Just all right. So I can't pretend I'm in every city. I'm here, right? We talk about the Eagles every day. We talk about Jalen. But correct me if I'm wrong. There's not a whole bunch of stories out there about 12 sources talking about this quarterback and that. The only one I see this offseason is Jalen.
Well,
now is that him? Is that we got loose lips around here?
I would say because they're trying, like, from the way the story's been framed and what was it? Tim McManus said?
Yeah.
No.
Jared Fowler, McManus,
all them guys.
And McClain for the
McClain, Jeff. I'm sorry. It was Jeff. They're trying to get Jalen to pivot. They don't know how. So this is their last resort. Yeah. I think that's why, because for the most part, Jalen has been about the same the whole time he's been here. He's been a little bit standoffish. He's been dry in his press conferences. So much so that even Acho tried to take a shot at him one day when he was at the club talking about he ain't speak to nobody. Now, you've been around me. I go places, and I will sit in the corner like that. That's just, that's just how it is.
But you're falling asleep.
Yeah, I'm high.
I know.
But I don't think there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And, when you talk about going to certain functions and things like that, that's something different with your teammates. Like, I'm different with my teammates and people that I'm comfortable with, like you and Kyle and all, than I am opposed with other people. That's something totally different. So I'm not going to penalize him for being like that.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, as a fan, for me, the personality of the player doesn't really matter if they produce. Like, I don't care if he's jovial, if he's quiet, if he's stoic.
As long as he's out there balling.
Right, but it seems to matter for his teammates and the people there. Like, to me, that's the issue. Are they... I do think something has changed. I remember when he first took over, after his first game, when Jalen was the starting quarterback against the Saints, Miles Sanders talked about how much his leadership, they all gravitate towards him. And we don't hear that anymore.
You know why? Because he got paid.
Well, but
that's the nature of the beast.
He's got to fix this then.
I'm not bad at, like I said, I'm kind of used to it. So it's not a big deal when quarterbacks get brand new. It's a big deal for them.
You think they're jealous?
Teammates, some might be.
Well, the Russell Wilson comp comes up a lot. And one of the things that seemed to come from that was the other guys on the team were like, this guy got all the money.
Yeah,
we were the reason he won. And I wonder if some of that is the
It's
root
probably
of this.
some of that, but that's the nature of the beast, Joe.
I
Now,
know.
it's one thing to know that, and that happens. But I feel like, say if that's the premise that we're going off of in this situation. I think a lot of people, to your point, feel like Jalen's not, say, for the sake of this argument, Josh Allen.
Okay.
As far as, his ability to throw the ball all over the schoolyard. He's not that. And I feel like maybe there's some guys out there that feel like where his persona is and his attitude is not where his game is.
I think that's a very fair way to put it.
Maybe that might be the case, but he's the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles. He's an NFL Super Bowl MVP. Like, that's just the way the ball bounces. Like, we sit here all the days and we talk about who did what and yada, yada, yada. Bottom line is he was the quarterback at the helm of the success of the Eagles.
See, that's a better way to put it. Yeah, I like the way
well,
you
no,
said
but
that. That's the truth.
He was a quarterback.
That's the truth.
Gets all the accolades. He's the one that's doing commercials with what's her name? Tia something.
Who?
The one that took Amon Shump all his money. his ex-wife. Took all this bread.
Yeah, okay.
I forgot her name, but she was like the movie she was in for what was it called? One Battle at a Time or something. She won
one battle after another.
Yeah, what's her name? Tia. I forgot her last name, but she got body. But anyway, yeah, he doing commercials with her.
Have to do with anything.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to. I couldn't remember her last name, so I'm trying to describe
Tiana Taylor.
Tiana Taylor. I'm just trying to describe it to people that don't know who I'm talking about. She got body.
I'm not sure we got the Tiana Taylor, but that's okay.
But he's doing commercials with her, and I told you how like people that I know feel about Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl champion, and I think this has something to do with it too. I know y'all gonna get mad when I say it, but I'm here to tell you.
I roll my eyes at this one. Oh, geez, here we go.
He's an attractive man.
What does that have to do with anything?
Women like attractive men. He's attractive, and they're gonna like most of women defend him. He's a good looking dude, and Jalen's more attractive to me than those. I'm just saying.
Not the first time you've gone down this road.
I'm just saying. I'm trying to give you reasons why people rolling with him like that. He's a good looking dude.
What the guy looks like. I need points on the board.
Yeah, 19 was it like 19 points a game?
Crap. What he looks like.
They want him to score more, but that has something to do with it. All that has something.
I don't know what's to do with anything.
Him being attractive. Oh yeah, that's a lot to do with it. Good looking young man like himself. Yeah, they like that.
Do the other quarterbacks get praise or not because of what they look?
No, not because then the other quarterbacks ain't Jalen. He got it from the mud. He like the way that
Peyton Manning's a goofy looking guy. Everyone said he's one of the greatest ever.
Yeah, Peyton different.
Okay.
But yeah, Jalen checks all the boxes.
All right, that's enough. 215-592.
Checks all your boxes.
I know.
It ain't got
How many
nothing
times
to
you
do
gonna
with
say it?
I'm
Wow.
just trying to tell y'all, man. I'm just trying to get y'all to, I'm trying to get y'all to school. I've played with guys.
215-592-9494. Back to the calls on Jalen Hurts. Does he have anything left to prove to you? He does to me. Plus, the latest from the insiders on A.J. Brown. We haven't got to the A.J. portion of the show yet. Why the Rams backed out, what the Pats might be offering, and why it actually might be detrimental to let this go on for another season. It's something we haven't discussed much. That's up next. Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Before the picks are in and the future of the bird starts to take shape, we're kicking things off big with an unforgettable invite-only concert. Odyssey's The Night Before. Wednesday, April 22nd at Rivers Casino Event Center in Pittsburgh. Featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Prophet. With round-trip flights, 2-night hotel stay, and tickets to the show.
Okay, let's get it started. Here we go.
For your shot at this national contest, win your way in at Odyssey.com/the night before.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard tree, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, new Verizon mobile and home customers can get Fios and a line of mobile for just $69.99 a month with AutoPay. Get Fios 300 megabit per second for $20 per month and unlimited welcome for $50 a month, plus taxes and fees when you bring in your own phone. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch.
For new Fios Internet and mobile customers, discounts apply over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
It's springtime, so stop looking for that lawn care service and simply call Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets and has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. They use organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED right now. Time is running out. Natural Lawn of America. 800-FREE-SEED.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture. We cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What they say, do as I say, not as I do.
That is you. Yeah, that is that is WIP. All right, 215-592-9494. For back to all your phone calls on Hurts. And, of course, the bracket of Hugh Douglas is here as we come down the stretch of the Final Four. By the end of the show, we will have a championship game ready for Monday. Actually, I got some butterflies for Monday. That's going to be a big day, especially one shining hue at the end of the show. I mean, Kyle said it's 26 minutes right now. We got work to do here to pare this down to an acceptable radio
cut
bit.
it down to 3.
That's crazy.
It's insane.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, yeah, maybe we have an outtake somewhere where someone can listen to all 26 minutes if they want. Download the whole thing. All right, before we get back to the phones, though, let's get to the latest on A.J. Brown and why, according to Greg Bedard up in Boston, his reporting on why the Rams backed out, not solely, I should say, maybe not even really fully, because of A.J. Brown's knee. That was kind of reported a couple weeks ago that it was the knee. There's more to it with the Rams. Here's Greg Bedard talk about the Rams' interest in A.J.
EFT report was that the Rams backed out of the A.J. Brown sweepstakes because of his knee. I was told that is not true. That basically what it was, and I think this applies to all teams, including the Patriots, they've all been informed that it's happening after June 1st because of the cap ramifications for the Eagles. And the Rams are not a team to wait around and what have you. They wanted to get going, whatever they did. If it's A.J. Brown in, Devontae Adams out, they wanted that done as soon as possible to get moving on the new season, which I think everybody can appreciate. But the Eagles are steadfast that it's not happening, and nothing's happening until after June 1st.
Well, here, that makes a lot of sense based on what has gone on here, because it felt like the price was so high. If you don't meet that price before June 1st, we're just waiting till after June 1st.
Yeah, hold the line.
What line is that?
Oh, they're not trading.
Well,
I mean, because now you're talking about the price. Okay, the draft is gonna be done.
Yep.
The price. I don't think the price of the brick is gonna change. AJ in this case, so he's gonna be here.
Well, I didn't read it the same way, but you're holding the line. Or how about this one? What are the Patriots actually willing to offer for A.J. Brown? Kyle, let's hear this one on the price that maybe the Patriots are willing to offer.
The Patriots, my understanding is, are around second-round draft pick compensation.
I mean, they've found themselves in a difficult spot where they're probably going to have to take less because everybody knows he's not one for Philadelphia. And not only that, but he is 29 years old. He does have some knee issues that I think are a real concern. And so how many people are really jumping at the chance to give away a first-round pick for a player who, for the next 2 years, I think should be really, really good, especially in the right situation with the right quarterback. But after that, you're not so sure. So to me, second-round pick makes much more sense, Beetle, because there is no shot that the Patriots should be willing to give up their first-rounder.
Let me guess. Is your take on that? Hold the line?
Yeah, because he's basically saying how he said what he wanted, right?
Yeah.
He said he wanted a first-round pick.
And nobody's giving that.
Nobody's giving it to him. So he's here.
Or they take less.
Okay,
that's the other
you're
side.
Right, you're right. But from all reporting from the Eagles' perspective is they don't want to get rid of him. And if they do, they're asking for nothing more than a first-round draft pick, correct?
Yes, but there is a third piece to the puzzle.
What's that?
If he doesn't want to be here.
I think
that makes it hard. That makes it hard.
That's the part that I think, when you talk about everything that has been reported, I think that's the part where they're trying to get him to buy into what they're doing this year. That's probably why this hit piece came out the way that it did and everything, because they're trying to get him to see, he's going to be held accountable this year. I think a little bit of that has to do with it as well.
All right, there's one more here on the A.J. Brown thing. This from Mike Florio, an interesting perspective that we haven't spent much time on, right? So we keep talking about the idea, okay, A.J., trade him now, trade him after June 1st, cap hit, all that stuff. Well, Mike Florio is saying that people around the NFL think that the Eagles have a bigger issue if they actually hold on to A.J. money down the line. Here is Florio.
Look, there's a sense around the league that the Eagles are definitely going to move on from A.J. Brown. He doesn't want to be there. That's the belief. And the team is ready to move him. And I know of one person with a different team who says he has intimate knowledge, and I have no reason to doubt it, of the Eagles' cap situation now and into the future. And there's a belief that if they don't move him now, they are going to have a potential cap catastrophe next year if they move him then. So I think after June 1, that's when the cap charge will be much lower this year, and the bulk of the dead cap money would hit the cap in 2027. That's when I think we're going to see A.J. Brown get traded to the Patriots.
All right. So obviously, when you talk about salary cap stuff, Hugh, there's stuff that's probably numbers that are hard for us to understand. But the way Florio's saying it is money-wise, if we're here a year from now, it doesn't get super easier to move on. He's saying it's actually going to hurt them next year too. So the way I view that, Hugh, is if they keep him this summer, it's almost like they need to keep keeping him long term. You know what I mean? Like, it can't just be, let's just push this down the line 1 year, because it doesn't seem like it gets much easier monetarily 1 year from now.
Yeah, so that's why I feel like he's going to be here. I feel like strongly that they want him to be here. He doesn't. I think to your point, he wants to leave.
Yep.
But I think that's partly because he felt like this was a situation that was never going to change. And I think that they feel now that, with all these stories coming out, that there's a good chance that he might want to stay now.
So are you moving or holding the line less hard?
That sounds weird, Joe. Sounds weird.
Are you holding the line?
I'm holding the line, Joe.
Okay.
I'm just holding the line.
The same.
I'm holding it the same. Not
it's slipping.
Whatever.
It's slipping.
No, I'm still here.
Kyle, it's obviously slipping.
I'm
the
here.
line is slipping.
I am here. Hold the line.
What's going on? He's just
love isn't always on time.
He thinks if he yells and sings enough, AJ will
whoa.
be back.
No, I'm here. I'm here. I'm
we know,
here.
We know where you are.
Because when I get this, not only will I be the reckless speculator of the year.
No, well, it's your award. You're going to get it anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to win.
So I can't decide whether I want AJ to be the trade to happen like at night, so we come in here and everyone's ready for your reaction at 10 a.m., or I want it to happen live during our show.
And so you could just take all the win out of my sales. I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, no, it's not the win out of your sales. I think people just need to see the line slip away.
No, I'm going to sit here when we go to training camp and number 11 walks out there.
Yeah, you mean this doesn't show up, you mean?
Training camp.
Mm-hmm.
No, OTAs when he shows up for OTAs.
Yeah.
He'll be back for joint practices against the Patriots.
Well, we're going to go up to Foxborough for those practices. It's the first time WIP is going to a practice in New England. We're going to be there. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Nick is up on WIP. Hey, Nick.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Hey, Nick. What's up?
Long-time listener. My beef today with you guys is we're ripping Jalen. And you know what? Well-deserved. I'm kind of on the defense of I want to defend him for one more year. So hear me out. Giving him one more shot just because the culture guy, our head coach, he's where I got most of the problem with. If everything around Jalen's starting to fall apart and he's acting different on the sideline, his head's not in it, it goes to the culture guy. Because to me, I have this conversation with my dad all the time. What is he doing on the sideline if he can't call plays? We've seen that disaster. And now he's supposed to keep the culture and everything going forward. And that's not working either.
So it's not, Nick. I hear you. The one thing I'll
Kinda
say.
what I said.
Well, it's not what you said. It's a little different.
Days ago. It's Nick Sirianni fault.
Listen, I'm agreeing with Loose Lips today. I think he's got a couple good takes.
See, Loose Lips is just that. I guess
that's who you are.
That's
who you are, Nick. I hear you. I hear you. So let me respond. I hear you, and I don't think that any of this is a great look on Nick. So I'll be with you on that. But
definitely not.
Does it change the context, or does it change the reality that people are saying these things about Jalen? Like,
yes.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. Because
no, it doesn't.
Nick raising badass kids.
No,
That's what he's doing.
Let me give you an example. So
kids in this case is Jalen.
Our brand manager is Blue Jeans Lakin, right?
Yeah.
Rod Blue Jeans Lakin. If someone said something about me, like I was a bad teammate, Joe's a jerk to everyone here, maybe it's not a great look that those things are getting out on Blue Jeans, but ultimately it's not a good look on me either, Nick. You know what I mean? Like maybe people think I'm a jerk.
I figured you were going to follow up and hit me with that one, but this is where I would defend it, right? I just graduated college not that long ago, played college sports my entire life. The thing for me is my coaching staff and the people around me were the ones to get me to that next level and get me better. So when I'm working on the field day in and day out, if things aren't working for me, I'm telling my coach, clearly it's not working. I'm not getting it. How can we pivot and capitalize on the things I am good at? So I think that's what the coaching staff has to do this year. If Jalen doesn't want to get under center and do an RPO like he did in years past, then what's the option that we can have to get us to that performance we used to have in the Super Bowl and get us another championship?
And I think that's why Mannion is here, which is a big job for him to try to fix this new offense.
First-time play caller.
Yeah,
that's the problem too.
Yeah, of course it is. And he's not even that much older than Jalen, which is kind of crazy to think about, right? He's older, but probably by 4 or 5 years. It's a huge challenge. Nick, let's give you a matchup in the bracket of Hughes. You ready?
Ready.
Let's do it. All right, we go to the football guy region. The number 9 seed, excuse maker Douglas. We hear from him often. And then the guy you mentioned, the other number 9 seed in our Final Four, Loose Lips Douglas. Nick, who should move on?
Rumble, Loose Lips, baby.
Loose Lips. Nick, good phone call. People love Loose Lips Douglas.
Yeah, it's like the way he said, I guess I'm just not going to beat them allegations.
No. Yeah, I mean, we know what happened. You walked on the air, told something you weren't supposed to tell.
I know. I mean, it only happened like that one time.
I know, but it was a big deal.
Yeah, it was a big deal. It was a big deal.
Well,
But
I
now
think people also
that's who
look
I'm
at you
known.
as a guy that might snitch.
Like I'm a snitch. No, they don't. They definitely don't look
Well,
at that.
I don't know.
Oh, no,
I mean, he called you loose lips on the air. Our last caller.
He did do that. He
All right,
did do that.
Let me ask you a question, because
Yes.
you were kind of alluding to something like our last caller yesterday. More on the coach's fault, right?
Yeah.
To allow this to happen.
You cultivated this behavior.
Ultimately, who's at the biggest fault that this stuff is out there? Is it Jalen for being, whatever he is that people are annoyed? Nick for letting it happen as the culture guy? Or
Nick.
Well, let me give you option number 3. This happened once before. The Carson stuff got out. Was Nick Sirianni here for that?
No,
Nope.
he wasn't.
Was Jalen Hurts here for that?
No, he wasn't.
You know who was here?
Who?
Well, who's the only common denominator?
Howie.
I mean, I love Howie. I love him. I think he's a Hall of Fame executive. Howie, there's loose lips in that front office with Howie.
You know what's
I'm
funny?
not saying they're him. I'm not saying he's the one quoting these things or saying these quotes, but with him in charge, when it gets bad around here, it gets loud around here. Am I wrong about that?
No, you know what's funny though, and I'm not gonna use any names, but I remember when I came up here after the first Super Bowl was won, and when
Wentz
was the quarterback and Doug was the coach, and so I'm talking to Doug and everything, and we're at practice. So I remember asking somebody, "Hey, what's up with Carson?" Because I never met him, and he was like, "What's up with Carson?" And they just kind of looked at me, they started rumbling. And walked away, and that was the first indicator that I had that something was wrong. You know what I mean? And I don't have that cachet where I get to. Nobody's gonna tell me something that I can go break because they, like you said, loose lips.
They know your
They don't trust
reputation
me.
now. Yeah,
They don't trust me, but it was something that people there were rumblings about him. Don't feel that way with Jalen yet, so it's just. It's unfortunate that all of this came out like this, but to me, this is Nick's fault because these are patterns and behaviors that are cultivated over time, and usually it happens when you have success at that position.
Do you think it makes it hard for him to be hard on Jalen when the owner is talking about how much he loves him, how much time he spends with him?
Well,
I wonder if the Eagles sometimes prop these quarterbacks up. They love him so much, they pay him, and then they cut the coach's legs out from him. Like, I'm good with the owner. What are you going to say?
That's how it is. I mean, and you don't want to. Like I can see where Kevin Patullo kind of felt probably hamstring.
Yeah,
because
he got real.
Jalen is cool with the owner. Kevin Patullo, the coach, like he probably has the owner on speed dial, has Jeffrey Louis' direct number, and he's like, hey, what's going on? Where's the quarterback? Keep him happy. Because he's the franchise.
Yeah.
Keep the franchise happy. So, yeah, I can see where that could be somewhat of a problem.
And then you got the midday show host on WIP saying he slapped Patullo across the lips in week 3.
Across the lips. Wow. Give me them plays.
Took over play calling.
And it did what it did, I guess.
It didn't work. I mean, that's
I was
why.
about to say it took off, but that was a little bit. That was lofty.
Did you watch this offense?
Hey,
took off.
It
went into the ground.
Takeoff was a little lofty.
Scored 19 points against the Niners. All right, let's go to the phone lines here. Kristen is in Philly. She's up on WIP. What's up, Kristen?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. First, I would like to address good old boy Fred. Okay, so good old boy Fred is calling up somebody he would shut me up. Well, I would like good old boy Fred to meet me at 10 o'clock.
No. I think we're all going to get along, Kristen. Pot her down. We're all going to.
Here's the thing. I'm not.
Kristen, we're all going to get along. We're not going to challenge Fred to some sort of whatever that you're talking about. Let's talk about Jalen.
But see, I don't talk about other callers.
Oh, you are.
Okay,
right now.
I told everybody I'm here to defend who? The great Jalen Hurts, right? I said that before, right?
Jalen Hurts, the great, yes.
Right? Right? Like I said, the great Jalen Hurts,
sure.
okay? All right. I made that clear, right? So when a good old boy tried to say he's going to shut me up, I have a problem because I'm not Jalen Hurts. I will meet him wherever he wants. I won't see him shut me up. Right. But anywho.
Deep breath.
Anywho. So did y'all hear what Tank Bigsby said?
I did not hear what Tank Bigsby said.
Oh, okay. So y'all saying that his teammates don't like him, right?
Well, I didn't say that. The quote, the people in the article said that they're frustrated with him.
And also, that doesn't mean every teammate.
Well, his teammates don't like him. You did say that. You did say that today. You said his teammates don't like him.
No, well, nobody said that all of his teammates don't like him.
Tank Bigsby what's that guy's name up? Callan Cohort, I think it was. He shut Callan Cohort up.
I doubt that. I mean, the guy's a talk show host. He'll keep talking.
No,
But
he said the tweet. He said the tweet to Colin saying something about.
No, he just said Jalen Hurts is the greatest.
Oh,
yeah.
No, he told him to stop hating, and he said, he said the greatest in the world, stop hating my boy.
Well, that's good.
Basically, he shut his ass up. Like, sorry.
Well, no, but I don't think that's how it
didn't mean
works.
that.
Kristen, if there's 53 players on the team and
Regardless.
No, not
you can
regardless.
start-
If there's 53 players on the team and a few of them or half of them love Jalen Hurts, and that's probably completely true. What about the other ones? What about the other ones?
Jalen Hurts.
Sure.
What about the other young man,
What one?
the wide receiver? Okay.
AJ Brown?
No, well, guess what? AJ Brown ain't never say nothing bad about Jalen Hurts. He ain't never say nothing about Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, no,
So-
you know what? He loves him.
So yeah, he ain't
Everything's
never
great.
When he was asked what the problem was, he
say
said
anything bad
passing.
about Jalen Hurts.
Well, it's
Did
a good
y'all
point
hear
by
anything?
Kristen.
Did y'all hear anything bad that
Mm-mm.
AJ Brown said about Jalen
Nope.
Hurts?
Nope,
Y'all
you're
heard
probably
that?
right.
I'll just
They
hold
still
on.
have
Just a little
They still
reminder.
have
A little reminder. He said it was a bleep show, the offense, and then the year before, when asked what the problem was, he said passing. Who passes the
Everybody.
ball?
That could be everybody. That
Who
could be
passes
Kellen Moore,
the ball?
Kellen Moore.
The
that could
quarterback.
be Saquon Barkley.
The quarterback
and Jalen
passes
Hurts.
the ball. No,
Okay.
Saquon's
But he
part of the
didn't
pass.
say, but then he specifically say Jalen Hurts' name.
Did he have to?
Yes, he does.
No.
Because if I'm saying something about you, I'm gonna say your name.
Well, yeah, that's
I'm not
you.
gonna be. I'm
You're
gonna say
crazy.
your name.
Right.
Okay. If I'm gonna say something about you, I'm gonna say your name.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm gonna address you at your name. That's what I'm gonna do. That's how I was raised. Okay. My daddy raised me right. He said, "Don't be no coward out in these streets." And so, like, you say the person's name.
Sure.
Okay. That's called respect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's respect. Okay. But and what's the other wide receiver? The one that was here for 2 years.
Dotson.
Yeah, Dotson.
Mhm.
He had a lot of good things to say
Wow.
about Jalen Hurts and his
You
leadership.
know what?
And so did Brittany Covey. Brittany
Sure,
Covey.
yeah.
Brittany Covey. Brittany Covey checked a reporter.
So why do you think these stories are out
So
there?
none of the good wide receivers. Have said
Why
it.
do you think the stories are
No,
out there?
regardless, the Brittany Covey.
Why? No, but all right. So
wonderful.
wonderful. You've told me about Britton Covey. Great. Why do you think
No, I
these
ain't- no, no, no,
stories
you
are
think
out
I'm-
there? Why do you think these stories are out there? Can we use some reasoning here? Why are they out there?
The albino alligators wanted him to bow down and kiss Kevin Petullo's feet, and that was not going to happen. Okay, that's why. Okay, people never wanted Jalen Hurts here in the first place. Let's be real on it. They never wanted him here.
Who never wanted him here in the first place?
Nobody, and they got videos showing that when he got drafted, the haters didn't even know the man. Didn't know he was still what he was.
Do you know?
turning
Do you
21.
know who wanted him here in the first place?
I did. The majority of the fans, the
Well,
fans like me.
not the majority
the
fans.
fans like
Not the
me.
majority fans. Do you know?
Yeah,
who?
the majority of
Kristen,
fans
I have a
me.
question.
But
Do
I
you
say the
do you
fans
know?
like
Do you
me.
know? I'm going to ask you a question. See if you know. Put it on hold. And forget Potter down. Kristen, do you know? And this, I'm a little trivia question. Do you know who was on the air on WIP the minute the draft pick happened? Do you know who was talking about it?
No, because I wasn't listening. Then.
Okay. Well, I was. I sat here and announced the draft pick, and guess what I said? I like it.
Can you name a time where you were listening?
I'm
to anything?
excited about the draft pick. This is a good idea. They should take this kid. I'm glad they did. And I think he's going to take Carson Wentz's job really quickly. I said those things, Kristen. So it doesn't matter.
Back then,
It doesn't matter what anyone said 5 years ago, tomorrow, yesterday. Who cares? We're in the now. In the now. We're living in today. I don't give a crap what Britton Covey said. Okay, who cares about Britton Covey? 12 people went to ESPN and said Jalen Hurts is not running the offense properly. It's a problem. And we're talking about Britton
Because I
Covey?
got videos of watching Jalen Hurts at practice talking about his freaking cleats. Oh, he wears different cleats every time I come.
Who cares?
He wears different cleats. This is how stupid this is because, like, come on. Y'all they just put him down. They want to get rid of him. And that's what they want. And you know what? If he decides to leave,
Yep.
okay, and go somewhere else, that team is going to laugh at the Eagles. Because
I don't
before
see that
Jalen
happening.
Hurts, right, it was the person that actually gave us the actual Super Bowl was Nick Foles. The Eagles got rid of Nick Foles and kept Carson Wentz. Everybody wanted Nick Foles. Nick
Yep.
Foles wanted to be here.
Mhm.
Everybody wanted Nick Foles.
Yeah, they
but
should have
you know
kept
what?
Foles. They should have kept Foles.
Exactly. But what they do, they kept Carson Wentz. Now, they could have also where Jalen Hurts in. Let me tell you what Nick Foles would have did. See, Nick Foles is a good person, just like Jalen Hurts. Nick Foles would have made sure Jalen Hurts was mentored the right, correct way.
I agree with you on this. But what does that have to do? What does that have to do with anything?
When everything is said and done, right? He's nothing like Carson Wentz. Because let me tell you about Jalen Hurts. If you forget, he's nothing like Carson Wentz.
Oh
He's
my
nothing.
gosh, it's awful.
And the thing is, all that chatter in the locker room. I got one thing to say. It's the football players are all men, and I was raised from where I come. I'm from the old school, right? My dad told my brothers, if you got a problem with a person, you come to them.
Sure.
You don't sit there and gossip like a bunch of women, and put that out in the
Have
street.
you thought
That's
that
what
perhaps
you
they've
do.
done that? Perhaps they've done
No,
that.
they did not do that.
I think they did. Perhaps they've already done that, Kristen, and he doesn't listen. Like this, it doesn't have to be this hard. It doesn't have to be.
She kind of cooked you with the Britton Covey thing.
Again,
he likes Jalen.
Because that's what matters here. Britton Covey's opinion.
And
Jahan Dotson.
And Tank Bigsby.
Yeah.
So the backup running back, the third string receiver, and the fourth string receiver.
He said all the not
Love
good
him.
players.
Yeah.
That
Well,
was crazy.
I mean,
How y'all
interesting that
doing?
the best
I just
receiver
don't know
on the
how
team
people live in the worlds they live in. Like, we're all in the same world, and you guys are in a different world than the rest of us. Wake up. Wake up. And what do you think?
You took that call off.
No, dude, because
You
He
checked
takes
out.
all the Kristen calls off.
dude, like
He
I
doesn't
know-
want another Potter down.
All right, you know what?
you know what?
We'll take
we
a
got
break.
to go. But I'm just
I need to get a coffee.
Let's get out of
or I need
I ain't
something.
never heard nobody challenge to fight like a therapist challenging to fight people on the street. That is
Poor Fred in Scranton's probably his phone's blowing up. Someone's trying to fight you on WIP. Who is it? That lady that calls in and yells at you all the time. All right,
Meet me on the block.
215-592-90. Let's take it outside. Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
It's tax refund season, and Bob's is bringing the wow back. Get wow-worthy prices on best-selling pieces like my Playday sectional with pop-up sleeper for just $7.99. Wow! I've even got flexible financing options on feature-packed bedrooms and Consumer Reports recommended mattresses. Whoa! And with tons of styles ready to ship and old furniture removal, you can get your new furniture fast and easy.
Wow!
So don't forget, your tax refund goes further at Bob's Discount Furniture.
Imagine a world where you can leave the house and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice, streaming the other game in 4K, just like that. In the airport, download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity. Imagine that. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. To get started, call, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today. Also, visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Springfest means more sun, more fun, and more free at Lowe's. Keep your yard in line with an additional free Ego 56-volt battery when you buy a select Ego mower, trimmer, or blower. Plus, keep landscaping fresh with Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Wawa's $6 meal deal is back, and it's all you. Make it yours with a built-to-order sandwich, fountain drink, and Hers chips, all for $6. Get the hoagie, chicken sandwich, or wrap you crave. Pour your favorite fountain drink, and grab a Hers chips to complete the meal. Big taste, real value, no compromise. The $6 meal deal is back for a limited time only. Gotta have a Wawa.
Springfest is happening now at Lowe's. Keep the spotlight on your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, when you want more help indoors, get up to 40% off select major appliances that help you supercharge your chores. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid to 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Hey, when you're in some legal trouble or maybe just a bad situation, here's some advice. Call the president. After crashing his car last week, footage has revealed that Tiger Woods called the president of the United States. Even though certain substances were found, apparently Woods rolled his car over because he was changing the radio and was on his phone. This situation just continues to get weirder and weirder. I'm at
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The Daily Mock at 1 o'clock.
It is that time of the day. Maybe a few minutes away from yelling about Jalen Hurts. Talk about who the Eagles might take in next year's draft. Today, you were going to CBS Sports for the latest NFL mock draft, where the Eagles, of course, own the 23rd overall selection here. We've seen a variety of different positions in our mocks, whether it be offensive lineman, whether it be wide receiver, or whether it be edge rusher. Today, the number one pick, of course, as in every mock we've done, Fernando Mendoza, who now has Kirk Cousins with him to help usher him along in
He's a
Las
mentor.
Vegas. He's the mentor, yes. So maybe he'll start a little early, but obviously Mendoza's going to be their guy. Number two, the Jets selecting Arvell Reese, the edge out of Ohio State. Number three, Arizona Cardinals, Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State. Number four, the Tennessee Titans taking David Bailey, edge rusher out of Texas Tech. And at number five, this is a different one, the New York Giants selecting Jermod McCoy, corner out of Tennessee. So there are the first five picks. We go down to the Philadelphia Eagles, and Hugh, they have mocked to the Eagles in this latest mock draft over at CBS Sports, an edge rusher, T.J. Parker out of Clemson, 6'4", 263, and here's what they wrote about him. Philadelphia lost out on re-signing Jalen Phillips, which leaves a void in the room. T.J. Parker is not a high-ceiling prospect, but he will be reliable in setting the edge and contribute to a collective pass rush effort. Hugh, your thoughts on T.J. Parker?
Ran a 4. He was in the top 10 of all the defensive linemen, the defensive ends, I should say, that were at the combine. Like you said, he's not one of those guys, not a burner. Ran like a 4.68, but he's a good, solid player, 6'3", 268 pounds. You're talking about somebody that set the edge. That's one of the problems that the Eagles had last year. It felt like they didn't really set the edge that great. So he come in, and he could be able to do that for you. You can contribute almost immediately if you're going to have him do that. And he has some pass rush ability as well.
So my only issue, I have an issue with T.J. Parker or an edge. They could obviously use another one. I don't love when the kind of the scouting report is
he's okay,
or like not much upside, because in the first round I want upside, right? I want a guy that could become a star, like when they drafted Jordan Davis, and it took him a few years, right? But there was upside. He was athletic freak, he was huge. If he could figure it out, he could go from being just an okay player to maybe a Pro Bowl kind of player. When I hear not much upside, it's like, that's not a first-round pick.
Well, you got to take the scouting report with a grain of salt because I remember them talking about George Karlaftis.
That's a fair one
about him.
And he's been a very good player.
He's been a very good player in the NFL. It just all depends on what scheme you put him in and how you set him up to have success. I mean, this guy got some moves about him. I'm looking at the tape now. Has some power. Has some hand placement when he's rushing the passer. He could be a decent player.
I do think if they take an edge in the first round, they're telling us something about Nolan Smith, right? Nolan is going to a year where they could pay him.
And you need depth.
You need depth.
You need depth at that position. And you haven't, to be honest, you haven't had anybody that consistently popped.
You have not.
At that defensive end position. You've had guys that have had moments like Nolan Smith, the Super Bowl year, had some moments. And he looked like he was going to break through. Now, granted, he was hurt a little bit after that.
Well, he's been hurt a lot in his career, unfortunately.
So now you want somebody that's probably a little bit more durable, a little bit more reliable at that position.
I do think, though, if they take an edge, just makes it feel like they're not going to re-sign Nolan. That's
wore like 50 different numbers.
Who, TJ Parker?
Yeah, he wore quite a few numbers.
So his production is interesting. 5 sacks first year. Then he went to 11, but then he dropped back down to 5 this year. And one of those, he had 3 in one game. So like most games, he wasn't getting sacks. So what that means, maybe he was getting double team more. I don't know. But a kid out of Clemson, TJ Parker, today's daily mock at 1 o'clock. You guys realize 3 weeks from today, we're reacting to the first round pick?
We still ain't figured out this.
For going on the draft?
Yeah.
You know what? We'll just make the call. We'll just go.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just decide we're going. I mean, what's going to happen?
Executive mid-show
decision?
decision?
We just decided we're going on the draft.
Okay.
You in?
Yeah, I'm with.
All right, I'm there.
Who driving?
Well, you want to drive?
Hey, I drive, but y'all
It's
might
all
not wanna
expensed
ride
anyway.
with me.
So.
Yeah, I'm not paying a
Y'all might
dime
not
for
wanna
this.
ride with me, though.
Why?
I go
How fast?
And
the return of Mumbles, Douglas.
We're gonna leave at night. Because I like to drive through the night. So we're gonna leave.
So we'll leave Wednesday night for the draft on Thursday.
Yeah, we get there about.
It's in Pittsburgh. If people don't know what we're talking about,
3 o'clock in the morning. Pittsburgh only like a couple hours away. We get there about.
No, more than a couple.
I was about to say something. Like, gonna take me a couple hours.
Yeah, it's more than a couple hours away.
About 4 hours.
Depending on how fast you go. Yeah, it's closer to 4 than 2. I'll put it that way. Let's go to the phone lines here. Dave in Bethlehem is up. What's up, Dave?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Yeah, so I'm concerned that
6 hours.
The extension for Jalen, if that he may end up being like Aaron Rodgers. And we saw how Aaron Rodgers treated Salah really bad. But fortunately, you look how Coach Glenn came in there. It's like, he's not going to tolerate it. He has a positive leadership. And if you look at how Dennis Green and Tony Dungy, how they trained their players and quarterbacks, the team worked really well. Dennis Green was an amazing coach. They didn't get a big Super Bowl, but he had Warren Moon, Brad Johnson,
Randall.
Yep, exactly.
Culpepper. He got a lot out of Culpepper. Yeah, Dennis Green was a very good football coach. Very good offensive mind, for sure.
Yeah. And I just realized why Hugh Douglas, because he was mentioning that, we don't understand him. We don't listen to what he's saying in his Hughes clues. I finally realized, why Hugh thinks that defense is a luxury and why he wants to keep AJ so bad.
Why?
So I look back at the video, because when you're mentioning how, like, all season, the draft, how many defensive linemen were so fast, I was thinking back December 22nd, 1996, Jets versus the Dolphins. Look on YouTube. There's a video of Hugh Douglas in the first quarter making a 62-yard fumble TD return in the first quarter. The ball comes down, Hugh picks it up, and footwork. You mentioned footwork, right?
Mm-hmm.
He picks it up. The first offensive lineman tries to trip him. He dives back. No one tries to grab him. He steps up. Not as good as Dion, but he steps over it.
Dave, I think this might be the play you're talking about. Let's listen to it.
Miami fumbles the football. And number 99, Hugh Douglas, is up and running. And he's going to go all the way. 62 yards.
I didn't think he was ever going to get to the end zone.
Well, he wasn't exactly being chased by any of the Miami players. Once he picked it up.
I'm tired, man. He was tired.
He was gone. So a huge week last week by Douglas. And he gets the Jets on the board in dramatic fashion with a 62-yard fumble return for the touchdown.
You could hear all 3,000 people at the Meadowlands that
All of
afternoon. Yeah, Dave, go ahead. We found that play for you.
Yeah, because you look at the play, Hugh, he mentions how, watch how Hugh picks the ball up, he cradles it. He's not like Leon Lett. He protected the football. Leon Lett had the football knocked out of him running to the goal line.
Of course.
And so he protected it, and he's got all the Jets teams falling behind their defense. Look at MC Hammer's posse. They're running down the field. Hugh's got his posse out there. All he had to do is pull on his parachute pants and do "Can't touch this," and MC Hammer danced across the goal line there, touchdown. And it's just it was amazing. But the thing is, the Jets went up 14-0 in the second quarter, and they still lost 31-28.
Yo, come on.
In that game.
You have 31 points on defense after your score?
Yeah.
You do anything after that fumble recovery?
If you look in the video, he's on the sideline for next drive, catching up on oxygen.
Oh, he never told us that part. You took the next drive off?
No, I told you. I was tired because I had to go right back out there and play.
Yeah, and then he got shredded. All right, Dave, you ready for your matchup in the bracket of Hughes?
Sure.
All right, let's do it. Let's go to the radio guy region. We got a battle of number one seeds. Dave, let's hear from one of our favorites, Pot 'em Down Douglas.
See, I'm not getting the help that I need. Okay, you can pot it back up.
That's you. First
Okay,
of all,
pot it back down, Kyle. Pot it back down.
Listen,
So
I know more than you do in this situation, and this is what bothers me. Listen, let me finish. Pot him down, because today.
Of course, against another one of our favorites from the Pop region, that would be Tongue Tied Hugh.
Those, I can't even get it out there.
Dave, who moves on?
Tongue Tied.
Tongue Tied. Dave, appreciate the vote.
That's
and
crazy.
They're in
the great memory.
They're in a back and forth.
Are they? Yeah. No, it has been back and forth. How about Dave? Just good memory on Hughes' touchdown with the Jets. 62 yards, tired, taking the next drive off.
Tired. You know what's funny?
Called out for getting him up 31 points after that.
Hugh Douglas is up and running.
You play that cut where Kristen was talking. That's why I let y'all have those.
Oh, yeah, we didn't react to her call.
No, y'all let y'all have those.
What'd you think about our back and forth?
Diabolical that a person in a professional field is, scrapping with folks and trying to get them to meet up and scrap with people. That's crazy.
I just imagine being Fred in Scranton. His buddies would text him, "Hey, some lady on WIP wants to challenge you."
That's a lot.
Like what?
Let y'all have those phone calls.
Well, I mean, you're invited in if you want to.
No, I don't really have. I mean, I think
hanging me out to dry.
Well, it's not. I'm hanging you out to dry. It's what do you say after that? Because it's not. You're not really having a conversation.
It's foolishness.
It's a lot. It's a lot, Joe. And I just I don't know what to say because it's like I said, it's like talking to a wall. So it's like I'm gonna let you have that.
It's worse than talking to a wall. Yeah. I'd rather talk to the wall. I mean, the wall.
Yeah.
The wall can only do so much, right? I mean, you have to be really. You got to be living outside of reality to think like sometimes people think. Let's go to speaking outside reality. Aaron in San Diego.
You know what? With all due respect to Joe Giglio and Kyle Quinn, you guys are absolutely positively out of your freaking mind.
Okay, why now?
Hey, Hugh Douglas.
Yes.
Hugh Douglas, let me ask you something. How many Super Bowl championships did you
None.
win?
None.
How many Super Bowl MVPs did you win?
Not one.
How hard is it to get to the Super Bowl, to win the Super Bowl, and be the Super Bowl MVP?
Very, very hard there, Aaron.
I'm so tired of these jock sniffers out there that want to sit on their couch and dictate, what an athlete has to prove. This guy doesn't have to prove squat. He has already gone to the pinnacle. He's already accomplished what every professional football player tries to accomplish. If his career ends tomorrow, he is the greatest quarterback in Eagles history. Hey, Joe Giglio, you're a historian. How many Super Bowls did Ron Jaworski win?
None.
How many Super Bowls did Randall Cunningham win?
None.
How many Super Bowls did Donovan McNabb win?
0, that would be, Aaron. 0.
Dude, All this guy has to do is to continue to do what he has done.
No, that's where we're wrong. When he needs to improve, because where we are at is not good enough anymore. It's not good enough anymore. We saw it last season. He needs to get better. And please, now that we've paused here, can we drop the nonsense with the Super Bowl MVP as if it means anything beyond?
It's a big deal.
It's not a big deal. It really isn't. It's not a big deal. Hold on a second. Here's how big of a deal it is. The Seattle Seahawks just let the Super Bowl MVP walk away, and they are still the second favorite to win the Super Bowl last year. It means very little for the long term. It means very much on one particular day. It is not indicative of a career. It's not indicative of a legacy. It is a game. It is one particular day where among those players in that game, they deemed you the most deserving of a particular award. Kenneth Walker got one of these. Cooper Kupp got one. And then 3 years later, the Rams said, get out and go to a division rival. Julian Edelman got one. I'm not done. Hines Ward, who was a very good player, got one. Deion Branch got one. Dexter Jackson got one. You want to keep going here? Desmond Howard got one. Larry Brown got one. Larry Brown, Mark Rippon, Otis Anderson. My goodness gracious.
I think moving to San Diego softened him up. Now he doesn't have any standards.
Holy moly. Someone named Jake Scott got one back in Super Bowl VII. Who cares?
Joe Giglio, with all due respect, okay, you are a freaking jock sniffing potato that watches from afar.
How are you not the jock sniffing one?
I appreciate you and Kyle and the rest of the haters because all this is going to do.
Sound like such an idiot. I mean, what are you talking about?
I always love when it gets personal.
Shut up, Aaron.
The chosen one.
My God.
Sky Marshall.
Yeah, and we're the jock sniffers.
Is absolutely positively gonna shine, and you two are going to have to eat your words.
One last question, because this is nonsense. One last question. One last question. Okay, just
down on your own.
Just
now, huh?
one last question, because I need to know your answer on this one. Would you feel any differently about Jalen Hurts, the player, if the voters a couple of Februarys ago just said Josh Sweat gets the MVP tonight? Would you feel, is he any different of a player?
Dude, what this kid has done.
No, so you're not answering the question. Is his career any?
The way the guy performed, Joe Giglio.
Then don't use it. No. The point is, Aaron. The point is, if it doesn't appreciably change how you feel about the guy's career, then it's just a nonsense phrase we throw out to think we're making a point. Oh yeah, I'm going to cook him. He's a Super Bowl MVP. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't change the guy's career. If Josh Sweat got the Super Bowl MVP, we think Josh Sweat's a great player? No. If Jalen Hurts didn't get the MVP, is he not a Super Bowl champion? Did he not have the same game? It's just in a freaking made-up award by the people there in the media that are at the game. And you know what? Did you know they have to submit the votes before the game is over, Aaron? Did you know that?
Joe Giglio, can I ask you a question? Because I think you love to hear yourself talk.
No, I'm trying to protect the audience from you talking, Aaron. It's not about me. I'm trying to help them. All right, I'm out of gas, Aaron.
What is
Keep
it,
talking.
Easter Sunday, right? So all these people think my phone keeps cutting out, and it's just you potting me down. It's wonderful. But listen, with Easter being so close, okay, let me ask you one question, Joe Giglio. Is tomorrow guaranteed?
For me, no. For the world, yeah.
Okay.
It'll be here.
For nobody, tomorrow is not guaranteed. So guess what?
It's a pretty good guarantee.
You got to appreciate what you have today. You've got to appreciate what you got right now.
You know what? Shut up.
Dude, we are the luckiest fans right now. We've got the most talented team. We're going to Super Bowl.
Aaron, we just scored 19 points in a playoff game against a team of the guy playing linebacker. They got off the street. When they called his phone, he was like, "What?"
As a team, we did not have the synergy. We were not playing as a team last year. Okay, we're going to refocus this year. We're going to make our run, Joe. You got to have faith. You got to stop trying to push the good things in the Eagles' lives out the door.
No, you know who's trying to do that, Aaron? If you'd wake up, the people here with him are trying to push him out. Don't you see
No,
that?
they're not, Joe.
Okay,
No, they're
sure.
not. They just
well, when
want
people
him- they
want
just
you there,
want
they say mean
him.
things about you. When people want you around, they tell everyone you're not a great teammate. That's a normal thing.
What mean things has anybody said about him?
Aaron, did you read the article when they said he's
I did read the article.
uncoachable?
I read the article.
Uncoachable.
I read the article.
Uncoachable.
No, he's not uncoachable.
That's what they
it's
said
a
about
different
him.
way of being coached, Joe, and that's where we disagree because Jalen Hurts has that mentality where it's more of challenging the player, not trying to coach the player. And we could go on and on and on about this. All I'm going to say to you is two Super Bowls in 5 years, Super Bowl MVP, Super Bowl champion. I don't care about the what ifs because if my aunt had a certain anatomy, she would be my uncle. It doesn't matter. Everybody out there, have a happy Easter. EAGLES. Eagles.
That was a horrible call.
I blame you for this.
What I do?
Everything.
I just lay out and let them cook because it's
everything.
You know, at some time, and I know we do a talk show, but sometimes it just gets too ridiculous to even chime in, and you just let it go because it's.
Well, Aaron's the biggest dope I've ever talked to in my life.
Well, I mean, and then it gets a little chippy
bar.
when you talk about the name calling and everything. But the bottom line is this, and this is how I see it: if it would have been any other quarterback besides Jalen Hurts, right? The team didn't play up to the standards that was set by the fan base and the organization, and for some wild reason, I think I know why, but for whatever reason, we've lost sight of that, and it's become something different. And for me, this is not about, well, it is, but it's also a challenge that obviously for it to escalate to this point has gotten to where they're tired of talking and they're trying to get some other people involved to have this conversation. Jalen's being challenged to be better next year. That's it. And as much as Jalen has accomplished in his life, I don't see this being a big issue because he's accomplished so much. Just got to wait for the season to start and him to do it. That's it.
Well, that's an if. If he does it, that changes things. The Super Bowl MVP talking point is the fakest accolade that I've ever heard.
Pretty darn good accolade.
It doesn't change anything.
It doesn't matter.
And also, the game wasn't even close.
It did matter. It no longer matters.
I mean,
it
but
doesn't.
It does because
it does not.
Part of his resume.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Then he could,
then why does he not have a contract extension? If he's Super Bowl MVP and that's the end of it, why does he not have a contract extension?
Because
why are we doing this?
They want to see more. Like I've been saying.
So the MVP doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter.
Okay.
It doesn't.
Okay.
They were up 24-0 before anything happened.
It matters.
If that's supposed to be the trump card, it's not.
It matters because he's shown that he can rise to those occasions.
We knew that before that game, though.
Yeah, but
he played great. He played better in the first Super Bowl.
Here's the thing. The thing is that it matters because they believe in Jalen, in my opinion.
I think they
that's why they're trying to
they believed in Jalen.
I think they still do. They just want him to do it on a more consistent basis. I think they do.
I think it's waning, the belief over there. I think
it's in question. I think it's in question.
Yes, that's
so the Super Bowl MVP doesn't.
No, it does. Kyle, it does matter.
It
does matter.
It clearly means nothing in these negotiations.
You know why it matters? Because you know why it's in question? Because they believe that he could do it. If it wasn't in question, then they'd move on.
You know what? It matters.
Well, they don't have an option yet to move on.
It matters
but
to
just saying,
fans.
if the draft coming up and everything, if it didn't matter, they would move on.
It matters that he did it to fans. In terms of what it means for the next 5 years,
it matters that
week one
him.
it means zero.
It does.
He can't take it on the field with him
again
any week.
Again,
it's ridiculous.
If Josh Sweat got the award, if we just go back and the game's exactly the same, and they just say, "Here, Josh Sweat, you're the Super Bowl MVP." Nothing about Jalen Hurts is different.
No, you know what's funny?
It's the same player.
And Josh thought he had that thing too.
Wait, 2.5 sacks. I mean,
he said that. I thought I was gonna get it, but you didn't. Jalen got it.
Right, but that doesn't change anything about Jalen. He's the same guy, same player, same skill set, same leader, same all that.
I will
it's
say
just
this,
an award.
I will say this, though. When Jalen got that MVP and he played the way that he played, I didn't think the season would be what it was. I didn't think he would start the season the way that he started. I didn't think that the offensive woes would be what they were. I didn't, because I thought that he turned the corner and that he was going to be more consistent because we saw that in the Super Bowl. So that's where the belief comes in that he could do it because they feel like he did it because he had that game. I don't know what the game plan was going into that, but I would assume that it was probably going to be more of a heavy dose of Saquon. But what ended up happening was Jalen ended up doing his thing, and they start throwing it a little bit more.
Wow.
And that led them to believe that it was going to be different this year.
The defense did its thing.
Jalen did his thing, and it led to the belief.
The game was over at halftime.
Jalen did his thing.
Okay, what's Jalen's thing, Hugh?
How many points?
What was it? Ride the back of the defense?
No.
Yeah.
He went out there and he threw the ball all over the
No, you know what? Yeah.
schoolyard.
I don't
Scott
know if
Marshall.
that's really what
he had like
happened.
150 yards.
He threw the ball all over the schoolyard.
No.
From my recollection.
Yeah, well, your recollection is foggy and wrong.
Jalen threw the ball all over the schoolyard. Doesn't help that I'm blind.
You know,
He
I
was
haven't
out
done
there
this in a
balling.
while, but I'm going to pull the game up. You know what I want to do? I'm going
I
to.
know it's like 150 yards.
No, he threw
bro.
for two. I think he threw for
Threw
two.
it 200.
No, but I just want to look up his stat line when Bond got the interception, right? So
Well, I think we started 3 and out. Jalen threw an interception, I believe, on the second.
no, he did. It was it was early. He threw it up the right sideline. Yeah.
Because I know we traded 3 and outs. Jalen threw an interception. Like the score was 0-0 before for a few drives before the defense really started taking over the game.
So here's what I need to do. I need to go back and find what Jalen's stat line was, because the MVP thing means nothing to me. I mean, he played well. I don't need the MVP. The fact that he won the MVP of the game.
Out there balling.
Well, he played well. He played a very good game. The fact that they gave him a trophy doesn't change anything about his career.
He was balling.
It doesn't change. Again, I want to find his stat line when Bond made the interception. It was 17-0. Bond makes the interception, right? And then Jalen throws a short touchdown to AJ across the, he's coming across the left side. Touchdown to go up 24-0. The game ended there.
What's
Jalen's stat line when it's 17-0? He's giving the ball on the 10-yard line.
I don't know what his stat line was then, but I know it was pretty darn good at the end.
So when the game was
punted,
got the ball back immediately from the Chiefs. Then we scored.
Okay.
Then we got the ball back from the Chiefs again. Then we threw a pick. Got the ball back from the Chiefs again. Then we kicked a field goal. Then we picked off the Chiefs. Did nothing. Chiefs punted. We punted. Chiefs threw an interception. Like this is all defense.
They didn't cross
All
midfield
defense.
until the second half of the game.
Jalen balled out, man.
I mean, the
You
defense
can't
was
just
the
say
MVP.
that and that's it.
No, I did because he got the MVP.
No, because
No,
nothing to back it up.
No. The
Tell you,
defense,
man,
the defense
I
was the
hear
MVP.
what you're saying, but we will just agree to disagree. But
No,
Jalen had a hell of a
I
Super
actually
Bowl.
don't accept that.
Jalen had a hell of a Super Bowl.
I don't care that he won the MVP. It's meaningless. Who actually gets that trophy? The Eagles won the Super Bowl.
Well, clearly the Eagles don't think it means anything right
Well,
now.
it doesn't. It's
No,
not.
they do.
Then I'll ask again. Why does he not have a contract extension, and why is he not likely to get one
Because
this
you
offseason?
you can't be at the bottom of passing in the last 2 seasons.
Right. So
but Hugh,
But-
he was Super Bowl MVP. How was he bottom of the league
because
passing last
they
year?
believe he can do it, Kyle.
Oh.
They're challenging him.
But hold on, but he has his Super Bowl MVP. I don't
But,
understand how
Kyle,
he's bottom of the league
they're
in passing.
challenging him to
if
be
he was
different.
Super Bowl MVP.
That's the thing that you're not understanding.
Why would they challenge him? He was Super Bowl
Because
MVP.
they need more from him.
But he was Super Bowl MVP.
I got
But
the numbers.
see, you're just stuck on that. But the reality
You're
is,
stuck on it.
Jalen is the most decorated quarterback in the history of the
And
Philadelphia
then why
Eagles,
does he
right?
not have a contract?
Because they want to see more from him.
But he
I
was
just
Super-
told you.
But he was Super Bowl MVP.
I told who else was Super Bowl MVP? What other quarterback played for the Eagles that was Super Bowl MVP?
Nick Foles.
Okay, I forgot about that. Okay, you got me on that
Kinda
one. But Nick
cooked you.
Foles
They
ain't
got
here.
rid of him a
But
year later.
Nick Foles ain't here now. You got me on that one.
But he was
You
Super
got
Bowl-
me.
But hold
You
on.
got me with
But
that
he
aha
was Super Bowl
moment.
MVP.
But you got me with that aha moment. I give you that one. But Nick Foles ain't here no more.
Oh my
Because
And
goodness.
Nick Foles
it's
is doing a
Jalen Hurts
podcast.
time.
By the way, I got
said he did,
I got the numbers. Okay. The moment the game ended, would we all agree it was over 24-0 before halftime? Bond.
No, there was still time on clock.
No, stop it. The game. When Bond has the interception and AJ scores before halftime, it's over. They got the ball on the 15-yard line. It's over. 17-0. They go in 24-0 with a minute to go in the first half. The Super Bowl ended in that moment. Jalen Hurts had 10 completions. 10 completions for 111 yards and an interception. That was the stat line the minute the game was over. 10 for 114. 10 of 14 for 114, a pick.
Still got
The game was over.
MVP. though.
That because they couldn't figure out what defender to give it to. I can't believe we're going to do this till the end of time on this ridiculous MVP.
But he was MVP. I know it don't mean much to you, but
it doesn't
it
mean
carries a lot of
anything
weight.
moving
It does.
forward. What weight?
They
All right.
believe in him. They
Stop.
believe in his
Stop.
cat. They
That's
believe
right.
it. They
Yep,
believe.
Super
I
Bowl MVP.
believe I need a Tylenol. 215
Kyle got me with it.
Yeah, well, I tried to tell you Larry Brown, Malcolm Smith.
To be fair, you walked
What
right
other Eagle did that? Well, Nick Foles, and then they kicked him out of here.
Hey, you got me.
All right. We got a lot to get to. The championship game is going to be set for Monday in the bracket of Hughes. And in case you were thinking about your next gift for Hugh Douglas, we found exactly what you should get for him. That's next. Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies head to Colorado for a 3-game series against the Rockies. Today, leading off starts at 3:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 4:10. Then stick around for the final out. Sponsored by the Philadelphia Parking Authority. On your exclusive home for the Phillies 2026 season.
The Phillies win it in 10.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you get the local Western sports. Arizona and Michigan square off in Indy in the Final Four in what is, in my opinion, the de facto national title game. Two of the best teams in the country all season long, littered with NBA talent on each roster. The difference will be that Arizona doesn't rely on threes, and I think they've got more scoring options than the Wolverines. I picked Arizona to cut down the nets before the tourney began. I'm sticking with the Wildcats. U of A wins a tight one. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, new Verizon mobile and home customers can get Fios and a line of mobile for just $69.99 a month with AutoPay. Get Fios 300 megabit per second for $20 per month and unlimited welcome for $50 a month, plus taxes and fees when you bring in your own phone. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch.
For new Fios Internet and mobile customers, discounts apply over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
It's springtime, so stop looking for that lawn care service and simply call Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets, and has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years, using organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED right now. Time is running out. Natural Lawn of America. 800-FREE-SEED.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Eagles get it back. We're going to run some block. Or maybe throw the dagger. Hurts going deep for it all. Devontae Smith. He has got it. Touchdown.
It's MVP stuff right there. The MVP. Super Bowl 59. Trying to tell Hugh Douglas over here. I'm by it.
You're talking about that was Nick Foles. I couldn't hear that.
No, it was Jalen. No, it was Jalen.
Yeah, it was MVP.
Yeah.
MVP.
Yeah. I mean, he was the MVP. No one's disputing that. It's just how much it matters in these discussions.
Matters a lot.
That's not a lot is laughable. It doesn't.
Matters a lot.
It matters so much for Cooper Kupp. 3 years later, the Rams cut him. It matters so much.
They believe in Jalen. It's hard to find a quarterback, man.
Yeah.
And when you got one, you try to groom him and cultivate him as much as you can.
You try.
Yeah, and then when that fails, you leak everything to the media so everyone knows all the bad stuff he does. That's how you do it. All right, before we go back to the phone lines here, we need your votes for the bracket of Hughes. We'll have a championship game by the end of the show. We got to play this for you because I know everyone out there is looking for a gift to get Hugh Douglas for his birthday in August. So if you were wondering what would Hugh want for his birthday, this report from a news station in Milwaukee certainly caught our attention. They were talking about a local minor league baseball team and a giveaway they're going to have this summer. So again, if you're looking for a gift for Hugh, let's take a listen and a watch on YouTube to what they were talking about in Milwaukee.
Gotta wrap this up.
Yeah. Somebody.
Well, listen up to this. The Madison Mallards are introducing some new wearable food fashion.
Okay.
This is the Wiener wallet.
I'm sorry, what? Can you say it again?
It is the Wiener wallet.
Okay.
They say it's a holster for your hot dog, a
All
place
beef?
to tuck your tube steak, a carrier for your coney.
Oh my gosh.
Is that what they're
The
calling it?
Mallards are including a Wiener wallet breakdown. It's an expandable belt with a condiment pouch.
Uh-huh. Always got to have a pouch for your condiment.
Gotta be safe.
And a place for your hot dog.
Yep.
It will be given away
Stop.
at the Mallard Games on July 18th.
I'm not
Okay,
mature
is
enough
this-
for this.
Are we sure this is not an April Fool's joke?
This definitely could be, Justin.
This has to be.
This has got to be.
But you know
The
what?
innuendo is just too strong.
The
you know?
wording of all of this.
A condiment pocket.
So there's a lot, obviously, to talk about off of the Wiener wallet. They did leave out one potential, play on words there. A glizzy garage. They had it was right there for him, and they didn't use it. Hugh, your thought on the Wiener wallet?
Glizzy glove.
Glizzy glove.
The placement of the actual is bananas. The apparatus is bananas, man. And they knew what they were doing. This is way more than Rib Night that who was it had?
The Iron Pigs.
Iron Pigs had Rib Night the other night. This is way more than that.
Well,
because it's like right there, like, you know what I mean? It's like a holster, but it's not on the side. It's
it's right there. It's for the hot
right
dog.
there.
It's
It's for the hot
glizzy,
dog.
yeah, whatever you want to call it. So do you want one?
You know what? If I was in a relationship, I would wear this because this would be a hell of a cosplay like situation you would have.
No, this is for a hot dog at a baseball game. What are you talking about?
the same thing.
Okay.
Hot dog at a baseball
Okay.
game.
I'm just trying to understand.
I'm just saying, but in the cosplay realm, there's a lot that you could cosplay with that one. Especially if you like, hey, I'm delivering some hot dogs. Would you like one type situation?
Yeah.
You got to be imaginative. Imaginative.
Well, I think everyone out there now is. There you go. Imaginative. You got to use your brain. Use your mind.
You got to be creative.
Use your imagination.
You got to be creative when you do stuff like that, man. But yeah, whoever made this and the placement of everything, they knew what they were doing.
Well, and it's going to cause a crowd. I mean, when the minor leagues will do anything to get someone to come in the building, like any bit they'll do, like it's everywhere, always.
For all your
the Wiener wallet,
for all your fixes.
Yeah, the Wiener wallet will get people through the turnstiles.
Wiener goes here.
Skip could get you one of those.
Yeah, you know what? Imagine if he heard this, we might hear from him.
He
soon.
might want to be
He said expandable belt, so it fits no matter how many wieners you put down. Super fashionable.
I think Skip would want to be your Wiener wallet.
Wait a minute, can I hear the Wiener wallet is perfect for times when you want to wear your worst, when you got to have another red hot at the ready.
I like that.
Wear your worst.
When you need a place to park your pork sword. If you need to holster your hot dog.
Glizzy glove is a good one too.
When you need to tuck away your tube steak. If you're looking for a carrier for your coney.
Or if you need to park your big truck in somebody's garage.
If you feel like a Frankfurter fashionista. When you got to gather your grease missile.
Which one you like? Which one sums Hugh Douglas up the best?
Grease missile took me out.
Guilty.
Grease missile is bananas.
What was the one before that? Frankfurter fashionista.
Frankfurter. Oh my gosh, who wrote this? Who wrote this?
Someone trying to sell some tickets to a minor league baseball game. All right. That's enough glizzy and Frankfurter talk.
Jesus.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Nate in the Northeast. What's up, Nate?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Just talking wiener wallets, Nate. You know how it is.
I have a little Douglas spin doctor on the Jalen Hurts.
Oh, okay.
So I think that Jalen is the anonymous source that dropped everything about himself.
Is that right? And why is that?
So everyone knows Jalen plays the best when he's doubted up against the wall. Everyone hated on him.
Is that even true anymore?
Yes.
He was doubted before the Niners playoff game.
Yeah.
He was doubted before the Buffalo game.
Yeah,
he was doubted all season long, and he stunk.
Yeah, but there weren't hit pieces.
It's not a thing.
He needs to create this hate so everyone got against him, so he has something to work for, has something to work towards. And get a lot better.
So Nate, let me play along. So we know he's close with Michael Jordan, right? The Jordan brand. I mean, Jordan would do that thing where he would make up slights that opponents would say to him, and he would get all fired up at the opponent, and then the poor sap playing for the Cavaliers never said anything, and he just crushes the guy for 48 minutes because he's pissed.
About right.
Maybe Jalen. But this is taking it a little far, like leaking the stories about yourself, then to get upset so you play well. That's a lot.
It's not only to get upset about the stories; it's to get upset about what everyone is how everyone's reacting to it, and he's just building up the hate more.
Building up the hate.
Hugh, are you on board?
I mean, it sounds like some Jordan-esque type stuff. So yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, it's an evolutionary version of the Jordan. Hold the line, Nate. All right, Nate, you ready for your matchup in the bracket of Hughes?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. The number 1 seed, Nate, in the Radio Guy region. Let's hear him. He's one of our favorites. Pot him down, Douglas.
Listen, I know more than you do in this situation, and this is what Bob's. Listen, let me finish. Pot him down, because I like today.
Against, of course, the winner of the Pop region, tongue-tied Hugh.
Eric B.
Where do they live in the global?
Inaugural.
Nate, who moves on?
Beat me up a little bit.
Pipe him down, Douglas.
All right, Nate.
Pot him down.
Pipe him down is crazy.
Yeah, pipe him down.
Especially after the Wiener wallet thing. It's just a lot. What do we think?
He had the Wiener wallet on his mind.
What do we think of the idea that Jalen is leaking these own stories about himself?
I don't believe that. I mean, it's a way to think outside the box, but no.
It does feel like we're going to a very high. we're going to quite a level to try to pretend the story isn't just is what it is, right? Like there's a lot of coping and thinking, and sometimes stories are what they are, right? Jalen Hurts has annoyed a lot of people within the Eagles, and they're now talking about it to try to get him to change. I think that's probably it. I think sometimes the simplest answer is the best answer. Terrence in Springfield is up on WIP. Hey, Terrence.
Joe Kyle, what's up, man?
What's going on, man?
What's up, Terrence?
Man, first of all, pipe him down Douglas is wild. That is wild.
Yeah, pipe him down is crazy.
Did he just say that, man?
Yeah, it happened. It was a thing.
But nah, guys, Jaylen Hurts absolutely have everything to prove this year. Guys, this year coming up could be the Jaylen Hurts make or break year of which if he'll ascend in the league or if he'll keep going backwards. And he had a lot to prove, guys, because we all know since the year that they had Shane Steichen, that was the last year that we saw this offense actually be somewhat explosive. And to me, guys, Jalen Hurts has to come out this year. He has to come out with a chip on his shoulder. If it's true, guys, if he's doing all this stuff in the locker room and he's not listening to coaching, changing plays, and this and that, if he's doing all that, guys, he can look in the mirror and check himself. But my thing is, if he's doing all these things, Howie Roseman allowing it, Nick Sirianni's allowing it, and Jeffrey Lurie's allowing it. I heard you guys say it the other day. They created this monster. They created Jalen Hurts to be acting like this. We all know he walking around like a robot. And to me, I feel like all of Jalen Hurts, everything he does, it seems like it's calculated, like it's robotic, like it's calculated. And I think it's starting to probably rub off on people the wrong way because it might not seem authentic to other people. Like the way he acts and stuff, it might seem disingenuous or not authentic. You know what I mean? So to me, guys, the offense has looked not good at all. It has looked awful. It has looked stagnant at times. We have had some explosive plays at times, but the offense has not looked good and not on a consistent basis. And guys, maybe A.J. Brown was right when he said it was a bleak show during the season. Maybe he was talking about the coaches. Maybe he was talking about how Sirianni's letting Jalen Hurts do what he wants to do and not hold him accountable. Maybe that's what A.J. Brown was talking about the whole time. And now that he wants out, does A.J. really look bad that he wants out? Or maybe A.J. saw what was going on because he's right in the thick of that thing, man. He's right in the locker room. He sees what's going on. So to me, Jalen Hurts, absolutely, man. He has a lot to prove this year because I know it's coming at the expense of a new offensive coordinator, but he has a lot to prove, man, because he has not thrown the ball right. He has to throw the ball in the middle of the field. He has not thrown the ball like an accurate elite quarterback. We can all say we want. We can all try to defend them, guys. But what we're seeing, our eye test is not lying to us. The offense has looked good since Shane Steichen left, guys.
Well, you're not wrong, Terrence. And the part about AJ, the idea of AJ, maybe deep down he was right about all this, and this is what he was trying to express, and he was the one doing it. Sounds like an I told you so, Douglas topic there.
I was trying to tell you.
Yeah, there it is. All right, Terrence. You have a big vote here. You're going to decide this thing.
Yeah.
You're going to decide it. So on the left side of the bracket, into the championship game, Loose Lips Douglas has punched its ticket.
It's a squeaker, too.
It is in the championship game on Monday. So Loose Lips will now take on one of these two. Let's let you hear him. The number one seed in the Radio Guy region, pot him down, Douglas.
Then I'm not getting the help that I need. Okay, you can pot it back up.
Oh, that's you. First
Okay,
of all,
pot it back down, Kyle.
I'm
Pot it back down. See, this is what I'm talking about, Kristen.
And, of course, the number one seed in the Pop region, our guy, Tongue-Tied Hugh.
Two at top below. And who was it? Okay, what's his? I can't think of his name, but we used to sit there in the meetings. Was it Mangina? Nick Mangina. I forgot about that one.
I forgot about that. Terrence, who moves on? Bottom down or tongue-tied?
Man, this is a tough one, guys. But we don't. I like when he was doing this. He don't do this a lot, man. We gotta stay with the one seed and pot him down.
Pot him down, Douglas in to the championship game. So we have set it up. We got it, Terrence. Good job. So Monday, get your popcorn ready. The Cinderella of all Cinderellas, Loose Lips Douglas, will take on the number one seed in the Radio Guy region, pot him down, Douglas, for all the marbles on Monday night.
That should be an
What do you think?
matchup.
What do you think about pot him down? In.
Ooh, yeah, that's pretty impressive, man.
You know, I'm going to set Potham down as about a 6.5-point favorite in the game on Monday, but I've doubted Loose Lips this whole time.
I know.
Maybe this is just the special Cinderella story.
Yeah, Loose Lips been rolling, man.
I did call this run by Potham down.
Yeah, you could feel this coming.
You did.
You know, I was wondering that last the Mangini, what you called him there.
I thought that might have tipped
That
it.
was like, remember when Gordon Hayward's buzzer beater to win the championship just rattled out? That was like, I saw the shot go up, and I was like, wow, that might win it.
Forgot about Mangini.
Yeah, why'd you do that to him?
Because that's what they used to call him. Like, you know, Mangini was kind of like my handler when Bill Parcells was there.
Yeah.
He had to make sure that I was at everything on time because I used to get on Parcells' nerves.
Oh, I can see that. Yeah. He seems very detail oriented, and you're very Hugh Douglas oriented.
Yeah, and he was. I remember one time he was in a meeting, and he told me to be quiet, right? And I said, "But when you leave, I'm gonna be talking again." I said, "When you tell me to be quiet, I'll be quiet."
Kyle, imagine if our pre-show meetings were led by Bill Parcells. How would Hugh be treated in those meetings?
He wouldn't make it to 10 a.m.
When you leave, I'll be talking again, and everybody start laughing, and I was like,
he was done with you. All right, let's. Can we check in with you people? See what they're up to this Friday.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
Better keep Jalen Hurts' name out of your mouth today.
Well, that's not how this works.
No, yeah,
this is a talk show.
That jumped off immediately.
Yeah, and guess what?
Yeah, we did the opposite.
No, we brought it up to start the show. It's a big story.
And talked about him all show.
Yep.
Sorry. This show is a circus of morons.
Morons unite.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
You guys call yourselves experts.
Well, I don't know who said that.
No, we don't. No. Actually, we don't call ourselves experts.
Nope.
I don't think anyone calls us.
No.
Not really the point of what we do. You guys don't get embarrassed by the poll voting?
No.
No. Actually, we kind of get secondhand embarrassment for you.
Yeah.
That you get so angry about.
I think there's a misconception that the idea is to have people agree.
Yeah, like we want to win the poll. No, we don't. No, we don't give a crap about that.
It's just we want to gauge what you think, and however you think, you think. I mean, obviously, I can't change people's minds. You hear people, you hear the callers. I can't do it. So
the Patullo one yesterday was the most predictable poll result reaction I can remember in a long time.
Yes, and I mean, again, I blame Hugh for that because he wouldn't apologize.
Yeah,
maybe if Hugh apologized, people would follow suit.
Entirely Hugh's fault.
You should.
People take their cues from you. Still talking about a fake story.
Well, it's not a fake story. It's a.
Oh no, the story is written. It's a real story.
It was there. It's very long. There's 12 sources. There's a lot of quotes. Fake story. You can't
5,000. What do you say? 5,000 words or something? That's a lot.
Again, designed to get Jalen Hurts' attention. So it's probably true.
Yeah, I like this one too. Just look at Kyle as if he could go on a field and do anything Jalen could do. Not the point. Not the point.
No, we're not judging Kyle's athletic ability versus Jalen's.
By the way,
Jalen's judged against Mahomes and Allen.
If only elite athletes in the world could talk about sports, like it's just this would not be a thing. Yeah. By the way, to this guy, like I'm sure you don't do anything either.
Wow,
buddy.
you pulled a cue there. 150.
But what makes you more qualified than me? I probably know way more football than you.
Probably.
Yeah. Even at my size. You idiot. Shut up. I hope Jalen sues you all.
Sue me for what?
I
mean,
why would Jalen Hurts sue us?
Well, he pays attention to the noise. Clearly,
oh, that's true.
Maybe sensitive Jalen. I'd rather Aaron in San Diego host the show. That might be the biggest insult you've taken.
And you don't mean that.
No, you don't.
You trust me. You don't.
You don't mean it. You don't. You would be so sad within so quickly.
Yep. Play the stupid Friday song one more time, Kyle. I dare you.
That one from @Hugh Douglas.
Yeah. I didn't say that. I mean, it's a terrible song.
I will, by the way.
I think he about to play it. He about to find that. I knew it was coming.
I'm thinking every Friday too, by the way.
No, it works.
Yep.
It's a Good Friday song. Come on, Hugh.
It is tough, dude. It's a brutal song. I hope Jalen calls into WIP and gives Hugh a piece of his mind.
Will he talk in his cliches, or will he just like talk?
Yeah, he don't want that.
I don't know.
I mean, I wouldn't. I don't know what he would call and give me a piece of his mind for, but he don't want.
Well, you did say it was hot garbage one time.
Now, all right, hold on. Now, my question becomes: would you pot down Jalen if things got contentious?
No, I'll let him talk. I would give him that respect.
What if he started talking over you like Kristen?
Oh, he wouldn't do that.
No, he wouldn't.
No, he wouldn't do that. I don't see Jalen doing that.
Jalen's natural tone is a little bit softer spoken.
Yeah.
I think you'd have to pot him up for people to hear him.
Actually, to Jalen's credit, I feel like he'd be a good guy to have I think he would be okay with the back and forth.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think because it wouldn't be hostile if that makes sense.
Well, if he's calling to give you a piece of his mind.
I mean, he can do that, but I don't think it would be hostile because I would ask him questions and, we'll take it from there. But no, I don't think it would be, I don't think it would start off hostile.
Something tells me, considering the communication with this team is to talk through the media, he wouldn't ever do something like that. It doesn't strike me as a Jalen thing to debate.
Yeah, he beneath calling here.
So when and where is the reckless speculator of the year acceptance speech? So people do want to know.
Oh,
I don't know. I gotta figure out what kind of trophy I'm gonna make. I've been looking for trophies and stuff, so I gotta figure something.
I think you should write a speech and read it next week.
I gotta figure it out. I
We'll
gotta
have a whole ceremony.
Man,
I'll wear a tuxedo.
Reckless speculator award.
We'll be there. Do we get to stand on stage with you?
Yeah, you can. Hey, you guys kind of help cultivate this, and
And then we got to play him out with the music, like at the Oscars. Just shut up.
Wrap it up.
And I'm going to end with this one because these are always my favorite exchanges. Wait, that's Hugh Douglas, the Eagle? And then somebody said, yeah, he was a good pass rusher. You can look it up on the internet.
No, that's crazy.
I love when people just fall into the show and they're like, wait, that's you?
And I just wonder what they look like because I'm kind of thinking they probably
it sounds like they're a fan.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the other cat.
alone.
Yeah, I mean, you might not, sound like they're taking
I
shots.
think both, no.
I mean,
I
they
actually
haven't
think
seen you in
both
a
of those
while.
were like, whoa, that's Hugh Douglas.
Maybe they haven't seen you in a while, and they haven't.
You got pretty defensive. I think those were two fans. Yeah.
I'm a little defensive.
Okay. Me reading it, I didn't take that away.
What I get confused is they say, oh, that's you. Like, there's only two of us here. Look at me. So the other guy has to be
me.
you.
Yeah.
You've had worse where they're like, ooh, that's you?
Yeah.
Like, ooh, he
almost
this
like
one was like,
not
whoa,
aging
wait,
well.
this one was, whoa, that's you?
All right, that's enough for us. Afternoon show next. I'll take you up to the Phillies game at 4 right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The moment you've been waiting for is here. Benari Jewelers has just released the dates for their highly anticipated spring bridal event, April 10th through 12th. 3 days of unmatched selection, up to 20% off engagement rings and wedding bands, and special pricing on loose diamonds. Tacori, Lashbrook, and more. The newest designs and double the inventory with interest-free financing upon approved credit. 1 weekend, 2 locations, Exton and Newtown Square. Details at BenariJewelers.com.
The Honda Spring Event. Now's the time to check out the Honda Civic and HRV from Honda, the 2025 Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic, a 4.49% APR on a 2026 Civic Hybrid, or a 3.49% APR on a 2026 HRV.
Visit Piazza Hyundai of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, and Springfield today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R. Based on 2025 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit kpp.com for more information.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
A diagnosis like heart failure, AFib, or valve disease requires specialized expert care. It's serious stuff, and choosing the right heart care team can make all the difference. The heart specialists at Deborah Heart and Lung Center deliver advanced diagnostics and innovative treatment options ranging from minimally invasive procedures to complex cardiac surgery. The result? Measurably better outcomes from one of the leading heart hospitals in the country. Because when it's your heart, you don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Springfest is happening now at Lowe's. Keep the spotlight on your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, when you want more help indoors, get up to 40% off select major appliances that help you supercharge your chores. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid to 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Last night, the Boston Celtics beat the Miami Heat. Jaylen Brown had 43 points to lead the Celtics in scoring. Brown has been leading the way for the Celtics all season long. I don't know if anyone in the East is more valuable to their team than Brown. I'm Chris Black.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hell yeah. It's a big Friday show, the WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz, it is shorter, but it is no smaller. Ike, how you feeling, brother? Talking girth here. It's a girthy show, just not a long show.
Come on, bro. Ooh, boy. That's not the way this thing normally starts off.
Oh, yeah, that's how it's going to start.
That's a good line, though.
Yep.
Brother Spike, I'm doing well, brother. I'm doing well. I don't even know how to piggyback off of what you just said. I'm going to go straight to Jackie Baseball.
Yes.
Listen, we had a day off, but the boys are back on the diamond at 4 o'clock, which gives us a half a day, but that don't mean crap because the Midnight Green is in the front lines of this story today. Holla at your boy.
Phil's haven't watched the Phils in forever, but we don't even talk about the Phils right now.
Yes.
As the QB is in the crosshairs.
In the crosshairs.
Drama from the Jeff.
And I mean what I said. You know, even though the show will be short today because first pitch is 4:10, you can hear the Phillies, of course, in 94 WIP, the free Odyssey app. But that doesn't mean that we're bringing any less heat.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
You can use your mouth, though.
All right.
Oh, wow. That was
quite a moment
one
from
yesterday.
Herb's return yesterday. Yes, you can use your mouth. All right, 215-592-9494. It is going to be a sprint, not a marathon today, so if you want to get in, do it early. So, you know, a lot of the conversation off of the Tim McManus article and then the Jeff McClain article about Jalen Hurts has morphed into, with them not giving an extension, is like the future of Jalen Hurts? Is what is the future of Jalen Hurts here with the Eagles? And when we're having this conversation, I think we make a mistake sometimes, and I understand bringing it up, but it is not about winning the Super Bowl and being the Super Bowl MVP in 2024. It's not about the great season in 22 and out-dueling Mahomes. Those things all happened. But when we're talking about the future and we're talking about the Eagles making a decision on the future, it is what he will be. I think we're missing the point sometimes when we talk about what he was. And I think sometimes I'm even guilty of, I did not give him enough credit for doing what he did. But that has nothing to do with what he will do. So today, we sort of want to give our opinions, and would like yours as well, 215-592-9494, on what the future of Jalen Hurts looks like. The next, 3, 5, 7 years of Jalen Hurts. And we're all making educated guesses, but my educated guess would be, when we're talking about the future of Jalen, is that he will struggle to an extent with the new offense. They will probably at some time, whether it's a quarter of the way season or halfway through the season, start to revert back to things they did that he is comfortable with. And my guess is that he probably won't be the Eagles quarterback in 2027. He will get another big opportunity and big contract to do it somewhere else. And I think the thing that will end up hurting Jalen moving forward is something similar that hurt Russell Wilson, is that once you put yourself into that class of quarterbacks and get paid like those class of quarterbacks, then it puts more onus on you to be the guy. And I think what hurt Russell Wilson is as soon as Russell Wilson got into that elite class and got paid in that elite class, they could never build a team around him that could make him as good as he looked early in the season, early in his career. So I think what will end up happening is he will get paid like that. There will be fits and starts of success and failure over the next 5 to 7 years. And the peak that we have seen with Jalen, we've already seen. Mm-hmm. And there will not be a second peak. So that's my guess of what the future of Jalen will look like. Again, we're all taking the information we have and sort of projecting into the future, but that's what I think he'll be. Ike, your thoughts?
Yeah, I see it a little bit differently. I understand right now we're at a crossroads, and I do believe that. I think Jalen coming into this season, whether we like to use the term prove it season or what have you, the bottom line is when the Eagles are sending out a message that they're not ready to commit more years to you, there's obviously some questions there that they need answered. Here's where I differ from you. I think he can answer those questions. I think he can put the Eagles' minds at ease by playing well enough to say, you know what? Moving forward, I'm comfortable moving forward with Jalen Hurts as my face of the franchise and the franchise quarterback. And here's the reason why I believe that. I'm not going to do the Super Bowl winning thing and all of that, other than to say his track record says he's been a part of more winning teams than he has losing teams. That goes back to his college days. Now, there is a little bit of a caveat in there. He's always had pretty good talent around him. With the exception of 2021, which was his first year as a starter, after that, they pretty much have put talent around Jalen. And I'm okay with that. I don't necessarily see that as a negative. This, in my opinion, it falls on both sides. From Jalen's, let me start with Jalen. From Jalen's side of things, first of all, what he needs to be is more receptive to change and being a part of the vision moving forward.
Evolution.
The evolution.
Yes.
He has to be more receptive to that. Doesn't mean that he won't have some areas where he pushed back and he likes to do things that he's comfortable with. I don't begrudge a quarterback for that because that's no different than most quarterbacks in this league with Jalen Hurts' type of resume. That being said, when you don't produce as expected, then you have to sort of reestablish yourself. And that's where Jalen is at right now. The rigidness and the reluctance to sort of go along with what the game plan is and the vision is for the offense versus doing what he thinks is comfortable to him, that sort of margin or window has closed a little bit right now. You have to reestablish that by getting back to playing good football. Then you can get more leadway to do things that you're more comfortable with in doing. I think Jalen Hurts this year, what he needs to do more than anything, Spike, when I take away from the stories and the articles that have been written the last couple of days, it's not even so much as the results and production on the field. That's part of it. It's more about, are you in this thing both feet with us or are you not? Are you trying to do your own thing? That's where he has to come to grips with where he's at right now and say, you know what? I don't have the necessarily leg to stand on to say, I can do it the way I want to do it. So you have to be sort of, I don't know, submissive is not the right word. You sort of have to be willing to go along with what the organization is viewing as what they want to do moving forward. I think if he's able to do that, I don't put pressure on Jalen to win a Super Bowl this year, put up these outstanding numbers. What I put on Jalen to do this year is run this offense the way they want it ran. That's what I put on Jalen this year, to be able to do things the way the new offensive coordinator and the way they want to do things, as well as your leadership style. They want more from you from that standpoint as well. You're fine when you're just locked in on what is good for Jalen, meaning I'm going to take care of my business, I'm going to lead by example, this and that. Playing the quarterback position and being the face of the franchise requires more of you than that. You have to be willing to embrace that. Teammate, being more affable, being more inclusive, being more of one of the guys, being a guy, the face of the franchise, not just in name and image, but in reality, being that guy. They need more of that out of him to feel comfortable signing up for more years of the way you've been doing things. You're at a crossroads when it comes to that. If you want to be stubborn and do it your way, then you had better be successful doing it that way. You talk about Mike and Kobe and that type of mentality, they got a handful of rings.
And that's reserved for the guys that are the best of the best of the best.
That's reserved for those guys. So
Right.
if you can produce like that, then you'll get that leadway. When you're not producing like that, you got to be a part of you got to be a part of the solution in the program. And I think that's where Jalen is, at least from what it looks like in early stages. He's embraced that and he's trying to do that. So I feel confident moving forward that he realizes how good of a situation he's in, and he wants to remain in that situation. Talked to Elliott about this yesterday. That's the idea of going to play somewhere else. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, demanding a trade.
Yeah, are you kidding me?
Everything that people have said about the grass always being greener when you're talking about a different quarterback, it goes for him as well.
Yes.
215-592.
He's in a great situation here in this city with this organization. It's best that you actually go along. Ask Carson Wentz. Does he wish he had stayed here?
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
Yeah, I guarantee you that. When you're with a good organization that's about winning, that'll spend money and bring talent around you, you don't say to yourself, oh, I can do it without you. I'll go somewhere else. No, you get on board with the plan here. I believe he will eventually do that, and I believe Jalen will be here for the foreseeable future, because the one thing that he's shown us is that if you put talent around him, and real quick, Spike, I'm long talking.
That's okay.
But if you put talent around him,
your name's first.
This goes to the second part of this equation, which is as long as the Eagles continue to put talent around him, we're going to always be in the hunt, because he's that type of quarterback. It doesn't mean you can put trash around him and expect him to just lead you to the promised land. He's not that type of quarterback. But you put a competent team around him, you're going to always be in contention for a championship. I believe that. But to me, this is more or less about, are you a part of what we're doing 100% moving forward? And Jalen has to get on board with that. He will. And I think eventually he's going to be here. He's going to get that extension, even if it doesn't happen this year. And that's going to be our franchise quarterback for the next, what'd you say, 5?
Let's just say
what'd you
5 years.
3, yeah, 5 years. Next 5 years.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
I'm basically saying another contract.
Yeah, another contract. Yeah.
215-592-9494. What does the future of Jalen look like? We know he won Super Bowl MVP, but this is the question that the Eagles are wondering. It is what we are wondering. What does the next 5 years of Jalen Hurts look like? And one thing you said that I believe is the key to all of it. If you were to give me one piece of information for me to predict how Jalen's career will go, that I could answer it, it would be, is he on the Eagles or not?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think if he's on the Eagles, he will have another successful 5 to 7 years because he will be on a good organization that he proved something to.
Mm-hmm.
If he is not on the Eagles, I wouldn't bet on him.
Nope.
I wouldn't bet on him if he's
that.
not on the Eagles
I
because
agree with that.
there are too many different factors that could go into the success, and it also mean a giant contract that chances are he's not living up to.
Well, you go to another team, they're going to view you as the savior.
Yes, and I don't.
That's not his role.
Right.
He's
right.
not a savior.
Right. I think that is the one piece of information.
Yeah.
Is if you told me he's the starting quarterback of the Eagles in 2028, I would say Jalen's doing fine of the Eagles. If he's a starting quarterback of a different team, I would tell you I wouldn't bet on him. 215-592-9494. The next 5 years of Jalen Hurts, what does it look like? Corey in Columbus. Whoa, you're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
The number one order of business for the Eagles this offseason, you got to get rid of A.J. Brown. You got to figure out moving
They will.
forward.
They will. They will.
That's
They
gonna
will.
I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you why. Because it's like A.J. Brown is a big key into the disconnection. Like, people can say that's not true, but it is. When you got somebody in the locker room, I'm not a big personality guy. This guy is big personality, and everybody know he got an issue with me, right? So this guy, home court, kiki, I walk in, you know what I'm saying? The vibe changed. And I don't know, I'm just speculating, but it's I just feel like
I can see that.
guy,
I can see that. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like if everyone knows that guy has an issue with me, what can I do? Everybody loves him. You know what I'm saying? He got the big personality. I'm not a big personality guy. Like, I've seen a lot of other callers has pointed out the games that AJ didn't play last year. Jalen dapping guys up, him and Smitty, him and guy, let's go. But it's like he don't do that the games that he play. And it's like I feel like if you really want to see if Jalen is the guy going forward, which me, I believe he is. I ain't gonna say 5. That's a long time. I give the next 3 years. You know what I'm saying? I think he'll be here. I think he's gonna get another contract. But I also feel like Hurts got to be more receptive to what they're doing. But I also feel like it should be more of a collaborative thing. I feel like if you're going in here saying, Hurts, you're going to run this system or we moving on from you, I just feel like you setting that up to be not good.
Well, yeah,
because
my guess would be is that they want collaboration. That would be my guess, is that they want his feedback. What they don't want to hear is no.
Right.
That's
I'm not
the
doing
difference.
this or I'm not doing that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I just want them. I mean, Elliott, this year going to be one of the biggest years when it comes to training camp.
Oh,
I'm going to
yes.
need you to tell us if they I need how many under center snaps you see.
Lock in.
I need to know the number.
He's got to
I
lock
need to
in.
be locked in, because like last year, Elliott said yesterday that they didn't really practice it in camp and then they try to throw it in the season. I don't want none of that. I want y'all to come in. This the game plan. This what we got to do. And, we're going to see. I think Howie still, if we move on from AJ, he going to get a guy in here and let's go play football. I mean, we still going to the playoffs this year. I know it's all doom and gloom. What month? It's April. I know it's all doom and gloom in April, but listen, when you see June, I got hyped at that flag football game. Y'all can say y'all didn't. I saw that flag football game, him and Smitty out there. I'm like, ooh.
I got a little tingle. I got a little tingle.
Oh,
I got a
enough
little
with the
tingle.
tingle.
I got a little tingle.
I like the pick six.
Come
That
on,
was
man.
fun.
Oh, no, man. You saw him hit Smitty up the side.
Off a YouTuber.
I forgot you was even over there.
I forgot too.
Yeah. Always gotta hate.
Yeah, listen. My role.
But the next 3 years, Jalen go out there and show him. This article was the best thing to happen. You know what I'm saying? Put it out there on the table. You know what? Now, can't nobody say he said, she said. I heard they say you the problem. Go out there, work. You know what I'm saying? Don't be. I don't need to see you at no parties. I don't need to see you at no Jordan boats this offseason. I don't need to see you at no restaurants in the VIP room. I don't care about none of that. Every time I see a picture of Jalen Hurts, I want to see a football in your hand or a weight working. That's all I want.
Wow, are you telling him to shut up and dribble?
Hey, I ain't
shut up
say
and
all
throw.
that.
Yeah.
All
Can I
I'm
ask you this,
saying
Corey?
is-
Corey, when Jalen goes to a nice dinner with his wife, do you think he wears the sunglasses?
Oh, listen. So listen. In our delegation, you know what I'm saying, wearing sunglasses inside, that's normal. I know. I know
I've done it. Not
you know
dark, not the dark shades. The see-through shades.
Yeah,
I
the
wear
yellow
see-through
ones.
shades inside.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you know, but that's normal. That ain't really out of left it now. It ain't. You can ask a lot of brothers. Listen,
Dude, I have been around black people inside.
But you hated sinners.
My grandpa wear glasses in church, sunglasses in church, and he's 75 years old. He said, you know what I'm saying? So you know, that's just what we do. I can't hate on the man for that. You know, he want just because the man's stylish now, just because he want to be stylish. That's okay. We just need you to be stylish and hang
the
out
problem
with the
is,
crew.
I will say this, Corey. The problem is it comes off as if he's trying to be too cool.
Yeah, stylish.
Yeah.
I'm with you though. I'm just saying that's the perception people will get when he's the only one with dark shades inside.
Right. He can be cool, but I just want you to be cool while y'all bowling. You know what I'm saying? Go
Yeah,
bowling.
there you
know
go.
What I'm saying? Go to a
Yes.
couple of But listen, we got to get A.J. Brown. I'm telling y'all, get that cancer up
He's
out of here.
gonna get traded.
You saw the Eagles tweet yesterday, didn't you?
What?
What, him to Devontae?
Yeah, the underthrown ball to Devontae.
Yeah, that Devontae had a fall down catch.
Yeah,
Would have
exactly.
been a touchdown.
A walk-in touchdown on a better throw.
That's something else. I'm gonna need the Eagles to stop posting these passes too. I'm tired of this. Everybody arguing. It's underthrown. It's not
It
underthrown.
was. Wow.
Stop posting. Just be quiet. Post some draft videos.
Well, at least it wasn't the AJ. Then it would have been like, what are they doing?
Yeah, when last time you seen one of those?
Yeah,
Bye,
it's
bye,
been a
holla
while.
at
Been a while.
All right, Corey.
But as Ryan Hammond broke down yesterday, might be at the.
Well, I didn't ask her specifically.
Yeah, stop. Yeah.
It will be interesting to see if he's at the autism challenge, if he's not traded by then. Because all the players go.
Yep.
Well, so when I saw that, so the Eagles on, I don't know if it was on Instagram too, on Twitter, it had a post yesterday where it said, just leaving this here. And it was slow motion. Jalen drops back against the Cowboys in a game I believe they lost, but drops.
They did wind up losing.
Yeah, drops back against the Cowboys and throws this bomb. And I'm rolling my eyes. I'm like, all right. And then I saw it, and it was like off to the right, and Devontae fell down catching it. And I said,
almost broke his back.
Yeah.
Catching it.
I said, of all, and look, admin, your job is hard. I know. But I said, man, wasn't there one where
Wasn't another throw we could have made?
he hit him in stride?
The throw to Devontae in the Green Bay game was crazy. Like, you could have shown that one.
How about the Minnesota one where it was like 75 yards? The big one he had in Minnesota.
Yeah.
They could have posted the end of game where he threw to AJ on the.
No,
you didn't want to post that one? Oh, okay.
No, we're not posting those.
Oh boy! All right,
not until June 3rd.
Right. Or 4.
You think he gets a thank you post?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. You kidding me? Yes, absolutely.
Well, they actually did post a throw Jalen to AJ today.
Oh really?
There you go.
Yeah.
Is it among other throws,
that's
or
because
is
they
it just?
realize everybody's like, hold on, there's no throw to AJ.
Yeah, where's AJ? Where's AJ?
So that's definitely what it is, because the 10-second clip of his one throw in Buffalo from the first half, where he.
Why was it from the first half, Jack?
Well, because he didn't complete a pass in the second half.
Oh, right.
Yeah. But he won.
Okay. 215-5.
Well, he did.
Yeah, he did. He did win.
Beat your guy.
Yeah. 215.
Yeah,
He did.
Frick, why did he have to choke on that 2-point conversion?
I know.
Crushing loss.
It was right there. I was so happy they won, though. All right, 215-592-9494. What is the future of Jalen? Let's say the next 5 years. We've talked about what he's done, but the Eagles don't seem prepared to offer him a contract extension. So a lot depends on this year. What do you think the future looks like? Coming up next, Jeff McClain. Look, the insiders are working for the 2027 Eagles Insider of the Year. No, but he is an insider.
Where's Njoku?
Some of the insiders are working. You know, Elliot's just waiting for training camp at this point. So, but Jeff McClain had a note in his new podcast just about why these stories are out there, because that is something that we've wondered as well.
Why, yeah.
We will get to that next as well. Oh, and Nick Casas is going to join us to help you with your Final Four bets as well. So that is coming up too. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, new Verizon mobile and home customers can get Fios and a line of mobile for just $69.99 a month with AutoPay. Get Fios 300 megabit per second for $20 a month and unlimited welcome for $50 a month, plus taxes and fees when you bring in your own phone. Make sure you visit a Verizon store today to learn more and make the switch.
For new Fios Internet and mobile customers, discounts applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Before the picks are in and the future of the bird starts to take shape, we're kicking things off big with an unforgettable invite-only concert. Odyssey's The Night Before. Wednesday, April 22nd at Rivers Casino Event Center in Pittsburgh. Featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Prophet. With round-trip flights, 2-night hotel stay, and tickets to the show.
Okay, let's get it started. Here we go.
For your shot at this national contest, win your way in at Odyssey.com/the night before.
I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers, and we're not your typical jewelry store. We're a family-owned jeweler and manufacturer, crafting nearly every piece right here in-house. When you shop with us, you're getting a curated, custom design experience, not just a selection of cases on a shelf. That means every piece is personal, crafted with care, and made to last. If you want something different, truly unique, and made just for you, this is fine jewelry the way it's meant to be. Come see us in Newtown Square and step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
Jerry Seinfeld is back.
You know, it's really fun to talk to this generation that has such a different perspective on comedy. We cannot hurt anyone's feelings. Okay, that's fine. That's a nice thought. But you are not going to laugh for the rest of your life. Just understand you're making that deal. I hope that's what you want.
Jerry Seinfeld, Saturday, April 25th. Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa in Atlantic City. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through May 31st, save up to $2,100 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualified systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. That's nopaycarrier.com for a contractor near you.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. America's 250th is coming up. And around here, you don't last unless you earn trust. That's why I go to United Tire. It's straight talk. If your car needs it, they fix it. If it doesn't, they'll tell you. Now, they've got something going. The road to 250. Head to 94WIP.com/contests and enter for your chance to win $250 toward a set of 4 new tires every week. It's easy. It's local. And it's all about taking care of your car. 94WIP.com/contests. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a cybersecurity engineer at a publicly traded company.
We've been hacked! They're through our firewall!
How is that even possible?
They got my password.
Please don't tell me your password was password.
It's actually password 1.
This is the job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
So the good news is that it seems like winter is over. We don't have to worry about those freezing temperatures and the snow and all that kind of stuff. The bad news is that all that stuff you've been putting off and said all those projects, you're like, I'll get to it when the weather gets better. Well, we're here, right? And one of them isn't a project that you yourself are going to do. It's really a phone call away, and that is replacing your windows and doors. And maybe you've been putting it off longer than the winter. Maybe it's been several years that you've been putting it off. You should put it off no longer. And Gaida is going to make it easier for you to do so. Easier on your wallet, your pocketbook. It is 20% off every window and every door. Every expertly installed energy efficient window, every door, no matter if it's an insulated entry door, or sliding patio door, whatever it is. But it does not stop there. No. They're going to let you start your project with no money out of pocket, not $1. And as you are enjoying those windows and doors for the next 36 months, that is 3 years, you will be paying no interest on the product. So you will get 20% off, start your project with no money down, and get 3 years of interest-free financing. This is limited time. Do not wait. You waited years already. You waited the winter. Don't wait any longer. And there are restrictions. Here's the best thing to do. Get all the details. As I've said before, I'm not a details guy. I'm a headline guy. They can give you the details. 877-GO-GUIDA. Get yourself a free, no-obligation in-home estimate, or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
When the Phils turn up the heat, we turn up the volume.
It's going! And it is gone!
Your exclusive home of Phillies baseball. 94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. That's your 2:32 talk. Will we have 3:30 country today?
Nah.
Probably not, right?
Yeah,
Because we
it's gonna be
leave
off.
Yes.
I know you're sad about it.
I know, very sad about no 3:30 country heading into the weekend. Before we get back into Jalen, something I just saw from yesterday that we never discussed. We discussed the topic a little bit, but we never discussed the results. Was a Twitter question we asked yesterday. Would you be okay if the Eagles' new stadium was not in South Philly? Would you be okay if it's not in South Philly?
No.
Yeah. What do you think the percentages are?
98.
Well, it's 75.
What?
Yeah, 75% say no.
Really?
Yeah. Now it's still enough to where I keep saying we've talked about the dome for a year now. The dome is not the point of contention. That's a fun thing for us to discuss. Do you want the cold? Do you not want the cold?
Because we can't stop it if they're going to do it, Dome. Then you can do about it.
They're going to do it. Let me just break it to you. They're going to do it.
Well, it's still going to suck.
Yeah. Well,
it will suck.
It'll yeah. But
they're going to do it. So
yes, they're doing it. Just deal with it. Look, the worst thing is when you get in there, you'll take your jacket off. Oh no, right? So, and actually, if it's one of those domes where it's still cold inside, you're just protecting from the elements. That's another thing as well.
Yeah.
But it will be an interesting thing when the other sites become at least whether it isn't an option they'll actually do, it will become publicly discussed. The Eagles will consider it. And what the reaction to that is, because this is an owner and an organization that people love, rightly so. But, saying that we may move to Jersey or the Northeast or, I said, Oaks, somewhere like that would be something that a lot of people would object to. Now, it's 9 games out of the year, and it's not the end of the world, but it would be difficult if it's not close to SEPTA or public transportation or things like that. So it will be a point of contention. I'm actually surprised, as you were, that 25% would be okay with it.
Yeah, I'm shocked at that.
But I also wonder how many of those people don't even go to the games.
Right.
Because remember, most people don't go to games.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Even if there's 80,000 people there, it means there's 2 million people in the Delaware Valley. So, or in the city, even more than that in the Delaware Valley. So it'll be interesting.
But you, and I'm down there on game days, so a lot of people are riding down there on SEPTA.
Yep.
There are a lot of city people that are at that game.
Yep.
It's hard to imagine city people going 40 minutes outside the city for a game.
A lot of those people do not have cars.
That's what I'm saying.
Like don't drive. Yeah.
So it's hard. And not to say the stadium won't be filled or any of that, because that just means people, wherever the stadium is built at, everybody in that area is going to go to the game. So
and they have a waiting list.
Yeah, that's not the
season
question.
tickets. Yeah.
I'm just saying there is something to having that flavor of the city fan in the building.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I know I'm a suburbanite, so
yes.
But having that roughness, that toughness of everybody that's here, that's in South Philly, even North Philly, like that brings a certain aura to the game that makes the atmosphere what it is. I don't know what that's going to look like if it's 40 minutes outside the city.
Yeah. Now there are...
Or what that's going to feel like, I should say.
Right. Now there are city sites that you can get there on SEPTA that isn't necessarily in South Philly.
Mm-hmm.
That could be an option as well. But just something that with Jeffrey Lurie talking about it, with them being 7 years from the end of the lease, which is when you start talking about new stadiums, because you got to build it 3 years in advance, all that sort of stuff, come up with a deal, all that. So we'll hear about it more and more.
Here's what, if you were to ask me this.
Yeah.
If staying in South Philly meant we had to get a dome, I'd say do it in a heartbeat.
Oh, so you would trade dome for staying in South Philly?
Versus being outside the city with no dome.
Okay, I think that's fair.
Wait till we get both.
I'm just saying.
Outside the city and a dome.
I think they're staying
outside the
South
city and a dome.
Wait for it. They're going to be in frickin' South Jersey. That's where it's going to be.
Well,
no problem.
Well, look,
yeah, that's our land.
Yeah. Really? How do we make that happen? Mikey Sherrill, is that the general? Is that the governor? Right?
The governor.
Yeah,
I
get
don't
her on
even
the
have
phone.
to come across the bridge.
Yeah,
really?
Get her on the phone.
I think people assume if it's not in the city, it's going to be easier to get in and out. You know?
Yes.
And I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the case either. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
215-592-9494. Oh, look who Jack has first.
Let's go.
Start us off with.
The future of Jalen. What does the future of Jalen look like? I wonder what Christian and Philly is going to say. Hey, Christian.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, we're great. How are you?
What's up,
pretty
Christian?
Good, pretty good. Hi, Ike. Hi, Jack.
Christian, great to hear from you.
Yes. So, okay. All right. I'm really getting tired of this slander of Jalen Hurts and this whole contract stuff, whatever, right? First, I didn't think nothing of it, but if the Eagles are purposely holding his contract back and purposely not wanting to extend him, I feel like, in my opinion, that he should ask for a trade before the season starts.
What?
And then
Totally
they won't
agree.
have Jalen Hurts or A.J. Brown.
Christian,
right?
can I ask you something? You are a person who believes in, I would imagine, believes in giving your word, right? Like if you give your word, that I would imagine means a lot, right?
Your word is bond,
right? So
Yes,
if you signed a contract that
Yes.
said you would play for a team for the next several years, and you were under contract, and you decide that just because you're not getting even more money after that contract, wouldn't you
Oh, no,
say?
it's not about the money.
Well, but
It was
that's what I'm
said
asking.
that-
He has a contract for the next 3 years, 4 years, I think even.
It was said multiple times that the Eagles put the slander out. So if the Eagles is putting the slander out, it makes you think of Nick Foles, because it's like, okay, it should have never taken the Eagles to 2017-18 therefore to win a Super Bowl. But Nick Foles to stay here, and they traded him anyway, right? It's like you understand what I'm saying? It's like they messed over their good quarterbacks to actually give them something. People said that they can die now after we won that first Super Bowl.
But we're talking about Jalen, right? And I asked you a question. My question is, if he is under contract for the next 3 years, isn't he breaking his word by not just playing under that contract?
No, I don't think he's breaking. No,
Well, of course he's breaking his word. That's what a contract is.
If they're the ones who putting all this slander out on him, and you're saying he's going to do crappy all this year, and then they're going to release him in 27. Shoot, release me now. Don't wait for me to be all crappy. So you're saying that out your own mouth, right?
Well, but what I say and what I think is going to happen is different from what you say and what you think is going to happen. So let me ask you this. He has to you. Well, forget about appreciate. He's being paid $50 million a year. Like cry me a river on the appreciate, and whether I appreciate him or whatever. They paid him a lot of money, guaranteed him a lot of money. All they're asking is play well this year, and then you'll get another contract. Like what is so difficult about that?
Okay, that's what it is. I have mine, and you have your opinion.
But you're not
okay?
answering me.
And I'm going to state my opinion.
You stated your opinion, and I'm questioning you on your opinion because that's how this works. You're saying he's not appreciated. He is this year, I think, the 5th highest paid quarterback in football.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Well, he's definitely top 10.
He's football. He's number 1 paid quarterback, and he does nothing. He has done nothing.
Who
said that?
Oh, but I'm not talking about that.
Jalen Hurts is the 10th highest paid quarterback, not the 5th.
No, cash this year. Google it.
So Christian, let me ask you this real quick.
Yeah.
Are you a Jalen Hurts fan or an Eagles fan?
I'm an Eagles fan, but Jalen Hurts supporter.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just wondering. You realize these aren't things that are being made up. This messaging is coming from inside the building, and so hold on real quick. Hold on, Christian. Hold on. What I'm saying is that there has to be a number of people that feel this way inside the building, and they're trying to get a message put out there. Like, everybody gets mad at the media and this and that and the other for doing their jobs. But if there's no one talking, there aren't any stories being written. This stuff isn't made up. This stuff is coming from there. So why do you think from inside the building they feel that way?
Okay, first of all, Jalen Hurts anybody never heard Jalen Hurts say he didn't want to listen to the coach. They're saying that he's not coachable. No, this season was a bad season for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and all those. If you think about everything that happened this season, they put.
So let me ask you this. Okay, so let me ask you this then.
The drop passes.
If I agree with you on that, why isn't any other star player on this team getting these type of things written about them?
Tell you why? Because he's the face of the team.
No. Well, hold on. Saquon's the face of the team. He's not the only face of the team.
The face of the team.
He's not the only. Hold on, Christian. You would agree he's not the only face of the team.
To you, I'm gonna say, hey, I got this A, B, and C problem with you. I'm not going to the media.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, I understand that. Hold on, I agree with you on that. I back Jalen. What I'm saying is that this is coming from inside. Why do you think that is happening? Like, no, it was a bad year, but no other player, even the guy who wants to be traded, isn't getting smeared by the organization. You don't see any hit pieces on AJ. As a matter of fact, they go out of their way to tell you how great of a teammate he is and how everybody likes him. Saquon didn't have a great year this year. Nobody's doing pieces on Saquon. The offensive line played terrible this year. For whatever reason, nobody's doing pieces on them. Nobody's doing pieces on any other player on this team like this. I'm asking, why do you think that is? It's because they want to get a message across.
People they don't like him. Everybody you work with is not going to like you.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, but they know better than we do on the outside.
Okay, and?
You don't know Jalen. Like, they're around the guy every day.
Okay, but if that's the case, why are they anonymous? Why won't they come out and say it themselves?
Because that's how this works.
I'm gonna say what I feel about a person.
But you don't run a franchise. You're not a coach. You're not a player. And I guarantee if you were and you had an issue with one of your coworkers, you wouldn't be standing in front of a microphone ripping the guy.
Out there, a bunch of lies and stuff like that.
It's lies.
Leadership skills. They talk about his posture.
All right, thank you.
I just my only thing is, and my only thing is, we go out of the way to put it on everyone else when this is something that's coming from inside the building. Reputable reporters have done this job and interviewed people. Right? I understand we as the WIP, we catch a lot of flack because we talk about a lot of things, and everybody want to say WIP is just making up stuff. WIP didn't make this up. We're reacting to a story that was published.
We didn't even report it.
And by the way, strategically published.
Yes. Yeah.
It was published after they spoke to the owners and everything else down at the owners' meeting. The owner, the GM, and the head coach spoke. This story came out afterwards.
Right.
so that they didn't have to answer questions about the story.
Yes. Which tells you maybe they knew and had opportunities to refute.
So all I'm saying is to act as if this has totally been made up as some smear campaign against Jalen, because first of all, it says most of us didn't read it, but everybody who has read it all says that it was fair and balanced. Most people come away thinking, yeah, there's some things that Jalen needs to get better at and do. They want Jalen here. They just want him to play better and do things differently than what he's done the last couple of years. I don't understand why that's so hard for people to understand. I'm talking to you because you're in front of me, but I'm talking to everybody out there, everybody who wants to yell at Spike or yell at Fritz or yell at Tim McManus or WIP and all this. Like, we all want the Eagles to win. Who was happy with the way the season ended? So because it's your favorite player that's getting criticized right now, everybody is all sensitive, including some former players who want to tweet out stuff. Get a grip. Get a grip. Get a grip. Seriously. Nobody's making up anything. We bend over backwards trying to defend this team and the players. But I'm not in the building. None of us are in the building. So if stuff is coming out from inside the building, what are we supposed to just ignore it and act like none of it's true? Well, when the Eagles decided that if they aren't going to give him an extension, that says a lot.
Yeah, I would say it says a lot.
And forget about his contract and this and the other. The fact that they brought it up and said it.
Yes.
Like, why would they say that?
He's in the middle of a new contract.
Yes.
Yeah.
Come on, y'all. Let's get right in here, man.
215-592-9494. Are we going to get to Costos after this, or we're not sure?
I think I'm having some phone issues.
And I'm a Jalen guy. But I can't sit here and act like he played great and he doesn't need to get better.
Well, yeah. And
the Eagles, if he plays better, he's going to be here. If he doesn't, then it's going to be in doubt that he's going to be here moving forward.
There he is. You know it's not in doubt. I was just waiting, Jack. He was cooking. You know it's not in doubt where you got to take your pets to get them. Dogs and Cats rule. No doubt there. 7 locations for your pet to give your pet a healthier life. That is what you are charged with. What the dog and cat, what they're charged with is when you come home, act happy, give you kisses, all that kind of stuff. Poop on the ground, you pick it up. That's your 2 jobs. Picking up the poop when you have to and giving them a happy, healthy life. That's what Dogs and Cats rule can do. So it's flea and tick season. It is seasonal allergy season, and they have solutions for you. On the flea and tick front, you want to be able to do it as natural as possible, right? Well, they have chemical and pesticide-free solutions at Dogs and Cats rule. For seasonal allergies, nothing has worked, right? Well, maybe try one of the supplements that they have at Dogs and Cats rule. And I know you're not going to be able to figure out what to pick, and you don't want to spend all day Googling it. Luckily, the staff at Dogs and Cats rule, thanks to George Perenni, who is the lead dog of Dogs and Cats rule, they have the answers for you. They're great people. They're going to be patient. They're going to learn every single thing about your pet and get you the right thing. So when you walk out of there, you feel confident that you have the right solution for your pet. There are 7 locations, 2 in Jersey, Pennington, and Princeton. We have heard that the bathrooms in Princeton are exceptionally clean as well. Thank you, Jordan. Pennington, I'm sure as well. We just don't have a report there. 5 in Pennsylvania, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope. Dogsandcatsrule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family. You all right over there?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Well, it's a short show, so I had to give people what they needed.
To get a grip.
And it's a Friday.
Yes. Well, to get a grip, I felt like I was watching me for a second there. I was like, oh, is this what it looks like?
You were proud of me.
Yeah. I was like, is this what it looks like? To just become completely just a loser?
I love you, Christian, but my goodness, man. This stuff isn't just made up.
Jack, could we play the Jeff McClain audio here as you try to figure out Nick Costos? Is that okay? Would you? So this is from Uncovering the Birds on something that actually Ike just said.
A lot of the people in that building feel like he's not listening. And from what I understand, like this past season, and this goes with Kevin, because Kevin's a really nice guy. Maybe, he just kind of defers to Jalen, and Jalen just won a Super Bowl, was MVP at the Super Bowl. He's got this huge contract. Really, it was only at this point, it was like only Nick that Jalen kind of really, really listened to. And they feel that the only way to get through to Jalen, and from what I understand, this is why A.J. Brown tweeted what he tweeted in October. The only way to get to him is through the media, or social media, or through those of us who report on the team. And that's what's happening now. And that's why, we're hearing this probably now more than ever. And he's going into this contract year that is only full guaranteed. It's like if he's not going to listen, this is the way to get him to listen. He will listen if there's an ESPN story, 5,000 word story. He will listen if the Inquirer has this, that, or the other thing about him, or reports about, his fascination with Michael Jordan and how he views himself in that realm, and how now how guys are now teasing him and calling him Little Jordan in the locker room because he thinks that he's primarily responsible for the Super Bowl.
So, Jack, why don't you ask Nick if you can do 3? Why don't we just talk to Nick at 3? Does that make sense? Because we don't have time now. Right. Okay. So an interesting way to, as Jeff McClain there, we asked the question, why is this stuff out there? Is it CYA or is it send a message? Is it cover your ass or it send a message? According to Jeff McClain, it is send a message. So I think one thing that's interesting about that is, because you would ask yourself, why? Why are you doing that? But if a lot of what we perceive just by watching and hear that he's not the easiest guy to converse with and to have these conversations with in person, it's almost like they think to themselves, well, if we can't have the convo, then we're going to do it this way. Like if we can't,
they're exhausted. They've tried the other ways, and they're
Right.
figuring, okay, as a last resort, this fan base will get the demanding, because once you put it out there with us, we're like piranha.
Yes.
Nah, you get WIP something like this. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Jalen ain't felt this.
Yes.
He ain't felt this since at least 2022, meaning the off season going into 2022, coming off that 2021 season.
Well, and it points to something else. You can say you don't pay attention to any of this, but you can.
Whether you paying attention to it or your people close to you are paying attention to it, and you certainly can't ignore it.
Right. And one thing I would that is a positive, I think, moving forward, is that if you're hoping that he is a bought-in guy, I would say 2 things. One is the way that he's handled himself this offseason.
Mm-hmm. Good signs.
Being
Good
public
signs. Yeah.
with his teammates is
Yes.
one.
Good signs.
The other one is they publicly basically said they're not giving him a contract extension. And you know what we didn't see? Jalen Hurts is unhappy that he's not getting a contract extension.
Right.
It means that his agent and his people are like, okay, message received.
Right.
Because, when a player wants a new contract, it gets out there.
Yeah.
If the team doesn't want to do
We
it.
see it all the time, yes.
And so there's been enough noise about there not being a contract extension that if that was a point of contention, or if that was something that, hey, we're not, to Elliot's point about asking for a trade, if this happened, that's not how they're handling it. So that seems like both like a good idea. Like it feels like message received.
And also, one of 2 things have happened. Jalen's side has asked for a new contract, or they at least broach the idea of starting conversations, or the Eagles have said, don't even think about asking.
Right.
They got out ahead of it and said, don't even think about asking for a new contract because it's not happening.
Yes.
So that's one of the fact that they even said that, like that's being out there right now. And again, you're talking about guys that are reputable, that are around the team all the time, that goes down there to the locker room and faces guys. These guys aren't just putting stuff out there without having sourced it. They just aren't. I'm talking about Tim McManus, and I'm talking about Jeff McClain, and you can throw Jeremy Fowler in there with Tim McManus. It's not happening. It's the same thing with the A.J. Brown stuff and everybody that's been reporting on that, Diana Rossini and everything. It's like when a reporter is telling you something you don't want to hear, you want to discredit the reporter. Like these guys, these people's livelihoods and reputations rely on this stuff, their credibility, their sources. You think if they're making up stories about a franchise like the Eagles, they would ruin their their chances to have sustainability in this industry where having confidential sources and reliable sources is really how they make their money?
The other thing I'd say from McManus's perspective is he does write good stories.
Yes.
Because a lot of times people will say, well, you only report on the bad stuff. That's not true. Out of Tim McManus, we got the bye week that saved the season.
Yep.
We got, Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni on Zoom calls for 4 hours during the bye week. We got all that stuff. We got Vic Fangio meatballs. It is not just now. Diana reports on transactions. So you're not going to get news out of it. She's not in the locker room. But the only news you're going to get from any organization is this team signing this guy? Is this team trading this guy? That it's just what it is.
Yeah. I feel like fans, I understand we love the team and we love certain players and you want to defend them. But this is more or less about coming off a disappointing season, not meeting expectations, and wanting guys to play better. Jalen isn't above that. I'm a former player here. I played with former great players here. They had the same expectations. Jalen isn't above that. And I've defended Jalen. And I also will sit here and tell you that he can play better and he needs to play better. And I would say the Eagles want Jalen here.
They don't want to have to find another quarterback.
They don't want to have to go out and find another quarterback. So all this getting defensive and getting sensitive about Jalen, if he's as good as you all are defending or we're defending him to the hill with, then it shouldn't be a problem this year.
He'll end up making more money.
Exactly.
215-592-9494. Nick Costos joins us next to help you out with your Final Four bets, right? Nick will be good. And here's the question I want to ask Nick, because Nick is a huge Jalen supporter guy, but he's also a Giants fan.
Yeah.
I want to test him.
I'm kind of,
I want to see if he would trade Jackson Dart for Jalen Hurts. That's the question. Look, don't ask me. I want to ask him. Don't ask me. I want to ask him.
And I like Jackson Dart.
I know you do. You're a dartsman. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Things are really heating up in the tournament, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all customers a profit boost every single game day leading up to the big championship game. Build a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout, or try live betting and jump in after tip-off. Best of all, with FanDuel, you'll get paid instantly when you win. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local to claim your first profit boost and keep the action going from now till the big championship. And how about this? Poker Stars is now exclusively on FanDuel. It's a best-in-class poker experience now available in Pennsylvania. The announcement merges two iconic gaming brands and delivers a more dynamic platform for poker players. To celebrate the launch, the team is rolling out a range of promotions and events. Just go to FanDuel Casino. Just go to the FanDuel Casino app to check it out. And that's FanDuel. Play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Air conditioner, oh air conditioner. Will you make it through the summer? If you don't, it'll be a bummer. Start your spring off right. We got huge rebates if that budget's tight. This is Jonathan Cans, and I am not a poet. I am, however, the third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We are the mainline's oldest family-owned HVAC company, and we are not private equity-owned. But we are experts in rebates, big ones. And right now, there are up to $2,300 in rebates available. Contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekанze.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's, the official happy place for Fridays and every day. A wise man once coined the phrase TGIF. After all, Friday is the happiest day of the week. Join us every Friday from 4 to 6 p.m. for ice-cold dollar drafts of Miller Lite. We'll put a smile on your face and a spring in your step. Restrictions apply. Come get HAPPY on the happiest day of the week with ice-cold dollar drafts only at Chickies and Pete's.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Springfest means more sun, more fun, and more free at Lowe's. Keep your yard in line with an additional free Ego 56-volt battery when you buy a select Ego mower, trimmer, or blower. Plus, keep landscaping fresh with Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/8. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The Las Vegas Raiders agreed to terms with Kirk Cousins on a 1-year, $20 million guaranteed deal yesterday. Shout out to Kirk Cousins' agent. Has there ever been someone to make more money while accomplishing less in sports? I don't think so. I'm Chris Platt.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
To WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Phillies baseball, first pitch 4:10. Joining us now, host of You Better You Bet, which you can hear 9 to noon on Westwood One Sports every weekday, also on the free Odyssey app. Our good friend, Nick Costos. What's up, Costos?
Oh, it's great to be on with you guys. How are we doing today?
Oh, great to hear your voice. I was on Costos' show 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And,
well, yesterday, but who's counting?
Oh, well, look, 2 days, one day. Look, it seems like 2 days ago. And it was there's always something on the internet that people are yelling at me about. And yet yesterday, the last 24 hours has been something that I said on Costos' show because he asked me, because Nick is a big Jalen guy. Costos asked me if I could only keep one, would it be Coach Sirianni or Jalen?
Yeah, I saw that.
And to be fair, Nick. I said, hey, look, I don't think either of them are.
By the way, you don't have to defend yourself to me here. You have to defend yourself to all the people that are angry.
Well, here's what I said, because the problem is people just read the line. Here's what I said. I said, look, Nick's probably the 8th or 10th best head coach in football. Jalen's probably the 12th best quarterback in the NFL.
8th or 10th best.
Yeah, whatever. It's still close. I said, I think Nick's deficiencies are easier to work around than Jalen's are. So I would keep. It wasn't I didn't pound my fist. And then the next.
So, well, to be fair, it's look. Can I defend you?
Yes,
for a second?
sure.
I just want to say this to people, just because I'm tagged in a lot of these tweets. I actually know Spike Eskin a little bit off the air, and he has been. And so I'm going to criticize you in a second, so I'm going to compliment you.
Yeah.
Spike is a very nice guy. He's very smart, and he's very generous with his time and wisdom. It has been very good to me off air. And I know him, and a lot of listeners, you don't know who he is. And a lot of the things that people say on social media to Spike didn't ask me to say this. If some of you had an ounce of shame in your life, you would be embarrassed for the way that you conduct yourself on the internet.
Wow.
So I just want to say, not everybody, but I really don't like a lot of that, because you know that I like you and respect you, and we can disagree about stuff on the air, but I don't like some of the personal things that people say. So I did want to say that.
Oh, well,
now I'm going to
thank you.
criticize you.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Because it is a dumbass take to take the coach of the team, who apparently when the coordinators aren't great, the team goes to hell, over the guy that won Super Bowl MVP. And I said this on my show yesterday. I said this. No, now I'm getting it wrong. It was 2 days ago that I said this. When the piece came out, he didn't win Super Bowl MVP 5 years ago. He won it literally last calendar year. And we're already doing this thing where we're getting him off the team.
Nick,
so ridiculous.
Who won Super Bowl MVP last year? This year?
Jalen Hurts.
No, this year.
Kenneth Walker.
Okay, is he still on the Seahawks?
What's the point?
The point is you can win Super Bowl MVP. No, the point. Yes. The point is you can win Super Bowl MVP and not be the most important player on the team.
Okay.
So I don't see anyone crying. I don't see anyone crying that they lost Kenneth Walker.
Because Kenneth Walker's a running back, and running backs aren't as important as quarterbacks. Now the Super Bowl that the Eagles lost to the Chiefs. If the Eagles had won that game, and you can make maybe the call shouldn't have been made on Bradbury. I know your audience has a strong opinion on that, I'm sure. Would Jalen Hurts have been MVP of that Super Bowl?
Yes.
And so we're going to do this thing where this guy sucks. And I know you're not saying he sucks, but some Eagles fans think that he sucks. Or you'd rather have Nick Sirianni than the guy that A, did win Super Bowl MVP. And B, if the defense.
Who was the head coach? Who was the head coach? Who was the head coach on 2 Super Bowl teams for the Eagles? Who was the head coach? Who was the head coach? It was Sirianni. And here's the other thing. Nick Sirianni's salary doesn't preclude them from signing other players. They don't have to give. He doesn't count toward the salary cap, but Jalen Hurts does. And there's a reason that the New England Patriots in the Super Bowl with a quarterback on a rookie salary, the Denver Broncos in the AFC Championship with a quarterback with a rookie salary, the Seattle Seahawks in the Super Bowl with a quarterback making half of what Jalen makes. So all of that is part of the calculation that nobody would. You trade Jackson Dart for Jalen Hurts, the contracts as they are?
Of course. The goal is to win. All Jalen Hurts does is win. Absolutely. Are you kidding me? I'm a Giants fan. My team has sucked for a decade. I wouldn't take the guy that's 57-25 and won a Super Bowl. I would drive Jackson Dart to Philadelphia myself, pick up a cheesesteak, and take Jalen Hurts back.
Please.
Easily. Not even, of course I would.
So you think if Jalen Hurts was on the New York Giants for the last 4 years, their trajectory would be any different than it's been?
Yeah, because Jalen Hurts is a winner. And Jalen Hurts has done it at the highest level. Yes, you're asking me my opinion. That's my opinion. That's my opinion.
It's a horrible opinion.
Sorry.
Okay. Horrible opinion.
Good stuff, man.
He's not a winner. Let me tell you something about you Philadelphia sports fans.
Oh, my God.
No, hold on. You are all, and I love you, and I hope you all know that. You're miserable, and we are too, by the way, as New Yorkers. You're miserable, and you could not be more ungrateful. You could not be more ungrateful.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my God.
Nick. You could not be more ungrateful.
This is the guy that's calling Aaron Judge a loser.
Aaron Judge sucks when it matters the most. Jalen Hurts.
His OPS in the playoffs last year was 1,300.
has Aaron Judge been a good playoff performer? Yes or no?
Generally, no.
Okay, forget the general.
Okay, was Jalen Hurts good against the Rams? Was he good against the Bucks? Was he good against the Packers? Well, what are we talking about here?
He won the Super Bowl.
Why couldn't he beat the banged up Niners at home last year? Brock Purdy.
And also, I'm happy that the Niners game got brought up because, like, I'd like for Ike to chime in on this.
I'm enjoying this.
And
yes.
here's where I know
Yes.
that Spike, like, you're wrong about this because you're about to agree with what I'm about to say. Because I know you care about winning,
That's
and
right.
I know you give a damn, and
That's
I know
right.
that there's accountability on your show and in your life and in
that's
any
usually
organization
yes.
and anyone that wants to win, right? So when I read that column, right, the Tim McManus, it's a great column with great reporting from McManus and Fowler, right? And it's like Jalen Hurts wants to call 4 birds, right? And apparently everyone on the Eagles sideline knows it's a bad idea, and they still let him do it. This would be like if Jack told you, Spike, hey, go fart on the air for 8 minutes straight into the microphone, and you knew it was a bad idea, and you chugged the can of bacon.
It sounds kind of funny.
Okay?
It'd do numbies.
At what point does the coach, who's supposed to be in charge, or like the offensive coordinator, who's a disgrace to Italians, at what point do they say, you know what? Let's not do this. Let's step in. Let me be in charge. I'm the head coach of the team. I know this is a bad idea. Let me say, don't do this.
Because.
But let me ask you this though, Nick. How many times in those scenarios does a coach say, "What do you want here?" So you go with what the player feels most comfortable with in that situation. Also,
now I'm not gonna you've been there. I haven't. But here's what I'll say. If this is an egregious call to the point that an article's being written about it months later and the season's on the line, isn't it up to the head coach at the very least to say, you know what, maybe I don't think this is going to work. Let's do something different. And then to do this.
To your point,
it wouldn't have been so egregious if he just threw the ball to AJ. He threw the ball to the wrong guy.
Did we lose Nick?
No, I'm
he threw the ball to the wrong guy. He threw the ball to the wrong guy. AJ was over there on the side with one guy on him.
Okay, so he made a bad throw. I'll tell you this. Again, as a Giants fan who's watched this is where you are ungrateful. Because I'll tell you what, you are bitching and moaning and whining and complaining about a 4th down throw to Dallas Goedert in the wild card round when you won the Super Bowl the year before and could have won it a couple years earlier. When you have fan bases that are starving for winning and all this guy does for you is win.
You know what?
All you do is bitch and
this
moan
actually proves that why you guys are losers and why we're winners, because all we care about is winning the next Super Bowl. This is what Yankee fans do. 27, 27, 27. There hasn't been one since 2009.
We know well.
It's about winning the next one. Shut up. All right. We have all right. All right. We have 90 seconds. So I just want to get your pick on the 2 Final Four games. So UConn plus 1.5, and we have what? Arizona plus 1.5. Yes. What do you like?
Yeah, so I love Illinois. I think Illinois is way more talent. If UConn wins the title, would it be the most surprising thing ever? No, right? It's Danny Hurley. It's UConn's the cyborg team, right? But, whether or not they win tomorrow night or win the title, they are the least talented of these 4 teams remaining. And that's not an insult to say that. Arizona and Michigan, for people that are if you're not...
They're actually the 2 best teams, yes.
Not only are they the 2 best teams, but just to put things in perspective, this has been called by me and others from the start of the college basketball season. This is a historic generational NBA draft coming up, right? We've heard everybody say it, Devon said, Darren Peterson, et cetera. If you look at any reputable NBA mock drafter, not like some bozo in his basement ripping the bong and just typing stuff with the Cheeto dust on his fingers, they have 6 first-round picks combined from Michigan and Arizona. And that's not even including the Big 12 Player of the Year and Arizona guard Jaden Bradley. These 2 teams are outrageously good. I think either one could win. The point spread obviously indicates that. I'll take Arizona in a close game over Michigan. I think Illinois is more talented than UConn. I think UConn's the least talented of the 4 teams. Talent will win out. Give me Illinois over UConn, and then Arizona over Illinois on Monday night to win the national championship.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can't root for Michigan. So, yeah, I'll be rooting for Arizona. But I got to root for Illinois. I need a Big Ten team to win this thing.
Oh, there it is.
There we go.
Come on.
It's been a while since Ike. What team was it?
Back 2000. Don't shut up, Fritz.
Maryland.
That day we're not in the Big Ten.
Maryland in 02.
Yeah, Maryland. See, Jack, I don't know if you know this because you're too busy screwing up my schedule, but Maryland was in the ACC.
Yes, exactly.
I'm well aware.
All right.
I'm well aware.
We got to get to our Phillies pregame. Hey, Costos, thanks for joining
Love
us.
you, brother.
As always.
Good stuff.
Hey,
Good
I
stuff.
love you guys, even though I love the Eagles fans. Happy Easter to everybody.
Yes. Happy Easter.
That was awesome.
Costos. Idiot.
Didn't know he's a knuckle dragger.
Oh, my God.
Well, he is speaking from a team. He's
I
a
understand
Giants
that.
fan.
I
Yes.
understand that.
Yes.
I understand.
Also, if they'll make that Jackson Dart trade. Let's get to leading off.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
It is leading off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Bills in Denver for 3 against the Colorado Rockies. First pitch, 4:10. Today's pitching matchup, Aaron Nola versus former Philly great Michael Lorenzen. Bills are minus 194 favorites. The over-under is 10.5.
Okay.
And look, I think whoever is what do they call the people at the airport, air traffic control around the Denver airport should make sure that planes are diverted away from this stadium because the rockets that are going to shoot out of this stadium with Nola and Lorenzen on the mound, oh my God, somebody's going to hit a 600 footer.
Take the over today.
Yeah, look, if Nola has ever taken Larry Anderson's advice of keep the ball down, keep the ball down, keep the ball down,
This would be the day to do it.
this would be the day to do it. Absolutely. And he'll give up. All I hope with Nola is that the 3 home runs he gives up today are all solo
shots. There you go.
I'll take it. And
he's giving up at least 2 of them.
if we could get through the first inning without one,
Right.
especially if we score in the first inning, if we could get a shutdown, clean inning from good old Knowles in the bottom of the first, oh man, just give me 6 innings. I'm going to want 6 innings out of Knowles.
I'm with you. I'll take it. It's supposed to be 80 degrees out there today.
No, it's only 54.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
54 degrees.
It looked like that earlier in the week.
80 some degrees.
Yeah.
And why did you say it so confident?
Well, because it was going to be earlier in the week.
Oh.
Yeah.
I heard it somewhere.
I think it was 80 last week in Denver.
Oh, okay.
Who was I listening to? L.A.?
No, I think I might have said it.
Yeah, somebody said
I might have said it earlier in the week. So the player to count on is sponsored by Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. Now, I think we all know where Ike is going in Denver.
No, I'm not.
Oh, really?
In Coors Field?
Yes. Well, no, there's a certain hitter I thought you were going to take.
Yeah. Well, then that's where I'm going.
Yes,
I thought you were talking about nose. Come on, Boomer.
Yes.
Give me the Boomer today, man.
All right. So Ike's player to count on is going to be Alec Bohm in Denver.
I think we get a dinger today, man.
Well, we should get a few.
Yeah, I'm in from Bohm.
I'm gonna get out in front of Fritzy here, and I'm gonna take Adolis. I'm gonna take Adolis Garcia. And what do you got over there, Fritzy?
Oh, give me 3.
The showman.
The showman.
In Colorado, he smokes balls in that ballpark. Come on, man. Off Lorenzen, he's in 95 plus. We're fine.
You know, it's funny when I'm old enough to remember. So is Ike. When it was the Marlins and the Rockies, right? They expanded at the same time. The question always was with the Rockies is like, how do you build a consistent winner out there, given how it is out there? And you look now that if I was a pitcher, you would have to pay me twice as much to pitch in Colorado.
They had a couple years though, right? Where they
were the Bichette Galarraga, but it's been a long time, right? Since they've been good.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Troy Tulo.
07, they swept the Phils in the first round.
Oh, right, yeah.
Troy Tulowitzki.
Yeah.
Matt Holliday. They went to the World Series.
Matt Holliday.
Yeah.
They went to the World Series in 07?
They went to the World Series in 07. Yeah.
Who'd they lose to?
Right.
They got swept by the Red Sox.
Oh, right.
Ah,
Right.
It's been a while since they were
I
good.
do
20
remember
years.
That was the team that beat us in the first round, right?
Yeah.
I do remember that. That was my first year back here.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah, that was my first year back
That team
here,
was
yeah.
sick, dude. They had Cargo.
No, because your dad swears them down. Matt Halliday should have been the MVP that year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
Yeah.
it's his favorite bit.
Yeah, I remember that.
All right, we will keep getting you ready for the game. Maybe hit you up with some starting lineups, maybe a little Fritzy analysis of what he wants to see from what's his name, from Nola. That is coming up next. This is Leading Off on 94 WIP, which is sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars to thrill shop. NissanUSA.com.
Oh, it's my favorite time of the year, and there's nothing better than a day baseball game. Talking Phillies, I got a 4 o'clock start. I'll be heading home, and you know what's already in the fridge, chilling and waiting on me. That's a Surfside Ice Tea and Vodka. Yeah, or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Either or, I'll be ready to go in about an hour when I get back to the house. And I did mention, it is Phillies baseball. Yes, it is back, and we're raising a glass with vodka distilled right here in the city of Philadelphia. Stateside Vodka is the ultimate spirit for every Phillies game day. It's incredibly smooth, award-winning, and perfect for celebrating every big moment. Stateside Vodka, the official vodka of the Phillies, available in stadium and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Recently, our company softball team lost a big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win, like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later. Sound familiar, Dale? Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan, on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Are you ready?
This is Leading Off on 94 WIP. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars to thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. I would love to watch you guys. I'd love to sit in a room and play that album, Korn's self-titled debut album, and just watch you guys have to listen to it. That's one of my favorites. It's a metal classic.
I think I'd find traffic.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, really?
Or just come over to the house and watch me roll my eyes as Elijah's down there beating drums to death with this playing loud as hell throughout the entire house.
Now, they did cover Ice Cube's "Wicked" on their second album. Korn did that same band. So maybe it gets them a little bit of credibility. with you?
I just know it's loud. That's
It
all
is
I
loud.
know.
It
Yeah,
is
that's
loud.
all I know.
Man, Elijah being in the metal is the biggest curveball of all time. Elijah came over to Chickies the other day, showed me his picture with Trent Reznor of 9 Inch Nails, which is like a huge deal. And he comes over, he's like, "Who's that?" I'm like, "Are you kidding me? He's there with Trent Reznor."
That's exactly
yeah.
what you said, too. That's exactly how you said
Yes.
it.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
So we have a thanks. We got lunch here today.
Yeah, Harleysville Hotel.
Yes.
Thanks for
thank
their
you, guys.
partnership with Miller Lite and High Hopes.
Mhm.
You got the wings were dropped off. They had
Nice.
these fries that were great.
Nice.
I had a great salad.
I
I
had a-
get you had turkey Reuben.
Turkey Reuben, man. Come on, man. Underrated. Turkey Reuben.
Underrated.
They brought me a veggie burger. I was going to save it for dinner. Already ate it.
Already ate it.
Housed it?
Already ate it.
Wow.
Already. It was sitting there in front of me. I was like, what am I going to do?
They got a new menu coming out next week too.
Oh, that's good news.
That's big stuff.
Yeah.
So head on out to Harleysville Hotel for Phil's games and enjoy $3.50 Miller Lite pints. Miller Lites for Phil's wins. Celebrate responsibly.
Oh, do that. So what to watch for, brought to you by Xfinity, proud sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. We all know we want the top 3 to hit. We all know that's something to watch for. NOLA, what did you see? So I was disgusted with the NOLA performance. You didn't seem so disgusted with it, Jack.
No, because I think if 5 innings, 3 runs, I'll take. It's not perfect. It wasn't unbelievable. He got a little nibbly. You know, which he tends to nibble. The issue with Colorado is breaking balls don't break the same there because of the elevation, so he might have trouble with that.
The thinner air, so the
thinner air.
rotation doesn't make it move as much.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
I don't care about any of that.
I know you don't care. We're breaking it all down.
Yes.
So I think
Just go out there and pitch, Knowles. Do your job. today.
Yes,
Just
keep
go
the
out-
ball down.
Yeah, well, and I do expect now it's 50s today. We'll get to the full Greg Murphy weather report. At least it's not in the 40s.
Yeah.
So
Right.
as the weather starts creeping up, I expect the velocity to come up a little bit.
Because 90 mile an hour fastballs in the fourth inning.
90, 91 is you're getting close to last year, Knowles.
Yes.
93, 94 is the back Knowles.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I thought in spring his changeup was much better. Cutter was much better. Like all this stuff had a little uptick to it. His last start looked like the old Knowles.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see the closer version of what we saw in spring and in the WBC.
I know it's early. You got anything on Colorado? What are they looking like?
They stink.
Yeah, I'm going to say, are they doing anything?
So they are one of the worst teams in baseball.
Yeah.
But they did hang like 15 runs in the Blue Jays last week. So, offensively, they got Mickey back for this series. They have a
Is he hitting cleanup?
He's hitting 3 for them.
Okay.
The players to watch for them, the sweet spots in their lineup that could be trouble is Hunter Goodman's awesome. He's their catcher. Ezekiel Tovar's got off to a really good start. TJ Rumfeld's a decent little player, but that's about it. That's about it. So they are a truly awful team, but they at least had an okay an okay start to the season for their standards.
So I'm not going to look around the league. I'm only going to look on this team. I got my eye on any player who played in the World Baseball Classic, because if you have a bad first 2 months of the season, I am blaming the World Baseball Classic. Now, I know Sanchez pitched in the World Baseball Classic. Doesn't matter to me. I don't care about the good ones. The bad ones, Nola, Schwarber, Harper. I got my eyes on you guys. I got my eyes on you guys. All right. We will take a break, come back, get you that Greg Murphy weather report, and I'll tease it. It's not going to be a 1 on the scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah.
So I want Murph somewhere shaken a little bit, and we'll get you the starting lineups coming up next. This is Leading Off on 94 WIP, which is sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, new Verizon mobile and home customers can get Fios and a line of mobile for just $69.99 a month with AutoPay. Get Fios 300 megabit per second for $20 per month and unlimited welcome for $50 a month, plus taxes and fees when you bring in your own phone. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch.
For new Fios Internet and mobile customers, discounts apply over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
It's springtime, so stop looking for that lawn care service and simply call Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets, and has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. They use organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED right now. Time is running out. Natural Lawn of America. America. 800-FREE-SEED.
Baseball season is rolling, and every early series shows you a little bit more.
Lineups, rotations, the bullpen. On Ike, Spike, and Fritz, we dig into the decisions that could shape the entire season.
Absolutely. We explain what matters, why it matters, and how it sets the tone for months ahead.
Straight from the heart of Philadelphia.
We overreact when we should, and we're smart sometimes too, just sometimes though.
Follow Ike, Spike, and Fritz on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Keep up with Philly baseball the way locals talk about it.
Joe DeCamera here. The Family and Company Jewelers Viraggio Bridal Show is back for a limited time. You're invited April 16th through the 18th to explore the latest designs from Viraggio, including styles not yet available to the public. Find the gal of your dreams, the ring of her dreams, and enjoy special event pricing with savings of hundreds, possibly even thousands. So visit Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, April 16th through the 18th for the Viraggio Bridal Show, South Jersey's diamond destination.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is Leading Off on 94 WIP. One of my favorite songs of all time right there. So the Greg Murphy Weather Report, Jack, is sponsored by...
Brought to you by the Pella Windows and Doors of Philadelphia. For windows and doors that go beyond, visit the pros at PellaPhilly.com.
Now, I'm going to keep reminding you why it's the Greg Murphy Weather Report until it really starts to stick, in that when we look at the weather report, we're thinking about one thing. That is there a chance that there's going to be a rain delay and Greg Murphy's going to have to take calls from WIP listeners?
About the Phils.
About the Phils.
Who would not get off to a hot start.
Yes. So... we would love, we don't want rain delays, but I love Murph taking calls from WIP callers.
And he does too.
So, yeah. So, and just your most ridiculous trade ideas, just call him. Or if you want him to fire the manager already,
Right,
just
those
call
are the
him.
ones. Yeah, those are the ones.
Maybe Crawford lead off.
Yes.
Throw that out there.
Trade Bryce.
I was told Bryce was elite.
Yes.
Where's the T-shirts?
Yes. So we rate it 1 to 10, with 1 being the least chance of Murph having to take calls and 10 being the most chance. I'm going to rate today as a 3. It is a 3. Yes, mid-50s in Denver, but a 15% chance of precipitation. And look, if there's some hail out there, you never know. Might have to start taking calls. So a 3 for Murph. So you might want to be a little worried there, Murph.
You're on alert, Murph.
Be a little worried. Want to send out a recommendation to an excellent article I read today from Alex Coffey at The Inquirer, who I remember being at this game, opening day 1996. Look into the upper deck, and I see a giant fist fight. These kids from Bonner were out there in this giant fight, and she wrote a big article about the fight that happened out there.
And it was not Robbie.
I was going to say, is that Rob Bellis out there?
Well, it would have been, so Rob would have been out of Bonner by that point, because 96, because Rob's a little older than I am, I think, and I was in college by then.
Oh, they were actually high school kids out there.
Yes.
Was it a school trip or something?
Well, apparently they were fighting like union members too. Like it wasn't another high school.
Members as in construction workers?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
As high schoolers?
Well, look, Delco.
That's not a good fight.
Don't mess with Delco.
Don't mess with union workers.
Don't mess with Delco.
Yes.
Well, you're a union worker.
Well, that's like when we're essential employees.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Hey, and I'm Delco.
You are? Wow. Fake Delco. So starting lineups brought to you by nobody, brought to you by us. So the starting lineup for the Phils. Trey Turner leads off playing shortstop. The mayor, Kyle Schwarber, designated hitter and hitting second. The showman hits third. Bryce Harper playing first base. Alec Boehm Hitting cleanup and playing third base. Hitting fifth and playing second base is Bryson Stott. Adolis Garcia hitting sixth and playing right field. I do wonder when he at least moves up to fifth. Or is that a righty-lefty thing?
Righty-lefty.
Okay, righty-lefty thing. Brandon Marsh in left field and hitting seventh, hitting eighth and catching JT Realmuto. And Justin Crawford is playing center field and hitting ninth. And on the mound, that is Aaron Nola. So you'd like to get 2 out of 3, but
no, they better get 2 out of 3.
Better get 2 out of 3.
They better get 2 out of 3.
A sweep would be nice.
Yes.
Coming out of the weekend 6-3, especially with the Mets. The Mets are struggling.
You got Luzardo next, and who?
It would be Luzardo and then Taiwan.
Taiwan?
Yeah.
And Painter pitches Monday.
Yeah, so Taiwan Sunday.
So we need today and tomorrow for sure.
Yes. Yeah, Taiwan and Denver.
I just don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what that's gonna be like.
Another rockets flying out of there.
Yeah,
Another
there should be some overs this week.
Yes.
This weekend.
Well, 10.5 today.
Totally take
is
it
the
over.
line.
Totally.
Yeah, it's a little cold, but
So we'll be back with you on Monday. Greg Murphy and Phillies on Deck is coming up next. Remember, remind him it's a 3. Thank you for listening all week. We love you for it. Remember, deodorant is the thief of joy.
Jerry Seinfeld is back.
You know, it's really fun to talk to this generation that has